Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Epitaph for Lydia. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Epitaph for Lydia by Virginia Ruth. The exciting story of a missing person who was found by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in San Francisco, and in the spacious living room of an impressive house on Lombard Street, a party is in full swing. A tall, keen-eyed man, bored by the noisy music and the chattering people, retreats to the comparative quiet of an adjoining room. Attracted by several modernistic paintings on the wall, he steps over to one for a closer look.
Do you like it?
Huh?
You're Michael Dundas, the detective, aren't you?
Well, I'm really an architect, but
You were pointed out to me when you came in.
Oh?
I'm Lydia Courtney. You don't know me.
Well, no, but...
Do you like modernistic art?
If it's art, yes. Well, but most of the moderns look like exercises in children's finger painting. This one, for instance...
Rooftops at sunset.
Yes, at least that's what the artist calls it. To me, it looks like a hangover at sunrise. Now, there's one over here. There's possibilities. Ah, here it is. Just a simple study of some sand dunes. Why, what's the matter, Miss Courtney?
I'm afraid I don't feel very well.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'll be all right. It's just that... That's a horrible picture.
Miss Courtney, I think you'd better sit down. Right over here on the sofa.
No, I'll be all right. Really, I'm feeling much better now.
Fine. Miss Courtney.
Margie. Oh.
Miss Courtney. Oh, I knew she'd faint. Lucky I grabbed her before she fell. Now, onto the sofa. There we are.
Lydia, aren't you going to... Oh, what's happened?
She fainted.
The sand dunes. Many a one for him shall mourn, but none shall know. I've forgotten.
That's odd.
What?
That she should quote from that old ballad.
She was just delirious. She didn't know what she was saying.
And I guess Margie doesn't mean anything either.
Margie?
Yes. By the way, I think I know you from someplace, don't I?
Yes, I run a bookstore, Mr. Dundas. I think you've been in it a few times.
Oh, that's right. I bought some books and had them sent. Your name is, Bond, isn't it?
Yes, Sally Bond.
Uh-huh. Tell me, how'd you burn your wrist?
Oh, that some grease splattered on me.
I see.
Sally. Yes, Lydia. I didn't say anything, did I? No, dear. Now you just lie still. That's right.
Can I give you a lift home?
That won't be necessary, Mr. Dundas. Our escorts are somewhere in the crowd. They'll drive us back.
I see. Just a suggestion, Miss Bond.
Yes?
I think it'd be wise for you to stay at Miss Courtney's home tonight.
I will. You see, we live together.
Oh?
Don't worry about me, Mr. Dundas. After tonight, I think I'll be all right. Of course. Lydia's going to be just fine.
I guess you're right, Mabel. Puzzles seem to pursue me, don't they? I go to a party for relaxation, and up bounces a prettier problems I've come across in years. A painting, a song, a woman who faints, and that poetry she quoted. Oh, am I boring you? I get it. That look in your eyes. L'amour. Time for a rendezvous. Oh, but it's 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Stop pawing your whiskers, you roue. I'll let you out. Come on. Up we go. Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. Not a bad night. Peaceful, nice moon. Okay, pal, I guess. Wait a minute. Those were gunshots. Come on. Should be somewhere around here. What? Oh. So when I was telling you about me, Hittable, Lydia caught me. And she's dead. But, Inspector, that's all I know. That's the whole story.
Can't be. Doesn't make sense, Mike. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, but true.
Oh.
Did your boys find anything that might help?
No. Say, what do you think Lydia Courtney was doing around here?
I think she was on her way to see me.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when she spoke to me at the party, I had the feeling she wanted to talk to me about something that worried her.
Yeah?
Then she fainted, and when she came to, the time for opening up had passed. Sally Bond was around.
Anybody else?
No, their escort, Sally's brother Bill, and a fellow named Jay Stanton were among the crowd in the living room. I was introduced to them before I left.
I see. Well, we'll check them all. And we'll begin with Sally Bond. You don't seem very surprised to learn of your friend's death, Miss Bond.
Well, I've already heard about it, Inspector.
How? Neither the radio nor the papers have broken the story.
My brother Bill here told me.
Oh, Brother Bill told you.
Yes.
And how did you know, Brother Bill?
Well, I'm a special feature writer for the Clarion. I'm doing a series on crime, and I happened to be at a nearby precinct when the flash came in.
Uh-huh.
Naturally, I rushed over to tell Sally.
Naturally.
Mind if I ask a few questions, Inspector?
No, Mike. Go right ahead.
Sally, what time did you and Lydia get home last night?
About 12.
I thought you were going to keep your eye on her.
Well, I was upset. I took a sleeping pill and gave one to Lydia. Apparently, she didn't take hers. She must have slipped out after I fell asleep.
I see. Do you know what was bothering her?
No. All I can tell you is that for the past 3 days, ever since Tuesday night, she was just a bundle of nerves.
What happened Tuesday night?
I don't know. Lydia went out at 8 o'clock. I heard her take her car out of the garage and drive off. When she got back, I couldn't say. I was asleep.
And on Wednesday morning, you noticed something wrong.
Yes, Lydia was very jumpy. I asked her where she'd been the night before. She wouldn't tell me.
Do you know who might have been with her?
No.
It wasn't Brother Bill, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Well, where were you that night?
Well, I was over at Jay Stanton's house. We were playing gin till about 1 o'clock. Then I went home.
Oh.
Sally, does anyone else live here with you?
Well, our handyman, Al Kemper, occupies the room over the garage.
Well, perhaps he can tell us when Lydia returned Tuesday night. Will you take us to him, please?
Yes, of course. Follow me.
Inspector.
Yeah?
You mind if I run along? I have to check in early at the office.
Okay, but just remember to stay within reach. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sally. Let's go.
Is this Lydia's car, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Dundas.
How about calling the handyman?
Certainly. Al! Oh, Al! He may still be asleep. Excuse me, I'll run up and get him.
Inspector,
Yeah?
take a look at the bumper and the front fender. They've both been straightened, and the fender's been painted quite recently.
Inspector!
Yes?
Al Kemper is gone.
Lydia dead? Hard to believe, Bill. Sally know?
Yes, Jay.
Poor kid, the police will probably hound the life out of her.
Uh-huh. They were doing a good job of it when I left her.
Mm-hmm.
Jay,
Yes?
I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Sure. What is it?
Well, it seems that something happened Tuesday night. I mean, Lydia was out with someone, and that person may be the leading suspect.
Well?
I told the police that I was playing gin with you till 1 o'clock. What? They asked me where I was. I couldn't tell them I was just cruising around in my car that night.
But,
You've
Bill...
got to back me up, Jay. You've got to.
You're putting me on an awful spot, Bill.
I know, but I just said the first thing that popped into my head. Now I've got to stick to it.
I don't know.
Not only for me, Jay, for Sally.
Well...
You will?
Okay.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks a lot. I'll never forget this. Never.
Just one thing before you go, Bill.
What's that?
If I find out you're involved in Lydia's death, I'll hand you over to the police so fast it'll make your head spin.
Well, here we are, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, this is quite a house Stanton's got, Mike. Looks like it's all glass.
Practically. Rather an extreme functional design. Plenty of light and air.
A regular goldfish bowl.
Yes? Oh, hello, Dennis. Come in.
Thanks. Stanton, this is Inspector Prevost of the police.
How do you do?
How are you?
I've been rather expecting you.
Yeah? How's that?
Bill Bond called me a little while ago. He told me of Lydia's death.
Oh, he did, eh? I wonder if there's anyone he hasn't told.
Well, I was a very close friend of Lydia's, as well as her attorney. I guess he thought I should know.
Uh-huh.
Stanton, we've been told by Sally Bond that Lydia had been acting queerly lately. Do you know why?
No. We all commented on it, but she wouldn't tell anyone what was bothering her.
I see.
By the way, Stanton, where were you last Tuesday night?
Oh, right here. Bill dropped in early in the evening, and we talked, played cards. He left about, 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Stanton, did Lydia make a will?
Yes. Would you like to see it?
You mean you have it with you?
Well, not exactly. It's in my safe. You see, this is my office as well as my home.
Oh, well, you probably remember the contents of the will. Tell me, who benefits by Lydia's death?
Well, outside of certain small bequests, where the bulk of the estate goes to Sally Bond.
Hello?
Hello, Mike. Inspector Prevost.
Oh, what's the idea? I told you I wanted to catch a little shut-eye. I'm dead.
I know, but listen. Is Sally Bond there?
Huh? What is this, a gag?
Of course not. After I left you, I decided to talk to that girl again. Well, I went over to her house and she wasn't there.
Huh?
I thought maybe she'd gone to see you.
No. Inspector,
Yes?
there's a chance she went down to the bookstore she runs, and maybe...
Yes?
Better drive over here and pick me up. I want to go down there with you.
That's funny, Mike. The door to the store is open, and yet nobody's here. Listen, wait. What was that?
Quick, Inspector. The door behind the desk.
Right.
There, Inspector. On the floor near the table. Sally.
Oh, Mr. Dundas, Inspector.
Take it easy, kid.
Oh, my head.
What happened, Sally?
I came down to the store. I'd just taken off my hat when I heard a noise in the stockroom.
Yes.
I opened the door. Someone standing behind it hit me over the head. That's all I can remember.
I see. Probably got in through the rear window. Sally, why did you come down here?
Well, on Wednesday, Lydia gave me a sealed envelope. She didn't tell me what was in it. All she said was that I should keep it for her down here.
Mm-hmm.
If anything happened to her, I was to open it and read what was inside. Then I was to decide what to do.
Where did you put it?
In the top middle drawer of my desk.
Inspector, will you see if it's there?
Right. It's gone, Mike.
Uh-huh. It would be. Sally, we've been informed that you are virtually the sole heir to Lydia's estate.
Oh.
You don't seem at all surprised.
No, I'm not. You see, several years ago, I happened to save Lydia's life in an automobile accident. Well, Lydia was very grateful. She wanted me to give up my job and come to live with her.
Mm-hmm.
I told her I hated being idle, so she loaned me some money, and I bought this store. I suppose she thought she hadn't done enough for me, and that's why she left me everything.
Well, after all, you saved her life. One other thing.
Yes?
That burn on your wrist. You said some grease splattered on it. But it'd hardly have happened like that. It's in one solid area, not spotted.
You're right. On Wednesday morning at breakfast, Lydia was reading the newspaper. Just when I was handing her some coffee, she gave a start and jostled my hand. The coffee spilled on my wrist.
Huh? You say she was reading the paper?
Yes.
Is that paper still in the house?
Probably. We usually let them accumulate for a week before throwing them out.
Come on, Inspector. I think this is the break we've been waiting for.
Here they are, Mr. Dundas, the papers for the past week.
Thanks, Sally. Now, let's see. Thursday, Monday. Here we are. Here we are, Inspector. Wednesday.
Good.
Now to find the page with the darkest and biggest coffee stain. Here it is. Now, what could have startled her? United Nations in special session, dry goods convention, urgent. Oh, this must be the one. Girl missing.
Oh, what does it say, Mike?
Mrs. Thomas Carson of 624A, Flyshacker Avenue, reported to the Bureau of Missing Persons that her niece, Margie, 14, left home last night and is missing. The girl left her house at about 10:30 following a dispute with her aunt. A search has been instituted by the authorities. There's a picture, too, Margie Carson.
Yeah, the missing Margie. But what do you think?
Oh, wait a minute, Inspector. I've just had a brainstorm.
Huh?
That ballad Lydia quoted, it just came to me. It goes, "Many a one for him shall moan, but none shall know where he is gone. Over his white bones when they are bare, the wind shall blow forevermore."
Well, does that mean anything to you, Mike?
You bet it does. It means that Margie's aunt is going to have 2 unexpected visitors. Come on, Inspector.
Why don't you two guys beat it? Go on, let me alone.
But, Mrs. Carson, we want to talk to you about your missing niece, Margie.
Margie? She ain't missing. Go on, get out of here.
I don't think she knows what she's talking about, Mike.
Maybe she does, and maybe... Wait a minute. Get a load of the stock of liquor on that table.
Yeah, scotch, rye, bourbon. That stuff must have cost a small fortune.
Uh-huh. And where did she get the money for it? This place makes Tobacco Road look like the Waldorf. Inspector.
Yeah?
Take a look at that purse she's holding. It's just bulging.
Yeah.
Mrs. Carson, may I look at your pocketbook?
No. I shall let you look at it.
Because I want to look inside.
Hey, give me that purse.
I thought so. It's stuffed with bills and big ones at that. Must be about $1,000 here.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Mrs. Carson, where'd you get it? Come on, talk.
Someone sent it to me.
Who?
I don't know. It came in the mail Thursday with a letter.
Have you still got the letter?
No, I tore it up and threw it away.
Do you remember what the letter said?
Yeah. It said I shouldn't worry about my niece. And if I didn't ask questions, I could keep the money.
Oh, so you were smeared with some dough and you called off the search, huh?
So what? The kid was nothing but a little tramp anyway.
Why, you dirty...
Easy, Inspector. Miss Carson, where do you think Margie was going when she ran away?
Probably to her friend Betty's. It's the way she always went when we had a fight.
I see. And she never reached her friend's house, did she?
No.
Where does Betty live?
Over at 2142 Wawona Avenue, near the beach.
There's a vacant sand lot on that block. Inspector, we've got a job to do. A job of digging.
You got a lot of men here, Mike, but they haven't found anything so far.
Keep them at it, Inspector. I'm sure...
What's the matter?
Bit of luck, I think. Look at that mongrel dog over at the corner.
Yeah. He's digging in the sand like mad.
Come on.
Right. Why, the mutt's run away, Mike.
That's okay. I got my eye on where he was digging. Here it is. Do you see the hole?
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me your shovel.
Right, here you are.
Thanks. Now pray.
Maybe it was only a bone the mutt was after.
Maybe.
Do you want me to take over, Mike?
No. Guess I can. Inspector, look.
Good Lord.
The poor kid. Under the sand. And over her white bones when they are bare, the wind shall blow forevermore. Did you get the coroner's report on Margie, Inspector?
Yeah, Mike, it was just as you figured. The kid was dead before she was buried.
Uh-huh. It's fairly easy now to reconstruct what happened.
It is? Not for me.
Well, the only conclusion which fits all the facts is that Lydia's car hit Margie and killed her. Terrified, Lydia and whoever was with her buried the body in the sand.
Why? After all, it certainly wasn't deliberate. It wasn't murder.
True, but a conviction on at least a reckless driving charge is fairly probable.
Okay, go on.
Well, Lydia couldn't stand what she'd done. That's why she gave that sealed envelope to Sally. Probably contained a full account of what happened.
Kind of a confession to lighten her guilt, huh?
Yes.
By the way, how did the killer know about it?
Probably through Lydia herself.
Lydia?
Yes. She must have tried to forestall her murder by threatening the killer with disclosure by means of the envelope.
But the killer was desperate and made sure Lydia would never talk.
Exactly.
Just a minute. Hello? Inspector Prevost speaking. What? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He has, eh? Why, of course. Certainly. Bring him down right away. Mike, a couple of the boys just picked up the handyman, Al Kemper.
They did?
Yeah, and get this. One of the men recognized him as an old con with a record as long as your arm. All right, Kemper, come on. Now stop stalling. Why did you run away?
Early this morning when Miss Bond's brother came to see her, I was out in the yard near the kitchen.
Yeah?
The window was open, and I heard him tell his sister about Miss Courtney being dead. I figured me with my record it wasn't healthy to stick around.
You're lying.
I'm not, I tell you.
You are.
Just a minute, Inspector. Kemper, where were you last Tuesday night?
Well, I was in a neighborhood bar until about 11:30, and then I beat it home and hit the hay.
Did you hear Miss Courtney come home?
Yeah. When she drove in, she woke me up.
Was there anyone with her?
Yeah.
Who was it?
I don't know. I heard Miss Courtney's voice, but whoever was with her was whispering.
Did you hear what they said?
Well, not much of it. Miss Courtney was scared. She kept saying something was all wrong. The other person kept telling her she had to keep her mouth shut about it.
Anything else?
No, wait. There was just one other thing.
Yes?
The other person said something kind of funny. Let me see. Yeah. I could never stand it. Never. I'd go insane in a month. That's just what was said.
Oh, not very much to go on, is there, Mike?
On the contrary, Inspector. I think it's the key to the whole case.
The key?
Yes. Get Sally Stanton and Bill down here right away.
What for?
I'm going to trap the murderer.
Why did you call us down here?
Okay. Quiet, please. Quiet. All right, Mike.
Thanks, Inspector. I called you all down here because there's been a new development in the case, and I'll need your help. Now, will you follow me, please?
I don't see any sense.
Where are we going?
Upstairs, Brother Bill. Hurry up. Come on. Get in the elevator.
Okay.
It's a tight squeeze, but I think we can make it. There we are. All right, Inspector. Close the door and take us up.
Right.
You all right, Sally?
Yes, Jay.
Well, what's the matter, Inspector?
I don't know, Mike. Funny. We seem to be stuck.
That's a fine how do you do, between floors, too.
Keep your shirt on, Brother Bill. That's funny. It won't start.
Now, don't worry, folks. We'll probably get going in a minute.
I'd like to get out.
Yeah, how about it?
I said I'd like to get out, please. I can't stay in here. I can't. Please. You don't understand. You don't understand.
I'm afraid I do, Stanton. You murdered Lydia, didn't you?
Yes. Yes. I killed her. I killed her. I killed her.
All right, Inspector. You can take us down now. You missed me, didn't you, Mahitable?
Mike, will you put that darn cat down?
Relax, Inspector, relax.
Relax, he says. Don't you think it's time that you answered a few questions?
Okay. Excuse me, Mahitable. What do you want to know, Inspector?
How did you figure out Jay Stanton's claustrophobia? His fear of being hemmed in?
Well, first of all, when we visited Stanton, his house seemed strange. It was almost all glass. You yourself called it a goldfish bowl.
Yeah, that's right, so he did.
Then he had his office in his home, not in a building where he'd have to take an elevator every day.
Uh-huh.
Of course, at the time we saw him, it didn't mean too much. It was just odd.
Yeah, but when were you sure?
When Kemper told us what he'd overheard. As you recall, the person with Lydia said, I could never stand it. Never. I'd go insane in a month.
Yes, but how could you know what he referred to?
Well, obviously, Lydia and Stanton were talking of what they had done to Margie. The only way Stanton could terrify her into silence was by pointing out a probable jail sentence if they were caught.
Uh-huh.
Thus, what Stanton said could only refer to what jail would mean to him. He would go insane because of his claustrophobia.
I see. And when you tied that up to his glass house, having his office there, you had him all wrapped up.
Yes. Oh, what's the matter, Mahitable? Rubbing your whiskers again, huh? You Casanova. Well, I'll let you out.
Mike, will you stop bothering with that cat?
Sorry, Inspector. There are some things which are much more important than crime.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Epitaph for Lydia, based on a story by Virginia Rath. James Erthine did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played Mike. Jack McBride was the inspector. Julie Stevens was Sally. Ted Osborne was heard as Jay. Mason Adams was Bill. Bryna Rayburn was Lydia. And Brad Barker was Mehitabel, the... I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the exciting story of a crown that rested easily on the head of death. It's called The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The corpse wore a wig. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. The very intriguing story of a method of dying that was as deadly as murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was a few minutes before noon, and Inspector Schmidt was already having his troubles in his office at New York City's police headquarters. As a matter of fact, he was having his hands full, rubbing his aching feet. And oh, how they ached.
All right, you bloodless devil, you. Hello, Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Inspector, this is Cassidy.
Cassidy, huh? That's a big help. Which Cassidy are you?
The sergeant, sir. I suppose it's wondering you are what me and Inspector McKee man is doing on one of your cases. Well, you see, it's like
I don't start wondering until I know what you're talking about, Cassidy.
Oh, sure. And it's right you are. You know, the good Inspector McKee went on his vacation last night.
Yes, but what's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm working for you now. Inspector McKee's orders.
Oh, my aching feet.
That's the reason, sir. Well, I'm down here in the coroner's autopsy room. You know that suicide cadaver that was brought in this morning?
I had him brought in. That's Dr. Jeremy Bullock. I wanted an autopsy done.
It's been done. And it was no suicide, Inspector.
What?
Clear and simple. An open and shut case of murder.
Let me talk to the coroner.
Well, he just left a few minutes ago. He got a call to go out on another killing. And he asked me
Stay where you are. I'll be down as soon as I get my shoes on and learn to walk again. All right, Cassidy. What's this about murder?
There's the mortal remains of Dr. Jeremy Bullock, Inspector Schmidt, on that table. And here's the coroner's report, sir.
Right.
It's enough to make you wonder what people will do next a case like this. In all my 32 years on the police force...
Shut up, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Time of death between 11 o'clock and midnight.
Last night.
Contents of stomach, rye, whiskey, and chloral hydrate.
That's a sleeping medicine.
Darn it, Cassidy. There's nothing here that I didn't know before. I found the bottle of chloral on the desk in Dr. Bullock's consulting room. Where does the murder come in?
It was no overdose of medicine that killed him, Inspector.
No?
No, according to what the coroner told me, there ain't enough of that stuff in the cadaver to be cause of death.
Well, why isn't that on the report?
Oh, now, don't blame the poor fella. He's doing the whole job alone, because the rest of the staff is out giving them smallpox vaccinations.
All right, Cassidy. What killed Dr. Bullock?
He was shot in the head, sir.
What's that?
It's a fact. And at very close range, too. There's powder marks and burns all over.
Are you trying to tell me I looked at that corpse less than 3 hours ago and didn't see a bullet hole in the head?
Well, nobody's seen it, not even the coroner. Till the wig came off.
The what?
Like it was his own hair, it was. The coroner was just about to perform an autopsy on the brain when it happened.
I see.
It was a moment for start-outs. Oh, Inspector.
Right through the top of the head. Where's the bullet, Cassidy?
Here it is, sir. Here it is. It's a slug from a .25.
Small, huh? But why did this guy need a wig? He's got more hair than I have.
That's the one thing I couldn't understand. The wig he was wearing was the exact duplicate of the hair that was growing right out of his head. That's it on the chair.
Now, bring it here.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, it's a puzzler, all right. Because there's only blood on the inside of this thing. On the lining.
No bullet hole?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Then Dr. Bullock wasn't wearing it at the time he was killed. It was put on his head afterward.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Cassidy. We'll take a ride uptown to Dr. Bullock's place.
Yes, sir.
This time I'm going to do a complete job on it. And on that cute little nurse of his, too, Miss Teresa Chalmers, if she's still around.
Yes, I heard you the first time. What do you want?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon. You always lead with that tone of voice?
I sometimes lead with my left. I'm Inspector Schmidt, police headquarters.
Please. Oh, my goodness. Well, come right in. I didn't mean to be brusque. But there's so much to do here.
Yeah.
So much. Oh, dear. I suppose this character with you is a policeman, too.
Why, listen, you...
Hold it, Cassidy.
But he called me a character, Inspector.
This terrible day, this dreadful day.
What are you doing here?
I'm Spencer Talcott, scalp specialist. My salon is just around the corner from here, one flight up. I give treatments for every known variety of scalp disorder. I also give beauty treatments, hair waving, rinses of every description. My salon is the byword.
Have you got a card?
Yes.
Keep it. Now, Mr. Talcott, what are you doing here?
I heard about the horrible tragedy, Jeremy's, Dr. Bullock's suicide. I was in the midst of giving someone a treatment when my assistant, Miss Foley, brought me the news. You can just imagine how I felt.
Not now, if you don't mind.
Jeremy Bullock, suicide. Unbelievable. He was so perfectly balanced. Good heavens, Inspector, what are you doing?
Taking off my shoes. Any objections?
Well, I must say...
Well, don't.
So you're a scalp specialist, huh? What do you know about wigs?
Wigs? Are you talking to me?
I hope so.
I don't know anything about wigs. My job is to do everything I can to avoid them for my clients. I am a scientist.
Yeah. Where's the girl?
Would you be crudely referring to Dr. Bullock's nurse?
Where is she, Talcott?
Oh, well, you don't have to shout, Inspector. Miss Chalmers is resting in Dr. Bullock's living quarters. The shock of her employer's unexpected death, I'm afraid.
Tell her to come in here.
Inspector Schmidt, the poor child is just a tangle of nerves. Couldn't you forego the usual procedure of...
Get going, Talcott.
Of course. You give me no alternative. If only there were not so many brutes in this world to tell decent people where to go.
And that calls me a character.
Forget it, Cassidy. You notice anything about this place that's out of line?
Only that worm that just crawled out of here. If I were a private citizen without the dignity of a whole department to uphold, I'd show... Why, Inspector, this room is all wrong.
Thanks for the cooperation.
The furniture's old and broken down. Now, this is a high-class building in a fine high-class neighborhood.
Pretty expensive, huh?
Well, if I'm any judge of rentals, it's more than the likes of me can... Well, I'll be an Englishman.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Now, what would that dirty, dilapidated moose head be doing on the wall of a doctor's waiting room?
A moose head with one eye and a crack under the chin.
It ain't the sort of thing that gives peace of mind to the sick and the troubled, is it now?
Not exactly, Cassidy. But it is something to wonder about.
Inspector Schmidt.
Oh, Miss Chalmers.
Mr. Talcott said you wanted to see me.
Mm-hmm. Come in. We don't have to talk long distance.
I'm not feeling well, Inspector. I hope you'll understand.
Don't expect him to do anything so human, my dear. I told him exactly how miserable you were, but he insisted
Cassidy.
on your...
Yes, sir.
Go through this place and see what you can pick up.
I'll do that, sir.
Start with the consultation room. That's where the body was found.
Yes, sir. The consultation. Well, that must be that room.
Now, Miss Chalmers.
What do you want? I told you everything hours ago.
You told me you came to work this morning and found Dr. Bullock sitting at his desk, dead. That isn't everything, young lady.
What?
I'd like to know more about Dr. Bullock. Why a sloppy waiting room like this, and why that moose head?
I don't know, Inspector.
How long have you been his nurse?
6 months.
What kind of people came into this dump of an office?
All kinds. What are you getting at?
Miss Chalmers, I've been a policeman too long not to recognize a phony setup.
You saw nothing wrong with it this morning.
Bright girl. I wasn't looking for the same kind of evidence.
The same kind... Inspector.
Yes, you're catching on fast. Jeremy Bullock didn't commit suicide.
I knew it. He took an overdose of that chloral hydrate by mistake. I knew he wouldn't kill himself.
You're so right. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Murder?
You take second money, Talcott.
What of all the ridiculous, utterly
Now
fantastic...
go back to your stall.
What you won't think of next, you policeman. Good heavens.
Go back, Talcott, or I'll have Cassidy give you a scalp treatment.
Oh, good gracious. Please.
I don't believe it. It can't be true.
Somebody dropped enough chloral hydrate into some rye whiskey to put Dr. Bullock to sleep, and then shot him in the head.
In the head? Now, I know this is a trick. You're only fishing.
The top of the head, Miss Chalmers. Did you ever see this wig before?
No. And what's more, Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That looks like Jerry's hair.
Jerry, huh?
Was he?
No, he wasn't. How long has it been Jerry, Miss Chalmers?
We were going to be married in 2 weeks.
Is that so?
I know what you're thinking. He was old enough to be my father. But I didn't care. I loved him.
Well, there's no law against it. Yet.
Inspector, was Jerry really murdered?
Would you like to see his body again?
Talcott. She killed him. Kate Foley killed him.
Kate, my assistant? Well, you must be out of your mind.
She threatened him. She was here yesterday screaming bloody murder because he was going to marry me.
Don't stop, Miss Chalmers. This is becoming very interesting.
She said she'd kill me, too. That jealous lunatic. She had no claim on Jerry. He never promised to marry her.
How do you know?
Well, suppose he did and he changed his mind. He didn't love her. That's no reason to be murdered.
Yeah. Talcott, would Kate Foley be in your finger-waving paradise now?
Of course. But, my dear Inspector, you can't be thinking that...
I'm going to tell you, huh? Come on, I want to get her side of the story, and quick.
But, Kate, she's one in a million. Expert assistant.
Oh, I almost forgot my shoes.
Dear me. What am I going to do?
Don't say another word. The minute I get into these, I start hating things. All things.
Kate. Oh, Catherine! Miss Foley!
Save your breath, Talcott. The bird has flown.
But she left the door unlatched, and she has appointments.
It could be she's got other things on her mind. Well, where does she live?
She didn't run away, Inspector. Oh, dear, such a splendid assistant. And with just the right attitude.
Miss Foley's address, Talcott.
Yes, it's in my book, right there on the desk. How can you be so unsympathetic?
It's a tough world. Say, this is quite a display of bottles you've got in this cabinet.
Aye? Oh, those are my products.
Talcott's dandruff lotion, Talcott's henna rinse, Talcott's golden rinse, Talcott's hair dye black, Talcott's hair dye brown, Talcott's for dry scalp, Talcott's for oily scalp. You believe in Talcott's, don't you?
Those are my own concoctions, Inspector. I'm a scientist.
Oh, I see. Dr. Bullock was about 55, wasn't he?
About?
And not a gray hair in his head.
Oh, there were many, my good man, many. But thanks to Talcott's hair dye black...
he was able to fool the ladies. All right, let's get back to Miss Foley.
It won't be necessary to go to her home, Inspector. Dear child left this note for me. She's gone to lunch.
Where?
For goodness sakes, how should I know? Miss Foley has a life of her own. She doesn't have to tell me.
What time will she be back?
She has an appointment with a very distinguished Park Avenue matron at 4 o'clock.
That gives me 2 hours to...
Inspector Schmidt.
I was just leaving, Cassidy.
Yes, sir. The young lady told me where to find you, and I ran as fast as my leg could get.
What is it?
Well, sir, it's evidence I've located. Real evidence.
In Dr. Bullock's office?
In his file of cases. You know the file where a doctor keeps the records of his patients?
I know.
Well, sir, there was nothing in it. Not one record of a single patient. And that set me thinking...
Sergeant, what about the evidence?
Well, I'm coming to that, sir. It was thinking I was something ain't kosher. And then I looked, and I found it in the bottom drawer of the desk. In a medical book.
You found what?
This card, Inspector, with Louis Denby's name and address on it.
Louis Denby?
St. Louis, the slick artist that gave us all the trouble 8 years ago.
But he disappeared. Nobody ever saw him again.
Nobody but the dead Dr. Bullock, sir. Because there's his name and address in the card. And it says...
974 West 52nd Street. Let's go, Cassidy. We'll find out the connection between Bullock and Denby.
Inspector Schmidt.
Now, what do you want, Talcott?
What shall I say to Miss Foley when she returns?
Tell her not to get lost. She's got an appointment with me, too. All right, Cassidy.
Well, what do you know? This fella believes in advertising, doesn't he? Talcott's dandruff lotion, Talcott's hair dye black.
Come on. We've given him enough free time.
Yes. Are we going to pay Louis Denby a visit?
You are. I'm going back to headquarters.
Oh, it's your feet again.
My feet and my head. But in between, there's a hunch I'll do better at headquarters than anywhere else.
Are you having a good lunch, Kate?
Oh, you. Checking up on me, Mr. Talcott?
We needn't be so formal, dear.
With you, how can a girl be otherwise?
I've just done you a tremendous favor and at a great risk to myself.
I'll bet. How much is it going to cost me?
I told the police I didn't know where you were, but of course I knew all along.
Police?
I knew you're a child of habit, that you eat in this dreadful place every day.
What do the police want with me?
A certain Inspector Schmidt is frightfully upset about the death of Jeremy Bullock.
So?
Seems your friend did not commit suicide.
What?
He was murdered.
You're crazy.
Oh, yes. The police have all the proof they need. He was shot.
Oh, no.
Kate, where were you last night between 11 o'clock and midnight?
I was... Say, who appointed you Chief Constable of Madison Avenue?
The police are going to ask you the same question, dear.
Yeah, why?
Inspector Schmidt knows that you threatened to kill Jeremy.
Did I? When?
Yesterday afternoon. He was mad as a hatter because Jeremy threw you over for Tracer.
Oh, so that's it.
Isn't funny, Kate? If anything should happen to you...
It won't.
I wouldn't know where to look for another assistant.
Have some coffee, Spencer, and I'll tell you the story of my life.
Oh, you don't have to.
Oh, but I do. Jeremy Bullock never meant any more to me than you did.
Now, look here, Catherine.
Nothing personal. He was a guy I went out with a few times. I went out with you, too, didn't I? Sure, but did we ever talk of getting married?
Well, not the marrying kind.
Neither was he. He liked women, but too many of them.
Oh, dear, it gets more and more complicated. Why did Teresa tell Inspector Schmidt?
Oh, so that's where he got it, huh?
Naturally. Didn't you know?
No, my pudgy little lamb. I thought it was from one of the other 2,000. Well, goodbye for now.
Where are you going?
To choke somebody with a wagging tongue.
But, Catherine, you didn't have your coffee. Oh, dear. I wonder if she put too much sugar in it.
Teresa, darling.
Kate.
So you're still holding down the fort. You're not in the payroll anymore, honey.
You can't come in here.
Prove it. I used to be wrestling champ of the finger waving league. Nobody ever beat me.
What do you want?
A heart-to-heart talk. And yours better be wide open or I'll stop it for good.
You're going to kill me.
Well, that's up to you. Why did you tell the police I threatened to kill Jerry?
Because you did. You said that if he married me...
I know what I said, but why did you tell the police?
What did you expect me to do? Jerry was murdered.
So right away you set me up for the frying pan.
You robbed me of the only man I ever loved.
Oh, that's corny, Teresa.
I don't care what it is. It's the truth. And I'm not going to see you get away with it.
You're not going to see anything, honey, unless you start telling the whole truth.
Kate.
I've put a lot of curls in hair in my time. I wouldn't like to put one in your neck.
Help!
Help! You little fool. What are you trying to do? Start a riot? Say when, and I'll let you breathe again. You've got a lot of talking to do, and you're not doing me any good yelping into my hand. All right. But don't try to catch any more flies.
You almost smothered me.
Almost never counts. Well, shall we talk now?
If there's
When
any...
I came in here last night at 10 o'clock, you ran into the examination room and locked yourself in.
I didn't want another scene with you.
That's not what Jerry told me.
Huh?
He said you were crying.
That's not so.
He also told me that you and he were in the midst of a terrible bust.
What?
He wasn't going to marry you.
Now, see here, Kate, if you're making this
When
up...
I left at 10:15, you were still in the examination room where Jerry kept all his medicines and drugs.
He never had chloral hydrate.
Who's going to believe you?
But I...
It doesn't pay to talk out of turn, does it, Teresa?
I left a few minutes after you did.
Good for you, but who saw you?
Why, the...
No, you're wrong, honey. There was no night watch in this building last night. No doorman.
You can't prove I was here last night, Kate.
That's right.
And if you say anything about it, I'll deny it. It'll be your word against mine.
That's what it is now. About my threat to kill Jerry and about everything else. Now, what were you crying about last night?
It's none of your business.
Oh, please don't be cute. I've been around a long time.
That's too bad.
And I knew Jerry before you did. He told you last night that he never intended to marry you. Shall I go on?
I can't stop you.
He also told you that he was using you to get rid of me.
What? But...
I'm a veteran of the same dirty war that licked you. Jerry used that stunt on me to get rid of a previous commitment.
Oh.
So we're two of a kind. You fight for your life, and I'll fight for mine. Maybe, if we say the right things to the right people, we'll both live to a ripe old age.
Yes? Yes, Captain. We'll put some men to work on it right away. Okay. Now get the board to switch me to the toxicologist. Oh, now what? Hello, Inspector Schmidt talking.
Sergeant Cassidy at this end, sir.
Well, hold it. I'm on the inter-office line. Hello, Dr. Jones. Schmidt. I want a complete story on everything chloral hydrate is used for. Yeah. Get the report down to me as soon as it's ready. Right. Go ahead, Cassidy.
Thank you, sir. It's bad news, Inspector.
You don't say. What is?
I'm calling from Louis Denby's place of business. And it's one of the most remarkable enterprises for an old-time crook I've ever seen.
What about Louis?
He's stretched out in the middle of the floor.
What's that?
In the showroom, sir. And it was a bullet from a .25 that put an end to his lifelong career of crime.
Murdered? Well, I'll be...
Yes, Inspector. I felt exactly the same way about it.
How do you know it was a .25 that killed him?
Well, sir, the bullet went right through his body and packed itself in the wall. He was a very skinny fella.
It was a .25 that killed Dr. Bullock, too. Okay, Cassidy, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Yeah, right through the heart at close range. He's been dead around 6 hours.
Somebody didn't want Louis to talk, sir.
Thanks for telling me. But why, Cassidy? That's the question.
Well, Inspector Smith, it's all in the record.
What record?
Louis, when I came to this little bare room with the mirrors all around the walls, the first thought that came into my mind was, Why, a bare room with mirrors. So I made a thorough investigation.
Yeah?
It was in that room over there that I found the reason.
Keep going, Cassidy.
A factory where Louis Denby manufactured wigs.
What?
Yes, sir. All colors and all descriptions.
Good Lord. Bullock gets a wig from Denby, and they're both killed by the same caliber gun. We've got to find out why, Cassidy.
Well, sir, it's about that record I was telling you. After I see what the setup was here, I decided to look
Just
around...
tell me about the record.
I found it on this card in the drawer of Louis's work table.
Now, let me see it. Dr. Jeremy Bullock, 123 Main Drive, St. Louis. Well, this is a business card.
It's on the other side, the information that might
January 6, 1940, lead poisoning.
In St. Louis.
Lead poisoning. Chloral hydrate, a wig, a moose head. Cassidy, we're almost in.
The devil, you say?
Now go back to headquarters, get the St. Louis police on the phone. I want a full report on Dr. Jeremy Bullock up to the time he left the city.
Would you be saying that...
Later, if I'm right. Now I've got to pick up some suspects and hold a conference in Dr. Bullock's office.
But, Inspector, my goodness, you must try to understand.
Sit down, Talcott. You make my feet tired.
But you have no right to detain Miss Foley. She has appointments. You're ruining my business.
Don't disturb him, Spencer. I like it here. It's almost like a vacation.
Miss Foley, how long have you been in New York?
All my life, honey. I'm from Brooklyn, and I root for the Giants. Would you call me a traitor?
Don't tempt me. How about you, Miss Chalmers?
I came here from Philadelphia 2 years ago.
You're next, Talcott.
Appointments are going to waste, and you dare hold a geography class.
How about it? Where did you float in from?
I don't float. I'm a native New Yorker. And if you don't stop asking this ridiculous... I'm going to...
Shut up. So none of you has ever been in St. Louis, huh?
What?
And I suppose not one of you ever heard of Louis Denby. Not even you, Miss Chalmers?
No. Who is he?
A man who knew too much about lead poisoning.
What?
I know lots of people who know too much about lead poisoning, Inspector, and wish they didn't.
Thanks, Miss Foley.
Artists and painters.
Would you know what usually happens to them?
Are you kidding? They lose their hair. They even get bald.
But Dr. Bullock didn't get bald, did he?
He didn't have lead poisoning, dearie.
He did, 7 years ago. He had to have a wig.
But Jerry wasn't bald.
No, Miss Chalmers, he wasn't. But he was a terrible mess at one time. What did Dr. Bullock keep in that moose head?
In that... nothing.
Huh. Suppose we find out. Do you think this couch will mind if I stand on it?
What are you going to do?
Find out if this crack under the chin was a result of a fight with another moose or the work of...
Holy angels. Spencer, look, there's a door in the darn thing.
I'm not going to look. It's too disgusting.
Well, what won't Mother Nature think of next?
And I'm not going to stay here while a vandal wastes my precious time.
Talcott.
You have nothing more to say to me, Inspector.
There are two blue uniforms out in the hall. And they're very anxious to go for a ride.
You've got no right to keep me prisoner. I won't stand for it.
Say, Inspector, did that wad of paper come out of that moose head?
Surprised, Miss Foley?
Well, aren't you? Since when does a moose read newspapers?
From St. Louis. And papers 7 years old at that. But there's something else. A list of some of the worst gunmen in New York. What about these, Miss Chalmers?
I don't know anything about them.
You wouldn't even try to remember, would you?
I said I don't know.
All right, we'll give you a chance at police headquarters.
You're not going to arrest me. I haven't done anything.
Oh, no one ever does. Come here, Talcott.
What do you want?
So you've never been in St. Louis, huh?
I didn't say that, Inspector. I said I was a native New Yorker.
So you did. Now tell me your name's always been Talcott. What, aren't you going to? Are you afraid of this news photo of a man called Tal Spencer? Who's the image of you?
Well, so I did make a mistake. I did manufacture a hair dye that Dr. Bullock and other people used that had a lead compound in it.
This paper says that you were sued by 128 people and that you skipped town.
Well, naturally. I didn't have enough money to face it. But I'm ready to pay all damages now. Of course, it was a terrible mistake 7 years ago. But you can't hang a man for that.
Not for that, but for murder. Let's take a ride downtown. There's so much I'd like you to tell me about the truth. Yes, Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Sergeant Cassidy, sir.
What? Do you know what time it is?
Uh-huh. It's exactly 9:42. I'm sorry to be disturbing you at home, but
You're sorry. I was giving my feet a hot bath, and you dragged me across the living room to the telephone. What for?
Well, I'm still down here at headquarters. I just got a teletype report. Dr. Bullock was no doctor. He lost his license 4 years ago because he...
Patching up the wounds of robbers and gunmen. Yes, that's what he was doing in New York, too.
Oh, my. Why did that Talcott kill Bullock?
His real name was Spencer, and Bullock was blackmailing him.
Oh, that again.
Yeah. Spencer made up a hair dye in St. Louis that almost ruined Bullock's scalp. It was a big scandal.
One more question, and then I'll be leaving you alone to take care of your feet. How did you fix it on Spencer?
The chloral hydrate. Used as a base in most dandruff remedies, and Spencer Talcott used it in his.
Oh, my. You know, I always say when it comes to beating the police department of our great city of New York, a criminal has to
Good night, Cassidy.
Good night, Inspector Schmidt.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Corpse Wore a Wig, based on a story by George Bagby. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Cameron Purdom played Inspector Schmidt. Ted Osborne was heard as Spencer Talcott. Barry Thompson was Cassidy. Elspeth Eric was Kate Foley. And Elaine Kent played Teresa Chalmers. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story of a double cross that doubled and redoubled with murder. It's called Death is a Genius. In the meantime... Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder on margin? Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Murder on Margin, by Robert George Dean. The very intriguing story of the stocks of passion and the bonds of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in a room of a shabby hotel in Midtown Manhattan. A trim, slick-haired man is eyeing a blonde girl sitting near him on the sofa. He watches her carefully as she pours herself a drink.
You're hitting the bottle tonight, ain't you, Joan? That's the fourth one you've had.
So what?
Nothing. Only when you start guzzling like that, it's a cinch something's eating.
I told you I was tired.
Okay, baby, okay. Come here.
Oh, please, Nick, don't.
Yeah, you are tired, ain't you?
Well, what do you expect? You know better than anyone else what a day I put in.
You've had tougher days.
Maybe I have. Maybe I'm just getting sick of being a manicurist.
Well, I can't blame you for that. I'm not crazy about being a barber, either. Joan.
What?
Maybe you'll be able to quit your job soon.
How?
You know Larry Carson, don't you?
Who?
Larry Carson, the stockbroker. You know, the guy in the brokerage house a couple of doors from our shop?
Oh, yeah, I think I've done his nails.
Oh, sure you have, lots of times.
Well?
He's a smart trader. Knows the market inside out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been giving some tips to Tony, who cuts his hair. And Tony's made himself quite a bundle.
So what?
So I've been talking to Tony. He's going to pass them tips on to me.
Oh.
I'm going to start right away. Just as soon as Carson gets back.
Gets back?
Yeah. He told Tony today he was leaving town on a business trip. But he won't be gone long. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I think it's a swell idea, Nick.
You bet it is. Pretty soon I'll have some real dough and then... come here, baby.
Don't, Nick.
Just a little kiss, honey.
Don't.
Huh? Hey, you act like I'm poison or something. I said come here.
And I said let go of my wrist. Let go.
Hey, you got a bracelet on under your sleeve.
You're crazy.
Am I? Come on, let me see it.
No.
Let me see it.
My...
Just a minute, sweetheart. Okay.
Give me back that bracelet.
Shut up. Diamonds, huh? Are you dirty two-timing now? Who's the guy? I asked you, who's the guy?
Larry Carson gave it to me.
Carson?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, Nick. I swear I've been playing him for a sucker, that's all.
Playing him for a sucker?
Yeah, just getting all I could out of him for the two of us. No, Nick, don't!
For the two of us, huh? Come on, get up. Get up, I said. Joan. Are you all right?
Get out. Get out!
Okay. I'm going. So long, son.
Yes, Ruth?
It's rather late.
I'm quite aware of that.
Well, you mentioned that you wanted to turn in early.
Still the dutiful wife, eh? Well, I have some market reports I want to study.
Oh.
Answer that, will you?
Hello? Oh, yes. Just a minute. For you, Larry.
For me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, Larry. This is Joan Randall.
I thought I told you never to call this number.
I know what you told me, but I had to talk to you. Tried the other place and couldn't get you.
I see. All right, what do you want?
I heard you were taking a little trip tomorrow.
Yes?
I thought we had a date.
Sorry, I meant to call you about that before I left.
Oh, you meant to, huh?
Yes, it came up suddenly. It's just a routine business trip. I'll be back in a few days.
I don't like it.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'm not. I've had the feeling for some time now that you wanted to brush me off.
What?
I want to warn you, Larry. Don't do it.
I shall do whatever I please.
Yeah? Well, get this through your head, Mr. Carson. You'll pay off or else. Hello? Did you hear me? I said you'll...
This one didn't write either, did she?
She'll learn.
It's convenient to have a wife, isn't it, Larry? It must sound convincing when you tell them I won't give you a divorce.
Yes, I guess it does.
Larry, when are you going to set me free?
Soon.
You've been saying that for months now. Carl and I want to be married, and I want a clean start. That's why I haven't begun any action myself.
Yes?
We don't want to wait any longer. I want a divorce now.
Very moving appeal, my dear. But I confess I don't understand it. You and Carl Hamill? Why, he's strictly a lightweight.
Is he? Then why did you ask him to be a partner in your firm?
Well, that's quite simple, Ruth. I needed some money. No, I'm sorry I took him in.
So is Carl.
I don't doubt it.
Larry. I heard you mention something about a business trip.
Well?
If you were to stay away a long time, it would delay my divorce.
That's quite an idea.
Yes. I've got another idea, too, Larry.
Oh? What is it?
I'm afraid I'd better keep this one to myself.
Oh, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yes, at least I hope so. I'd like to see Mr. Carson.
Well, Mr. Carson is a very busy man.
Oh, I know, Mr. Hamill. I've been waiting here outside his office since 10:15, and now it's 20 after.
I see. Well, I was just going in to see Mr. Carson myself. I'll tell him that you're here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Pat Barton.
Pat Barton? The private detective?
Oh, yes. I want to consult him about some stocks.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do you mind if I glance at the ticker?
No.
Thanks. Let's see. Commercial Solutions, 31.5. Say, that looks like a pretty good stock, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Might go up to 32.
Yes, Larry, I will. Oh, was that last order 29.25? Right. Oh, Mr. Barton.
Yes, Mr. Hamill.
I told Mr. Carson you were waiting. He'll see you in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, I'll just keep my eye on the ticker.
Fine. See you later.
Right. Let's see. Salt preferred, 20.25. Elias.
All right, Mr. Barton. I think we can go in now.
Okay, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, Larry, this is... Well, that's funny. He isn't here.
You're wrong, Mr. Hamill. Look, on the floor near the desk.
Good Lord.
Someone put a rope around his neck and pulled it tight. Very tight.
I swear I don't know how you do it, Pat, but every time there's a murder, you're right in the middle of it.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Riley. It just happens. I don't arrange them.
No, huh? Well, the way you solve them sometimes makes me wonder. Okay, forget it. Let's take another look at the late Mr. Carson.
Okay.
Let's see. After he was strangled, he must have slipped to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But that would hardly account for his mussed-up appearance, though.
What do you mean?
Well, his shirt is half out, and his belt is twisted. Do you think that maybe he was just a sloppy dresser?
No, Lieutenant. You can see his suit was obviously just pressed. And look at the shine on his shoes.
Uh-huh.
I think the killer must have searched him.
For what? His wallet was still on him, and nothing was missing from it.
Yes, but there wasn't much money in it. Did the medical examiner give you the time of death?
Yeah, probably between 10:15 and 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that tells you who the murderer is, huh?
Not quite, Lieutenant, but it helps.
Yeah, a lot. What gets me is how the killer got in and out. Now, there's Carson's private entrance leading to the hallway into the street, and that's locked.
Uh-huh.
And now, this door here to the main office, through which you entered. Now, you say that you were sitting right next to it from 9:45 on?
Yes, and the only one who entered was Carl Hamill.
I think I'll have a little talk with that guy. Mr. Hamill?
Yes, Lieutenant?
Would you mind stepping in here?
Not at all.
Mr. Hamill, according to Mr. Barton here, you were the only one to enter this office.
Yes?
And that was about 10:20, a time when Carson might have been killed.
What do you mean? You know that he was alive when I left the office?
Do we?
Well, of course, Mr. Barton. Well, you were sitting right at the door when I came out. You heard me turn around and ask him about that last quotation.
Yes, I heard you, but I didn't hear him.
Huh? Oh, that's right. I remember now. He didn't answer me. He just nodded.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Hamill, excluding Mr. Carson, who had a key to the private entrance of this office?
Well, I believe Mrs. Carson had one.
Oh, she did, eh?
Yes, but surely you don't think that she had anything to do with this. Why, she couldn't...
Take it easy, Mr. Hamill. Pat.
Yes, Lieutenant?
One of my men reported that in the hallway leading from Carson's private entrance to the street is a door of a private club.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, there's a doorman posted at that door from 9:00 on. He'll be able to tell us just who entered this office by way of that private entrance.
Oh, good. Well, I get...
Yeah, what's that? What is that?
It's a plot closet, Lieutenant.
Let me out.
Oh, there she is, behind the filing cabinet.
Oh.
Hey, give me a hand, will you? I can't seem to get out of here by myself.
All right. We'll just get this cabinet out of the way then. There we are. Okay, come on out.
Yeah, sure.
Why, Miss Randall.
You know this girl, Mr. Hamill?
Why, yeah, she's the manicurist at a barber shop a few doors down the street.
Oh, okay, Miss Randall, talk.
Huh?
She seems to be pretty drunk, Lieutenant.
Yeah. What were you doing in that closet, sister?
Who wants to know?
I'm Lieutenant Riley of the police.
Police?
Yes. Take a look at the floor near the desk.
Oh, Barry's dead, huh?
Uh-huh. You ought to know.
Me? I didn't do it.
No? How'd you get in here?
I
had a key. Larry gave it to me.
Oh.
The louse was going to run out on me. I wanted to have a little talk with him.
Uh-huh.
I got here early, before 9. Didn't want anybody to spot me coming in. I hid behind the cabinet in the closet.
How come you're so boiled?
Well, I knew it'd be a long wait, so I took a flask along. I was nervous. And before I knew it, the flask was empty. And then I passed out.
Uh-huh. Miss Randall, there's a keyhole in that closet door. Did you see or hear anything that might help us?
No, not a thing.
I see. Okay, sister. I'm going to send you home to sober up. But don't get any idea that you're out of this mess. I'm going to check on you all the way. Pat?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Get your hat. We'll start checking with the barber shop where she works. Were you Carson's barber, Nick?
No, Lieutenant. Tony took care of him.
Oh, well, where is this Tony?
Well, it's been raining all morning. We were slow, and Tony and the others ducked out. They're probably chewing the fat in a cafeteria down the street.
Uh-huh. You got a manicurist named Joan Randall?
Yeah, she didn't show up this morning.
I don't think she'll be in today, Nick.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, Mr. Barton?
Why are you so nervous?
Well, Joan and me, we've been kind of going around together, and if anything's happened to her...
Well, nothing's happened to her yet.
But she's in quite a spot.
You see, we found her in Mr. Carson's closet.
Yeah?
She was pickled, Nick. Now, was that a habit of hers?
Well, when she's worried, she likes a couple of shots.
Uh-huh.
Nick, it seems that Joan and Mr. Carson were quite friendly. Did you know that?
Yeah, it didn't mean anything. He had a lot of dough, and, well, you know how it is.
Yes, we know.
You don't think she killed Carson, do you?
We're not sure, Nick. But if you ask me, you're going to need a new manicurist.
For me, Lieutenant, it is unbelievable. I simply refuse to believe it.
I know, Sasha, I know. But Carson's dead. You got to help us.
Huh? Me help you? How?
What time were you at your post this morning?
What time? Why, 9 o'clock. In all my 23 years as doorman to this club, I arrive at 9 sharp. Not before, not later.
Uh-huh. And from your post, you can see anyone who enters the hallway to go to Mr. Carson's office.
Absolutely.
Sasha, do you know Joan Randall, the manicurist from the barber shop around the corner?
You mean the blonde Barish? Sure, I know her.
Did you see her enter the hallway this morning?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
She must have got here before 9, like she said.
Did you see anyone else, Sasha?
Yes, just one person.
Who was it?
It was Mrs. Carson.
Mrs. Carson, eh? What time was that?
About 20 after 10.
And she went down the hallway to Mr. Carson's office?
Yes.
Did you see her go in?
No. The hallway turns to the left. You can't see the door.
He's right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Now, I want you to be very careful about this next one, Sasha. When did she come out?
I don't know.
Huh?
You see, a little while after she came in, I had to call a cab for a member.
Yeah?
I was outside for a couple of minutes.
In other words, she could have slipped out during that time.
Correct.
Oh.
Sasha, would it have been possible for anyone else to have entered while you were outside?
No, this could not happen. When I went out, I looked up and down the street. There was nobody near enough to sleep in.
Oh, I see. Well, Lieutenant, what's next on the menu?
A blue plate special. Mrs. Carson. Mrs. Carson, do you have any idea who might have murdered your husband?
No, Lieutenant.
I have.
Yes?
You, Mrs. Carson.
Me?
Yes.
Why, that's absurd. Utterly absurd.
For your information, you were seen going down the hallway to your husband's office.
What?
Oh, come, Mrs. Carson. The identification was positive. You were there, weren't you?
Yes, Mr. Barton. But I didn't see Larry.
Huh?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I went up to the door of the office, and then I stopped.
Why?
The transom was open. I heard Carl, Mr. Hamill, talking to Larry. I lost my nerve and left.
What do you mean you lost your nerve?
Well, I guess I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yeah, I guess you'd better.
I'd wanted a divorce from Larry for some time. Without going into it, I can assure you I had very good reasons.
Yes, we met one of them.
Never mind, Mrs. Carson. Go on, please.
Well, I met Carl Hamill, my husband's partner. We fell in love. I told Larry about it and asked him for a divorce so that Carl and I could be married.
Mm-hmm.
Larry kept putting me off. Then last night I learned that he was taking a trip out of town. He said he'd be gone for only a short time.
Yes?
I had the feeling that he was up to something. You see, he was very spiteful. I felt that he was going to stay away to delay my divorce. I made up my mind that he wasn't going to get away with it.
Uh-huh.
This morning, I set out for his office for a showdown. I took a gun along.
A gun, huh?
Yes, but when I stood outside Larry's door and heard Carl's voice, I realized how foolish I'd been. I knew that I could never kill Larry.
Uh-huh.
I turned round and went home.
Mrs. Carson, did you hear what Mr. Hamill and your husband were talking about?
Yes, they were discussing some stock quotations.
Did Hamill mention the quotation on murder?
What do you mean? You don't think that Carl... Oh, no. He didn't kill Larry.
Of course not. He didn't. You didn't. Nobody did. Only the guy's dead, and the commissioner wants to know why.
Hello?
Hello, Ruth.
Oh, Carl. I was hoping that you'd all...
You heard about Larry?
Yes. The police have just left.
Oh.
Carl, I'm afraid we're in trouble.
What's the matter?
I did something terribly foolish. I went to Larry's office this morning.
What? But why did you...
Wait, I didn't see him. When I got to the door, I heard you talking to him.
Oh.
I heard you quarreling.
Did you tell the police about it?
No, I told them you were discussing stock quotations. Carl, is there anything you wanted to tell me?
Ruth, you don't think I killed him, do you?
No.
But, darling, you sound as if...
I love you, Carl. No matter what happened, remember that. I love you.
Good evening, Lieutenant. I made it as fast as I could. What's up?
I've got some more pieces for our puzzle.
You have?
Yes. Do you remember when we examined the corpse? You thought the killer had searched him?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right. And whoever it was made off with $100,000.
What?
I had a man go over the books at Carson's. There was $100,000 missing from the credit balances.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it looks like Carson was going to take it on the lam, you see? And he figured on traveling light to throw everyone off guard.
Yes, probably just an overnight bag and the money. From the appearance of his disarranged clothing, I'd say he had the cash in a money belt.
Uh-huh.
Did you speak to Hamill about this?
Yes, and he was quite upset. Not only over the loss of the dough, he said. He was worried about the effect on the firm's business.
Mm. Well, is there any way to trace that money?
No, and I haven't got the ghost of an idea who can... Wait a minute. Joan Randall. I've had the feeling that dame was holding something back.
You think she took it?
Either that or she knows who did. Come on, Pat. Let's get to her before she puts away another quart.
Maybe she's out, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pat, but not the way you mean. She's probably hit that bottle again. Oh, there's no use. The door's locked.
I have a key, Lieutenant.
Huh?
A key that opens a lot of doors.
Oh, well, go ahead. Make believe I'm not looking.
Okay.
There we are. Now, let's see. The light switch ought to be... Here. Well, I don't smell any liquor, so maybe... Holy smoke. She really is out. Look, for good.
Yes. Whoever stabbed her wasn't kidding. She must have been lying on the bed. Is that odd?
What is?
Well, apparently, after she was stabbed, she still had enough strength to reach down and clutch one of her shoes from under the bed.
Yeah, she probably rolled over and held on to whatever came into her hand.
No, Lieutenant. Shoes are usually placed together on the floor. And from the position of the one still there, it would have had to strain to get the shoe she's holding.
Yeah. Well, why do you think she grabbed it, Pat?
I think it was an attempt to tell us who murdered her.
Oh. Well, it's a woman's shoe. And the only other woman in the case is Mrs. Carson. Or maybe... Yeah. While I was talking to Hammond about that money, he told me he used to be a shoe manufacturer.
What?
Yeah. Well, I guess that does it.
I'm not sure.
Huh?
There's something that keeps buzzing at the back of my mind. Something that... of course. Larry Carson's shoes.
Larry Carson's shoes?
Yes. Now, there's just one thing we ought to check, Lieutenant. And then I think you'll be able to wrap this case up. Better keep back out of sight, Lieutenant.
Okay, Pat. I just wanted to make sure that Sasha is still sitting on that park bench.
Oh, don't worry. I've got my eye on him every second.
Are you certain your plan will work?
I don't see how it can miss. A half hour ago, Sasha telephoned the killer. His message will force the murderer to meet Sasha here in the park.
I see. Then you expect another knifing job, huh?
Right. And we'll have to be on our toes to prevent it. Wait, Lieutenant. I think we're getting a bite.
Hello, my friend. I was beginning to think you weren't coming. I thought maybe... Help!
Get him, Lieutenant. Get him.
Stop or I shoot!
Good shot, Lieutenant. You all right, Sasha?
Yes, Mr. Bart.
Good. Is he alive, Lieutenant?
Yeah, the bullet just creased his scalp. Okay, Nick, come on. Up on your feet. As a barber, you usually stand behind a chair. Well, now we're going to let you sit in one.
Did Nick reveal where he hid the money, Lieutenant?
Yes, it was under the floor in his room.
Oh, good. It's nice of you to give me a lift home, Lieutenant.
Ah, that's all right, Pat. You deserve it. And Sasha, too.
It was nothing. Nothing at all. Only don't ever ask me to do it again.
Don't worry. We won't. Say, Pat, how did you tumble to Nick anyway?
Well, there was the fact of the shoes, Carson's and Joan's.
Uh-huh.
Carson's shoes were shined, and that was peculiar.
Why?
Well, since it rained all morning, his shoes should have been spotted.
Yeah, that's right.
But I failed to see the importance of that fact until Joan was killed. She died in the act of reaching for her shoe.
Uh-huh.
And then it hit me. Someone had shined Carson's shoes. Obviously, he wouldn't have done it himself. So the only other possibility was a shoe shine man.
Yeah, but where in the world?
Well, since there was no shoe shine man involved in this case, I turned to the only person who could have impersonated one.
Nick the barber.
Exactly. He was alone in his shop. Not only the barbers were gone, but also the shoe shine man.
I see. So Nick dressed up in the dark apron, carried the box, and got by.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How did he get into the Carson's office without Sasha seeing him?
But you know, Lieutenant, there are some men who are invisible.
Invisible?
Yes. That is, they're taken for granted. Nobody observes them. Like a mailman, for instance.
Oh.
Well, a shoe shine man visiting the offices in a business building is exactly the same. You pay no attention to him, so he loses his identity.
I see.
Of course, when I brought the point up with Sasha, he remembered.
Oh, что такое? Я не знаю, что это.
What did you say, Sasha?
Never again. For the rest of my life will I get a shoe shine.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Murder on Margin, based on a story by Robert George Dean. James Erthine did the radio adaptation, Roger Bauer produced, and Jock McGregor directed. Jack McBride played Lieutenant Riley, Julie Stevens was Joan, Helen Shields was Ruth Carson, Danny Ocko played Sasha, Ray Thompson was Pat, Joe DeSantis was Nick, and Sherling Oliver was heard as Carl Hamill. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello? I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a package that was wrapped up by death. It's called Murder Makes a Mummy. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder makes a mummy? Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Murder makes a mummy. The very absorbing story of a corpse that wouldn't be bound by the rules. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. There are some people in this world who just can't be satisfied. One of them was Barney Crawford, son of Chief of Police Crawford. For most young men, that would have been enough. But not Barney. Oh, no. Barney wanted to be an Egyptologist, too. It was early one afternoon, and Barney was feeling very much at home in the Egyptian room of the local museum. He was having a wonderful time, explaining the wonders of a dead civilization to Janice Turner, his fiancée, who, at the moment, was sorry the civilization was not only dead, but buried as well.
Great, mysterious Egypt. Cradle of civilization. What accomplishments. The pyramids, mummification, the Sphinx.
Oh, it's such a beautiful day. I'll bet there are some people who are really enjoying it.
Look, here in this case is the scarab. To you and me, an ordinary beetle. But to the ancient Egyptians, a god who is...
It's pretty.
Of course. It's solid gold with emerald eyes.
Now, that would make a lovely pin on my new dress.
Yeah. Let's go on, Janice. There's something in that case over there I want you to see.
I'll probably never get over it.
Yes, sir. One of the marvels of all time. The mummy.
How do you do?
Let's read what it says on the card.
If you must.
This mummy is unknown, but is believed to be the remains of Ra Marduk, the son of Shishak, pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty.
My goodness. As expensive as that?
22nd dynasty. Janice, don't you realize that's almost 3,000 years ago?
Barney, I'm sure the ancient Egyptians were a great people.
Great. They were tremendous.
But I never knew they wore rubber heels in those days.
Why, they had inventions that... Huh? What did you say?
I said, I never knew the Egyptians wore rubber heels.
Well, of course they didn't. Whoever said they did?
Don't argue with me. I'm just looking at the feet of this mummy, where some of the wrappings have come off.
Holy mackerel. That is a rubber heel. Come on, Janice, we better send for my father. This might be a murder. And that's the whole story, Dad. We were all right until Janice noticed the wrappings that had come loose.
And there, as big as life, Chief Crawford, was a black shoe with a rubber heel staring me in the face.
We'll soon find out who it belongs to. Now, here comes Sergeant Bailey.
Chief, the coroner's all through with the stip.
Good. Now we can go to work.
He says the fellow was killed by a knife in the back.
Uh-huh. Where's the knife?
Well, there's no sign of it, sir. Not yet.
Did you find any identification on the body?
Not a thing, Chief. But the killer left all the labels in the dead man's clothes.
Okay, run them down.
Yes, sir.
I can save you a lot of time, Dad.
Well, sure you can, Barney. Now, why don't you and Janice go someplace pleasant, huh?
That's a wonderful idea. We'll do something about it right now.
No, wait, Janice. Dad, I think I can identify the dead man.
What?
Yes. He was Carter Baldwin, an excavation engineer. I've seen his picture in the papers in connection with Egyptian expeditions.
What do you mean, Egyptian expedition?
He used to dig into the tombs of the ancient pharaohs.
What a way to make a living.
Oh, Chief.
What's the matter, Bailey?
There's something I forgot to tell you. The coroner said this guy's body was embalmed.
Embalmed? Oh,
Dad,
what?
that means the murderer must have embalming facilities.
Well, thanks for the tip, son. I could never have figured that out for myself.
Good heavens, I didn't think it was true, but...
Now, what do you want?
I'm John Lawrence, the curator of the Egyptian section. My assistant told me the police were here and that the body of a murdered man was...
It was, Mr. Lawrence, in this mummy case.
But that's impossible. There was a mummy in this case when I received it this morning.
This morning, eh?
About 6 hours ago. I can't understand it.
Where did it come from?
From Robert Prentice, the millionaire jeweler. He's one of our most generous benefactors. More than half the exhibits in this room were donated by him.
I see.
Dad, would you mind if I asked Mr. Lawrence a question?
You? Now, see here, Barney. This is police work. Why don't you and Janice...
Mr. Lawrence, did you examine this supposed mummy when it was delivered to you?
Why, no. But I can explain...
Yet you allowed it to be put here for the public to look at.
I'm sorry. It was against the rules of the museum. But, gentlemen, I have so many duties, and this morning I was unusually busy.
With what?
We're setting up a new filing system in my office. Please understand, Chief. Mr. Robert Prentice has given us thousands of dollars worth of Egyptian relics. If it had been anyone else...
That's no excuse, Lawrence.
This is the first time, positively the first time, I've allowed anything like this to happen. Believe me...
Yeah. Bailey. Yes, sir. You and the boys stay here till you hear from me. Get this building a thorough going over.
Okay, Chief. Where are we going, Dad?
Robert Prentice's house. What do you mean, we?
Well, this is a subject I know something about, and I thought if you ran into something that was over your head, I might be able to...
All right, let's go.
Oh, Chief Crawford.
Yes, Janice, I suppose you want to trail along, too.
Well...
Sure, why not? You found a corpse. Come on. We'll make this a family affair. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Prentice. Relax for a minute.
How can I, Chief Crawford? Think of my position. A reputable businessman, a figure in the community.
All I want to know is whether...
I donated that mummy to the museum, and now you say it's been replaced with the body of a murdered man. What will people think?
I can't worry about that now. Where did you get that mummy?
I bought it from Professor Morton, an Egyptologist.
Where did he get it?
He brought it back from Egypt several weeks ago.
Professor Morton, eh? Barney, did you ever hear of him?
Well, I don't recall offhand, Dad.
Neither do I, Chief.
I can assure all of you, Professor Morton is a scientist in good standing. I've had many dealings with him in the past.
I don't doubt it. But about this mummy, what proof have you got that you bought him?
I'll show it to you. It's right here at my desk. A bill of sale signed by Professor Morton. Would you like to see it?
I think so. One sarcophagus. Period 1000 to 900 B.C.
Dad, is that all it says?
That's all, Barney.
Nothing about Ra Marduk, son of Shishak?
Ra who? Son of what?
Oh, I guess in the excitement of the museum, Janice and I forgot to tell you. You see, there was a card.
Naturally, Mr. Crawford. Since Professor Morton had no positive proof that the mummy was that of Ra Marduk, we couldn't put that statement on the bill of sale.
Well, then actually you don't know what you bought, do you, Mr. Prentice?
Frankly, I didn't take the wrappings off to look.
And for all you know, it might have been the body of a murdered man.
Now, see here, Chief Crawford. Aren't we carrying this a bit too far?
How well did you know Carter Baldwin?
I didn't know him at all. I'd heard of him, but I never met him. Why didn't you ask Professor Morton about him? He might be able to give you some vital information.
Such as?
I couldn't say. But Morton and Baldwin went out on several expeditions. There was a close professional relationship.
The kind that might lead to murder?
One never knows what will lead to murder.
Yes.
But Professor Morton never impressed me as a man of violent moods.
We'll see. All right, Mr. Prentice, I'm sorry we bothered you.
No trouble at all. Anything I can do to help.
We'll let you know. Come on, kids, we're going for another ride. Let's hope this thing doesn't turn out to be a merry-go-round. Professor Morton?
Yes?
I'm Chief of Police Crawford.
Chief of... Oh, have I done something wrong?
That's what we're here to find out.
And, these people?
My son, Barney Crawford.
How do you do, sir?
And I'm Janice Turner.
I'm so glad to meet you. Come in, please, won't you? Now then.
Oh, Barney, look at this place. It's like a museum.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Everything you see here is an authentic relic of old Egypt. Oh, but forgive me. I have no right to call them relics. They are living things. This vase, for example, once adorned the palace of Cheops, Pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, one of the builders of the Great Pyramids.
It's beautiful.
And this solid bronze bench.
Oh, when you two get through with your tour of inspection, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Professor, if you won't mind.
Oh, yes. I'm very sorry. What can I do for you?
Tell me about the mummy you sold to Robert Prentice, the jeweler.
A fine specimen. And Mr. Prentice is a fine gentleman.
Why didn't you want to certify the mummy belonged to Ra Marduk?
Ra Marduk? Who was he?
Well, he was a... Yeah, you tell him, Barney.
Well, Ra Marduk was the son of Shishak, pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty.
Oh, yes, I know Shishak intimately. But Ra Marduk...
Now, see here, Morton. You told Prentice the mummy might be Ra Marduk's.
Did I?
Professor Morton, did you or did you not sell a sarcophagus to Robert Prentice a few weeks ago?
Of course it was my latest acquisition.
With the body of Carter Baldwin in it?
Carter
Baldwin?
Oh, now don't tell me you don't remember him either.
I wasn't going to, Chief. Carter and I were...
Were what?
Well, we were associates.
And you didn't like him, did you?
He was the worldly type, not very likable.
You don't kill people for that, Professor.
Was he murdered?
Yes, he was.
Oh, Barney. Gee.
What is it, Janice?
Look what I found. The most wonderful collection of daggers.
Daggers, did you say? Where?
On this table.
Look at them.
As sharp as razors.
Well.
I'm really proud of this collection, Chief. It's the rarest in the world. Why, some of these daggers have been traced back...
Save the lecture, Morton. I'm taking them all down to headquarters.
Oh, but you can't. They're priceless, irreplaceable.
We'll take good care of them.
Oh, dear, this modern world. Why must you take them away?
Well, one of them might have bloodstains on it that don't go back 3,000 years. Let's go, kids.
Oh, my.
Stick close to the house, Professor. We might need you later.
I won't go away, but I don't understand why...
Chief Crawford, you don't think that sweet old man is a murderer, do you?
Maybe.
Oh, just because he had those daggers in his house. Good heavens.
Dad, haven't we overlooked something?
What now, Barney?
The mummy.
Well, what about it?
Carter Baldwin was found in a mummy case. Now, where's the mummy that was in that case when Robert Prentice gave it to the museum?
Where?
Yes. How do we know Morton didn't substitute the body of Carter Baldwin for the mummy before he sold it to Robert Prentice?
Barney, I don't believe it.
What do you think, Dad?
You mean Prentice gave it to the museum without knowing what was in it?
That's right.
Yeah. On the other hand, how do we know the switch wasn't made by John Lawrence, the curator?
That's what I say. Lawrence was in the best position to do it. And if you ask me...
Yeah, Lawrence was the last stop on the line for that sarcophagus. Why didn't he check it before he put it in a room for public exhibits?
He didn't have to. He knew what was under those wrappings.
Uh-huh. I'm going back to the museum for a talk with that curator.
Dad, would you mind if Janice and I didn't go?
Oh, that would be a pleasure, Barney. You call me at headquarters later. I'll give you a first-hand report.
Now, Barney Crawford.
Janice, I wonder if Morton might have an extra mummy lying around.
Shall we go back and ask him?
No, dear. We'll go forward towards the back of the house and look for a cellar door.
Say when, Barney, if you need another hairpin.
No, thanks. This'll do.
I still think we're going about this the wrong way.
Be patient, Janice. I'll have this door open in a minute.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now, instead of looking for a mummy, we should be looking for a motive.
I told you that comes later.
But a motive, dear, usually points to a murderer.
Oh, a dozen people can have motives. Here goes the lock. Now to open this door without making too much noise. So far, so good. Let's get down those steps. Now, you go first. I'll close the door after me.
Oh, where are you? It's pitch black in here.
Wait a minute. I'll get my cigarette lighter. How's that?
It gives light, but very little comfort.
Here, take my arm. We've got a lot of exploring to do.
Ooh, this is the eeriest cellar I've ever seen. Just walls and corridors.
Pretty queer for a private house.
Well, we've got no right to expect anything else. Professor Morton is an Egyptologist.
There's an open door, Janice. Let's see what's in that room.
But that doesn't make him a murderer. Why, that sweet old man must cry every time he accidentally steps on a bug. Oh! Barney!
What's the matter?
Look, those animals all over the room.
Oh, those. They won't bite you. They're only bronze figures. There's some cats. There's a bull. Over there on the shelf, some falcons.
That bull's the fiercest looking thing I ever saw. And in this light... Barney, what's the idea of the menagerie?
Well, the ancient Egyptians worshipped these animals as gods. They must be priceless.
I wish they were somewhere else.
Here's what I'm looking for.
What?
All those mummy cases. One of them might contain... Wait a minute.
Barney, why did it blow out the light?
Shh, listen.
Oh, someone's closed the door. We're locked in.
Must have been the professor. Hey, let us out!
Bang on the door.
I am. Let us out!
Bang on the door, Barney. I don't hear you doing it.
I am. Yes. Oh, I'm afraid it's useless.
What do you mean?
Well, the door's made of solid stone. Here, wait till I light my lighter again. Yeah. And look at the walls. All stone. Just like the inside of an ancient Egyptian tomb.
I'm thrilled. What are we going to do?
I don't know. It looks like I've outsmarted the two of us. But good.
Barney, how much longer are you going to open and close mummy cases?
This is the last one, Janice. Well, no mummy.
Thank heavens. All I need now is a mummy to cheer me up. You know, your father should have arrested that Professor Morton.
Oh, have you changed your mind about him?
Barney, what do you think he'll do with us?
I don't know.
After we're dead, do you think he'll embalm us and sell us to the museum as mummies?
What a thought. Did you say embalm?
Yes, but I'd rather forget it.
That's it, Janice. If Morton killed Carter Baldwin and wrapped up his body as a mummy, then he must have embalmed him. And if he did...
Don't tell me you're going to start hunting for the embalming apparatus. Uh-huh. Oh, Barney, not
but Janice,
now.
I'm sure it'll be around here.
I want to get out of here. Barney, if we don't find a way out, then I promise you I'll go out of my mind.
Now, please, dear, take it
How
easy.
Can I with all these animals surrounding me?
They're only bronze figures, darling.
And that bull standing there in the middle of the floor and staring at me. Just staring at me. I'd like to poke my fingers into his eyes.
Oh, look, honey, please, will you listen?
And I will.
What? What was that?
I don't know. I'm afraid to look.
Janice, you darling. You touched the spring in the bull's eye, and the wall opened.
Does that mean we're free?
It means something. Let's see.
Oh, Barney, it's not an outside wall.
No, it just leads to another room.
And there's another bull standing on a platform.
That, darling, happens to be a cow.
Well, I don't care.
And if my guess is right, it's Hathor, the ancient Egyptian cow goddess.
This is no time to get technical.
Well, I was only trying to explain, Janice.
Explain us out of here. Is this room a solid vault, too?
Yeah. Seems to be. And it's outfitted like an ancient sacrificial chamber.
Sacrificial? Oh, Barney.
Janice, come on.
What are you going to do? Walk us through a solid wall?
I'm going to poke my fingers into the cow's eyes. Maybe the same magic will work twice.
Oh, sure. Just like in the movies. Barney. It's open.
Let's not stop to admire the scenery.
Oh, I never thought a hole in the wall would be so beautiful. Say, there's a flight of steps.
Yes, up to the professor's living quarters.
Dear Professor, how I'd love to wrap him up.
All right, but take it easy. We may have to take him by surprise.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Yes.
And I hope we scare the pyramids out of him.
We'll have to be very careful now.
You think he might have a gun?
Maybe.
Is he there?
I don't see him. Let's not get frisky. He might be in one of the other rooms.
Oh. What's that?
Only the telephone. Let's get outside, Janice. The professor should be coming in here to answer it.
Nobody home.
Unless he's got an extension upstairs. Come on, I'm going to pick up the receiver and listen. Nobody on the line. Professor's out.
He's run away.
Yes. Well, I better call Dad at headquarters and tell him about it.
And while you're giving him an earful, tell him how that sweet old man locked us in an airtight vault and left us to suffocate.
I'll give him a full report. Hello, police headquarters? Chief Crawford, please. This is his son. Oh? Yeah, I'll try in there. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well?
Dad's still at the museum.
Then that's where we're going. I want to tell him about Morton right away before that murderer has a chance to go too far.
Hey, Bailey! Bailey!
Yes, sir.
What are you standing around for? I told you to turn this place upside down to get every man working.
Oh, Dad!
Well, what do you want, Barney?
I tried to get you at headquarters.
He got away. John Lawrence got away. Slipped right through my fingers.
Wait till we tell you what we've been
Not
through.
now, Janice, please.
What about Lawrence, Dad?
Well, we got here right after closing time. That curator was not in his office, so we decided to look here in the Egyptian room.
And, of course,
Yeah, there he was with his nose stuck halfway into one of those mummy cases. He took one look at me, dropped the lid, ran out of the room on the other side. We haven't been able to find him since.
What about the missing mummy, Dad?
That, too. We've searched this building from roof to cellar. Every mummy case that's supposed to be empty, every closet, the boiler room, Now we even checked the furnace.
But no mummy. I see.
Bailey! Get headquarters on the phone. Tell them to send out a nationwide alarm. I'll get this guy Lawrence if it's the last thing I do.
Ooh, your pop's really in a huff. Well, we should have told him about Morton anyway.
Come on, Janice. We've got things to do.
What kind?
It's 9 o'clock and the public library closes at 10. We'll have to hurry.
What are we going to do at the public library?
What are we going to do? Some reading, of course.
Barney, will you stop being mysterious? Now, why did you drag me all the way here and to the section with the dustiest books?
Here it is.
What?
A history of the pharaohs.
Oh, no. Now, what's that got to do with the murder of Carter Baldwin, a 20th century excavation engineer?
Shishak. Shishak.
Will you stop the baby talk and answer my question?
Shishak, pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty, the father of Ra Marduk. Remember?
No, dear. I wasn't there when it happened.
Here it is, page 90.
And it would have been a wonderful thing for all of us if Morton hadn't been there either.
Shishak.
Shishak. Ra Marduk. Oh, what names to hand down from father to son. Boy, how those people must have hated each other.
Janice, we've been chasing all over town for nothing. Shishak never had a son by the name of Ra Marduk. Someone pulled a fast one on the museum by sticking a phony label on the mummy Robert Prentice donated.
Professor Morton.
Janice, you are absolutely the cleverest girl I've ever known.
No, he tells me.
Remember how you argued with me about looking for a motive instead of a mummy?
I'll never forget it.
Why, you were right. That's what we should have done from the start. Come on.
Wonderful. Where are we rushing to now?
To the home of Carter Baldwin, the murdered man. I'd like to poke into his private papers, if they're still around.
Well, Barney, what goes?
Not a thing, Janice. I've gone through every paper on this desk.
Baldwin may have had other hiding places. Why don't we turn on the room lights?
Well, the cigarette lighter will have to do, or less apt to be seen from the outside.
Yes, darling. But suppose the well runs dry.
Oh, then we'll... what's this?
Discover it?
This book on the table. The Great Jewel Robbery.
Barney, you're not going to read it now.
No, dear. I did that once before, some time ago. It's very interesting, and I think it solves our case.
Barney, you sure you're all right?
I'm perfect. This book tells me all I want to know about the murderer and his motive.
I knew it. Too much Egyptology.
Listen, I'll tell you the story. It's about a band of thieves that became very rich, plundering the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs. You know, a lot of those tombs are studded with emeralds, rubies, and other precious stones worth millions.
Go on. I'm beginning to see what you mean.
Well, legally, those stones belong to the Egyptian government, and excavators are duty-bound to turn them over to the authorities.
But this gang smuggled the stones out of the country.
Yes. Then, posing as Egyptologists, they transported the mummies and other contents of the tombs and either sold them or donated them to museums.
Was Carter Baldwin mixed up in that kind of
Well,
a
he
racket?
might have been.
He was an excavation engineer, and he and Professor Morton... Barney.
What's the matter?
Kill that light. There's someone at the front door.
Let's get behind the sofa. Stand as you are.
What?
Don't turn around. And don't turn off that flashlight or we'll shoot.
I see here.
Put your hands over your head. That's a good boy. Keep him covered, boys. I'm going to frisk him. Yeah, just as I thought. A gun. All right, Janice, you can put the room lights on.
Janice?
Just keep facing that wall. I'll tell you when to turn around. Now.
Why, it's Robert Prentice.
Surprised, honey?
Well, aren't you?
Not anymore. Well, Prentice?
I've nothing to say to you, Mr. Crawford.
Oh, come on now. Let's not be coy. What did you expect to find in Carter Baldwin's wall safe?
I said I have nothing whatever
Evidence,
to say.
wasn't it? Evidence that you and Baldwin were robbing the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs.
Don't be ridiculous.
It's quite a racket, wasn't it? Baldwin explored and plundered, and you, Prentice, the fashionable jeweler, sold the precious stones to innocent purchasers. Why did you kill him?
You accusing me of murder?
Why not? It's the truth, isn't it?
I should say it isn't, young man, and if you want more careful of what you say to
Now,
me,
look
I'll...
here, Prentice. It's the end of the line. Would you like me to tell you what mistakes you made?
Mistakes?
Number one, showing my father that bill of sale for a sarcophagus.
I bought it, a legal transaction.
Number two, telling the museum the mummy might have been that of Ra Marduk, son of Shishak.
Professor Morton gave me that information.
Without putting it on the bill of sale?
I didn't want his assumptions. I wanted facts.
And he gave them to you. But he said nothing about Ra Marduk because he knew that Shishak had no son by that name.
Then he lied to me. I bought that mummy in good faith. You're so eager to find a murderer that I suggest
There's still a third mistake. You told my father that you'd never met Carter Baldwin. Now, who told you about his wall safe? His ghost? That does it, doesn't it? I knew we'd get you eventually. It was just a matter of time. Well, Janice, Prentice just made a full confession to Dad.
Is it worth listening to, Barney?
Well, that depends on if you care. Baldwin was going to cut Prentice out of the racket, so Prentice killed him.
And had him embalmed. Who did that, Barney?
An undertaker's assistant. The fellow's answering a lot of Dad's questions right now.
But, Barney, why did Morton lock us in that vault?
Well, he didn't know we were there. He went out of the house and simply closed the door to his storeroom, and we just happened to be in it, that's all.
And it would have been that's all for both of us if I hadn't made a bullseye.
Or if I hadn't made a cow's eye.
I'm going to ignore that, Barney. But what about John Lawrence, the curator?
Well, I knew he was innocent the minute Dad told me what Lawrence was doing in the Egyptian room.
He was looking into a mummy case, wasn't he?
Yes, and obviously he was looking for the missing mummy. Now, if he'd been the murderer...
He'd have known where he'd hidden the mummy, of course.
No, dear. He'd have known there'd never been a mummy.
What? Now, look here, Barney Crawford.
Prentice showed us a bill of sale for a sarcophagus, didn't he?
I know all about that, but what I don't know...
Well, a sarcophagus is a mummy case and nothing more. If there'd been a mummy in it, the bill of sale would have said so.
Oh, so that's why you rushed to the library to find out about Ra Marduk.
Rahu?
Ra Marduk.
I haven't got the slightest idea who you're talking about.
Barney.
Well, that's better. I know him. The other guy never existed. He was never even born.
And so closes tonight's story, Murder Makes a Mummy. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Jock McGregor produced and directed for Roger Bauer. Tonight's cast included Lawson Zerby as Barney Crawford, Jane Harvin as Janice Turner, Al Hodge was Chief Crawford, Lon Clark was Robert Prentice, and Ted Osborne played Professor Morton. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a vacancy that was filled by death. It's called Murder Rents a Room by Sarah Elizabeth Mason. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
Before the war, the United States was a fourth-rate military power, with a standing army of only 178,000 men, and that's smaller than Poland's, Romania's, or Turkey's. But the United States emerged from World War II in a position of world leadership, with all the many attendant responsibilities. In order to maintain the peace and build for future security, the Congress has authorized the building of the largest peacetime army in our history, an all-volunteer army of over 1 million men. Today's regular army is one of the greatest scientific research organizations in the world. And because of its emphasis on scientific research and development, its men are highly skilled in radar, small arms, chemical warfare, photography, or any of the many other highly specialized services. Remember, the regular Army man of today is not in the Army because he couldn't get a job anywhere else. He is in because he has brains and ability and desires to profit by technical training that is second to none. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder Rents a Room. Yes, we have that Crime Club book for you. Come right over. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Murder Rents a Room, by Sarah Elizabeth Mason. The very intriguing story of an old homestead that sold hospitality until death became a border. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The great plantation of Cliff's Edge had once been the pride and the showplace of the community. But that had been a long time ago, and nobody remembered. Now it was just thousands of acres of dried-out, desolate land. And on the house that had once been magnificent, there was a sign. Hunting, fishing, rooms for rent. Yes, times had certainly changed on the great plantation of Cliff's Edge. It was late morning of a fine spring day, just 3 days after the body of Uncle Brock Curtis had been found in the swamp. A bullet in his head. Now Uncle Brock was lying peacefully among his ancestors on the hill. And his survivors, having paid their last respects, were in the huge living room of the house, waiting. Yes, they were waiting for Lee Randall to read the will. And so was Sheriff Bill Davies, as he stood unnoticed by the door with Tom, his deputy.
Well, how about it, Lee?
All right, Kitty. Give me a moment to break the seal.
Want me to get you an axe?
Kitty!
What's the matter with you, Kate?
You might be a little more respectful. Uncle Brock hasn't been in his grave more than half an hour.
I've shed all the tears I'm going to. I'm tired, honey. Very, very tired. I'd like to get some rest for a change.
In the name of God, amen. I, Brock Curtis, being of sound mind and body, but aware of the uncertainty of this
Lee,
life.
can't you skip the forest and get right down to the mushrooms?
All right, Kitty. Kate gets this house and the grounds.
So this is what happens when my back is turned.
I stayed here with Uncle Brock and helped him run the place.
Yes.
How I wish you'd stayed in New York.
I'll bet. Go ahead, Lee.
Thanks. The rest of the property goes as follows. 1/3 to Kate, 1/3 to me, and 1/3 to you, Kitty.
Lee, what about Jeff? Isn't there anything...
I'd better read that part, Kate. I make no provision for my worthless nephew, Geoffrey Gaines, for reasons that my said nephew should clearly understand.
Poor Jeff. And he's the one who really needs help.
How much do we get, Lee?
A little over 2,000 apiece, Kitty.
2,000? Are you kidding? Uncle Brock was a rich man. My father once said he was the richest man in the township.
That was a long time ago. When he died, all he had to his name was this property and a little over $6,000.
That's true, Kitty. Kate and I checked his papers yesterday. I'm afraid Uncle Brock made some pretty bad investments none of us knew about.
You don't say.
We found a pile of no-good stock certificates in the safe.
I don't believe it.
I've got them in my office at the bank. Anytime you want to see them, I'll be glad to show them to you.
I still wouldn't believe it.
Look here, Kitty. Are you suggesting that Lee and I...
No, dear. Not while the sheriff and his deputy are listening.
Don't stop now, Miss Kitty. You're doing fine. You got any proof of what you've been saying?
My Sheriff Davies, I haven't said a thing.
About them stock certificates being phony?
I knew Uncle Brock. We all knew that dear Uncle Brock loved cash and that he trusted nobody to count it for him.
That's no reason to be making statements, young lady.
Did I do such a terrible thing, Sheriff? I'm sorry. I guess I'm just tired. I'm going to my room. Will I see you later, Lee?
I don't think so.
Well, you might be wrong.
That nasty little troublemaker. She hasn't changed a bit.
What about the murder, Miss Kate?
I told you everything I knew 3 days ago, Sheriff Bill. Uncle Brock disappeared right after breakfast. I went to look for him, and I found his body in the swamp.
But no gun. Where was Miss Kitty?
Didn't she tell you that she'd gone riding?
Yep, just checking. Story's got a way of changing with time. Now, Mr. Randall, when can I see about them stocks that belong to Brock?
Any time after lunch. I'll be in my office all afternoon.
Okay. Come on, Tom.
We gone, Chief?
When I say come on, that means we're going.
Sure.
Well, goodbye for now, Miss Kate. Oh, by the way, what's Jeff Gaines using for eating and drinking money these days?
I help him whenever I can.
Was he counting on some of Brock Curtis's cash?
Sheriff Davies.
Just checking. You never know what's what when there's been a murder.
Hey, Chief, we're passing Jeff's farm.
I know.
Okay, but I figured you wanted to talk to him.
Changed my mind, Tom. We're going back to headquarters.
Uh-huh. You got an angle?
Maybe. Going to relax and let nature take its course.
Oh, I see.
There are 4 parts to this puzzle, and Jeff's only one of them.
Sure.
We do nothing until all 4 parts get moving. If them stock certificates are phony, then somebody's got a lot of cash that belonged to Brock.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with nature?
Human nature, Tom. Nobody likes to be left out in the cold.
Well, goodbye, Kate. I've got to rush back to town. I'll phone you later.
But, Lee, I was expecting you to have lunch.
Some other time. This is a business day. I may be only second vice president, but the bank still needs me.
All right.
Do me a favor, please. Forget what Kitty said.
I can't.
But I told you she didn't mean it. She was disappointed about the inheritance and got excited.
She knew Sheriff Bill Davies was in the living room with us, listening to every word.
But she didn't realize, and she apologized.
Oh, yes. It's about time you recognized her favorite pastime. Getting people into trouble and then apologizing.
Well, I'm not going to worry about it. If those stocks are fraudulent, then Kitty will have to prove how she knew. She's just guessing. Goodbye, Kate. And please don't tangle with her.
All right, Lee.
Remember that. I'll speak to you later.
Kitty?
Hello, darling.
What were you doing in Uncle Brock's room?
Looking around.
What for?
Ooh, the little things that always point to a murderer. You know, like a safe that can be opened by anybody.
You know there was never any secret about that safe, Kitty.
No.
And nobody ever went to it, except Uncle Brock.
Nobody, dear.
Kitty, I'm warning you. If you're bent on making trouble...
What will happen? Will my body be found in the swamp, too, with a bullet in my head?
What do you want?
My share of Uncle Brock's money.
You're getting it.
Yes, darling, but not where I like it.
Think of Jeff. He gets nothing.
You're changing the subject, dear.
Kitty, why don't you try to be reasonable? It isn't my fault or Lee's fault that Uncle Brock made those investments. You know how he kept things to himself.
Yes, I know.
Lee checked those stocks through the bank. And when he told me they were worthless...
You sat right down and cried.
Oh, shut up. How do you think I feel about losing my share of $150,000?
I could never imagine.
Owning a lot of paper in companies that don't even exist anymore. Do you think I like it?
Then why don't we make a deal?
What do you mean?
You killed Uncle Brock, honey.
Did I?
Don't misunderstand. I'm not complaining. Just give me half the money and we'll kiss and make up.
You're very shrewd, Kitty, but not smart.
Business before compliments, cousin dear.
Do you think asking me for money is going to make you look innocent?
Oh, a twist of the table and I'm under it, huh?
Why did you come back from New York?
I couldn't resist the call of the wild.
You were gone for 2 years, and not one letter from you. But 4 days ago, just one day before Uncle Brock was murdered, you came home. Why?
Don't get wound up, Kate.
You needed money, didn't you?
You're liable to break a spring.
Didn't you? And you knew exactly where to find it.
Then you admit those stocks are phony.
You were the first one to bring that up.
Excuse me while I eat my words.
Was it part of your plan to get the sheriff to suspect everyone but you?
No, dear, it was my plan to get what I was entitled to. But I'll take what's left. You've done such a good job of convincing me.
What have you done with the money?
You don't seem to understand, Kate. I'm agreeing with you. There is no money, except $6,000 and a lot of worthless paper. Hello, Jeff.
Kitty, sweet. What do you want here?
Are you still mad at me?
You've got no right to come to my house. Leave me alone.
Jeff.
Get away from me.
You still love me, don't you? If I wanted to come back to you, what would you say?
What would I say?
Let's go in.
Kitty, are you asking me what I would say?
Look at this place, Jeff. How can you live in such filth?
You get used to a lot of things when you don't care.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't nice 2 years ago when I broke our engagement, went to New York.
I can forget that now.
They tell me you've become a drunkard and you've let your farm go to rot. Oh, Jeff, I was such a crazy fool.
Yeah, I sure hated you, Kitty. I swore if I ever saw you again, I'd kill you. That's funny, isn't it? I was going to kill you.
You're a little drunk, aren't you?
I guess I am, but I can see you. That's enough for me.
Jeff, please.
What's the matter?
Every reunion starts off with a kiss.
No, not now. We've got so much to talk about.
Sure. You don't like the smell of my breath. And I need a shave. Okay, let's talk.
Jeff, why didn't you come to Uncle Brock's house these last 4 days?
Because he told me you were there.
He told you when?
The night before he was killed. I met him on the road, that old miser. He didn't even own a car. Cost too much. Horses are cheaper. Carriages don't use gasoline.
Yes, I know. He gave me plenty when I breezed in with my car.
I got taxes due on this property and a payment on the mortgage. I asked him to give me a loan to help me out. What do you think he said? And him with all that cash in his safe.
Jeff, did you ever see it?
Nobody ever saw it, you know that. Or smelled it either. But it was there. Everybody knew it was there. And it's still there, waiting to be spent.
No, it isn't.
What did you say?
Somebody stole it.
Now, see here, Kitty, I've got a great sense of humor, but don't take any bets.
Don't get excited. You didn't lose anything.
I didn't expect anything. He told me he was going to cut me out of his will. But Kate promised to pay off my debt so I can keep my home.
Kate?
She was here the day before yesterday after Sheriff Bill and Tom got through asking me a lot of silly questions. She told me not to worry.
Jeff, don't believe everything you hear.
What are you talking about?
You're not getting any help. Sheriff Davies is going to arrest you for the murder of Uncle Brock.
What? Me?
That's right. He's out building up his case right now.
But I didn't kill him.
How do you think that'll sound in court? Coming from you.
Oh, yeah. From a no-good bum. Who put him up to it, Kitty?
Well, I don't know for sure, Jeff, but after the funeral, after Lee went back to town, the sheriff and Kate had a long conference.
That's a lie, Kitty.
What?
Kate's the one person in this world who wouldn't try to hang me.
Would I? Oh. Thank you for being so frank. Goodbye, Jeff. I'll see you in the death house.
Kitty, wait. Look, I didn't mean to give you any wrong impression. I'm just not too clear upstairs yet.
You've only got one real friend now, darling. Keep that in mind.
Oh, but it doesn't seem possible that Kate would. Kitty, don't you understand? She loves me.
$150,000 worth?
The little things she's done that proved it over and over again. She'd bring me money. She knew I was going to buy whiskey with it. She brought me my meals every day, cooked meals.
Uncle Brock's been murdered and his money is gone.
Once when she thought I was out cold, she kissed me and said how much she loved me. I wanted to cry because I was thinking of you.
Jeff, are you going to listen to me?
What do you want me to do, Kitty? Believe that Kate is framing me?
Believe that I love you.
Sure.
All right. Now, we've got to get away from here as soon as possible.
I'm ready.
But I want Uncle Brock's money.
What?
My share of it. He left it to me, and we'll need it, Jeff.
Do you want me to find it?
Yes, speak to Kate. Ask her to marry you.
What?
Yes, that's good. Tell her her husband can't testify against his wife. She'll go for that, Jeff.
Maybe I ought to shave first, huh?
Oh, you think of everything, don't you?
No, you do. I just fall in line like a well-trained monkey.
Sheriff Davies.
Huh? Oh, Miss Kitty. What brings you to town?
I've got to talk to you about something very important.
Mm-hmm. Want to come into my office?
No, I can tell you right here. I've just been to see Jeff Gaines.
Was he sober enough to see you?
Take a look at this.
Okay. What's so special about a $50 bill?
I found it on the floor in Jeff's house.
You did what?
Jeff was drunk. He didn't realize I picked it up. That should solve your mystery, Sheriff.
Yeah. Where would he get a $50 bill except from... You talked to anyone else about this, Miss Kitty?
Not a soul.
Good for you. I'll do all the talking that has to be done.
Oh, to think that I came so close to marrying him 2 years ago. Are you going to arrest him now?
Nope.
But that $50 bill...
It don't make a case, young lady. But maybe after I've seen Mr. Lee Randall and them stock certificates at the bank, it will make a case. Go on, Tom.
Okay, Chief. Let's go.
A lot of gold mining stocks, huh, Mr. Randall?
Uncle Brock seems to have had a preference for them, Sheriff.
Yeah, and here's some shares in an oil company in Peru. Are these all the stocks you got?
All of them, representing 18 different companies.
And all of them out of business?
For years.
Before Brock put money into them?
Before?
Didn't you check that when you checked the companies?
Why, no, it never occurred to me.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Chief?
Get some paper and make a bundle. We're taking this stuff to headquarters.
Okay, Chief.
But, Sheriff Davies, I need those certificates.
So do I.
I'm filing Uncle Brock's will for probate. These prove what's become of his estate.
They might prove a lot more, Mr. Randall, when I get through with them.
Jeff? Jeff, are you home?
Yes, I'm home. Kate?
Who else? The Queen of Sheba? I brought you some lunch. I'm sorry I'm so late, but... Why, Jeff, what are you dressed all up in your Sunday suit for?
Still looks good, doesn't it? It's the first time I've worn it in 2 years.
Why?
I thought you might like to see me as a human being for a change.
You've never looked like anything else to me, Jeff.
Thanks. I was going to call on you at Cliff's Edge. It's clean there, and... Kate, there's something I've been wanting to talk to you about for a long time.
Yes?
Wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
There's a car coming.
Oh, for pity's sake. What are you so nervous about?
I've been watching every car for the past hour.
Looking out of the window like a hunted criminal?
Shut up.
Why?
It's turning into my driveway. It's the sheriff and Tom.
What?
I ought to kill you for this, Kate.
No.
You sent for them, didn't you? You told them to meet you here. You were bringing me lunch. A cooked lunch. But that takes time to eat.
What are you taking down that shotgun for?
You're not going to frame me, Kate. I'm going to be just outside this back window. And I'm going to be listening. If you so much as tell them where I am, I'll kill the three of you.
Why, Sheriff Bill.
Hello, Miss Kate. Tell Jeff we'd like to see him.
He isn't here.
Since when?
Well, I don't know. I came here a few minutes ago with some lunch I'd fixed for him.
And there was nobody home, huh? Okay, we'll just look around.
I'm not lying to you, Sheriff.
Nobody ever does, Miss Kate. Go ahead, Tom. You know what to do.
Okay, Chief.
And don't forget to look in the closets, too.
Okay, Chief.
Sheriff Bill, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
We got a tip there was some money in this house.
Here? Who told you?
Miss Kitty. She found a $50 bill on the floor.
When?
A couple of hours ago.
I see.
It ain't funny, Miss Kate.
Oh, Sheriff, it's a riot. Kitty walks in and there's $50. I've never had such luck.
Are you saying she didn't find it?
I'm saying she did. But not here.
Mm-hmm. Where?
In Uncle Brock's safe.
Can you prove it?
Why did she come back from New York? She hates Cliff's Edge and everything that goes with it.
That ain't proof, Miss Kate.
All right. Then account for the fact that Uncle Brock was murdered just one day after she came back.
That still ain't proof, and until you got it, I'm going to keep on thinking what I'm thinking.
Say, Chief.
Yeah, what is it, Tom?
He ain't here.
You searched the whole house?
4 rooms and 2 closets. That's all there is.
Okay. Now we'll start taking this place apart.
You won't find any money.
You sure of that?
I'm sure Jeff isn't a murderer.
Mm-hmm. You got a pretty good crush on that fella, ain't you?
Now, see here, Sheriff Bill.
Well, that's all right. Being in love's a mighty fine thing. But don't let it go to your head.
Katie, you sure?
Yes, of course, Lee. They're still at his house looking for the money.
Good grief. But what about the stocks?
They must be fraudulent. Lee, I'm sure now Uncle Brock had all that money in his safe.
Where's Jeff?
I don't know.
Kate, don't start lying to me now. You've told me everything else.
I don't know where he is. I thought he was outside the window. When I left his house, I walked around to the side to see if he was still there.
Of course he wasn't.
And he's not here at Cliff's Edge either. Oh, Lee, what am I going to do? He might be wandering around in the swamp.
I can't think of a place that suits him better.
He didn't kill Uncle Brock.
Stop talking nonsense.
I'm not. Kitty did it. She went to Jeff's house, and then she went right to the sheriff with a $50 bill Jeff never saw. She's framing him.
Is that what you want to believe?
It's the truth, Lee. It's just what Kitty would do.
Well, I'm sorry, Kate, but I can't agree with you. Not in this case.
All right. Be like the rest of them. Just because Jeff is down and out. Oh, you make me sick, the whole pack of you.
What's all the excitement about, Lee?
You ought to know, Kitty. You found the evidence.
Oh. Yes, but But I'm not so sure they'll be able to convict Jeff.
What's that?
Well, he may be innocent, you know.
Now, look here, Kitty.
Don't let a $50 bill give you peace of mind, Lee. It could have been planted.
Why should it give me peace of mind?
You killed Uncle Bruck.
What?
Don't look so wild. I can keep a secret.
Have you gone out of your mind?
No, dear.
Then how can you make such a fantastic accusation?
Because I'm a little adding machine, and when I get to 150,000, the bell rings.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the laugh.
Kitty, you're trying too hard. You always were a big bluffer. If you had had any evidence against me...
What were you doing in the swamp this morning?
Huh?
Where Uncle Brock's body was found.
What's this, a new angle?
Don't tell me you weren't there. I followed you when you left Kate's house.
Then you must have seen me drive right here to the bank.
I saw you drive to the swamp. Were you looking for this little cufflink with your initials on it?
You found it in Kate's house, didn't you?
With all this mud on it, Lee? Don't say that to Kate. She'd be insulted.
I lost it there sometime this morning, and I didn't realize it until I was halfway to town.
You're getting weaker, darling.
I meant to phone her about it. When I got to the office, people were waiting. I completely forgot.
Keep punching.
You put that mud on there. Swamp mud. It'll match if the sheriff makes a test.
But he doesn't have to, Lee.
Kate tried to tell me you killed Uncle Bruck, and that you were framing Jeff. That $50 bill, just like that cufflink. Hey, Kitty? What made you turn on me? Am I easier to frame?
I can do business with you. Give me $150,000.
Why, you... Get out of here.
All right. But it's either you or Jeff. I can make it Jeff. It's up to you. Jeff, you almost scared me into an early grave. Don't ever come from behind a tree without blowing your horn.
I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kitty.
I was in town.
Yeah, I found that out.
Where's Kate?
I don't know. The last time I saw her, she was at my house talking to the sheriff.
Why the shotgun, Jeff?
Are you worried?
No.
I'll stand it up against this tree. Now, you've got nothing to worry about, Kitty. I'm not going to shoot you.
Jeff, listen to me.
Sure. But let's see how convincing you can be. Now.
No.
Now, go ahead, Kitty. I'm listening. Tell me how much you love me. You want to marry me, don't you? You're the only real friend I've got, huh? All you want is the money Kate stole from you. Kate...
Where's the sheriff, Tom?
He's in there, Mr. Randall, in the inquiry room.
Thanks.
Hey, you can't go in. He's got someone...
It's all right. He sent for me.
I'm going to give you one last chance, and you'd better... Oh, come in, Mr. Randall. I'm glad you got here so fast.
What's this about Kitty having been murdered?
We found her body in the trunk compartment of her own car. It was parked in front of Kate's house.
Good Lord. Kate.
Yeah, we figured somebody was going to take it for a ride tonight and maybe drop it into a river someplace. Jeff, maybe. What do you think, Mr. Randall?
Naturally. She'd have been too good a witness for his prosecution. But why is Kate here?
She claims she done it.
Kate.
I've got nothing more to say, Lee.
That's how it's been going for a couple of hours. I thought you, being a member of the family...
Yes, Sheriff, would you mind?
I'll be in the other room. There's no one crazier than a woman in love. Oh, there's one thing you ought to know, Mr. Randall.
Yes?
I got a report on those stocks. The companies they were issued for never went out of business.
What?
I got told they never even existed.
Lee, what's the matter? What's the matter?
Shut up and leave me alone. I'm sick and tired of having to make excuses for this family.
Lee!
You admit you murdered Kitty. Very well. Then you must have killed Uncle Brock, too. And don't look to me to get you off.
Where you going, Mr. Randall?
Get out of my way, Tom.
I've got orders to stick with you. The sheriff ain't through yet.
You're not going anywhere, Randall. Get back inside.
You'd better have a perfect explanation for this, Sheriff Davis.
Close that door, Tom.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Randall, let's have the whole story from the beginning.
Well, if you're suggesting that I'm a murderer, maybe I can sue you for false arrest. I can, too.
Yeah. All right. Guess I'll have to do the talking. Did you ever see this paper before?
I've seen hundreds of government bonds.
This one in particular for $10,000 and with that serial number. It's the negotiable kind. Anybody can sell it. Well, Mr. Randall?
How'd you get it?
I had an idea your Uncle Brock was too smart a man to keep $150,000 in cash in a safe that wasn't safe.
How did you get that
So
bond?
I checked with Mr. Brewster, who used to be the president of your bank. He's a pretty old man, and his remembering ain't what it used to be. But he remembered them bonds Brock Curtis bought 18 years ago. 15 of them at $10,000 apiece. That's when I got a notion to check the brokerage houses out of town.
Yeah, and we found one in Baltimore. That
That'll do, Tom. I think Mr. Randall wants to talk now.
Well, a few weeks ago, Uncle Brock asked me to draw up a will for him. He told me about the bonds.
Where were they?
In the wall of the cellar. He took me down there and showed me the exact place. I was the only one who knew, so I killed him.
Why did you kill Miss Kitty?
How did you know I killed her? When I drove up to Kate's house, I saw Jeff running away. Kitty was unconscious, nearly dead from strangulation.
Thanks for telling me. Now you've made it solid. You can come in now, Jeff.
Sure. I don't mind joining the party.
What? Has this been a trap? Didn't you know?
Maybe not as much as I know now. Jeff gave himself up to me for choking Kitty to death. But when Tom and me went up to Kate's house to have a look, we found a trail of blood. Kitty had been stabbed.
Yeah. She was making too much trouble. She always was a troublemaker. Wasn't she, Kate?
Okay, Tom.
Let's go, Mr. Randall.
I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go into my office and put my feet on the desk. You kids can stay here if you want to. But don't get any notions. Remember, you're on county property.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Murder Rents a Room, based on a story by Sarah Elizabeth Mason. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Elspeth Eric played Kitty Bowling. Sherling Oliver was Lee Randall. Helen Shields was Kate Frazier. Bill Smith was heard as Jeff Gaines. And Cameron Prudhomme played Sheriff Bill Davies. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very intriguing story of a romance that had murder in its heart. It's called Death is a Knockout. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death is a Knockout. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death is a Knockout. A very exciting story of a golden opportunity that was melted down by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was the night of the Joey Troy Billy Sampson light heavyweight boxing match, and the crowd was already pushing into Madison Square Garden, filling it up. A few blocks away, another match was taking place in a small cafe between Hank Barnum, a sports writer, and Lovely Ann Cooper, a reporter.
For Pete's sake, Ann, you might try to be reasonable.
Don't tell me, Hank. You're a personal friend of Pop Evans, Joey Troy's manager. You were the first one to give Joey Troy a break in print.
There are no more tickets left.
Oh.
Why didn't you ask me a few days ago? I might have been able to swing a pass.
I didn't see what I see now.
Ah, what do you see now?
A human interest story. The romance between Joey Troy and that girl of his. What's her name?
Mabel Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but, Ann, that's been going on for years. I told you all about it.
It was never important until tonight.
And tonight?
I've got a yen to do a feature. Joey Troy, the brainless wonder, fighting for a crack at the champ. Tonight, Billy Sampson. Next year, the champ. Who pushed him up the cliff to those dizzy heights?
Pop Evans.
No, dear, not according to my story. It was a girl who stuck to him, inspired him, gave him the will to make good. Oh, by the way, who's that gorgeous redhead coming this way?
Huh? Oh, that's Mabel Smith.
I figured you'd be having dinner in this joint. You mind if I sit down?
Mabel, this is Ann Cooper.
Hello. Yeah, Hank, I got to talk to you about something very important.
Okay, go ahead.
What about her?
She's all right.
Well, okay. There's trouble, Hank.
You enjoy?
No, it's Marty French. He wants Pop to get Joy to throw the fight. But Pop ain't doing it, and that means that...
Now, take it easy, Mabel. What's the proposition?
$50,000 if Joy takes it on the chin in the fourth round.
Well, why didn't Pop tell me about it?
He's scared stiff. The story broke in the papers, the fight might be called off.
Would that be bad for Joey's morale?
He don't know what's cooking, Miss Cooper. We didn't tell him.
Why not?
Because he's a dumb cluck who gets mad. He'd go after Marty and kill him.
What do you want me to do, Mabel?
You going to be in Joy's corner tonight like always?
Yep.
Well, keep an eye on the towels they wipe his face with between rounds. Make sure there's no drug on him.
All right, honey. I'll do what I can.
I'll be watching from the 8th row ringside. So long, Hank. I'll see you later. Oh, goodbye, Miss Cooper.
Goodbye, Mabel. Well, there's going to be a hot time in the old town tonight. And I'm burning up because I won't be there.
Are you listening to me, Joey?
Sure, Pop. You know I always listen to you.
Now, keep pushing him. Don't give him a chance to get set.
You want me to take him this round, Pop?
I'll let you know.
You better tell me now, Pop. I don't hear so good when I'm fighting.
Now, there's the buzzer, kid. Now, we've got to clear out.
But, Pop, what do I do?
Go after him, but don't leave yourself open.
Okay, I'll knock him out.
Now, Pop, that's the fourth round coming up.
Now, what's so special about the fourth round, Hank?
Nothing. Could be a lucky number.
Is that all?
What's the matter with you tonight? You've been barking at me like a mutt.
What's the idea of checking the stuff we take in the ring?
There's no harm in smelling the towels, is there?
Well, it ain't necessary either. Joey, get after him. You got him going now. Use both hands. Both hands. Don't give him a chance to get set. He's going to knock him out, Hank. He's going to knock him out. Both hands, Joey. Don't let him get off the ropes.
Pop, what's the matter?
I don't...
Pop. Pop Evans. Hey, somebody get a doctor, quick.
I didn't think you'd do it, Hank. I didn't think you'd try to commit murder with 20,000 people around it.
Mabel, you sure you saw the gun?
I told you. Marty French was sitting next to me. I know where the shot came from.
I didn't hear a thing, and there isn't a mark on Pop.
There was a shot, Hank. Marty was telling me how tough it would be if me and Joey never got married. And then Joey went to work on Billy Sampson, and then
He's coming, too.
Shot.
You see? He heard it, too. That's when he fainted.
Shot. Joey.
Take it easy, Pop. You gotta relax.
Let me up. I got to see Joey. He's been shot.
He's all right, I tell you.
Where is he?
Upstairs winning a fight for you.
Hiya, pals.
Marty.
Yeah. I saw them carry your weight, Pop. I thought maybe you had an accident.
You tried to kill him.
Me? Hey, what's this? Something for the press?
You got a gun on you, Marty?
I'm going to tell you.
All right, if you'd rather talk to a cop.
Hank, let's not have any trouble.
Listen, Pop, are you afraid of this
I don't want any trouble.
The way I let people talk about me. Chalk it up to a good mood. I got news.
Joey lost.
No, sweetheart. Your dumb boyfriend is the leading contender now. He gets first crack at the champ.
When did it happen?
2 minutes and 18 seconds, the 7th round.
And I wasn't there to see him do it. I've been with him in every fight, and the biggest one so far...
They're taking pictures now, and he's talking on the radio. You know how much I dropped tonight, Pop?
That's got nothing to do with us.
100 grand, sister. But don't get me wrong. I'm not sore. I'm considering it an investment.
What does that mean, Marty?
You know, Hank, I look at you and I get ideas. Stick around. I'll give you a story you'll never be able to write.
Such as?
Just stick around. Now, I brought a bottle of champagne. The best.
What for?
We're going to have a few drinks to Joey. To the next champ.
Not with me, you're not.
Okay, then beat it.
What? Say, who do you think you're talking to?
Pop, Tell her what I mean when I say beat it.
Maybe you better not wait for Joey.
Yeah. All right. I know where I stand. I'll be at the apartment.
What's the matter, Hank? You look puzzled.
Pop.
Let me tell you. There was a deal on for tonight, and he reneged.
I didn't take any money from him, Hank. He sent one of his gangsters to training camp with an envelope. The sneak gave it to me and drove away. There was $20,000 in it. I didn't know.
I promised you 30 more, didn't I?
And I told you where to go.
Where's the 20 grand?
Where? Why, you dirty crook, I gave it back to you yesterday after Joey and I got back from the training camp.
Oh, quit kidding, pal. You're not making any impression on the press.
He is, Marty. I believe him.
You don't say. Are you going to write about it? Huh? We'll wait for Joey, huh? Maybe he'll want to drink some of this champagne with us.
Leave me alone, fellas. I don't feel like talking. I'm depressed. You and Hank wasn't there to see me finish, Pop.
What took you so long, Joey?
Oh, they was taking a lot of pictures, moving pictures. Where's Mabel?
She had to go home, kid.
What for? She always waits for me to get through working.
She had to go home, big shot.
I ain't talking to you, Marty.
That's what you think.
I don't want you to bother me. I don't feel so good.
What's the matter, son?
Get these gloves off me, Pop.
Sure. You don't have to act like you're lost.
I ain't putting them on never again.
What?
What do you mean?
I mean it. Fighting's too dangerous.
Well, I'll be a monkey steps.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's find out what he means.
You know what almost happened in the ring tonight? What happens every time some guy hits me hard?
What's that?
I get mad, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I might kill some guy sometime, and then I'd be sorry.
I know you're tired, kid. Come on, I'll give you a rub down.
I don't want to be sorry. I don't want to kill nobody.
You haven't killed anybody yet, and you're not going to now. Come on.
I'm scared, Pop. I never said it before because I didn't want you to feel bad, but tonight...
What's so different about tonight?
I think they took Billy Sampson to the hospital, Hank.
Oh.
You'll get over it, Joey. And next year, when you're beating the
I don't
champ,
want you to talk to me, Marty.
then you tell him, Pop. He's in the big money now. You're not letting him quit, are you?
Listen, Joey, we've worked a long time to get you to the top. Now, what do you think you're going to do to Mabel if you walk out on us now?
Mabel?
She wants to be the champ someday. Maybe she wants you to be famous and have a lot of money. She's been waiting for you, son.
For me to be champ?
Sure she has. Now, if you quit now, you'll break her heart. That's worse than getting mad, ain't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just a dumb guy. I don't think.
Open that bottle of champagne, Hank. We're celebrating.
Open it yourself. I just seen a miracle go to waste.
Okay, I don't mind.
Is that the real stuff?
Right out of my private cellar. You want to pour it?
Yeah. I like champagne. I'll get the glasses.
Yeah, do that, and then we'll drink to the partnership of Marty French and Pop Evans.
Partnership?
I'm taking a half interest in Joey, Pop.
For how much, Marty?
The 20 grand I left him on deposit, and the 100 grand I lost on the fight.
I got none of your money. Now get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. First, you sign this paper. A partnership agreement. 50-50 on Joey as long as he fights.
You're taking a big chance, Marty.
Am I? Are you going to put it on the front pages, Hank? Or tell the district attorney? Okay. Then I say Pop took the money from me. Let him prove that he didn't.
Hey, what's this I hear about a partnership?
This is nothing for you to worry about, Joey.
I don't want you taking him for no partner. I don't like him.
Yeah. You'll get over that, too. Well, I guess I picked the wrong time to be nice to you guys. Let's have the drinks.
Yeah. Here's yours, Marty. And this one's for you, Pop.
Yeah.
I'll get yours and mine off this table, Hank. Here. One for you, one for me.
Well, here goes to the next champ.
Hey, this is good. Can I have another one?
Sure, keep the bottle. Well, so long, pals. I'll see you tomorrow, Pop.
Don't waste your time.
You coming, Hank?
With you?
I said before, I look at you and I get ideas. Come on.
Where?
For a little walk. I got some plans I want to discuss with you.
Not tonight, Marty. I'm spending it with nice people.
I said, you're coming, Hank.
Would that bulge in your pocket be loaded?
You want proof?
Good night, folks.
So long, Hank.
Over there, pal.
Let's have it, Marty. What's the idea of pushing a gun at me through your pockets?
A gun? You fooled easy, Hank. Take a look.
A package of chewing gum. I'm going back.
The gun's in the other pocket.
I'm going with you.
Yeah. Oh, here. Keep yourself entertained. Have a stick.
No, thanks.
Well, you don't mind if I do a little chewing, do you?
You got a mouthful already.
Yeah, that's how I like it. Keeps me busy.
What about those plans you wanted to discuss with me?
Oh, yeah. You and I are going to be bosom pals for the night.
Really? In the morning, I suppose you'll throw me over for a blonde.
Ah. You don't get it. We're going to be inseparable. You're going to be my alibi.
Your what?
Yeah, that's right. Something's liable to happen to one of those lugs in the dressing room.
Now, look here, Marty. If you think your gorillas are going to...
Don't get excited. I said liable. And that means that
Hey, what's the matter with you?
I don't know. Something just hit me in the stomach. I got pains awful.
Marty. Marty. Well, I'll be... He's dead.
That's an exciting situation, isn't it? What do you think will come of it? We'll return to the story in a moment. You see, I'd like to talk to you for just a minute. As librarian of the Crime Club, I'm extremely interested in what you think of crime stories. And all of us will be very grateful to you for a short letter about them. Do crime stories supply a kind of relaxation for you after your day's work? Do they perhaps take your mind off the various problems that you would like to forget for a little while? Do you find them interesting as sidelights on the minds of evildoers and as illustrations of the eventual failure of evil? Won't you take just a few minutes to write to us, to tell us why you listen to crime stories? Your thoughts are so important to us. A letter or a card will be most deeply appreciated. Won't you please write one to the Crime Club in care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18? You'll be doing a great service to us, and you'll be helping us in planning these programs for your enjoyment. The address is the Crime Club, care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18. May we hear from you? And you shall hear from us now as we continue the story of Death is a Knockout. Marty French is dead in the corridor outside Joey Troyer's dressing room. It is 15 minutes later, and in the dressing room...
I tell you, Hank, Joey didn't put a thing in Marty's drink.
Listen, Pop, the police are going to be here in a few minutes. They're going to ask a lot of questions.
He was all standing around this rub-down table, wasn't we? Did you see him do anything out of line?
Not here, but we didn't see him pour the champagne.
Wait a minute. I don't like what you're saying, Hank. That ain't friendship.
All I want's the truth.
You take that back. Take it back.
Stop it, Joey. Stop it.
Stop. Okay, Pop, you're the boss. But he's got no right to put ideas in my head.
All right, Joey. Now get dressed. We're going home. Mabel's waiting.
When did this happen, Pop?
On the way home from the garden. After the cops told us we could go home. We dropped Hank, and then Joey began to act up.
I killed him, Mabel.
Oh, shut up, you dumb Adonis.
I remember while I was pouring the champagne, I was listening to Marty tell Pop he was a partner. I was getting madder every time he opened his mouth. There was a bottle of rubbing down stuff on the table with a skull and bones on the label.
You didn't use it. Do you understand?
I understand, honey, but maybe I did. Hank kept saying I did.
What am I going to do with him? How can I go after a match with a champ as long as this idiot thinks he's a murderer?
Matches and money. That's all you ever think about. Squeeze the gold out of him.
What have I done to you?
Mabel, that ain't no way to talk to Pop.
Don't tell me how to talk. Why don't he let us get married? Why don't he cancel that no marriage clause in your contract?
Well, I signed, Mabel.
Did you know it was there? Did you even bother to read the paper?
No, honey, I was a kid, and Pop said it was okay, so I... Listen, Pop.
Joey, have I been a good manager to you?
Oh, who says you wasn't?
Didn't I take you into my house when you had nothing? I fed you, I clothed you, I built you up to be a leading contender.
Well, I ain't complaining, Pop.
All right, then. Believe me, son, marriage is no good for you now. Not until you're the champ. You can't have too many things on your mind.
You hear that, Mabel? I gotta do what Pop says.
Oh, you make me sick.
Even so, now that I'm thinking, You wouldn't want to get hitched to no murderer.
That again, huh? Well, maybe you know why you killed Marty.
Yeah, he was getting in Pop's hair. He made me mad.
Pop's hair? Sure. Say, Pop, even if Joey had 50 managers, he'd still get his 60%.
Of course.
But a partner would cut your profit in half.
What are you getting at, Mabel?
You had a reason for killing Marty. And all the time you've been letting Joey think he did it.
Now, that ain't so, Mabel. Pop ain't no killer.
No? Watch me prove it.
Get away from that phone,
Try and make me. I'm going to call the cops, and I'm going to give them the whole setup between you and Marty.
Drop that phone.
Hey, Pop, cut it, are you? Twisting them on.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper. But I want no more talk of murder.
Now look, Ann Cooper, you may be the light of my life, but you haven't got a better reason.
Hank, darling, a girl can be lonesome.
Oh, but Ann, it's against the rules at 2:00 in the morning, and besides, I'm tired.
Oh, well, then you're out of circulation. Good night, dear.
Good night. Oh, what is this, Lover's Lane? Go home and let me die in peace. All right. But you better not be the milkman.
Hank, I'm sorry to be bothering you.
Think nothing of it, Mabel. I'm running open house.
Joey's in trouble.
Something besides murder.
I'm serious. I just saw something in the papers. The coroner found poison in Marty's stomach.
No kidding. And how'd it get there?
Joey thinks he did it. Hank, you gotta help me. Joey's innocent, but when I left the apartment, he was talking about giving himself up.
Now, that, Mabel, may be the only idea he ever had.
I thought you were his friend. What motive did he have for killing that gambler?
He's crazy about Pop, and Marty was trying to horn in.
Sure, on Pop. Now, would Joey rub out a guy with poison?
You think it was too subtle for him?
I know it. He'd do it the hard way, with his knuckles.
Could be. Say, Mabel, was the glass that Marty drank the champagne from tested by the police for poison?
I don't know. Why?
Oh, I thought that might have been in the papers, too. How'd you like to drive downtown with me?
Where to?
The morgue, for a bird's-eye view of Marty.
Yeah, I'd like to, but I better stick close to Joey. In his frame of mind, you never know what he'll do next.
Hello, McCab.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Barnum. Come in. I'm always glad when somebody walks in here.
How's business?
Very quiet. What brings you to us at this hour?
Marty French.
Oh, yes. Would you like to see his body?
Not this minute, but I would like to examine his clothes. Are they here?
You too?
Who else?
Well, there's a lady looking at him now.
A lady?
In the wardrobe room. She's very beautiful, Mr. Barnum. I don't often get a chance
Is she about this tall?
Yeah.
And has she got blue eyes and a full mouth?
A lovely mouth, Mr. Barnum.
And when she walks, does she...
Yes, Mr. Barnum, just like that. Is she a friend of yours?
She was.
You don't know how I envy you. A live woman.
Oh,
Hello, darling.
Hank, what are you doing here?
Are you still lonesome?
You wouldn't take me to the fight. Did you know there was going to be a murder?
No, Ann, dear, but that's no reason for you to be picking a dead man's pockets.
The police said he was poisoned. He drank champagne a few minutes before he died, and there was no poison in his glass.
Are you sure of that?
That's what they told me. So I came here looking for a clue. I'm a reporter, remember?
What did you find?
Oh, nothing much. This package of cigarettes, some loose change, and this package of...
Oh.
And just imagine how I felt when I pulled that out of his pocket.
Let that be a lesson to you. Where's the package of chewing gum?
How'd you know about that?
I'm psychic. Let me have it.
Oh, Hank, it's my favorite brand.
Well, you better switch, honey. That kind good is for what ails you. If you want to stop ailing for good.
Hank, how can you be so sure that gum contains poison?
You're a tough kid to convince, Ann.
I like proof.
All right. I'll give it to you.
Here?
Why not? It's a beautiful spring night, and the bugs are in all their glory.
Pardon me if I think you've gone.
What?
Bugs.
Thank you, sweetheart. I take a stick of this gum, unwrap it, break it up into little pieces, and lay them on the sill of the car window.
Well, my mother always told me never to trust a sports writer.
In a few seconds, little bugs with wings will zoom out of the atmosphere to nibble at the bake. Ah, and won't they be surprised?
You're so cruel.
Ah, here they come. Look at them go for that sugar-coated poison. Ha! Have a good time, little brothers. You're helping me find the murderer.
Oh, why, Hank, those bugs.
Yes, isn't it amazing? They're dying like flies.
Joey, will you stop moping and go to bed?
I ain't staying here in the apartment with you. I want Mabel.
No, I don't know where she is. I've looked all over town for her.
You ain't telling me the truth, Pop.
Joey.
You don't like Mabel. You twisted her arm.
What's the matter with you, boy? You're like a wild animal.
Yeah, a wild animal. I get mad and I don't know what I'm doing. I could kill a guy and not know I'm doing it.
Oh, come on. Now you're tired. Go to bed. Sleep it off.
I notice you getting mad like that, too.
If I killed anybody, I'd know about it.
That's where you got it on me, Pop. Everybody knows I'm a dope.
What are you trying to do? Pin that murder on me?
Mabel said you got the reason, didn't she?
So that's it. Well, now listen to me, son. I'm not taking the rap for you or anybody else.
Ha!
What's so funny about that?
You ain't so smart, Pop. I just tripped you up.
Huh?
You seen me do it, didn't you?
So you do what?
You saw me slip the poison in the glass.
Now look at here, Joey. I don't want any more talk. Go to bed.
I'm going to find Mabel. And then I'm going to give myself up to the cops.
Look, Joey, please listen to me. You got a brilliant career. We worked hard. We're near the top. You can't throw it away.
Get out of my way, Pop.
Think of me. I'm an old man. I can't go out and start looking for somebody else now. It takes years to build a good fight, and I haven't got the time.
Pop, you're making me mad.
You owe me something. I pulled you out of a pool room and made you into a human being. You're not going to let me down.
I don't want to give it to you, but I don't want to. Pop, you all right? Don't lay there like it was dead. I didn't mean to hit you.
Roaming around in Central Park at 4 o'clock in the morning. What do you think we are, Hank? A couple of sailors?
I don't like it any more than you do, Ann, but we gotta find Joey.
We're not going to find him.
You want to bet?
Huh?
There he is, sitting on that bench under the obelisk.
Well, of all things.
His favorite spot. That's where he met Mabel for the first time. Shh. Hello, Joey.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Hank.
Yeah, and this is Ann Cooper.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
What are you doing here, Joey?
I couldn't find Mabel, so he wanted to be alone with my thoughts.
Oh, you poor thing. She throw you over for a wrestler?
She wouldn't do nothing like that. She's a good kid.
Now, calm down, Joey. Have you seen Pop recently?
Yeah, about an hour ago.
Then you know he's dead.
Huh? What are you trying to give me, Hank? He ain't dead.
He was when we saw him, Joey.
Well, I hit him on the jaw because he made me mad, but I brung him through and he went to bed.
We didn't find him in bed. He was on the floor. Somebody had cracked his skull with a hammer.
Wait a minute. Are you saying it was me?
Would I dare?
Not if you know what's good for you.
Oh, why, Mabel.
Mabel, honey.
I figured you might be sweating it out here, Joey. I couldn't find you anyplace else.
They're telling me I killed Pop.
Don't pay any attention to them. They're not your friends.
So you know about Pop, too, huh?
Why shouldn't I? I found him and I called the cops.
Would you know who killed him?
One of Marty's boys. And Pop got it because he killed Marty.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes. And I gave him the whole inside story about Pop and Marty, too.
Well, I guess that settles that. How about some gum?
You got some, Hank?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
What kind is it?
A popular kind. The kind Marty used to chew all the time. We found it in the pocket of his coat at the morgue.
Huh?
You're not afraid of it, are you, Joey?
I ain't afraid of nothing. Give me a piece.
Okay. One for you, too, Mabel?
No. I never chew.
Oh, that's too bad. How about you, Ann?
I don't mind.
Don't forget to take the paper off, dear.
Stop it, Joey.
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't put that gum in your mouth.
Why not, Mabel?
Come on, Joey. We're getting out of here.
Just a minute. We've got a few things to talk about first. And if you add them up, they'll total like murder. Tell me, Ann, do you think the automobile will ever replace the horses?
This is much more romantic. Carriage ride in Central Park. By the dawn's early light.
Yeah. And, darling.
Hold your horses, Hank. When did you decide that Mabel killed Marty?
When you found that package of chewing gum. He wasn't killed by the champagne, so therefore, and to wit...
But how could she have slipped it into his pocket? You were all in Joey's dressing room together.
She didn't do it there. She performed that bit of hocus-pocus during the fight while Marty Frank was sitting next to her thinking about Pop's business.
Oh, I see. And Marty was much too absorbed to know what was happening. But why did she kill Brock?
Because of Joey.
What do you mean?
Well, her whole idea in getting rid of Marty was to frame Pop. The old guy had a hold on Joey she couldn't break. Then the unexpected happened.
What unexpected?
Joey, the big dope, developed guilt feelings and was going to throw himself at the chair.
Oh. You never know, do you? Oh, well. Hank, don't you think the horse has many advantages over the automobile?
Well, you can't eat an automobile.
I mean, to lie back in a carriage and to listen to the trot, trot, trot. So romantic. And so peaceful.
Darling, have I told you tonight how lovely you are?
Not yet. But it never hurts.
You're like a moonbeam on a... Anne, look at me.
What's the matter?
Would you kill a couple of men just to get me?
Don't be silly. Of course not. But I'd slaughter a couple of dozen women.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club story, Death is a Knockout. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Tonight's cast included Sidney Smith as Hank Barnum, Ted DeCorsia as Joey Troy, Barbara Joyce played Mabel Smith, Bill Smith was Pop Evans, Arthur Vinton was heard as Marty French, and Joan Tompkins was Ann Cooper. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. We have the very exciting story of love and politics, in which the deciding vote was cast by death. It's called Hearse's Don't Hurry, by Stephen Ransom. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Hearse's Don't Hurry. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Hearse's Don't Hurry, by Stephen Ransom. The very exciting story of a cleanup campaign that was messed up by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The city was small and clean and comfortable. Seen from a train window, it looked like many another American city. But something new had been added to this one that could not be seen from a train window. It was Christopher Chance, young special prosecutor, who's been appointed by the governor to investigate corruption in the office of Anthony Pierce, the district attorney. It was early evening when Christopher Chance left the courthouse after a long conference with his friend and political benefactor, Judge Rossiter. Main Street was deserted, and so was the little side street, 2 blocks away where his office was located. He walked slowly, but as he was about to step into the lobby of the small building, he turned just in time.
Keer!
I'm all right, Lee.
Oh, I heard shots. Are you sure? You're not hurt?
Not a scratch, darling.
Oh, thank heavens. I've been so worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about. Those gangsters had no intention of killing me.
But they shot at you.
The strategy of terror, Lee, a la Tony Pierce. Let's go upstairs to the office.
He'll do anything to make you resign now, won't he?
I'm afraid so. Maybe I'm getting a lot closer to his neck than I think.
I'd give anything to see this case closed. You don't know what it's doing to me, Kit.
It hasn't made you less beautiful, sweetheart.
Don't forget, Mr. Chance. I'm still only your secretary.
From 9 to 5.
And from 5 to 9. You've got a big job to do.
Is that why you're still here at 7 o'clock? Because you're only my secretary?
I was cleaning my typewriter.
Mm-hmm.
I bought this bottle of cleaning fluid this afternoon, and I thought... Well, I didn't know how long you were going to be with Judge Rossiter.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious, Kit. What did he want?
I've got to bring Tony Pierce to trial in 2 days.
You can't.
I've got to. I've been on this job for 3 months, and the governor wants action.
Oh. Are you sure it's the governor?
What do you mean?
It could be the judge for the sake of his daughter.
What's Diane got to do with my case against Tony Pierce?
Nothing. But she would like to be Mrs. Christopher Chance.
You're not making sense, Lee.
Well, you and Diane were pretty thick before you got the appointment and hired me.
Oh, look, dear, I've known Diane since we were pups. We're good friends, that's all.
Kit, wasn't it Judge Rossiter who got you this appointment?
Yes.
Why did he pick you?
Because he thought I could do the job.
Are you sure Diane didn't put him up to it?
Well, suppose she did.
This golden opportunity, the magic carpet of a political career. Make good and you can go anywhere.
All right.
She wanted you to have it because she wanted you. But now I think she's out to break your political neck.
You don't know Diane.
She's very sweet, dear. But why is her father putting the pressure on you? He knows you're not ready to bring Tony Pierce to trial.
I told him I have 18 witnesses who are ready to testify. Tony framed charges against them and settled for cash. He thinks that's enough.
Did you tell him that Tony never took that money in person?
Yeah. I even told him about Hope Schuyler, the mysterious lady who can't be found.
Whom nobody even saw.
He's got the whole story, Lee.
About the abandoned warehouse on River Street, too? Where the money was left in envelopes addressed to Hope Schuyler?
Yep.
And still he wants you to be ready for trial in 2 days. Don't you think he realizes you have no case without Hope Schuyler?
I'm not going to believe that Diane is knifing me.
Well, suit yourself. I won't say another word.
You don't seem to understand. These people wouldn't put me on the spot. They're the oldest friends I have. They...
Hello? Special Prosecutor's Office.
Is Mr. Chance there?
Yes, he's here. Who's calling?
Skeets and Alley.
In just a minute. It's for you, Kit. Skeets and Alley.
No. Hello, Skeets. Where are you?
I'm in a phone booth across the road from Art Gurney's flying school. There's a gas station here.
Yes, I know. What's new?
Plenty. The biggest break so far. But I ain't talking unless you're alone.
All right, hold on a minute. I'll take this inside, Lee. Go ahead, Skeets.
Listen, I got the dope on Hope Schuyler.
What?
Yeah, I figured that she and that Tony Pierce guy must have been like mashed potatoes, so I done a little snooping.
Go on.
Well, he's got a cabin in the woods near Bedminster, about 100 miles from our town. Some of the folks up there remember seeing Tony Pierce driving through.
Oh, what about Hope Schuyler?
She used to get there by plane.
Did anybody see her?
No, but lots of folks saw the plane. And what do you know, boss? There's a very small landing field right near the cabin. Very, very private.
How do you know there's a woman in that plane?
I checked the cabin, that's how I know. It's called Lark Lodge, and there was a woman's dressing gown in one of the closets.
Great. Does that prove she was Hope Schuyler?
The plane that dame was using came out of the Art Gurney Flying School.
How do you know?
Because I seen it. It's a two-seating job with the initials HS painted on the side.
Well.
I got a break, see, when the two Gurneys, Art and his wife Phyllis, went up for a little stratosphere. They left the hangar door open. So what was I going to do?
You did fine, Skeets. Stay where you are. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Okay.
I guess the Gurney should be able to give us a good description of Hope Schuyler. See you later, pal. Lee, darling. Lee, come on in. Lee, we cracked the case. We've got... Lee. Chloroform. Operator, get me police headquarters right away. I want to report a kidnapping.
Hey, Mr. Chance.
Skeets.
You said you was going to meet me in 15 minutes. I waited 2 hours. Now I tried to get you on the phone.
Lee Dale's been kidnapped.
The Gurneys came down from their flying... Huh? What did you say?
Right out of my office while I was in the next room talking to you. Chloroform and carried out.
Wow. Somebody took an awful chance.
I've been scouring the town with the police. Every joint from the warehouse on River Street to the back rooms of the pool parlors.
Tony Pierce got this job done.
And if you ask me,
I thought of Lark Lodge, too.
did you tell the cops?
No, not yet.
Well, I don't get it.
I've got to be sure she's there before I do anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm expecting a phone call. That's why I came back to the office.
Who's going to call you?
One of Tony Pierce's gangsters. And I can tell you exactly what he'll say.
Yeah?
Resign as special prosecutor and kill the evidence you've got, or you'll never see Lee Dale alive again.
Suppose that happens. What'll you do?
I don't know.
Would you quit?
I said I don't know.
Okay, so you'll quit. Just when we've gotten Tony Pierce and Hope Schuyler.
Hello?
Kid?
Oh, Lee, darling, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Just a minute. Skeet.
I know. You want me to trace?
Make it snappy. Lee, tell me what happened. How?
I can't.
What was it, Tony Pierce?
I haven't seen him. Kid, I've got something to tell you.
Naturally.
These men want you to quit.
Yes?
They say that if you don't quit, they'll kill me.
I expected it, darling. I don't want anything to happen to you. Tell them
No, Kid, I don't want you to resign. I don't.
But...
Kid, listen to me. I don't care what they do to me. I don't want you to...
Lee. Skeets.
I just got it, boss. The number's Bedminster 942.
Lark Lodge.
That's what the operator said, Mr. Chance. Are we going now, or are you still quitting?
We're going.
There it is, boss. Lark Lodge. And there's somebody home.
Yes.
We should have took the cops along, Mr. Chance. Okay, so you didn't want no shooting, but what about us? We ain't even got guns.
Shh. We're going right in.
What? Oh. Well, it's a special prosecutor. Come in, won't you? And, next time, don't bother to knock.
Where is she, Pierce?
Where's who, Mr. Special Prosecutor?
Lee Dale.
Lee Dale. Oh, yes, your charming secretary. Has she given you the wind?
All right, Skeet, search the house.
That's easy. There's only 3 rooms.
Excuse me, Mr. Special Prosecutor. I don't want to be picayune, but have you a warrant?
Go ahead, Skeets.
I'm afraid I'll have to say no.
Hey, he's loaded.
We backwoodsmen always insist on our rights. We don't like intruders who break in without warrants.
Listen, Pierce, I'm not only going to send you to jail as a crook, I'm also going to send you to jail as a kidnapper.
Really? Well, this is serious,
But if
isn't
you'd
it?
rather go to the chair as a murderer, put a bullet in my back because I'm going to search this house myself.
You don't have to, kid.
What on earth?
Hey.
Diane.
Well, I guess I won't need this gun now. You can search the place if you still want to.
Diane Rossiter.
I'm sorry about this, kid. I didn't think that Tony and I would ever be found out.
Where's Lee Dale?
My father mustn't know. It would kill him. He must never find out.
Just tell me where I can find Lee Dale.
I don't know.
You're lying.
I haven't seen her since this morning.
She was here. She phoned me from here. Skeets traced the call.
I haven't seen her since this morning, kid.
Where's she been moved to?
I...
All right, if that's how you want it. But listen to me and you too, Pierce. You've given me my case. I can drag Hope Schuyler into court now.
You're wrong, kid. I'm not Hope Schuyler.
But I'll forget the whole thing if Lee's in her apartment by the time Skeets and I get back to town.
Does that mean that you're going to resign?
That you've got exactly 3 hours. Come on, Skeets.
Kid?
Leave him alone, Diane. He knows what he's doing.
But Tony...
It's a great sacrifice. I told him once that hearses don't hurry. The grave always waits. It's too bad, Mr. Special Prosecutor. We had to dig such a deep one for you.
What's the time, Mr. Chance?
About 2:30.
Yeah. It's been a great day for the grave diggers. Mind if I turn on the radio? Feel like some slumber music.
Skeets, I just can't get it through my head about Diane. She's Hope Schuyler.
Yeah.
Well, a partner of that chief chiseling crook. A girl I've known practically all my life.
Yeah, but that ain't no reason to quit.
She's Judge Rossiter's daughter. Skeets, have you any idea what that man did for me?
He got you appointed special prosecutor.
He lent me money to go to law school with. Then he set me up in practice. How can I show up his own daughter as
It ain't easy, boss, but in this world, the guy's got to be practical. Friendship, okay, but when you got a chance to go places, you gotta.
We interrupt the early morning recital of organ music by Al Finelli to bring you the latest developments in the flying school murder.
Hey, what's that?
The police are now satisfied that Art Gurney, who operated the school in Landing Field with his wife Phyllis, was shot and killed sometime between 10 and 11 o'clock last night.
Did you hear that, Art Gurney?
All indications point to a woman as the murderer. Phyllis Gurney, the murdered man's wife, has disappeared. and several motorists have come forth with information that a small, unidentified plane took off from the field at about the time Art Gurney was believed to have been killed. Several of these witnesses insist that the person at the controls was a woman, but when asked for a description,
Put it off, Skeet.
they were not able to...
Now, you can't quit, boss. It's murder.
Between 10 and 11 o'clock last night.
Them two people was the only ones who could have told us what Hope Schuyler looked like. Now one of them's dead. Hey, what's the idea of turning off the road?
We're going to the Gurney field. I want you to see if Hope Schuyler's plane is missing.
Sure, but I can tell you right now. Look, Mr. Chance, does that girl Diana Rossiter know how to fly?
She has a license.
Okay. I go where you go, but between you and me, I'd rather go home. There's the hangar, boss. Door's open. Hey, do you have to run so fast? Hey, better save my breath, huh? I'll need it for the future.
All right, Skeet.
Phew.
Where's the light switch?
Should be, right about here. I got it.
What color was it, Skeet?
Yellow.
Two-seater?
Yeah, and initials HS on the side.
There's a yellow plane.
Now, that ain't it, Mr. Chance. That's a single. Hope Schuyler plane ain't here.
Well...
You know, we wasn't made right. 2 lungs ain't enough.
Now, let's go, Skeet. I'll drive you home, and then I'll stop off at Lee's apartment. And she'd better be there. Lee.
Kid. Oh, Kid.
Oh, darling.
Oh, please. Not all at once.
Oh, darling.
Don't you think we ought to close the door?
Oh, all right. Oh, you don't know what looking at you does to me.
I'm a little glad to see you myself. Let's sit down.
They didn't hurt you.
Kid, they let me go. They drove me to the door downstairs. They even let me see their faces. Why, Kid?
I'm resigning.
No.
I've got to, Lee. Tony Pierce hit me twice tonight. Once with you and
I'm
once...
not letting you quit. I don't care what kind of a bargain you made with Tony Pierce about me. You don't have to keep it. He's a thief.
There's more to it than that. Diane Rossiter is Hope Schuyler.
What?
There's no doubt about it. If I bring Tony to trial, I'll have to prosecute Diane for murder.
Murder?
What's the use? I should have known I wasn't cut out for big things. I'm too sentimental.
Who was murdered, Kid?
Art Gurney. He ran the flying school up.
Yes, I've seen it. But why him?
Look, dear, you've had a pretty eventful night. I'll tell you the whole story at the office tomorrow.
You're going to tell me now. Why Diane Rossiter is so important that you've got to protect her.
I'm not protecting her, Lee. It's her... Well, who can that be at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, probably a wrong number. Don't move. I'll be back. Hello? Yes, speaking. Who? Oh. I just got in a few minutes ago. What? I see. Yes. Where can I reach you about 10 o'clock? Uh-huh. All right, phone me in the morning. No, here. I'll tell you where I can meet you. Yes. Goodbye.
Who was it, Lee?
What?
Something the matter?
The matter? No. No, of course not. That was a friend of mine. She's at a party and she... It's nothing important.
Nice people. Well, see you at the office.
Yes.
I'm going to be a little late. I got some business with Judge Rossiter first.
All right, Kid. I'll see you whenever you get there. Oh,
When did you return to the fold?
Kid, please.
Yeah. Tell Judge Rossiter I'd like to see him.
Kid, I tried to get you on the phone a few minutes ago.
I'd like to speak to your father, Diane.
He's at the courthouse. He left early this morning.
All right. I'll speak to him then.
Wait,
What for?
I want you to give me a chance to explain about last night.
Some other time.
No. You're not leaving here until you've let me explain.
Now, look, Diane.
Don't be a fool, Kid. I'm not Hope Schuyler. I hate the living sight of Tony Pierce.
Sure.
You've got to believe me. I went a little crazy yesterday. I saw Lee Dale in the morning. She told me that you were going to be married.
She told you?
I stopped thinking.
Oh, Kid, I've been in love with you for years. I've never shown it, but I hoped that... And then that girl, in less than 3 months...
Now, what's that got to do with Tony Pierce?
I hated you, Kid. I wanted to hurt you. Anything, so long as it would destroy you.
What about that crook, Diane?
There was only one way. Your career. I knew you would never finish the case against Tony if it meant disgracing my father. So I called Tony, and I told him that I would be willing to let you suspect me of being Hope Schuyler. And I told him why.
But last night at Lock Lodge, you denied it.
I lost my nerve. I realized what a vicious thing I was doing. And then when you asked Tony and me about Lee Dale...
You knew she'd been kidnapped.
No. No, all I knew was that Tony was sure you'd come there. I didn't know why.
Yeah.
You don't believe me?
How did you get up to the lodge?
In Tony's car. He called me a few minutes before 8 and asked me to meet him near the lots.
What about your plane?
My what?
The one you stored at the Gurney Flying Field.
Kid, you know I've never owned a plane.
Do I?
I have a pilot's license, but... What are you talking about?
The Art Gurney murder.
I heard about it on the radio.
The plane that took off between 10 and 11 and never came back belongs to Hope Schuyler.
Oh.
Art Gurney was killed between 10 and 11 last night.
And you think that I...
You've got nothing to worry about. I won't tell a soul.
Kid, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. And it's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my head yesterday, if I hadn't been so selfish and stupid and cheap... Oh, Kid, forgive me, please. Forgive me. You don't know what it means to be in love with someone who doesn't love you. I didn't realize what I was doing.
You'd better answer that phone, Diane. It might be your boyfriend.
I can't.
All right. Then I'll answer it. Hello.
Is that you, Mr. Chance?
What's the matter, Skeets?
I've been trying to get you all over town. Your apartment, the office, no answer, no place. So I figured
What do you want?
Listen, I spotted that Phyllis Gurney dame. She was driving right through the middle of town.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, listen, will you? So I get in the cab and I follow her. Guess where she went?
Skeets, in case you've forgotten, I'm resigning.
Yeah, I know. She went right to that old warehouse on River Street.
What?
You know, the place where Hope Schuyler used to pick up the sucker dough for Tony Pierce?
Where are you now?
I'm in a phone booth a couple of blocks away, the ferry station.
Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
That's how I figured, boss. What's this dame want in this warehouse?
Get out, Skeets.
See? Sure. And then it hits me. Tony Pierce collected a lot of dough from those suckers he framed, but it don't show up in his bank books. And you checked all the safety boxes in town, so where's the dough?
Is that her car over there?
Yeah. Hey, that came from inside the warehouse.
Come on. It's locked. We'll have to break it down.
I'm ready.
All right. Again. One more.
That does it. Now. What the?
A car, Skeets. At the back of the warehouse. It's gone.
Must have been parked in that open lot. Whoever was here with Phyllis Gurney got out through this open window.
Maybe it was Phyllis. Let's look around. That storage room over there.
But her car's out front. Hey, there's a light in that room. Looks like something's on the floor. Burning.
Come on.
There's more than a light. There's...
Step on the rag, quick.
Okay. She looks dead to me, boss.
She is.
Huh. First the husband gets knocked off, now it's Phyllis. Maybe I was wrong about her coming here for... Hey, I smell cleaning stuff.
Her dress is saturated with it, Skeets.
You mean that burning rag was meant to... Holy mackerel. Somebody was out to do a good job, huh?
But didn't have time to finish it. The killer even forgot to take the empty bottle.
What are you holding her like that for, by the top of the neck?
Maybe fingerprints. You stay here, Skeets. I'm going to put this bottle in my car. Then I'm going to make a couple of phone calls. One of them to the police.
Oh, he's just come in, Judge Rossiter. I'm sorry I bothered you. Goodbye. Kid, where have you been? I surely thought you'd gone to resign.
There's no hurry, Lee. I can do that an hour from now.
You're not going to do it at all. Kid, you must listen.
Where were you about 40 minutes ago?
Where?
I called you here at the office several times. There's no answer.
I was downstairs looking for the super. I forgot my keys, and he had...
I noticed your car downstairs.
What's the matter with you? I always leave my ignition key at the garage. I have my car delivered every morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's been another murder.
Oh? Who?
Phyllis Gurney.
Good heavens. When?
About an hour ago. Well, I guess I'd better get cleaned up if I'm going to see Judge Rossiter.
You're not resigning, Kit.
I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it, Lee. Where's that bottle of cleaning fluid you bought yesterday?
Listen to me, please.
It was standing right there in your desk when I came in last night. You were using it to clean up your typewriter.
That's not important now. Don't you realize what's going to happen to you? You'll be called a failure.
Look, honey, I want to get these grease spots out of my coat. Will you get me that cleaning fluid?
Kit, don't I mean anything to you? Have you been just talking to me about love?
Lee, haven't you got that bottle?
Yes, I have it, if that's all you care about. It's in the closet where I put it. You'll worry about grease spots, but I can talk myself sick. Here's the bottle of cleaning fluid. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks. I spoke to Tony Pierce on the phone before I came back here.
Of course. You're his buddy now.
He is at Lock Lodge.
I'm not interested.
He couldn't have been in town this morning and gotten back to the lodge so fast. I know he didn't fly. Say, did you screw this cap on yourself?
Yes.
You must have hidden strength. Or would this be a new bottle that had never been opened before?
What do you mean?
Would you like to make the rounds of the hardware and department stores with me? There aren't too many in this town.
I'd like to know what you meant by that, Kit.
All right. You're Hope Schuyler.
What? Have you gone out of your mind?
You weren't kidnapped last night. You just walked out after you listened in on my conversation with Skeets. Isn't that right?
No.
You heard him tell me about Lark Lodge, the Gurneys, and the plane that Hope Schuyler used. So you decided to get rid of the Gurneys.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You had chloroform, and you left the odor of it in this room. Then you got in touch with Tony and told him what Skeets had found out.
Oh, for pity's sake.
The rest was Operation Frame-Up. You flew to Lark Lodge and phoned me. You know I'd have the call traced. In the meantime, Tony was getting Diane ready for her grand entrance. You deliberately told her that you and I were going to be married. You knew how she'd react.
You wanted to marry me, didn't you, Kit?
Yes. But you never said you would to me. There's a good reason, wasn't there? You're already married to Tony Pierce.
What?
I found his marriage certificate in the bottom drawer of your dresser. Anthony Pierce, Hope Schuyler. Just 1 week before you came to work for me. A wedding performed by a justice of the peace upstate. Big secret.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Oh. Is that the gun that killed 2 Gurneys?
Mm-hmm. 2 Gurneys and 1 special prosecutor.
Lee, didn't you notice I left the door open when I came in?
You what?
Now, why do you suppose I did that? To create a draft? Oh. We have a peculiar police department in this town. It likes to be in on everything. There's only one place in the world that feels like home. The old Rossiter living room.
I'm glad you still think so, Kid.
It's all over, Diane. Lee confessed. Tony confessed. They're going to be tried for murder, and I'm prosecuting.
But Tony didn't commit murder.
Well, he certainly did. Lee did the shooting, but Tony helped her plan it.
Kid, what made you suspect Lee? Up to this morning...
A bottle. The fact she didn't answer the phone at the office.
That's all?
That's all a fellow needs, honey, to start thinking. After that, I remembered everything. How things began to move after Skeets phoned me about Hope Schuyler. Then the mysterious phone call Lee got at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Who was it, really?
Phyllis Gurney. You see, Tony and Lee had been paying the Gurneys to keep quiet about Hope Schuyler. But when Art Gurney was murdered, Phyllis decided it would take a lot of money to compensate her. $100,000.
Well, we all do foolish things sometimes.
Diane, would you do me a favor?
Of course.
After we're married, if I ever look at another woman, will you please...
Don't worry, darling. I'll never be selfish again.
Oh, no. Be selfish. But if you're going to ruin me, dear, do it with a kiss, huh?
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Hearses Don't Hurry, based on a story by Stephen Ransom. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation.
Roger Bauer produced and directed. In tonight's cast, you heard Sidney Smith as Christopher Chase, Charlotte Lawrence as Lee Dale, Joseph Julian as Skeets, Helen Shields was Diane Rossiter, and Larry Haynes was Anthony Pierce. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of an image that was the reflection of death. It's called Death Never Doubles. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. You've probably jotted down the birthdays and anniversaries to remember during June. Remember that June is Remember Disabled Veterans Month.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death never doubles. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death Never Doubles. The very exciting story of a past present that had no future. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening, and Peter Woods, a young lawyer, was in his apartment getting dressed for his appointment with Hilda Ryan, his fiancée. He was not expecting a phone call, but when it came, he answered it as if it meant nothing at all. Then, 5 minutes and countless palpitations later...
Oh, sure, Mr. Jackson. Don't worry, Mr. Jackson. I'll be there. Yes, I know. Not later than 7:45. Yes, I got the address. 1052 West 52nd Street. All right, Mr. Jackson. Thanks very much. Bye. Wow. Oh, boy, I'm lucky. I'll say I'm lucky. This is my lucky day. Oh.
Hello?
Hilda, honey.
Yes?
Oh, my sugar-coated Cupid doll. Guess what?
You're going to be late again. You're drunk.
I'm delirious. I just fell into a pot of gold.
Did you say gold?
Uh-huh. Mr. Jackson just phoned me. Steve Jackson.
Who's he?
Oh, I don't know. But he's going to do a big operation and he needs a lawyer. He promised me $5,000.
$5,000? Who recommended him to you?
Nobody. Just picked my name right out of the phone book.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Now, you know I've gotten several clients that way.
Did they pay you $5,000 fees?
Oh, Hilda, now look, I know it's a lot, but it isn't fantastic. After all.
Yes, honey. After all, he may be a nut with a bolt loose.
He sounded perfectly all right to me.
So do you, when you're not listening. What time will you pick me up?
What? Oh, well, honey, I'm afraid I can't make it tonight.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, 7:45. And I gotta be on time.
Of course. Would he mind if you brought your secretary along?
Now, what's the idea, Hilda? You know I haven't got one.
Oh, but you have, darling. An amanuensis from now on, who's going to keep an eye on her man. Well, Pete?
Don't say it, Hilda. I couldn't stand it.
Are you sure Mr. Jackson said 1052 West 52nd Street?
Yes.
It wasn't West 57th Street?
No. I repeated the address to him. This is the place.
But there's no building here. Just a hole in the ground.
I don't get it. Why should anybody ask me? Wait a minute.
Why?
They're excavating here. That hole in the ground is where they're going to put a foundation of a building.
So? Anybody can see that.
All right. Now, suppose Steve Jackson is the guy. You know, the builder.
He'd have an office, Pete.
I'm going to find out. Come on.
Darling, can't we forget the whole thing?
There's a pool room on the second floor of this building next to the light.
Pete, I'd rather have dinner and go to the movies.
We'll go upstairs and we'll ask about Steve Jackson. Somebody ought to know him.
I'm not going.
What are you afraid of?
Trouble. And I think the sooner we get away...
Hey, you're blocking the doorway.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't see you.
I walk like a cat. Now, if you don't mind, I'll just go inside. Duke Masters.
What?
Pete, is he talking to you?
Gee, Duke, I didn't recognize you in this bad light. We wasn't expecting to see you for 6 months.
Now, look,
When
mister,
did they let you out?
I'm Peter Woods, and I'm looking for Steve Jackson.
A new moniker, eh? Culture, too. Why, you're even talking like Park Avenue. Okay, maybe it's a good idea. We can all start from scratch. I'll change mine from Marty Green
Pete, shall we go now?
Wait a minute, sister. What's the rush?
Marty. Sister's name happens to be Hilda Ryan.
I'm tickled. Hey, Duke, what are you going to say to Trixie about this doll?
Trixie?
Yeah, she's still... Hey, what goes here?
Just a couple of the wrong people. Come on, Hilda.
Did you know I was working all night in that dump upstairs, or did you come here by accident?
Marty, now it's you who's blocking the doorway.
We ain't taking no double cross, Duke. We've been having hard times for the last year and a half.
Oh, that's too bad. What do you want me to do about it?
Okay, so you took the rap for all of us. Me, Flip Morgan, and the rest of them out. You got 2 to 5 years in Leavenworth, and we didn't. But you got caught, and we didn't.
Now, listen, Marty.
No, you listen. You got 200 grand soaked away someplace that's going to be split. You ain't setting yourself up as no millionaire on our dough.
Marty, when was the last time you were pushed through a wall?
Yeah. Okay, pal. But I'm telling Flip Morgan and Trixie I seen you.
Yeah, I do that little thing.
And, brother, if you got any real ideas about spending that dough yourself, you're going to give a big chunk of it to some undertaker.
Stop flipping that coin. You're driving me crazy.
Well, what are you so nervous about, Trixie?
I'm not nervous.
All right.
Will you stop it?
Sure. You want me to go home to my mother?
Don't be a dope. It's just that I'm...
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. You'd like to see something green for a change.
Flip.
Well, it's my sickness, too. Duke, the wise guy. He don't trust nobody. 200 grand stacked away, and we got a scratch till he gets out of stir.
I'm afraid of what's going to happen when he gets out.
Well, what's that?
He's got only 6 months to go, and leave it to Duke. He's behaving. Won't be 2 to 5 for him. He'll get the diploma at the end of 2.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I can't help it if I'm scared, Flip.
Ah, he's not going to do anything to you.
I promised I'd wait for him.
So what? You changed your mind.
He'll kill me.
You're crazy.
I know what I'm talking about. When Duke finds out, somebody hasn't tipped him off already.
Relax. Duke's a dying duck.
Huh?
Only he don't know it yet. Nobody's going to tell him.
What do you mean?
You learned how to do arithmetic, didn't you?
Flip.
Uh-huh. The more numbers you got to divide by, the less everybody gets.
You're going to kill him.
First, he brings the dough out of hiding. I got a brain that gives me 24 hours service.
But, Flip, suppose...
What for? The day Duke steps out of Leavenworth, he's going to have an escort with him all the way to New York. And by the time we swing up Broadway, he's going to be all talked out. And then we bury him. I'll get it, Trixie. Yep.
Hello, Flip?
Yep.
This is Marty. The Duke's out.
What?
Yeah, Duke Masters. I seen him.
Hey, now listen, Marty, if this is a gag...
I tell you, I seen him with my own eyes. I talked to him. And you should hear him, Flip. Like he went to college instead of Leavenworth.
Just a minute. Trixie.
Yeah?
Marty just saw the Duke in town.
What?
Yeah, what a break. 6 months ahead of time.
What are we going to do?
Same thing. All right, Marty. What else?
We're getting a double cross.
Hey?
Dude, the Duke says he ain't the Duke. He says he's a guy by the name of Peter Woods.
Go on.
And he's got some fancy dame with him, Hilda Ryan. A real cookie.
Peter Woods and Hilda Ryan, hey? Where are they now?
In the Bijou Club on 49th Street, spending our dough.
Okay, Marty. Keep an eye on them.
But I gotta go to work.
Keep an eye on them, and your working days will be over.
I didn't expect it, Flip. I never figured on time off for good behavior.
Give me the phone book, Trixie.
What are we going to do?
The phone book, baby. I want to take a look at the odds. I've got an idea they're going to favor a quick killing.
I can't help it, Pete. I've got to say I told you so.
Yeah.
Going haywire because somebody picked your name out of the phone book and offered you $5,000. Couldn't you smell a plot?
Can I help it if I look like Duke Masters?
You're a lawyer. You're supposed to be smart.
Hilda, you see any gangsters around?
And that name, Steve Jackson.
Yeah, it sure sounds like a phony.
And now... Oh, well, I'm going to the powder room.
All right.
And then you're going to take me to the movies.
All right.
I'll be back in a minute.
I missed you, Duke.
Huh?
Why didn't you let me know you were coming home?
Now listen, Miss, whatever your name is, I want you and your gang to get one thing straight. I'm not Duke Masters.
So I heard. Is it on account of that girl?
Now, I'm warning you, if you don't leave me alone...
What'll you do? Scream?
Huh?
Yeah. It shoots.
The restaurant's full of people.
There's nothing safer than a crowd. You ought to know that, Duke.
Yeah.
When you and the boys stuck up that mail truck, there was a big crowd all around. Didn't keep you from getting the money, did it?
Oh, now listen, you got me all wrong.
It won't keep me from pulling the trigger.
I've got my identification card. Look, if you give me until tomorrow, I'll get you my birth certificate.
Why the double-cross, Duke?
What's the use?
Is it because you heard some stories about me and Flip Morgan?
I never even heard of you.
They're not true. I said I'd wait for you, and I've been waiting. I don't care what anybody's been telling you. I've been on the level with you.
Sure, I believe everything you say.
Oh, Duke. Duke.
But let's keep it strictly impersonal.
Okay, I can wait until we're alone. Listen, Duke, I got an idea. That $200,000. If you don't want to split it with the gang...
Why, Trixie. By the way, that's your name, isn't it?
You'd rather be a clown, huh? Maybe we better go now.
Where to?
Your apartment. The one I never saw.
Are you serious?
You don't hear me laughing, do you?
But I can't leave now. Hilda wouldn't understand.
Duke, did you ever see such a cute little gun?
A few minutes ago.
It disappears in the palm of my hand, see?
Trixie.
Are you ready?
No, and I'm not willing either.
I'll overlook it, Duke. As long as you're able. All right, Duke. Stop fumbling and open the door.
I can't help it, Trixie. I'm thinking of Hilda. When she finds me
the
gone...
The door, sweetheart.
Careful how you poke that gun in my back.
Get in there, Duke.
All right. You don't have to be so impatient. Hey, what's happened to my apartment?
We gave it a thorough cleaning, pal.
Huh? Who are you?
Come in, Duke. Come in and stop kidding.
Now, look. You've made a mistake. Give me a chance, will you?
Yeah. Did you have to coax him much, Trixie?
A little. He was pretty unreasonable, Flip.
Oh, it's too bad. What's the matter, Duke? Don't you want to meet your old friends again?
I never saw you before in my life. I've never been to prison, and I've never been in any holdup.
His memory's still bad, Trixie.
It's awful.
We might have to give him a treatment, huh? Remember the boys, Duke?
Good grief. What can I do to make you understand?
That's Tom, and that's Knuckles, and that's the Bruiser. Yeah. They're all waiting to put their hands on you.
I'm not Duke Masters.
Yeah, sure, I know. You're Peter Woods. You're even listed in the phone book. Nice going, Duke. You took this apartment and hid the dough, then you took the rap, but not for us. Now, where is it?
I give up.
$200,000. It's in one of these rooms. Now, you go and make an X on the spot.
You've searched, haven't you? You didn't find any money.
Well, maybe we're not as smart as you are.
You pull the place apart.
You're next, pal.
Well, what can I do just because I happen to look like some guy who's double-crossing?
I'll give you a break. Tell us where you stacked the dough and we'll cut you in. We'll let bygones be bygones.
You can't let something be that never existed.
Oh, you become a philosopher, too, huh? You do great things at Leavenworth these days. Sit down, Duke.
What for?
We're going to give you something to think about. Come on, Trixie. The boys want to be left alone.
Listen, Flip, don't you think...
There's nothing to worry about, sweetheart. They're going to see how many times they can bounce the punching bag off the wall. Before the air goes out of it.
Don't move, honey.
Don't move, she says. As if I could.
Oh, if I could only get my hands on the men who did this to you.
It's no use, Hilda. I'll have to leave town.
Oh, Pete, how could they have beaten you up like this? Your face.
Sorry about that, lady.
Huh?
I'm not Duke Masters.
No, Mr. Woods. I am.
You... Why,
Yeah,
you...
I know how you feel. It's tough. You got born with the wrong face.
But it's not only the face.
You're not human, Duke.
Okay. Maybe you'll change your mind when I pay you off.
What? You mean you're going to After all you've done to me already?
I promised you $5,000, didn't I?
Hilda.
I know, Pete. That's Steve Jackson.
Yeah. I hope you'll excuse the masquerade. It had to be done that way.
Are you trying to make us understand?
I don't want you to consider me a bad guy, lady. When I got expelled from Leavenworth last week, I never thought my luck was going to change, but it did.
So did mine.
A couple of days ago, I spotted Marty Green going into a pool room on West 52nd Street. I found out he works there. He was always a second-story mug.
You ought to know your friends, Duke.
Yeah, I know him. Well, yesterday was my big day. I was walking along Madison Avenue when who should I see coming out of an office building? You, Pete. So I followed you all day, my head spinning with ideas.
Too bad it didn't spin
Shut
right
up,
off.
lady, and let me talk to my lawyer.
I'm not your lawyer, Duke.
Don't kid yourself. You're either my lawyer or you're going to be my corpse.
Well, that doesn't give me much choice, does it?
Doesn't give you any. Would you like to know how I got your name?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
The doorman of this house gave it to me. I walked in and he says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Woods." What was I going to do?
Well,
I did it. I went right to a phone book and looked up Mr. Woods at this address until I found one with a Peter in front. That was you, pal.
Duke, you're almost as smart as the devil.
Smarter, Cookie. I get what I go after.
But what do you want? You got $200,000.
No, Pete.
What?
I had it. Sold it away in a little cabana I own at the beach, my own private get-away-from-it-all place. Nobody knew, not even Trixie.
Were you planning to keep it all for yourself?
I wasn't telling them where to find it, not until I got out of stir. I was taking no chances. Not much I wasn't.
What do you mean?
A couple of months ago, Trixie wrote me about tough times. What was I going to do, let her go hungry? So I told her to take a few grand and keep a trap shut about the rest, but she took the pile. And she never wrote again.
Naturally. She's been too busy flipping with Morgan.
She's double-crossing him, too.
All right. You don't have to get mad at me.
I wasn't sure of it until tonight. Flip Morgan hasn't seen a dime of that 200 grand.
How do you know?
Take a look at your face in the mirror.
Oh, you mean...
You get the idea.
I see. Well, Duke, as your lawyer, my advice to you is to go to...
Pete.
No, look, Duke, I was only kidding.
Get him up, lady. He's got a lot of work to do.
Not for you, he hasn't. You go and get yourself beaten up for a change.
We gonna have an argument?
There's no shortage of guns, is there?
We're going over to Trixie's apartment. She lives in a rooming house on West 49th Street.
What are we going to do there?
Not we, Cookie, him. He's going to persuade Trixie to part with 200 grand.
Oh, no. I've had enough of that woman to last me for a lifetime.
Oh, now, Pete, don't irritate me. You'll lose a good client.
You don't say. That ought to kill me for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here's the key, Pete.
Don't we knock first?
Oh, you'll never get to first base with Trixie, being formal.
But suppose
That's
she's...
her tough luck. Go ahead.
All right. But tell that gun to be gentleman with his pine. I got to live with it.
Duke, why don't you go in there? You're not afraid of Trixie, are you?
Not if she's alone, chicken.
Oh, so Pete's going to find out.
Back in Leavenworth, we used to call that strategy.
Pete.
It's no use, Hilda. Well, here I come again, fellas. Trixie! Trixie!
Pete, Duke, we
Put
can't
on
let
your old brass knuckles with the corkscrew buckles, and then we'll have a little... Holy smoke. Duke, Hilda.
What's the matter, Pete?
Flip Morgan.
Is he dead?
Nobody could look like that and be alive. He was shot. Say, Duke, did you know about this when you... Well, hey, don't lock us in here. Well, what do you know? He did. Oh, I'm sorry, Hilda. I can't get it up.
Oh, dear. Of all the windows to be stuck, it has to be the fire escape window. What are we going to do?
I don't know. Those guys knocked me senseless.
But I do. We can stick our heads out of the other window and yell.
Honey, have you gone berserk?
We've got to get out of here.
Sure, but don't call for help. There's a dead body in this room. How are we going to explain it?
There's no law against telling the truth, Pete.
Who's going to believe us?
Pete.
Shh. There may be Duke coming back.
What are you going to do with that chair?
Come on, quick. Behind that door.
Hey, you two.
Trixie.
Put on that chair, Duke. No, while you're still behind the door.
Okay, you can close it now. But how did you know we were...
Look over there.
Oh. I guess there's nothing like a well-placed mirror, is it?
But, Pete, darling, there certainly is.
What? Hilda, what are you talking about?
A well-placed bullet. Have you forgotten? You know, in that corner.
Flip.
Never again, Trixie. Flip has flopped.
You killed him, Duke. You and the dame.
Now, wait a minute.
Let her rave, Pete.
You sent me a phony telegram to get me out of here. Said you had something to talk to me about. I thought you wanted to make up.
How did you get around Flip?
He didn't see the wire. I read it in the hall. I told him I had... Hey, since when do I have to answer your questions?
Where's the telegram, Trixie?
I threw it away. I wasn't going to keep any messages from you to me.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was on the level, Duke. I was ready to go back to you any time you wanted me. But you don't want me. You killed Flip and you were waiting behind that door to brain me with a chair.
We thought you were Duke. He was here.
Sure. You're still Peter Woods. You'll kill us one at a time, and then you've got $200,000 and no partners. Well, it's not working, Duke. Not this trip.
Duke says you have the money. Did you hear what I said?
I'm not even listening.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm calling the cops. You're through, Duke.
All right. Call him. Let's sit down, Hilda.
I don't mind. It'll be a pleasure to see a blue uniform.
No, never mind, operator.
What's the matter, Trixie? Cold feet?
Duke, how was Flip Morgan killed?
He was shot. Right through the heart.
You know, Trixie. Don't you dare.
And you were going to let me... You didn't even try to... Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, wait a minute, Trixie.
No.
I guess she means no, Pete.
Yes. Well, let's call the police. They always like to be told when a murder's been committed.
Money ball inside pocket.
Marty.
Hiya, Trixie. I hear they gave Duke a facial. Did he come through?
I've got to talk to you, Marty. Let's go someplace.
Sure. How about the office here? It's built solid.
All right.
Hey, how come you're here alone? Where's Flip?
In my apartment.
The Duke, too?
No.
Who figured Duke would turn out to be a rat? The most honest guy in the mob. The guy that took the rap for all of us.
He's dead, Marty.
What's that? Who's dead?
Flip.
Oh, you're kidding, Trixie.
Then go see for yourself. Flip's in my apartment with a bullet in his chest.
So that's how Duke's going to hold on to that.
He would have killed me, too, but I wasn't there. Listen, Marty, we made a big mistake tonight. That man we thought was Duke Masters...
What do you mean, thought?
He isn't.
What? Now, don't tell me, Trixie. I seen him with my own eyes.
You saw, I saw, but we were wrong. Duke's around somewhere watching us.
Well, what's the deal, Trixie?
The what?
The deal. You got any special reason for wanting us to think double?
Marty, don't be a dope. I'm telling you, we haven't seen Duke yet. Flip saw him, and he's dead. Would I tip you off if I was working with Duke?
Yeah, you wouldn't, would you? But what makes you so sure about the other guy?
When I came back to my apartment, he was there with his girlfriend. Then I saw Flip, and I started to call the cops. Marty, he told me to go ahead. He didn't try to stop me.
Hi.
Duke.
Yeah. What's the matter, Trixie? Aren't you glad to see me?
Yes, sure, Duke.
Well, you might show it. Take a walk, Marty.
Well, anything you say, Duke. It's good to see you again.
Don't go too far.
I'll be here all night, Duke. That's the kind of a job I got.
And don't send for any help. The boys are all downtown being questioned by the police about Flip Morgan.
Huh? But, Duke, I wasn't going to do nothing like that.
Yeah. It's amazing what protection a nickel will get you. Go on, beat it. Well, Trixie?
Duke, what are you going to do?
Oh, no, don't rush me, Cookie. I got a lot of looking to do first. Yeah. You're still a knockout.
Oh, Duke. I've been waiting for you.
Uh-huh.
You don't know what it was like, not knowing whether you'd be locked up for 2 years or 5 years. There were nights I couldn't sleep.
I'll bet.
I never dreamed you'd be out in a year and a half. Oh, Duke, darling. Hold me close.
Like this?
Closer. I want you to hurt me.
Is that how Flip used to do it?
Flip, what's the idea, Duke?
You tell me. I'm the guy who wants to know.
You're crazy, stir crazy. Like every man who goes to prison, all you can see is a woman cheating, lying, dancing around with other men.
Oh, I said nothing about other men, chicken. I only named one.
Well, suppose I did let him buy me a few meals. Did you leave me any money to live on? Didn't even answer my letter a couple of months ago.
Didn't I?
I begged you to let me know where you'd hidden the $200,000. I promised I wouldn't take any more than I needed. Why didn't you answer my letter?
That cabana at the beach, Trixie. Nice place, huh?
Cabana? What are you talking about?
You must have thought it was beautiful when you found the dough there.
Duke!
I answered your letter, baby. I told you where to look. I told you what to do, but you had ideas of your own. Finders keepers. Why do a split when you can dance on a dime?
Duke, I didn't know. You never told me about a cabana.
I took the rap and kept my mouth shut, but you were going to close it for good. You knew what the mob would do if I didn't come up with the dough, so you waited and played dumb. I didn't have long to live, did I?
Duke, listen to me.
I get knocked off for being a double-crosser, and you inherit $200,000, free and clear. Nobody knows. Okay, Trixie, I know. Now, where's the dough?
I never saw it. I never got your letter.
I'm not asking for comedy lines, Trixie.
But I tell you, Hey, what are you trying to do? How do I know you wrote a letter? Because you say so? Well, I say I never got one.
Okay. Okay, from now on, the proceedings will settle down to a nice, quiet, round-table discussion. Let me see your palm, Trixie.
What for?
I want to read it. I want to find out if you have a future.
Okay, buddy, you take table 6. Table 6 ready?
Hello, Marty. Remember us?
Huh? Sure. Gee, Mr. Woods, I'm sorry we topped you for skull and bones, but you know, an honest mistake.
That's quite all right now, Marty. As long as Pete can be himself again.
We ain't going to bother him no more, lady. What brings you here? Want to shoot some pool?
We're looking for Trixie.
Oh, you're out of luck.
Isn't she here?
I left her and the Duke in the office about an hour ago. You know, long time no see.
Are they still in there?
What do you think?
Come on, Hilda.
Hey, wait a minute. You'd better leave him alone, Mr. Woods. The Duke gets awful mad.
He won't hit me, Marty. It'd be almost like hitting himself.
Now, take my advice and be smart. Now, don't... I'll try to stop him, Duke, but...
Save your breath, Marty. You're talking into a vacuum.
Pete.
Yeah. Strangled with a piece of cord.
Holy smoke.
Close that door, Marty.
Sure. We don't want no riot.
Marty, you said the Duke was in here, too.
Well, I didn't see him go out.
If he had gone out, would you have seen him?
Well, sure. I was out front all the time, near the door, where the counter is.
Well, then how did he get out of here?
How? That's an open window, ain't it? Wide open.
You mean Duke jumped out of there?
We didn't have to jump, lady. This is the second floor. He could have dropped down. It's only about 12 feet.
Is it?
No, I can drop down from that window myself.
You work here nights, don't you?
Yeah, so what?
Take a look out that window. Something's been happening next door.
Next door? There's an open lot.
There was, Marty. Now there's a great big hole in it, about 30 feet.
What?
For the foundation of a new building.
30 feet?
Mm-hmm. Steam shovels work during the day. You see Duke's body down there?
Oh, I didn't see nothing. It's too dark.
If Duke went out that window, he should still be down there. Want to take a trip?
Not with you, mister.
Pete!
Don't be alarmed, Hilda. I've been facing guns all night. How's it feel to be rich, Marty?
Great. And I'm going to stay rich, see? That $200,000 is mine. I worked for it.
1 hold-up and 2 murders.
So what? Duke's going to take the rap. It's no secret he used to be nuts about Trixie. It's no secret she was double-crossing him with Flip.
Marty, how'd you get the money?
I watched the mails at Trixie's house. I don't trust nobody.
You watched the mails?
For almost a year and a half. Trixie lived in a rooming house. The mail used to be left on the table in the front hall.
And then, one day, a couple of months ago...
Yeah, the payoff. A letter that told where Duke hid the dough. And it said, don't tell a mob. I was in.
You're smart, Marty.
Yeah, but who are you going to tell it to?
Marty, hasn't anybody told you that shooting makes a lot of noise?
I got that figured out, too. Turn on that radio, pal, loud.
It's different now, Marty. You just learned one thing. Never take your eyes off a moving target. Drop that gun. Drop it, or I'll twist your arm out of shape. Now, you weasel.
Why, Pete, you knocked him out with one punch.
Let me catch my breath. Phew. You're a bright girl, Hilda. You took an awful chance screaming that way.
I had to, darling. It was now or never. And I figured if it had to be never, why not now?
Oh, no, don't faint now, Hilda. I need you. Hilda! Hilda?
And so closes tonight's Crime Club story, Death Never Doubles. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Tonight's cast included Chet Stratton as Peter Woods, Larry Haynes as Duke Masters, Julie Stevens was Trixie, Arthur Vinton played Flip Morgan, Phil Kramer was Marty, and Charlotte Lawrence was heard as Hilda Ryan. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian.
Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a flight into fancy that took off from murder. It's called Death at 7:10 by H.F.S. Moore. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death at 7:10. Yes, we have that Crime Club book for you. Come right over.
Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Death at 7:10 by H.F.S. Moore. The very intriguing story of a beautiful woman who was in love with death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The train was due to leave at 7:10 in the evening, and at exactly 8 minutes after 7, Mark Kent, a well-known mystery writer, was in drawing room B, his own drawing room, when the door opened. And he was surprised to see a young, beautiful woman. He was even more surprised at the way she giggled.
Hello.
Hello yourself, and see how you like it. My name is Susan Ward Steele.
Well, I'm flattered, but haven't you made a mistake?
You're Mark Kent, the mystery writer. I adore mystery writers. Well, your pictures don't do you justice. How about getting me a drink?
Don't you think you've had enough?
Oh, be a good boy and get me a drink.
I better get you back to your compartment.
I'm going to Reno. A long trip. I saw you come on the train. I knew it was going to be interesting.
I'm not going to Reno.
You should have seen Gerald's face this morning when I said goodbye to him. He's my husband. Such a pain in the neck.
Look, Susan, do you mind...
And you should have seen Claire Ellis's face when I told her that I was going to marry Pierce Carlton. And my stepbrother, Robert Ward's face, when I wouldn't let him have the money. So many faces, and all so long.
Will you do me a favor, please?
Oh, Pierce will marry me. You just watch, Mark. In 6 weeks, when I come back from Reno, he'll never tell me again he's not the marrying kind.
Yeah.
How about that drink you promised me?
I didn't, Susan.
I want a drink. I've got to have a drink.
Later, please.
Anything. Water. Ginger ale.
Take it easy, kid. Take it.
I've never been so thirsty. Please. Water. Ginger ale.
All about Chicago and Point Swift.
Susan.
Albany, Prescott. All aboard.
No. Conductor, hold the train. There's a dead woman on board.
4 days later, Mark Kent was in a room at police headquarters with Captain McNair, his friend. They were comparing notes, the results of intensive investigation, and some speculation.
We start with the atropine, Cap. That's what killed her.
Yeah, 1 pill.
That's usually enough. Now, here's what the book says about atropine. An organic alkaloid which causes death in humans without coarse anatomical change.
No pain.
That's right. Symptoms include dryness of mouth and throat, giddiness, wild talk. Death usually takes place within 8 hours.
The coroner told me there's no set rule about that. It can happen in 6 hours, in 4 hours, in 1 hour. It can happen in 10 hours.
Well, we know from what Gerald Steele told us, Susan didn't get up until almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Cap, are you willing to do some speculating?
If it doesn't mess up the facts.
What facts?
All right, go ahead. But remember, you're not writing a book. This was a real murder, and I'm a real policeman.
Now, we've got a pretty good idea of the kind of man Gerald Steele is. There's no record that he ever had a job. His wife, Susan, was very rich.
So?
Okay. We know that she left a will giving him half her estate, and we know that she was going to Reno to get a divorce. Another man, Pierce Carlton. Now, let's combine what Gerald told us about that morning 4 days ago and what, for reasons of self-preservation, he might have forgotten to tell us.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right. It's 11 o'clock. Susan Ward Steele has just gotten out of bed, and after the usual routine, she goes into the kitchen, where she finds her husband sitting before a big breakfast. She's a little annoyed.
Good morning, Gerald. Enjoying yourself?
Any objections to my being hungry?
Oh, no. I thought today you might have less of an appetite.
I'm not responsible for today, Susan.
Ham, eggs, toast, and coffee. Is that your first helping, dear?
Oh, nuts.
You don't say. You're so articulate. Where's Tommaso?
I told him to take the day off.
You told him?
Yes, what's the matter with that?
But, darling, you don't pay his salary.
I had an idea that we wouldn't want any strangers around the house today.
You're so sweet. But I'm not spending today with you.
Oh?
I'm having lunch with Robert, tea with Claire Ellis, and then... would you like to guess?
Cocktails with Pierce Carlton, the great send-off.
Don't be so bitter. He works for a living.
Sure.
Well, at least he has an office. Pour me some coffee, please.
Yes. You want eggs, too?
No, just black coffee without sugar. A full cup.
You must have had a big night. Where'd Pierce take you?
Places. Lots of people. I heard you slept well last night.
Susan.
You were snoring when I came in.
Oh, for pity's sakes. First I get it because I'm eating. Now it's because I slept. You don't think much of me.
You're a parasite, Gerald. And you're beginning to look like one.
You don't care what you say, do you?
Oh, don't tell me that there's pride under that expanding waistline.
Just one more word out of you and I'll...
Yes?
What's the use? I can't take it. I don't want you to go.
Really? I'm thrilled.
If you go through with the divorce, I don't know what I'll do.
I know one thing you'll have to do. Get a job.
Huh?
Let me spell it for you. J-O-B. It's what people do for money.
What'd you ever do for yours?
I was smart. I picked a family with a rich uncle.
Sure, you can talk. You inherit $1 million. You're smart. Well, let me tell you one thing, Susan.
Don't bother, honey. I've got something much more important to tell you. I'm not leaving you any money to live on.
What?
And I'm changing my will.
I see.
The half of my estate that you've been praying for will go to Pierce Carlton, if I should die.
When do you perform the operation?
After Pierce and I are married. In the meantime, if I should get hit by a truck...
Yeah?
Oh, darling, don't wish so hard. I'm really being very loyal to you.
Yeah. Oh, well. What time's your lunch date with Robert?
1 o'clock. Good heavens, look at the time. I'll have to hurry. It takes me an hour to get my hair put up.
Do you want some more coffee?
Oh, I'd love it, but I can't spare a minute. Why didn't you tell me it was so late?
It's your appointment, Angel. You sure you don't want another cup?
Oh, dear. I really need it. All right. Bring it in the bedroom. No cream or sugar.
Yes, ma'am. Anything you say, ma'am. I aim to please.
That is, Cap. Gerald Steele had motive and opportunity.
You're only guessing, Mark.
Well, the will's on file, isn't it? We got the story, the second cup of coffee from Gerald himself.
Yeah, but the rest of the stuff, about the argument, about her changing the will.
Pure speculation. The deductions of a mystery book writer. Now, what about Robert Ward, the stepbrother?
He's about 15 years older than Susan, businessman.
How's business?
Well, we got a report from several banks that he's been trying to borrow money. They all turned him down.
Uh-huh. That makes him an interesting suspect. Now, let's combine fact and fiction again and see what happened at lunch. Robert Ward told us that he'd reserved a private dining room for the occasion at the Swank Cafe Aurelia. Susan was very cheerful all through lunch.
What time is your train, Susan?
7:10.
No, it's only 2:30 now.
I'm meeting Claire Ellis at 3 o'clock. Tea and gossip at her apartment. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten so much.
Susan.
Yes, Robert. I've been waiting very patiently.
What do you mean?
You didn't ask me here to a private dining room to discuss my unimportant life.
You're very clever.
Thanks, darling. Now, what is it that you don't want your servants to overhear?
I need money.
You?
I know it comes as a shock, but the truth is I've,
How much, Robert?
$100,000.
Really?
Of course, it'll be a loan, Susan. I'll pay it back in due time. I'll give you a note or a mortgage, whatever you like.
Business is bad.
I've had a very serious setback. My entire output of washing machine motors is defective.
Oh, my. What's the poor housewife going to do?
We know what's wrong, and we can correct it easily enough, but naturally it can't be done without money.
Naturally.
I've never been without cash before, but I expanded recently, and that took all my liquid assets.
Even when you're in trouble, you talk like a bank statement. When did this delightful thing happen?
2 weeks ago.
Why didn't you come to me right away?
Well, I didn't want to bother you. I'm a businessman, and naturally my first call was at the banks.
Naturally. Did they turn you down?
They didn't consider me a good risk. Overexpansion.
Darling, you're as skinny as a toothpick.
Susan, please don't be facetious. I'm in serious trouble.
Oh.
If I don't get that merchandise out of my factory, I'll go bankrupt. I won't even be able to pay my creditors.
$100,000.
Yes, it shouldn't mean anything to you. You can spare it.
Oh, I can spare it. But tell me, Robert, dear, when did you ever do anything for me?
Now, don't refuse me.
You preached, called me a fool for not putting my money into a good, sound business. A wild, empty-headed fool.
I tried to make you realize your responsibilities. Uncle Jeffrey left his money to us in good faith. It was our duty to protect it.
I've still got mine.
And I've got mine in factories, machinery, and merchandise. Now I'm asking you to help me liquidate it.
No.
Good Lord, Susan, how can you be so heartless?
I've been practicing.
But... Very well. I'm not going to beg you.
Don't give up hope, dear. I've taken care of you in my will.
Thanks to Uncle Jeffrey, you have no choice. Half of your estate must go to me.
And half of your estate should go to me. But where is it?
You can look for it after I'm dead. Oh, what in the name of thunder did I do with those things?
What things?
My pills, my box of pickup pills. Oh, here it is, my vest pocket.
So you've come to that, huh?
Just these last 2 weeks, doctor's prescription. I've been living in the devil's own basement, tired and depressed.
What do they do for you?
They give me a pickup, that's all. Get the tired feeling out of my system, clear my head. Perfectly harmless.
Sounds interesting.
Would you like one?
Why not? I had a big night, and I've got a bigger day ahead of me.
One pill will keep you going for hours. Flip it into the back of your mouth and wash it down with water.
After you, darling.
Very well.
I never take chances. Well, here's to you. How soon before it starts functioning?
Very soon. And now I think we ought to go, Susan. I don't want you to be late for your appointment with Claire Ellis.
Well, it's a possibility, Cat.
Oh, sure. So's a trip to the moon. You better stick to writing mystery books, Mark. If you make a mistake, nobody burns. Except maybe your publisher.
Did Robert Ward take a pickup pill while you were grilling him 3 days ago?
Now, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me he had a box full of atropine pills when he met Susan Steele?
Maybe.
And that he passed them off as pickup pills?
Maybe.
But according to your own speculation, he took one of those pills himself. Now, why didn't it kill him?
You might have had one in that box that was harmless.
Huh?
You know, a real pickup pill.
Sure. Put that in your next bookmark. It'll read fine.
I will.
But for the time being, you won't mind if I keep it a secret from the district attorney, will you?
No, I don't mind. Shall we go on?
Go ahead. I'm on 24-hour duty.
Well, the next stop that Susan Steele made was Claire Ellis's apartment. Now, what do we know about Claire?
She served tea and ice cream cake.
But not because she liked Susan.
Oh, you've got a private line to her inner thoughts, huh?
Didn't you notice how she was defending Pierce Carlton as you were questioning her?
I noticed it.
Yeah, he's the man Susan Steele expects to marry. And Claire's in love with him. Now let's see what we can get out of the situation in which two women in love with the same man meet for tea a few hours before one of them dies on a train, the victim of murder by slow poison.
I'll get the tea things, Susan. They're in the kitchen.
Oh, there's no rush, Claire. I'm not meeting Pierce until 5. The lovely, romantic orchid room. I told this weak boy I must have orchids on our wedding day. Slews and slews of them.
Susan, You know why I asked you here?
Of course. To plead with me.
We used to be good friends.
Used to be? I'm sorry to hear that, honey.
Susan, don't marry Pierce Carlton. He doesn't love you, Susan. Pierce and I were practically engaged when I introduced him to you. Why did you make a play for him? You had a husband.
I was smitten.
You were smitten.
Believe me, darling, I've been living in a delayed paradise for 3 whole months.
You've never loved anyone but yourself, and the only reason you went after Pierce was because he was mine. He was a conquest.
Does it make any difference?
You'll never be able to keep him, Susan. Pierce is in some kind of trouble. You have money.
Did he tell you all about it? Well, he told me. Doesn't that prove something?
Well, what is it, Susan? What's wrong with Pierce?
It's confidential, dear. Between sweethearts.
I'll get the tea if you still want it.
Oh, I want it. I'm a glutton for punishment.
I hope you won't have to take much more of it. Ever.
Why not? Hello, and don't keep me waiting.
Oh, it's you.
Of course, Gerald. Are you surprised to hear I'm still breathing?
Where's Claire?
Oh, she's downstairs sweeping the sidewalk. She pays off the back rent that way.
I'd like to talk to her, please.
Oh, she can't be disturbed.
Now, look here, Susan.
But I can give her a message.
Ask her to call me back.
No love and kisses?
Not yet. I was only thinking we might go for a walk in the park.
A walk? How thrilling. Gerald, darling, when did you give up driving?
Oh, nuts.
You might have held that phone for me, Susan. Who called?
Pierce. He simply had to tell me how much he loved me. Claire, dear, watch your manners. Trays were meant to be put down, not dropped.
I'm sorry.
And those exquisite ice cream cakes. You almost ruined them.
That one's for you, Susan.
Thanks, dear, for remembering that I adore blueberries.
I never forget a lot of things.
Motive and opportunity. Love and ice cream cake. Eh, Mark?
Well, that's how it looks on paper, Cap.
You think Claire Ellis buried the atropine in the cake?
Oh, she did. She's darn clever. But I don't know anybody who chews ice cream.
If she did. Now, how do you figure out the business about that phone call?
Well, Claire Ellis told us that Susan had received a call from Pierce.
Go on.
Pierce denied it, but Gerald admitted that he phoned Claire and spoke to Susan. Mm-hmm. Claire didn't know about the call, therefore Susan told her it was from Pierce Carlton.
Q.E.D.
Whoops, not yet, Cap. We've still got to prove a murderer. Now, what about Pierce Carlton?
He's in the stock brokerage business with his father. Good, solid family background, old stock.
And that doesn't keep him from being a playboy, does it?
I'm not interested in what he does, Mark, only in what he did 4 days ago.
And in what he did before that.
That goes without saying. My boys are checking.
I think they're going to find that he's in a mess. A money mess.
Anything's possible with you around.
Okay. What happened the day we spoke to Claire Ellis?
Your eyes popped. You saw a beautiful woman.
Could be, but she was upset. Every time you mentioned Pierce Carlton, she had jitters. Why?
Somebody told me she's in love with the guy.
I told you, Cap. I did.
Sure, I knew. I couldn't have gotten it from the facts.
She kept saying over and over that Pierce was innocent. He had no reason for killing Susan. Cap, that girl knows something.
So does everybody else in this case, except me.
About Pierce Carlton, I mean. And I'm sure she didn't know it the day Susan was killed.
Who told her?
I don't know.
What? Mark, did I hear right? Did you say you don't know?
Let's go on to item number 4. Susan and Pierce at the Orchid Room. Dinner before train time. Soft lights, orchids on the table. A perfect setting for romance.
Oh, darling, darling. 6 weeks. 6 long weeks without you.
You'll get used to it.
Don't laugh at me, please. I'm going to miss you terribly.
There's a lot of excitement in Reno. And cowboys.
Yes, how can you say that to me?
Don't you like cowboys?
I like you better.
How was Gerald this morning?
Oh, why talk about him?
Why not? He's human.
What's the matter with you? You'd rather talk about everyone but us. It's a wonder you don't ask me about Claire. You know, I saw her this afternoon, too. Or don't you have to ask me about her?
You never could take kidding, could you?
Oh, I didn't realize. Pierce will be married just as soon as I can get back from Reno.
Have some more wine, Susan.
You'll be waiting for me at the station. I don't want to come back to New York and be alone for a minute.
Suppose I'm not waiting.
But you've got to be.
Why?
Because I'm depending on you. I'm going through a divorce for you.
For me? I thought it was because Gerald ate too much.
Pierce, would this come under the head of what you call kidding?
Put your head on my shoulder and I'll tell you a secret.
I'd rather look you straight in the eye.
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Yes?
I've come to the conclusion that Gerald is a nice guy.
What does that mean?
You ought to stick with him. You know, till death do you part.
You didn't think so last night.
I wasn't thinking last night, honey. The whole process started this afternoon. I woke up and there was a vision of a wedding bell. It scared the wits out of me.
You're out of luck, Pierce. I'm not letting you out of your promise.
Look, Susan, be sensible. Marriage and I were never meant for each other. I'm just not the marrying kind.
No? Put your head on my shoulder, and I'll tell you a secret.
I'd rather just keep sitting beside you.
Do you remember a certain crying jag that you had on a couple of weeks ago?
Susan, I've never been drunk in my life.
You were that night. And you told me a whole lot of things that you're going to regret in just about a minute.
Suppose you tell them right back to me now.
You lost a lot of money on a gambling boat before I met you.
Huh?
You paid off in IOUs. And when the gambler got tired of waiting for the cash, he threatened to see Papa. That's when you became a thief.
Good Lord, Susan, what are you talking about?
You took bonds out of your father's safe. He's got so many of them, you were sure they'd never be missed.
I told you that?
Your conscience was bothering you. Bet you didn't know you had one.
It's a cinch you haven't.
No, dear. I might really like meeting your father, telling him about those bonds.
Yeah?
I'm so glad you'll be waiting for me when I get back from Reno.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, not every woman wants to marry a thief.
Oh, I'm lucky, huh? All right, let's celebrate with a drink.
Friends?
What else? You hold all the aces.
Then we'll drink to that.
Oh, no. Don't waste it that way.
What's wrong?
Let's lock arms. Then I'll drink out of your glass, and you'll drink out of mine.
Why, of course. Just like real sweethearts.
Yes, dear. There's nothing like good old sparkling Burgundy for launching a new life. Properly.
There it is, Cap. The last episode.
And you finish it with the old switch trick, the atropine pill in Pierce Carlton's glass. I'm surprised at your mark. It's corny.
Well, it happens to be true, poison or no poison. Found out about it only this afternoon.
You don't say. Who told you?
The waiter in the orchid room. He saw them lock arms, and he remembered for $10.
What? You give me the name of that guy. I'll have him brought in here, and I'll book him.
Cap,
Oh. Hello, Captain McNair talking, homicide. That's all right, Finley. Go ahead. What? Are you sure? Mm-hmm. Okay. Check in at headquarters and file a report. I'll take care of the rest. What sign of the horoscope were you born under, Mark?
I don't know. Why?
Well, you're either very smart or very lucky. Pierce Carlton lost $80,000 on Jimmy Bryson's gambling boat 4 months ago. Finley just got it from Bryson himself. The debt's been paid.
That's how it is, Cap. When you go by character, you can't go wrong.
Maybe I ought to have a little more respect for you, eh?
Well, just read my books and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. We've got 4 suspects. Gerald Steele, the husband, who was going to be left holding the empty bag.
And who was still in the will for half of the fortune.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Ward, the stepbrother who needed money and was turned down. He's in the will for the other half.
My money's on him.
Maybe. Claire Ellis, the lovesick rival, and Pierce Carlton, who didn't want to get married but who talked too much to Susan. Every one of them had motive and opportunity.
What does your imagination advise us to do now?
I got an idea, Captain. Can you get me a sample of Susan Steele's handwriting?
Yeah, her signature's on her will. I've got a copy of it over there in the case file.
All right, let's get the best handwriting man you've got, and then you and I will go to work catching a murderer.
Mm-hmm. Does your imagination tell you where?
Of course. At my apartment.
Mark, if this works, I'll buy you a new hat, and I'll eat your old one.
And I'm supposed to be all alone, Cap.
Hello?
Gerald Steele?
Yes?
This is Mark Kent. Are you free to talk?
What kind of a question is that?
You'll understand. I was the last one to see your wife alive.
So I read in the papers. You're also a friend of the police.
Only when it's convenient. For example, I didn't tell them that Susan gave me a note before she died.
A what?
There's a name in it, a murderer's name.
Look here, kid, what's that got to do with me?
It's for sale, Gerald.
I had nothing to do with Susan's death.
Oh, of course, but who's going to believe it?
Does that note give my name? Is that what Susan's done to me?
I'll be in my apartment until 7:10, Gerald. You're going to inherit a lot of money. I'm sure you'll want a partner to help you enjoy it.
You certainly got your nerve with you, Mark.
I've also got you for protection, Cap. Now we'll just do a repeat performance on Robert Ward. And then we'll go down the line. Claire Ellis and Pierce Carlton. One of them's liable to bite. Stay in that other room, Cap, and don't wait for gunfire.
Don't worry about me, kid.
Yes, I heard you the first time. Hello, Miss Ellis. Come right in. Would you mind if I called you Claire?
I want that letter, Mr. Kent.
You wouldn't mind. And I thought this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
All I want from you is that letter. I've got a gun in my handbag, and I'm not afraid to use it.
I didn't think you would be. How much money did you bring?
I didn't bring any. Well, Mr. Kent?
I've got the answer, lady, and I'll take the handbag, too.
I didn't kill Susan. Now, please, give me a chance to explain.
Sure. Come on.
No. Pierce told Susan that he wasn't going to marry her. And I know she put his name on that letter.
You don't have to protect that guy anymore.
He told me the whole story the day after Susan died, about her threat and why she threatened him. I made him tell me.
Yeah, let's go.
No, please.
Somebody wants to come in here, Ken.
Another one?
Here's a magazine. Take Claire into that other room and read the advertisements to her.
Yeah, come on, you. When that guy works in a case, you never know what's going to pop next.
Coming. Oh.
Get out of my way, Kent.
With pleasure, but I'd be glad to do it even if you didn't have a gun. Mr. Ward?
Are you alone?
Now that you're here, practically.
I don't trust you. Put up your hands and walk toward that other room.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
Move along. I'm not going to waste any time on you.
All right, but since when do blackmailers work with an audience?
Just walk directly in front of me and into that room.
I'm in.
You're a bigger fool than I thought, Mr. Kent. You should have protected yourself with a lie.
Well, we all make mistakes, Mr. Ward.
You've made your last one. I'm going to kill you.
Don't you want that letter?
I'll find it later, or I'll burn your apartment out of existence. I've got a right to my share of Susan's estate, and the law won't take it away from me now.
So it was you who killed her?
Of course. I needed money for my business, and she refused to lend it to me, the fool. No intelligence is she'd have known I was prepared for every emergency.
Yes, I sort of had that figured out.
This box of pills, pickup pills, a wonderful tonic. Unfortunately for Susan, the one I let her pick was atropine.
Don't look now, Mr. Ward, but there's a man behind you.
Drop that gun.
Drop it. Captain McNair.
Yeah, with bracelets you can't buy at Tiffany's.
You should have looked when I told you, Mr. Ward.
Well, sure. Well, Mark, it gets me how you figured this whole thing out.
I'm a dreamer. Would you like to take care of my old hat now?
Your old hat? What do you expect me to do with it?
You said you were going to eat it, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. But I said I'd buy a new one first. Well, a deal's a deal, but I hope you won't mind waiting. No, I won't mind.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Death at 7:10, based on a story by H.F.S. Moore. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played the part of Mark Kent. Helen Shields was Susan Ward Steele. Cameron Prudhomme was Captain McNair. Ted Osborne played Gerald Steele. Eleanor Phelps was Claire Ellis. King Calder was Pierce Carlton. And Reese Taylor was heard as Robert Ward. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a night that was made for fun and remade for murder. It's called Coney Island Nocturne. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Coney Island Nocturne. Yes, we have the story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, Coney Island Nocturne. The very absorbing story of fingers that were nailed by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. When Mike Donahue brought Helen O'Malley to Coney Island for an evening of fun, he had only the best intentions. Naturally. He was an officer of the law, a detective. And she was his fiancée. But 3 hours later, as they stood in the middle of a crowded, noisy carnival street, they were faced with a crisis of catastrophic proportions.
Mike, I'm afraid I'll never understand you. How many times have I told you never to keep your wallet in your hip pocket?
Yeah.
If you were just another palooka who didn't know any better, then, well, all right. But you're a member of the pickpocket squad. You're supposed to know.
Yeah.
Haven't you got anything to say?
How much money have you got on you?
Enough to get us home.
Helen, you're not going to tell the boys at the station house.
No, dear. I still expect to marry you someday. I want congratulations, not sympathy.
Yeah, well...
Hey, Mike.
Who was that?
Look over there, honey, and you'll see a character.
Hiya, Mike. I never thought I'd be glad to see you.
Benny Gould.
You recognize me, don't you? Look me over, pal. I've done a 60-day stretch in a workhouse, and I ain't a bit tired.
What are you doing down here, Benny? I thought your territory was Times Square.
I got a job. I'm going straight, Mike.
You don't say.
Yep. Got fed up looking through bars. So now I'm a barker for a show up the street. Hey, who's the tomato?
Helen O'Malley, Chipmunk. Do you consider me fruit or vegetable?
Huh? Oh, it's a riot, Mike. Is it permanent?
Put your hands behind your head, Benny.
What?
I'm going to frisk you. Now, do you want to put him up, or do I have to coach you?
I put him up. You ain't got nothing on me. I'm on a level now, Mike.
You're an old-time pickpocket, Benny.
You're the way you cops make a label stick. Once a crook, always a crook.
Mike, he wouldn't have your wallet.
Maybe not, Helen, but this dip can pick the whiskers off a sleeping cat and get away with it. Okay, Benny.
Thanks.
Come on, Helen.
Hey, wait a minute. Was she kidding about your wallet?
You're blocking traffic.
Come on, you don't have to be ashamed to tell me about it. I used to be in the business.
You wouldn't be giving it to us now, would you?
Look, I know every dip on the island. Give me a chance, maybe I'll get your wallet back for you.
Why, Chipmunk?
Because I'm a good citizen, that's why.
All right, Benny, let's go.
Hey, what is this, a pinch?
You were going to take me to the wallet, weren't you?
I gotta find it first, Mike.
Suppose we do that together, huh?
Uh-uh. I ain't putting the finger on nobody. If you want your property, then you'll wait till I nab the guy that's got it, and then I'll bring it to you.
Don't argue, Mike. Be practical.
That's what I say, sister. I'm doing him a favor.
But how is it done, Chipmunk? Coney Island's a big place.
Well, I contact a few of the dips, and they spread the word around, that's all.
Okay, Benny.
It's going to take time, Mike. Meet me at the beach at the end of the boardwalk in a couple hours, 11 o'clock. And don't follow me.
We won't. Mike wants his wallet, and I want Mike to be happy. We'll meet you on the beach at 11 o'clock. Boardwalk, and I think we ought to adopt Benny, don't you? It was his suggestion.
Oh, we're not exactly alone, Helen.
Are you going to worry about that girl all night?
Well, she might be watching us.
She's fast asleep. Besides, she's a good 30 feet away. Come on, my bashful Romeo, give me a...
It's only me, Mike. I didn't want to keep you waiting.
Benny, don't you ever blow your horn when you come to a crossing?
Blow my... Oh, I get it. Well, I figured it didn't mean nothing. See, there ain't no moon out.
Have you got the wallet?
Not yet, pal.
You said 11 o'clock, and it's almost half past.
Okay, but Coney Island's got a lot of depths, and they're spread out all over. You Gotta be patient, Mike.
How much longer?
Listen, I got a couple of dozen guys working right now. Stick around for a little while. You ain't got nothing to lose with that tomato. I'll see you later.
Where you going?
My boss gets worried when he don't know what I'm doing. So long.
Now, Mike, where were we?
What do you mean, Helen?
When we were so rudely interrupted with a report about nothing.
Let's go home, huh?
But, Mike...
Well, it's a long trip, honey, and I've got to be at the station house at 8 o'clock in the morning.
But your wallet...
Then he can send it to me. He knows where.
What was that?
Thunder, baby. We'll have to run.
I hope it pours. Help me up.
All right, come on.
I hope it pours for 40 days and 40 nights.
Well, let's go. Wait a minute. We can't leave that girl sleeping there on the beach.
No?
No, I'm going to wake her up.
Oh, of course.
Oh, don't be unreasonable, Helen. There's going to be a storm. How would you like to get drenched?
Why wait for a storm? You can dampen my spirits. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It's raining.
Already?
I just felt a drop on my nose. Let's get out of here, Mike.
Wait a minute, dear. Oh, excuse me, lady. I think you'd better... Miss.
Why don't you just yell in her ear?
I don't think it would do any good, Helen.
Well, try it and find out. I just felt another drop.
You just can't wake up the dead by making a lot of noise.
Huh? Mike, she isn't...
She is, Helen. From head to foot.
The poor kid. And to think we were sitting only 30 feet away on the same beach.
Well, she was dead before we got here, Helen.
I'll never forgive myself, Mike, the way I talked about her. But if it hadn't been for that storm that never broke... Mike, I feel terrible.
Well, here's something to keep you busy.
Her handbag?
Yeah, look through it. She might have some identification.
All right.
I should get to a call box, you know. The local police might hear about this.
I'm not staying here alone.
I don't know what there is about the dead that scares
Are
people.
you sure she was murdered, Mike?
Her skull was crushed with a sandbag.
I can't believe a little thing like that could kill anybody.
Well, this little thing weighs about 10 pounds, honey, and it's packed solid.
Well, Mike.
What's the matter?
Look. Your wallet.
Well, I'll be...
It was in her handbag.
Give it to me.
Of all things, that girl, a pickpocket.
20, 25, 30...
It sort of shatters your faith in people, doesn't it? 40, so young and so pretty.
44... It's all here, Helen.
What's all here?
My money.
Oh, that's good.
Well, aren't you glad?
I'm too busy wondering about human nature.
Postpone it until we get a line on the girl. Come on, keep looking in her handbag.
Mike, darling, you may be a detective, but...
Then I'll look.
That's your job. Oh, dear, a pickpocket. Mike, what kind of people murder pickpockets?
All kinds.
Well, I mean, pickpockets are the lowest kind of crooks, the bottom of the underworld. They don't work in mobs, do they?
Sometimes. Maggie Blake.
What's that?
Her name on this identification card.
A pickpocket with a... It doesn't make sense, Mike.
It never does, honey, until you know what it's all about.
Do you?
No, but I'm going to find out.
That's nice. Where do we start?
First, we head to a call box. Get the homicide squad working.
As long as we do it together, dear.
And after that, we're going to Josie Johnson's Palace of Joy.
We're going where?
Read it. It's on this business card I found in Maggie Blake's handbag.
Oh. Well, as long as they advertise, it should be all right, shouldn't it?
Helen, what's wrong with you?
You'll never know, Mike, what I thought you were talking about.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you again. Where have you been keeping yourself?
I went out for a walk, Josie.
You're a liar.
Hey, now look.
I said you're a liar. What are you going to do about it?
We're doing pretty good business, Josie.
So what?
Suckers like the show we give them.
I give them. You're only window dressing like a husband should be. But you're not even good window dressing. Put that bottle back.
I haven't had a drink all night, Josie.
Put it back and lock that drawer.
Oh, just one?
There's the key on top of the desk. Use it. Between you and me, I don't care if you drink yourself into pink elephants. But you talk when you're drunk. And that's bad for me.
Oh, I don't know why I've got to take it from you.
Stop any time you want. There's a bed at the bottom of the ocean. Now, give me that key.
I started this business. It was my idea to set up the show.
That was so long ago, you've died 100 times since. Where have you been for the last 3 hours?
I told you.
Just walking around, huh? Inhaling the fresh Coney Island air.
I got tired sitting around the office watching you run
You
things.
said you were going out front for a couple of minutes to look around.
So I went for a walk. What's the difference? Came back and you weren't here, so I went out again.
How's Maggie Blake?
What?
Don't look so dumb. You were out with her, weren't you?
No.
Pete, this is Josie you're talking to, your wife. I've known you for a long time.
I haven't seen the girl, I tell you. You warned me to lay off, and I... Was she here?
Are you kidding?
Well, didn't she even bring in the take?
Are you calling me a cheat?
No, wait, Josie, wait a minute. You know I don't think you're a doubler, but Maggie always comes in a few times like the others, and she's pretty regular.
She was too busy tonight.
Not with me.
Shut up, Pete. You're through making a monkey out of me.
Josie, you're all wrong.
Everybody on the island's talking about you and Maggie. I'm telling you for the last time, I don't like it. I don't like people feeling sorry for me.
Well, why don't you give her the air?
Because she knows too much. Palace of Joy. Josie Johnson talking.
This is Benny. I got a message for Pete.
What is it?
Tell him I can't find Maggie Blake. That's all.
That's enough, Benny. Nice going, Pete. Huh? When did you decide to use Benny as a stooge?
What do you mean, Joe?
What do you take me for, a 2-year-old? You think I start believing because Benny calls up and says you've had him looking for Maggie?
Is that what he just told you?
You cheap chiseled sneak. Now get out of here. Go out front and help take tickets.
I'm sorry you did that, Josie.
Go on. I get sick looking at you.
You've been having things your own way too long, baby. Look out you don't drop dead one of these days.
You're very funny, Pete.
Yeah. I'm a real comedian, but don't laugh too hard. You're liable to fall out of this world.
There should be an office here, Helen. Another door besides the main entrance from the street.
Should-be's don't count. So this is the Palace of Joy. Who's crazy, Mike? The world?
I've got no time to think about it now.
Oh, excuse me. The pickpocket squad has to solve a murder first. Life can wait.
I tell you, Maggie Blake has something to do with this place.
Just because you found that business card in her handbag.
Maybe.
You're driving without lights, darling. Business cards don't prove... Say, Mike. There's Benny.
Where?
Talking to that man by that puppet stage.
Well, that's funny. I was looking over there only a minute ago. I didn't see anyone.
It could be magic, you know.
Ah, this must be the place he works in. And maybe that's Josie Johnson he's talking to. Come on, we'll ask him a few questions about Maggie Blake.
Anything you say, dear, you're the law. But who would come here to see a puppet show? This isn't exactly a playground for kids.
Oh, you beginning to get ideas, too?
It just hit me all of a sudden.
Maybe the shows they put on here are not for kids. You know.
I've been around, sweetheart.
What?
Concentrate on Benny and his partner. They've seen us and they've stopped talking.
Hiya, Mike. Hey, how'd you and the dog find out about me in the palace? You've been, asking questions?
We found a card in the storm, Benny.
Storm? What you talking about, Mike? There ain't been no storm.
Who's this guy, Benny?
Give me a chance, I'll introduce you to him. Pete, this is Mike Donahue, a deck from Times Square.
Well, pleased to meet you.
Pickpocket squad. Dame's his girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy yourselves. I'll be seeing you.
Just a minute. I've seen you before someplace. Were you over in the lineup at police headquarters?
Who, me?
What's your full name?
Pete. Peter Blake.
Mike.
Peter Blake, eh? Any relation to Maggie?
Yeah. Yeah, she's my niece. She's not in trouble, is she, Mr. Donahue?
Not anymore. Benny, where do I find Josie Johnson?
The boss?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it, Mike. You're acting just like a cop on the prowl.
You recognize all the signs, don't you? Get Josie Johnson.
The boss ain't here.
Benny, you want me to be nice to you?
I'm telling you the truth, Mike. I came back looking for the boss myself. Pete told me.
That's right, Mr. Donahue. Now, would you mind? I'd like to know about my niece.
She's been murdered, Mr. Blake.
Murdered?
Yeah.
You're kidding, Mike. Not that cute little kid that used
to... Maggie.
Take it easy, Pete. That's not going to get you no price.
Oh, but why? Why should anybody kill Maggie? She never... Mr. Donahue, where is she?
At the morgue by now. Would you like to tell me what she never did?
I'm going to claim her body. I'll see you later if she's still here.
Mike, you're not letting him go, are you?
Why not, Helen?
But he didn't even ask how his niece was killed.
I noticed it. I noticed the tears, too. They were the kind you find on a crocodile.
So, why didn't you hold him?
Darling, a policeman doesn't hold everybody. Does he, Benny?
Well, pick on me, Mike. I don't know nothing about it.
Sure.
Okay, so don't give me the eye like I was ready for the wagon. I'm on your side, ain't I? I'm trying to get your wallet back for you, ain't I?
Keep trying, Benny.
Okay, I'll go out and contact some more depths. Stick around. I'll let you know what comes up.
Mike, why didn't you tell him you've got the wallet?
Then Benny would have stuck around, too. And I think we ought to be alone.
Here, with all these people?
They won't pay any attention to us. They're too busy having fun. Well, we're going to get busy, too.
What do you mean?
How did Benny and Pete get to this puppet stage without my seeing them? Magic? Maybe. But I've got a hunch. We find out how, and we'll find out why, and who killed Maggie Blake.
What's the idea, sneaking in through that alley door?
There's a dick out front, Josie.
Yeah?
He was asking for you. Benny and I played dumb. We didn't tell him you were here in the office.
What was he asking for me for?
Murder?
Huh?
Maggie Blake. You killed her, Josie.
Have you gone crazy? Now, wait a minute,
I've been
Pete.
waiting a long time, baby. You shouldn't have done it. You're going to have to leave town now.
We'll see about that.
That was some act you put on before. Getting hot because I was out with Maggie, but you knew I wasn't, didn't you, Josie? You knew she was dead. You knew exactly where she was because you'd left her there.
Hello, Express? I want the city editor.
You thought I
please.
was sweet on her. Well, sure I was. I was nuts about her. But you didn't have to kill her. She was going to get married. Yeah, she found herself a boyfriend, a good, clean kid. She was going to quit the racket. She told me this afternoon, Josie.
City editor? This is Josie Johnson. I own the Palace of Joy. I've just been told... All right, I'll wait.
I wasn't going to tell you about it. I was going to let her get away first. I was going to make sure she lived to get married, but
Shut up, Pete. Hello? Yeah, Josie Johnson. I've just been told that one of my employees was murdered. Maggie Blake. Uh-huh. On the beach? Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Well, it checks, don't it, Angel?
She was slugged with a sandbag, Pete.
How soon you going, Josie?
Gone where?
Away. You're not waiting for the cops, are you?
I didn't kill her.
That dick out front thinks you did. He asked for you.
Yeah, and you told him I wasn't here. You wanted him to think I'd taken a powder.
Why don't you? I'll give you enough dough to get out of the country.
You give me?
This is my show now. Meet the new boss.
You don't say.
Yeah, I do.
That's for the new boss, Pete.
Why, you red-headed... What's that?
Come on, open up.
Detective Mike Donahue.
Who told him about that door behind the puppet stage?
I'm not waiting to find out. So long, Josie, and good burning to you.
Not as long as you're alive, Pete.
Don't run so fast, baby. You'll go through the wall.
Open that door and let's get out of here.
I'm glad you built that other door solid. For a louse, you used to have good ideas.
Look around before you go into that alley.
It's clear. You got the keys. Come on. Have you got them?
I got them.
Okay, give them to me. I'll lock this door on the outside.
Boy, whoever put that door up...
Mike, you're wonderful.
Tell that to my commissioner. There was a man and woman in here. We heard the voices. Locked. They didn't go out this way.
You said there was something behind that puppet stage. But why an office? What kind of a business would
That
they
door
be...
over there. It's the only way out.
Mike, is there something in this Palace of Joy besides joy? Well?
Flight of steps going down the cellar.
Are we going down that flight?
Yeah. Here's the light switch.
Oh, I'd feel a lot safer, Mike, if there were more than two of us.
Let's not think about that now. Come on, follow me.
Mike.
Stop worrying, Helen. There's nobody down here.
How can you be so sure? All these boxes piled in rows up to the ceiling. Suppose those two people are behind one of these rows.
They're not waiting to see the whites of our eyes, honey. If they were down here, they... wait a minute.
I'd rather go, Mike.
Sandbag. Just like the one Maggie Blake was killed with.
What difference does it make? There's a puppet stage upstairs. Why can't they keep an extra sand... Oh, I see what you mean.
Thanks. You're almost as slow as I am. Sandbags are used to hold down the curtain. The one on the beach had to come from here.
But there are other puppet shows at Coney Island.
But only one Palace of Joy that Maggie Blake was connected with. We met her uncle upstairs, remember?
Yes, dear. Shall we go now?
Not yet. There must be some way that man and woman got out. Let's turn this corner.
I'm sure we won't find prosperity. Those men. All those men standing against the wall.
What's the matter with you, Helen? Can't you see they're only dummies?
I don't care that they are. I'm not taking another step.
All right, stay here.
With pleasure. Those filthy, horrible-looking things.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what they are. Helen, where are you?
Sitting down, Mike, behind the pile of boxes.
Well, listen, these are training dummies. The kind the old-time pickpockets used to teach newcomers. Come over here, and I'll show you the lights that flash on when the student is clumsy. Palace of Joy, huh? Josie Johnson's running a school for pickpockets. That means that Benny is one of the...
Figure it out for yourself, Cupcake. My, do you look surprised?
Who are you?
Josie Johnson. Now, turn around, Mike, and I'll take your pretty 38 out of your pretty holster. Just keep your hands up high.
Where's Helen, the girl that was down here?
She's resting. She collided with the butt of my gun, and it knocked her out.
Why did you do it?
I got jealous. You're such a handsome guy for a cop.
You know all about me, eh?
Not all, Cupcake. Give me time. I've only just met you.
I'm going to go look for Helen.
Not without my permission.
Now, listen, she might be badly hurt.
She'll recover in time for the wedding. How would you like to be a hero?
You make a practice of hitting women on the head?
Mike, I'm trying to get you a medal. I know who killed Maggie Blake.
Yeah? I guess it was somebody else, wasn't it?
It was. And if you'll go quietly, I'll take you right to him.
Where?
He's in my apartment, and he's dying to meet you. Go ahead, Cupcake. Turn the knob.
How about the key, Josie?
I never lock my door. I'm a free trader.
Okay.
Forward, Mike. I'll be right behind you. Loaded to the hilt.
You're so persuasive.
You'll admit I've got a way about me.
Yeah, so I see. Is that the guy who's dying to meet me?
That's him, sprawled out over that table, drunk again. Pete. Hey, Pete.
Say, that's Maggie Blake's uncle.
What? Who told you that?
He did.
Well, he'll tell you differently. That's Pete Johnson, my husband. Wake him up.
Well, I'll get him to sit up first. A knife in his chest.
Pete!
He can't hear you, Josie. He's dead.
Killed himself.
Yeah.
He couldn't take the rap. He must have done it just before we came in. He's still got his fingers around the knife.
Will you stop kidding me?
What do you mean?
Your initials are on the handle. J.J.
So what? The knife was on that table and he took it.
Josie, you ought to know what happens right after a person dies.
He's dead, so?
His body relaxes. If Pete killed himself, he wouldn't be holding on to the knife.
Huh?
You catch on fast, don't you? Pete's fingers were wrapped around that knife after he was killed.
You're not going to say I did it, Mike.
Who else? You brought me here to arrest Pete for murder. But you knew he was already dead. Set up to look like suicide.
You're raving, mister.
That was going to be your alibi. Pete couldn't take the rap. Your own words, Josie.
Yeah. Well...
How many bullets do I get?
I ought to give them all to you, both guns.
That means I get a hero's funeral.
Turn around and walk to that wall.
I get it in the back, huh? Gangster style.
That wall, Mike.
All right. But remember, no practice shots.
You're pretty cool for tamale.
Death in the line of duty. It makes great newspaper copy.
Turn your face to the wall. Now just stand there and don't move and don't look. So long, Cupcake.
Hey, what's the idea? Josie, you'll never get out of New York. You know that. Well, and she told me she never locks her door. Oh, it's all right, Helen. Everything's all right now.
Mike, what hit me?
The butt of a gun. Next time you'll stick close to me.
Who did?
Josie Johnson. She locked me in her apartment.
Oh.
Lucky for me, there was a window facing a street. You should have heard me yell.
Josie Johnson. Mike, did you say she?
Mm-hmm. A glamorous redhead.
Shh. Mike.
Shh. Somebody's down here.
The redhead?
I don't know. These boxes are in the way. Can you get up without screaming?
If you help me.
All right, then. Easy now.
Oh. I made it.
Come on your toes. No more talk. If it's Josie, she's got 2 guns. One of them is mine. Going someplace, Benny?
Look out, Mike. He's got a gun under his
You'll
coat.
never get a chance to use it, will you, Benny?
I got my hand.
Let go of the gun.
Yeah. I didn't know that was you in the door, Mike. I wouldn't pull no gun on you.
But you did. That's a lot of money you packed into that suitcase. Do you expect to spend it in one lifetime?
You gotta listen to me, Mike.
I don't got it, pal, but I'll be glad to.
Look, I found out that Josie and Pete was operating a pickpocket school. When the kids was ready, they used to send them out to dip.
Tell me about the money.
Well, the kids used to bring in the whole take to Josie. She'd give them a cut and put the rest of it in that hole behind that hunk of concrete.
How does a barker find out about such things, Benny?
I heard Josie and Pete talking.
And you knew exactly where to go for the money.
You gotta listen to me, Mike. I ain't no killer.
Come on, let's take a walk.
No, wait, I don't want that dough. I was just gonna take it because, well, you know, it was there, and I figured...
You should have made sure Pete was dead before you left him.
What?
It's not so easy to find the heart with a knife. Sometimes you miss by a fraction of an inch, and you wind up in the electric chair.
What are you giving me, Mike?
Pete Johnson, otherwise known as Peter Blake, famous uncle.
He ain't dead.
He is now, but a lot of people heard his dying statement. Would you like to know what it was?
You're kidding me.
Don't look around, Benny. There's no way out of this cellar except through me.
You're kidding me, you dirty copper. You're kidding me.
Let's go, Weasel. The show's over. And you put on a pretty good one. It's too bad for you it didn't click.
The worst part of going to Coney Island, the ride home in the subway.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Benny's confession sort of makes it worthwhile. Imagine that chipmunk having the whole thing planned from the beginning.
Yeah.
Picking your pocket and then asking us to meet him on the beach where he'd left Maggie Blake's dead body. What a character. And all for a few measly dollars.
$30,000.
I even thought he'd get away with it. You'd suspect Josie and Pete Johnson of Maggie's murder, and he'd be... Mike, you didn't tell me how he got to Pete to kill him.
I guess I'll have to, won't I? Well, he followed them to their apartment after they left the office.
Yes?
Then he phoned Josie and told her to help him frame Pete. She came back to the palace looking for me. Well, the rest is history.
Yes, but Mike, what made you suspect Benny?
Two things, sweetheart. Josie had a chance to kill me and didn't. And Benny going for the money in the wall. Can I go to sleep now, dear?
One more thing. What happened to Josie?
She was picked up. Now, darling...
All right, honey. Mike? Is this your wallet?
Where'd you get it?
Out of your hip pocket. For a member of the pickpocket squad, you are about the easiest pickings I've ever known. Good night, dear.
And so closes tonight's story, Coney Island Nocturne. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Walter Kinsella played Mike Donahue. Joan Alexander was Helen O'Malley. Jean Ellen was heard as Josie Johnson. Bill Quinn was Peter Johnson. And Joseph Julian was Benny Gould. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a sparkle that bloomed into murder. It's called Death Deals a Diamond. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death Deals a Diamond. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death Deals a Diamond. The very exciting story of a brilliant play that was finessed by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Hal Hampton had been in the diamond business, taking without paying. And then one day he heard a judge say 5 years in the state prison. And Hal Hampton was no longer in the diamond business. Our story begins early one evening, 5 years and 3 weeks later. Hal was in his room at a midtown hotel, trying to forget the past and wondering what to do about the future, when there came a knocking at the door. Not expecting anyone, he opened it anyway.
Hello, Hal.
Huh? So what's the big idea?
Don't argue with me, sweetheart. I might get nervous and shoot.
What do you want?
Ask me in first. Oh, come on, be a gentleman.
Well, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
Would you mind if we left the door open just a little bit?
Company outside?
I like cross-ventilation.
Okay.
Behave yourself, and it won't be in you.
What's your name?
Myra Keats. Don't look so hard. You've never met me before.
I wasn't exactly looking at your eyes, honey. Who sent you here?
I work for the Lawless Detective Agency.
You don't say.
No wisecracks. The boss's name happens to be Sam Lawless.
All right, Myra, what's this all about?
I want the diamonds you stole from Randy's jewelry store.
What?
$500,000 worth. And don't tell me you didn't take them.
Now, look, I just finished a 5-year stretch. I've just been out 3 weeks.
I know all about it. But I'm talking about yesterday when you walked out of Mr. Randy's office with a tray full of diamonds.
Who told you that?
Mr. Randy.
Yeah? Why didn't he yell for the police?
He couldn't at the time. Now he'd rather not. He wants his diamonds, and he's willing to pay $25,000 to get them.
Go on, Myra. You're beginning to fascinate me.
Mr. Randy doesn't want publicity, that's all. He's got a high-class trade.
So I see.
Well, Mr. Hampton?
It just occurred to me that I'm feeling fine. I've got nothing to worry about.
I'm glad to hear that, pal.
What? Oh. Is that the cross-ventilation?
Mm-hmm. Sam Lawless, the boss.
With a gun, no less. Well, 2 guns are better than 1.
Shut up, Hal. You're still an amateur, Myra. You should have had this guy hanging on the ropes by now.
You didn't give me a chance, Sam.
He's only a crook, and Mr. Randy's giving him a break. 25 grand instead of 20 years in jail. Shut up, or I'll give you the gun across the kisser.
Well, you're a tough guy, huh?
Listen, you ex-con.
Sam.
Okay, baby. I got plenty of time to draw blood. Let's search the room. You take that chest of drawers, and I'll pull the bed apart.
Just a couple of amateurs, huh?
This is only the beginning, pal.
Okay, let me know when you're through, and I'll tell you where else to look.
Sam, come here.
You find them, baby?
Just come over here and take a look at what was under a pile of handkerchiefs.
Yeah. So you don't hide things in a chest of drawers, do you, Hal?
Where'd that diamond come from?
Look at him, Myra. He's surprised.
You're framing me. You just planted that stone in there.
You tell us where you put the others, or we'll plant a stone over your head.
Now listen to me.
The others, Mr. Hampton, where are they?
Look around for yourself. You've got a knack for finding things.
Oh, he won't cooperate, Myra. Well, there's only one thing to do. Here, put these handcuffs on him.
With pleasure.
Now, wait a minute.
Hal, don't be a problem, child. I wouldn't like to spank the life out of you.
But you're going to anyway.
Not yet. First, we'll take a trip to my office. Mr. Randy is waiting for you with a lot of bad news.
No, Mr. Hampton. There's no need to be so upset.
Get these cuffs off me, Mr. Randy.
Sam, the man is very uncomfortable.
Maybe he'll talk faster.
Sorry, Mr. Hampton. I've done my best. Now, about those diamonds you stole from me.
Oh, nuts.
Please be more expressive. We know your reputation for slickness and charm, the most renowned diamond thief since the great raffle.
Thanks for the plug. Do I take a bow?
Unfortunately, I didn't know you yesterday when I let you into my store and into my office where I keep my greatest treasures.
Sure.
Please don't deny that you were there, Mr. Hampton.
I've already done that.
I showed you a tray full of diamonds, and you walked out with it while I was in the safe getting another. Very well. Myra, will you ask Mr. Brown to come in here?
Of course, Mr. Randy. Mr. Brown? Oh, he's not in this other room, Mr. Randy.
Well, look for him.
All right.
And now, Mr. Hampton, just in case you're wondering, Mr. Brown is one of my salesmen. He waited on you just before he turned you over to me.
Oh, you've got the whole team out, haven't you?
Except the police. And I'll call them if you refuse to do business with me.
$25,000 worth?
That was my offer.
Grab it, Hal. Don't be a sucker.
Oh, By the way, what does Sam get out of this deal?
Oh, a small service charge.
Plus a very handsome reward of $5,000.
Uh-huh. 30,000 just to get back your own merchandise? The insurance company ought to build you a monument, Randy.
Shall we talk about diamonds, Mr. Hampton?
You talk, I'm going.
Where to, Hal?
Oh. Sam, that gun's beginning to look like a double feature.
I hope it doesn't bore you, pal.
Oh, excuse me, gentlemen.
Come in, Brown.
I was walking up and down in the hallway. It's so much cooler than in the... Oh, my. Handcuffs.
Yeah, it seems to be the latest style, Brownie.
Brownie? Now, look here, young man. I don't like that. Why, Mr. Randy, this young man, he's the diamond thief.
Mr. Hampton denies that he was in my store, Brown.
He does. But that's ridiculous. I waited on you, Mr. Hampton. And I couldn't do a thing to please you.
Ah, go on. I bet you didn't even try, Brownie.
I was forced to ask Mr. Randy to take over. Then you and he went into his office. The next thing I knew, Mr. Randy was asking about you. He'd been robbed, and you had disappeared.
Does that settle it, Mr. Hampton?
Only from your angle, Randy, but you'll never get away with it.
You prefer to be stubborn. Very well, Sam, take over.
Right. I'll get the truth out of him.
I'm sure you will. Come along, Brown. We must get back to the store.
Yes, sir.
Myra, I want you and Sam to see that Mr. Hampton doesn't leave without my consent.
He won't, Mr. Randy. Will he, Sam?
I don't want to be disturbed, baby.
All right.
Now, Hal, it's just you and me. You want to talk while you've still got a mouth?
Look, why don't you give me a break? I've just done 5 years. Get these cuffs off me.
Don't be sore, pal. I'm only doing my duty. I promised Mr. Randy I'd get the truth out of you. And I've never welched on a promise to a client yet.
Well, Sam,
It's no go, Myra.
you won't open up?
Nope.
Why'd you quit?
Listen, you can't beat an unconscious guy. That guy in the next room is out cold.
Why don't you use some water on him? I've been told it works miracles.
You're a pretty cold baby, Myra.
I don't like crooks.
Yeah? Well, I'm not so sure Hal's the crook in this case.
What?
No guy can take the beating I just gave him and keep his mouth shut.
Not even for $500,000 in diamonds?
I almost killed him, Myra. You heard him yelling.
I didn't hear him yell diamonds, Sam.
I tell you, he's innocent.
That goes okay with hearts and flowers. But we've got $5,000 tied up in a confession from hell.
What makes you so anxious to get that confession?
I've been told a girl can get a pretty good mink coat for half of $5,000.
That's all?
Maybe if I shop around, I can get a mink coat and a pair of shoes.
That confession wouldn't be tied up with a double cross, would it, baby?
What do you mean?
You found that diamond in Hal's room, in the chest of drawers.
So?
A very peculiar place for a diamond that wasn't planted.
Hold your horses, Sam.
Hal Hampton was one of the smartest con men in the business before he went to jail, and he's still smart. He wouldn't keep stolen property where it could be found.
You get your ideas late in life, don't you?
I get them when they count, honey. You palmed that stone, didn't you?
You're crazy.
You had it on you all the time. And when you went to that chest of drawers, you just parked it under the handkerchiefs.
You're getting crazier by the word.
You've got the rest of that fortune, too, baby.
Do tell. And who gave it to me?
Randy, maybe? For safekeeping?
Yeah?
Yeah. While Hal Hampton was being set up for 20 years.
Oh, get yourself locked up where it's good and quiet. You're becoming a menace.
I've got a better idea. What you've got, we're going to keep. That'll teach Randy never to trust anybody.
Would you, double-cross a paying client?
50%, baby, of $500,000 in stones. Come on, take me to them. I'm dying for a split.
You, better close that door, Sam.
What for?
Mr. Hampton may not be as unconscious as you think.
Okay. Now.
Now.
Hey, put down that gun, Myra.
Give me one good reason, Sam.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I just want to see your apartment again. And you're going to take me there.
Huh? What for?
Diamonds, dear. You know what you said about me. Except this is with reverse English.
Oh.
Hal.
Watch me.
It's Myra. Come on. Sit up.
Let me get at that guy. Get these cuffs off me.
They are off, honey.
What?
I took them off.
Oh. Thanks $500,000. Was it before or after I died?
I don't blame you for being sore at me. I was all wrong about you, sweetheart. I mean it.
You didn't steal those diamonds.
Oh, no.
Please believe me. I even convinced Sam you didn't.
Did it take much convincing?
A little.
And, you did it all for me.
Do you mind? You're so handsome.
No, I don't mind. Come here, baby.
See what I mean, Hal?
I see, not bad. Now, if you could only sound as good as you taste,
Hal.
this would be paradise.
You low-down heel. I should have let Sam kill you.
And rub out a possibility?
You're no good to me at all. I try to help you. I try to get you out of a hole.
That you got me into.
I didn't put that diamond under your handkerchief.
It wasn't on my laundry list, Blue Eyes.
I didn't put it there. Now, do you want to get out of this frame or don't you?
I do, Myra, but not with your help.
You're going to get it whether you like it or not. Now, listen. Mr. Randy and Sam Lawless had a meeting 3 days ago.
The first of a series, I suppose.
Sam didn't tell me what it was about. But I've got a hunch that you and diamonds were on the agenda.
Keep going, Myra.
Randy's business hasn't been all it's cracked up to be. A lot of stock and a few customers, and you know how a man sees red.
Uh-huh. And you think he's shifting stock to collect insurance?
I'm not to be quoted, Hal.
I'll keep it a state secret. Now, the diamonds.
I'm not sure. But Randy's too smart to stow them where they might be found.
But Sam isn't, huh?
Don't count your chickens before you can buy them. Sam Lawless is very smart. But he doesn't know I suspect him, and he might be just a wee bit careless.
Mm-hmm. And the logical place for that wee bit of carelessness?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll start with his apartment. You show me where.
I guess we're too late, Hal. Sam's gone.
Yeah. Well,
No use turning the doorknob, sweetie. Sam never leaves his door unlocked.
never? Well, let's say hardly ever.
I don't like it, Hal. Something's wrong.
Oh, living room looks all right.
Well, the lights are on.
Would that room over there be the bedroom?
Hal?
Okay. Just a point of information. Let's go look. Then the next time you're asked, you'll know.
Thanks. You're so educational.
Well, let it. Holy smoke.
Sam.
Stay where you are, baby.
Sam on the floor. How is he, Hal?
He was shot through the head.
Oh? Is he dead?
Don't you know, Myra?
What?
What were you doing while I was sleeping off that beating in Sam's office?
I was... Hal, did I ever call you a heel?
I think you did.
Then you're a double heel if you think I killed him. In the first place, what for?
A sparkling motive, honey.
You're wrong. I don't know where the diamonds are, and I was only guessing about Sam. And in the second place, I haven't got wings.
Not the heavenly kind, anyway.
You were unconscious only about 10 minutes, and I brought you 2.
That leaves me out.
Could I get here to Sam's apartment, kill him, and then get back to Sam's office in 10 minutes?
You could if I was unconscious, say, half an hour.
But you...
Company. I'll take it, Myra. Hello?
What? Let me speak to Myra Keats, please.
Why not? For you, Myra. Sounds like Randy.
Oh? And he asked for me?
Maybe he knows what he's doing, huh?
Maybe. Hello?
Myra, was that Mr. Hampton who answered the phone?
Yes.
What's he doing in Sam's apartment?
I brought him here. Why?
I distinctly remember asking you to keep him in Sam's office.
And I distinctly remember changing my mind.
Perhaps you'll learn that I don't like to have my orders countermanded, Miss Keats.
Perhaps I will, Mr. Randy, but not tonight.
Oh, I see. Will you tell Mr. Lawless that if he wants to do business with me, he'll have to get rid of you? Do you understand? He gets rid of you, or I get rid of him.
Did you hear that, Hal?
I heard it.
He didn't even ask for Sam.
Maybe he didn't throw him the right cue.
What?
There's nothing like a prearranged argument to make the case more binding.
5 years in prison have done things to your mind, haven't they?
Doesn't trust anybody.
All right. Then I'll prove to you I had nothing to do with Sam's death or with Randy's phone call. Wait for me.
Here?
Here.
I wonder what you'd look like without a gun.
I'm going to see Randy with it. And when I'm through with him, you'll be calling me lovey-dovey.
Long distance.
Don't kid yourself. And, Hal, don't try to use that phone to tip off Randy. I'm going to pay him a visit.
Well, to tell you the truth...
It's been disconnected.
You're powerful, honey. But how are you going to keep me here without a key?
I have that, too. And don't ask me where I got it. Gentleman never does. Goodbye, darling.
Oh, no. Myra, don't be a fool. I believe you. Myra, I believe you. Now let me out. Baby, I don't want you to do anything I'll be sorry for. Yoo-hoo.
Listen, mister, are you trying to flirt with me?
Got any objections?
What'll the neighbors think?
Tell them it's just an across-the-courtship.
Oh, a comedian.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't pull that window down.
Why not? You got something better to offer?
What's your name?
Cookie. And I ain't even taken the trouble to ask you yours.
It's Hal Hampton, Cookie, and I'm in trouble.
Natch? A fella that yoo-hoos to nice girls across the court.
Cookie, wouldn't you like to help me out of a fix?
Oh, so now it comes to a proposition. I guess all you men are alike.
No, please. I really need help.
Yeah? Of the nature of what kind?
Now, look, I'm trapped in this apartment, see? Will you help me?
Oh, all right. What must I do that will not compromise me with my reputation?
Come to this apartment and bring a hairpin with you.
A hairpin? What for?
So you can pass it through the keyhole, then I'll use it to unlock the door.
Is that all you want me to do?
One thing at a time, baby. After I'm out, I promise to pay you a visit in person.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say that in the first place? Tall, handsome, and mysterious. I'll be right over. Imagine opening a door with a hairpin. Honest, Mr. Hampton, I'll never get over it.
Well, you keep thinking about it, Cookie, while I use your phone, huh?
I read about such things in books, but excuse me, mister. You got ideas about calling another girl?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do a thing like that to you, baby.
Then you're a gentleman. Because after all, if it wasn't for me and
Now,
my
hold
hairpin...
it, baby, will you?
Hello, Randy's jewelry store.
Who is this?
Mr. Brown, sir. Is there anything I can do?
This is Hal Hampton. Let me talk to
Oh,
Miss...
Mr. Hampton. Would you like to speak to Mr. Randy?
Yeah.
Well, he was here only a few minutes ago. He went out with Miss Keats.
Oh, where to?
He mentioned his apartment, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay, meet me there right away.
Aye. But what should I do with the store?
I'll tell you some other time. Randy needs you at his apartment.
Really? He said nothing to me.
How could he, Brownie? He didn't know he was going to be set up for a murder. I'll get there as fast as you can.
Are you going, Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'll have to, Cookie. Do you mind?
Whoa, I was sort of building myself up. I thought you were going to... You know.
Well, not quite, baby. But I'll be back someday, and then you and I'll get together.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. And you can draw me a nice big diagram.
Oh, Mr. Hampton.
Oh, Brownie, you got here in record time.
Your message was so full of foreboding, I had to rush.
All right. Take a minute to catch your breath.
Oh, no. If Mr. Randy's in danger, well, we must get to him immediately.
Well, you're strictly loyal, aren't you?
I've been associated with him for 20 years, and I've been very happy.
Is that why you lied about my having been at the store?
Mr. Hampton, you've tricked me. You said Mr. Randy's life was in danger.
So I did. Well, boss doesn't answer and the door's locked. How's your shoulder, Brownie?
And except for a little rheumatism now and then, I never complain.
Swell. You're going to help me break down this door.
Break it down? Oh, no, Mr. Hampton, I couldn't do that.
Well, don't tell me you've got scruples, old man. Come on now. Here.
Oh, Mr. Randy will never forgive me.
Once more, Brownie.
Well, you've done it, Mr. Hampton. If Mr. Randy should ever speak to you about it...
I don't think he will, Brownie.
Oh, please don't mention that Mr. Randy. On the floor.
Uh-huh. With a bullseye in his chest.
Oh, good heavens. Is he?
Yes, Brownie, he is.
Please, Mr. Hampton, I'm afraid I'm going to faint.
Oh, stop it, Brownie. Don't pass out now.
I've never seen a dead man before. One who'd been shot. Well, look, Mr. Hampton. He's still holding the gun. Do you think it was suicide?
Maybe. There's a note on the table. Let's see what it says.
I don't know why Mr. Randy should have committed suicide. He was leading such a full life.
Typewritten note, Brownie. Listen, it's addressed to the police. It'll be discovered that $500,000 in diamonds had disappeared from my store. This theft was arranged between Sam Lawless and myself for the purpose of defrauding the insurance company. I entrusted the diamonds to Mr. Lawless' keeping, but he deceived me. Now I'm left with nothing. There's no other course for me to take. What do you think, Brownie?
I can't believe it, Mr. Hampton. He was my employer for 20 years.
The note's a phony, pal.
What?
Randy was murdered.
Oh, no.
The safety catch is on this gun.
Is on? But what does that mean?
A man can't kill himself and then put the safety catch on.
I don't quite understand.
Somebody's a child of habit, Brownie. Well, there's only one thing to do. How would you like to play detective?
Aye?
Sit down, Brownie, and I'll tell you exactly what to do and where to begin.
Hello? Myra Keats talking.
Oh, thank you. This is Mr. Brown,
Is that my fault?
Mr. Randy's assistant.
Oh, what do you want?
I think you and I should meet someplace for a very long talk, Miss Keats.
Why, Mr. Brown, have you been taking lessons?
I've just come from Mr. Randy's apartment.
Uh-huh.
I was very much surprised to find Mr. Randy's body there and a suicide note.
What? What are you talking about?
I took the suicide note. You see, Miss Keats, I don't want the police to be misled by it. Mr. Randy did not commit suicide.
Now, wait a minute, Brown. I've got a little catching up to do.
You shot and killed my employer, and I'm prepared to tell the police why.
What is this, cutie? A holdup?
I happen to know that you and Mr. Randy planned the disappearance of those diamonds, and that Mr. Randy entrusted them to you for safekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
Until Mr. Hampton had been forced to confess and had been sent to prison.
Who gave you all this valuable information, Brown?
Mr. Randy had a weakness for keeping memoranda about his deals. The frailty of human nature, you know. He was not a very trusting soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, for a consideration of half the diamonds, I'll turn over the memorandum to you and replace the suicide note.
You name the place and the time, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Randy's office at 11:30 sharp. And bring my share of the diamonds.
All right, Angel. I'll try not to keep you waiting.
It's 12 o'clock, Mr. Hampton. Midnight.
Brownie, are you sure you told her everything?
Exactly as you laid it out for me. I did not rearrange one word.
Okay. All we can do is wait.
Well, suppose she doesn't come.
Shh. Is that the front door?
Yes.
And she's here. Now remember, be tough.
I'll do the best I can, Mr. Hampton.
I'll be behind those drapes listening to every word.
Oh, I hope my courage doesn't fail me. Oh, Miss Keats.
All right, Brown.
May I see the diamonds, please?
Wouldn't you rather look at this?
A gun.
Surprise?
You're going to kill me. Oh, I should have known that I couldn't trust a murderer.
Let me see that suicide note and that memorandum.
Why, I haven't got them with me.
Brownie, you did a lot of talking on the phone. I'm going to give you exactly 1 minute to prove what you said.
Those papers are at my home. Now, if you'll come with me.
Oh, you must have been a cute baby, Brown.
But not as cute as you were, I'll bet.
Huh?
Don't turn around, Myra. I'm loaded, too.
Why, you double-crossing little weasel.
Just put the gun on the table and don't call my friend any names. Thanks, honey. You know, this is the nicest present I've had since I met you.
Why, you didn't have a gun at all.
I have one now, baby.
You dirty double
Don't be so beautiful. You just learned something. Hindsight isn't always better than foresight. Ah, shall we talk now?
You're a heel. While I've been chasing all over town looking for you, you've been busy with a double cross.
Brownie tells me you've been chasing around with Randy.
What?
You came here to get him, didn't you?
Well, yes, but he never gave me the chance.
Is that so?
You went to Mr. Randy's apartment with him, Miss Keats. I saw you leave.
But you also saw Randy come back, didn't you, Brownie?
I did not.
Listen, Hal, this guy's lying. When Randy and I got outside, there was a cop in front of the store. Randy didn't say anything to him about my gun, but he ducked back into the store. And that was the last I saw of him.
Shall we believe it, Brownie?
Of course not. Well, she's as guilty as... Well, she's just too guilty for words.
You two make quite a team, don't you? 2 pitchers and 1 catcher.
Oh, why don't you be sensible, Miss Keats? We know you're guilty. You have the jewels, and you committed 2 murders to keep them. You can't possibly get away.
He's right, Myra. He's never been so right in his life. Yeah. Take a look at this suicide note. You'll see what I mean.
And you had it all the time.
Read it, honey.
Yeah. It will be discovered that... Hal, this note mentions Sam.
Mm-hmm. And now, Brownie, tell her that Randy never kept a memorandum about his crooked deals. And tell her why.
Well, that part of it, Mr. Hampton, was your suggestion.
Sure. Where else would it come from? Hal, if I only had that gun now for 1 second...
You'd commit murder, baby, and that'd be very foolish. Because then, Brownie wouldn't get lonesome in a death house.
What? What did you say, Mr. Hampton?
Let me break it down for you. You killed Sam Lawless and Mr. Randy.
Hal, you mean he... Him?
Yes, darling, he. And all he wanted was to keep the diamonds Randy let him hold for a while.
Now, look here, Mr. Hampton. Perhaps you don't realize what you're saying,
You were the
but...
trusted employee, the man who could take orders. Now, shall we go to your apartment and see if it sparkles?
Very well. if you must be convinced.
Get your hand out of your pocket, Mr. Brown.
Yes, with this.
Hal, you shot him.
Only in the gun hand, baby. From now on and until death do him part, his aim won't be so good.
So, Brownie had those diamonds after all, just as you said.
Were you doubtful, Myra?
Well, to tell you the truth, Hal, But why did he kill Sam?
To frame you.
Me? I thought you were it.
I was. Until Brownie heard Sam accuse you, remember? In Sam's office while I was in the other room, unconscious.
But how...
Now, don't argue with me. It's in his confession. Randy sent him back with a message, and he listened at the door.
Wow.
So did I.
What?
I wasn't quite as unconscious as you and Sam thought.
Oh. Then you heard Sam accuse me of palming that stone. The one I found in your chest of drawers.
And I believed him. But I know better now.
Yeah?
That's in Brownie's confession, too. He came while I was out.
He knew his way around, didn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't know when to stop talking. He should never have mentioned 2 murders.
But there were 2, Hal.
Mm-hmm. But he only knew about 1. That is, he should have known only about 1.
Well, didn't you tell him about Sam?
No. Did you?
Not a word. Hal.
Hmm?
You were once a pretty famous diamond thief.
So?
Do you think you'll ever go back to it?
Oh, no, dear. Not after I spent 5 years in prison breaking stones.
Hal.
Yeah?
I'm so glad I met you tonight.
Oh. Prove it.
Hmm?
Prove it. If, you know what I mean. And, I do hope you do.
And so closes tonight's story, Death Deals a Diamond. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Larry Haynes played the part of Hal Hampton. Charlotte Lawrence was Myra Keats. Maurice Franklin was Brown. King Calder was heard as Sam Lawless. Reese Taylor played Randy. And Joan Tompkins was Cookie. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes. Come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story of a circus lion that was trained for murder. It's called Serenade Macabre. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week, and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Serenade Macabre. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, Serenade Macabre. A very exciting story of a circus in which the last performance was given by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is 2:00 in the morning, and on the outskirts of the town where the tents had been set up and the red and gold wagons moored, the circus is asleep. A succession of shadows in the moonlight, quiet, peaceful, except for the occasional roar of protest that comes from the throat of Sultan, the untrained lion that Victor Parnell had vowed he would break. And except for the movements of two people, Louise Parnell and Roy Turner.
Come on. There's the training tent.
Roy?
We'll never have to worry about Victor again when Sultan gets through with him tomorrow morning. What's the matter?
Nothing. I dropped the bottle of glue.
Did it break?
No.
Good. Now listen, kid. You gotta pull yourself together. We'll never get another chance.
I can't help it, Roy. I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
What if we should get caught? What if somebody should see us?
I tell you, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Jim Harkness, the night watchman.
He doesn't get to this point till 3 o'clock.
Well, suppose he should decide to change.
For Pete's sake, will you relax? I'm the owner of the circus. I set up the schedule for him.
Oh, I hate that beast.
It's going to be our best friend tomorrow. Come on. We're only about 10 feet from the tent. The whole job won't take more than a couple of minutes.
You know, it's murder, Roy.
So?
The idea of having Victor ripped to pieces by a lion.
You want to get rid of him, don't you?
I could ask him again to give me a divorce. Maybe if I keep after him.
Duck into the tent.
Roy, that's...
Get in there.
That's Jim Harkness.
Quiet.
You said he wouldn't be here until 3 o'clock. He's going to see us, and he's going to tell Victor. Oh, he mustn't see us. If you've got to kill him, he mustn't see us.
It's all right, kid. He didn't look in.
Maybe he saw us.
No, let's...
Maybe he recognized you and decided not to. Roy, let's forget about it.
Are you out of your mind?
Please. I've got a feeling it's not going to work out.
Do you want to marry me?
Oh, you know I do.
Then let's not forget about it. Give me the key to the train, kid. The key, Louise.
There's no other way.
Not if we're going to get married, babe.
All right.
Hold the flashlight.
I took this off his key ring while he was asleep.
Good thing he was drunk tonight. Swing the light around. Ah, yeah, there's the chair. Now we get to work with the saw.
The police are going to know it's murder, Roy. No chair comes apart in a lion trainer's hand, not even when it's pawed.
There. One leg off. Now we go to work on leg number 2.
They've got to be strong. The police will suspect me, Roy.
They'll suspect Tom Doyle.
He hasn't got a key to this cage.
He was mad enough to steal it. Victor gave him the whip this afternoon for not feeding the cats on time. This is simple, kid. 2 legs and a gluing job to go, and by noon tomorrow... you hear that, babe? That's Sultan telling you that by noon tomorrow you'll be a widow. There's your wagon, Louise. I'm turning off here.
All right, Roy.
I'll bury the saw and the bottle of glue under the wagon that Tom Doyle's in. And we got nothing to worry about.
I hope you're right. I love you very much.
Yeah. I don't have to tell you how I feel about you. Good night, Lashes.
Good night. Shut up, you ugly beast. Shut up. Oh, good heavens.
On the line, Louise.
Victor.
What'd you expect to find? The Maharaja of the circus?
I thought you were asleep.
I was. Put the light on.
I'm tired. I want to go to bed.
And I feel like talking. Well, Louise, will I have to get up and put the light on, or will you do it?
I'll do it.
That's better. Now, come here.
Victor, whatever it is you want to say, can't it wait?
You never ask Roy Turner to wait, do you? Of course, he's the boss. The guy who inherited a circus and doesn't know what to do with it. So he keeps busy going after my wife.
Please.
Did he tell you tonight how beautiful you are?
I didn't see him. I heard Sultan kicking up a row, so I went down to see what's the matter. Stop it, will you? I'm telling you the truth.
Well, what's the matter, Louise? You're usually a lot calmer than this.
Oh, I'm sick and tired of having you suspect every move I make.
Since when?
You can't turn your back on me without... Shut up, shut up!
Is Sultan getting on your nerves, too?
I can't stand him all day and all night. The cat never sleeps. Victor,
I want you to get rid of him.
Sure.
Send him back to the jungle. Kill him. Do anything, but get rid of him.
He cost me a small fortune, Louise.
I don't care. You've got other lions.
Well, he'll be great for my new act.
You'll never break him, Victor. That's one cat that'll never take orders from you.
And I say he will.
You're wrong. You've been trying for weeks and you... Listen, Victor. Kill him tomorrow morning. The first thing tomorrow morning.
I want him for my new act, Louise.
Don't do any more work on him. Don't get into that training cage with him again.
Uh-huh. This is a new twist from you.
I've never asked you to quit breaking a cat before. But this time I know. It can't be done.
Are you afraid of what might happen to me?
He'll kill you one of these days.
That shouldn't bother you.
I don't want you to die.
Well, that calls for a celebration. And a kiss.
No, Victor.
Why not?
Please, leave me alone.
Always told you had a beautiful mouth.
Let me go.
Let's see how it looks when it's bleeding. Now, turn out that light and go to bed. I've got a big day tomorrow with Sultan. He doesn't seem to bother you this morning, Louise.
I'm getting used to him.
Doesn't take long when you start hoping, does it?
I warned you, if you ever hit me
Tell
again...
that to Sultan. He might decide to help you. Yes, who is it?
It's me, Mr. Parnell, Jim Hartman.
What do you want?
The boss wants to know if you're going to work in that lion today.
Just a minute.
Mr. Turner sent me to ask you if you were going...
Why?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Parnell. He didn't tell me. Morning, Mrs. Parnell.
Good morning, Jim.
That cat was howling all night. Sort of gave me the willies. He ain't like the other cats.
He will be. Tell Roy Turner I'll go to work when I'm ready.
Okay.
And tell him I don't want anybody in the training tent when I'm working.
You going to tackle that lion all alone, Mr. Parnell?
Oh, Roy can be there if he wants to. And Louise, of course.
But Mr. Turner don't know nothing about lions, sir. Why, if that big fella should get frisky...
You heard what I said, Jim. Now, go ahead and do it.
Okay. I'm only the night watchman. But if I was in that training cage with that cat, I'd want a lot of people all around with long sticks. Yes, sir. All around.
He's right, Victor.
I'm running my own show, Louise. Now, finish the coffee and let's get out of here.
In a minute.
Now. You can put your face on later. Roy won't mind seeing you without makeup.
I want you to stop talking about him.
Here's the gun, baby.
Yeah.
Too bad it's not loaded with real bullets, huh? Instead of blanks.
It's too bad. But maybe it won't make any difference to you.
You can take orders like the rest of them, can't you, Roy?
This is your department, Victor. If you don't want anybody around when you're working, it's okay with me. But you're a darn fool.
It's an old habit, pal. Listen to him. He thinks he's still the king. Well, we're going to show him he isn't. Aren't we, Louise?
We?
Sure. You're still my wife, aren't you?
She's not going in that cage with you, Victor.
Here's the key, baby. Open it up.
No.
All right, then. I'll open it up. I'm ready, dear. Come on.
Get out of here, Louise. I'll take care of this lunatic. Put down that whip, Victor.
Sure, right across.
Are you ready? Put it down. You're going into that cage alone.
No.
Alone, Victor. And that's where you're going to stay. I got your keys.
Let me out of here, Roy. That cat'll kill me.
Louise, get in the Sultan's tent and open the cage door to the tunnel.
Roy.
Go on before somebody looks in here.
Louise, don't. You and Roy were in here last night. You spoiled something.
Roy, he knows.
The key was not where I keep it on the ring. Let me out, will you? I was only kidding about asking you to come in here with me. I wasn't going in
Get
myself.
out, Louise. You're wasting time.
Louise, I'll give you a divorce. You can marry Roy. I'll do anything you want. Just let me out of here.
I don't believe you, Victor. I don't believe you.
Good grief, Louise.
Victor, just you and me now.
Roy, you've got to listen.
In a couple of minutes, it'll be just you and Sultan. Grab that chair. I'm going to open the trap door.
Roy, I'll listen to reason. Don't open that trap door. Yeah, I meant it about the divorce.
Grab the chair, Victor.
Close it. Give me a break. I'll never bother you and Louise
Better
again.
get set for company, Victor. Your friend should be here any second. Yeah, battle cry of freedom.
He's in the tunnel, and the trap door's open.
Goodbye, Victor.
The chair. Maybe I can hold him off. Maybe I can drive him back into the tunnel. You and Louise spoiled something in here last night. I don't know what it is, but... Sawdust.
You saw the legs off the chair. He broke the chair. Roy! Roy! Get help! Help!
That's the whole story, Captain Williams. The chair broke in Victor's hand, and before Louise and I realized what had happened, Sultan had knocked Victor down.
Go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Oh, it was the most horrible thing I ever saw. That animal tearing at Victor as if to... I'm sorry, Louise, but the police want the facts.
All of them, Mr. Turner. What did you and Mrs. Parnell do while the lion was working on her husband?
Well, there wasn't much we could do, Captain. Louise and I were alone in the training tent. Louise had a gun, but it was loaded with blank cartridges.
Alone, huh? I thought lion trainers never got into a cage unless there was a lot of protection around.
Well, Victor didn't like crowds.
Is that so? That's pretty unusual for a circus performer.
Well, he didn't like him when he was breaking a cat. You can ask anybody outside this office, all the people working for me.
I will, Mr. Turner, when I get around to them. How did you get that animal off, Mr. Parnell?
I opened the trap door of the tunnel, and Louise fired the blanks in her gun. The noise frightened Sultan.
No real bullets?
Lions are expensive, Captain Williams.
But lion trainers aren't.
Sultan was my husband's property, Captain. Victor made the rules, and I kept them.
Uh-huh. Are you feeling better now, Mrs. Parnell?
A little.
Good. I got a couple of questions for you. Who fixed it for that lion to kill your husband?
I can't be sure, Captain, but I think it was...
Yeah?
Go on, Louise. The police and I have a right to know who you suspect.
Well, I haven't any proof, but I...
Yeah?
Roy, I think it was Tom Doyle who sawed that chair and glued the legs on again.
The man who's been feeding the lion?
Yes. You remember what happened yesterday afternoon?
Victor beat him up.
With his whip. And all because Tom didn't feed the cats on time.
Oh, but Louise, that's no reason for murder.
I'm not accusing him, Roy. But late last night, Victor came back to the wagon drunk. He'd gone to town after the show.
Oh, yeah.
What's that got to do with Tom Doyle, Mrs. Parnell?
You see, Captain, there's only one key to the training cage, and Victor always kept it on a ring in his pocket.
Yes?
He was very superstitious about training the cats. He felt that anyone else in that cage at any time might bring bad luck.
That's right, Captain. There's a bug we couldn't shake out of his head.
Just keep going, Mrs. Parnell.
Well, when Victor came back from town, he was very drunk. But he was also very upset. He'd lost the keys.
Happened this morning, didn't he?
Yes. I found them last night outside the training tent.
Oh?
Victor was raving mad because he'd lost them, and I had to go out and look for them. As I got near the training tent, I saw Tom Doyle sneaking away around the tent. And I found the key.
Well, Louise, are you sure it was Tom Doyle?
Yes, Roy. He was carrying something under one arm.
A saw?
I couldn't tell, Captain. But I looked inside the tent. Everything was in order.
Do you think Tom Doyle swiped those keys?
Please, Captain, I'm not trying to build up a case against the man. I'm only telling you what I saw.
Come in.
Excuse me, Captain.
What is it, Ralph?
One of the boys dug up these two items, sir.
Saw. Blue.
They were buried under a wagon that 3 guys live in.
Which 3 guys, Ralph?
Joe Smith, Pete Frenzy, and Tom Doyle.
Where's Tom Doyle?
Him and the other 2 are in the wagon. Under guard.
All right, we'll go have a talk with him.
I'd like to go with you, Captain.
Sure, come along, Mr. Turner. You want to join the party, too, Mrs. Parnell?
Oh, I don't think you ought to, Louise. Why don't you go to your bungalow wagon and lay down?
All right, Roy.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Turner, when I got to the scene of the murder, I found you and Mrs. Parnell in the training cage with the body of her husband.
Sure. We thought he might still be alive.
Well, you get in if Mr. Parnell had the only key.
He gave it to me, just in case.
Let's go, Ralph. You can come along, Mr. Turner, if you still want to. But remember, you listen while I ask the question.
I told you there was nothing to worry about, babe.
But that Captain Williams, did he believe us?
He didn't believe Tom Doyle, kid. The perfect fall guy.
Roy.
Yeah, the Lummox had no alibi for last night, so they took him away.
Then we're in the clear?
Without breaks. Come here.
Why not?
You gave a perfect performance for Captain Williams. How about giving one for me?
Thank heavens I don't have to convince you.
Don't kid yourself, Toots. When it comes to love, I want all the convincing you can give.
Darling. How is that?
Great. As a sample. Now.
Don't rush me, dear. It's been only 3 hours since I became a widow.
Oh, babe, you even look better.
We'll have to be very careful, Roy.
What do you mean?
No marriage until we're far away from this town.
I had that figured out, too, Louise. So that you have to have nothing to worry about with me.
What's this?
Partnership agreement. I'm giving you a 50% interest in the circus.
Roy.
Don't crowd me yet, honey. I'm not through.
What?
You get my 50%, too, if I should die.
Oh, you darling. I don't need all this insurance. I wouldn't want it without you.
Here's the catch, sweetheart. I don't expect to die.
Oh, you idiot.
Now, come here. How about some more convincing?
Okay.
Come on, Louise. I'm waiting.
Not now, Roy.
What's the matter?
Listen.
What for?
That whistling, I can't stand it, Roy. Ever since last night when Jim Harkness passed the training.
Will you snap out of
I'll
it?
never be sure he didn't see us.
He didn't tell Captain Williams, did he?
I just can't seem to get it out of my mind. Roy, we'll have to do something about Jim.
Wait a minute. He's been with the circus for years. I practically inherited.
Well, I don't want him around.
Okay. But believe me, kid, you're making a big fuss about... Come in. What do you want, Jim? Answer me when I talk to you.
I noticed the Sultan stopped complaining after he chewed up Victor. We ain't heard a peep out of him since.
Get out of here, Jim.
Well, that ain't a nice way to talk to a business associate, ma'am.
Business associate?
Shut up, Louise. What do you mean, Jim?
She knows what I mean, Roy.
I'm Mr. Turner to you.
Not anymore, Roy. I'm not working for you anymore.
You quitting?
I'm tired of being a night watchman. For a guy like me that used to be a star tumbler, keeping tabs on a bunch of tents and animals, it ain't dignified, Roy. I'm retiring.
What's that got to do with me?
You're going to make my retirement worthwhile. You and Louise.
Jim, what do you want?
Louise, I told you to shut up.
Don't get mad at her, Roy. She's only trying to keep the rope off her neck. Tom Doyle ain't no killer. But I can tell the police who is.
Now, look here, Jim. If you got any bluffing to do...
I seen you and Louise in the training tent last night and heard you working with a saw.
You don't know what you're talking about, Jim.
Maybe the cops would say different, huh?
You can't prove it, you dirty blackmailer. It'll be your word against ours.
Yeah, but whose word's going to count more? I seen where you buried the saw and glue, Roy.
Why don't you tell that to police this morning?
Oh, with the police here?
What are you driving at?
Well, I'm a night watchman. I work all night, and I'm supposed to sleep all day. I ain't seen the police yet.
Didn't they question you?
Well, I wasn't in my bunk all day. I just got back from a snooze in the park. You see what I mean?
He's got us, Roy. Let's find out how much he wants.
Well, you don't have to ask me twice. $50,000.
$50,000?
I want a nice, comfortable retirement, Roy, and I want to start today. Think it over, but don't take too long.
You set up the perfect crime, didn't you? Tom Doyle was going to take the rap for us. Well, Roy, is he?
Well, for Pete's sake, will you leave me alone? You've been pounding at me for an hour. I can't think.
All I want you to tell me is what are we going to do?
I don't know.
Have you got $50,000 for Jim Harkness?
I told you.
Have you or haven't you?
Suppose I have.
Are you going to give it to him?
Do you want me to?
I don't want him to go to the police.
It's about all the cash I have, Louise. If I give it
I don't want him to go to the police.
We'll be flat broke. We won't be able to pay salary.
There'll be plenty of cash coming in.
But not enough to pay off, Louise. We'll be stranded.
Would you rather swing?
Maybe it'll never come to that.
Don't kid yourself. Jim goes to the police, we're through. We can't alibi ourselves out of his story, and we'll never get a chance to call him a blackmailer.
Why call him anything?
Oh, what's the matter with you? Does $50,000 mean so much to you?
Keeps us in business, Angel.
Well, it won't keep us together. Roy, darling, we want to be together, don't we?
Oh, sure.
We want to get married like other people in love. We committed a murder to get that, Roy.
And we won't lose it, kid.
We'll never get there if we take chances now.
I wasn't thinking of taking chances, Louise.
Then you'll give him the money?
No.
Roy!
I got other ideas that'll save us $50,000 and still take care of Jim Harkness.
No.
That's right.
You want Captain Williams back here?
Let him come.
Are you crazy? Another murder at this circus, Roy, while Tom Doyle's in prison. What happens to the case against him?
Nothing. What I got in mind won't be murder officially.
Oh?
Oh, baby, you're gorgeous when your eyes sparkle.
Tell me what you've got in mind.
Come here, real close, huh? Jim's a pretty old guy.
So?
So he gets dizzy when he looks down from a height. So dizzy he falls down and gets all smashed at the bottom of a cliff.
Over by the river?
How'd you guess?
That's good, Roy. But how do we get him there?
We'll pull him with a $50,000 magnet.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you don't? Well, then I'll have to tell you because, kid, you're going to set the traps.
Jim, wake up. Wake up.
Hey, Louise.
Where are the other men who belong in this wagon?
They're out working. I was catching some winks.
I don't want them to find me talking to you. How soon are they coming back?
I never know. Sometimes they knock off for a swig. That can be any time. How about the money?
You'll have to wait until tonight.
Huh?
Roy's got most of it now, but he's counting on the ticket sale to make up the difference.
I want a full $50,000, Louise.
You'll get it, you dirty blackmailer. Meet me in the park at the top of the hill.
What hill?
Haven't you ever been in this town before?
Well, this is the first time. Old man Turner never played this circuit when he ran the show.
Oh. Well, there's a hill just outside of town, a public park on top. Be there at 9 o'clock.
Why up there, Louise?
Because Roy doesn't want to be seen talking to you.
Will you be there?
Yeah?
Okay, so will I. But if you got any notions, Louise...
Don't be a fool. I'm not going to kill you. Roy and I could do that any night if we wanted to. You're a night watchman. There's nobody around when you work.
So you thought of that, huh?
Well?
It's a date, Louise. And then, goodbye.
He's on time, all right, Louise.
Give me that package.
You got everything straight?
Yes. I want to open the package, and I'll suggest that bench over there. He doesn't know about the cliff.
Now, remember, keep his back to me.
I'll remember.
And when I rush him, get out of the way. I don't want to push you over the cliff, too.
He's pretty close, Roy. Better get behind the tree.
Now, no more talk.
Jim?
Yeah. Everything all set, Louise?
Yeah. Here's the package. It's got $50,000 in it.
Is it all here?
You can count it if you don't believe me.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Open the package on that bench. It won't take you long to count it. Come on, I've got a flashlight. Well, Jim?
I'll do that when I get back to my bunk.
Jim, you can save yourself a lot of time. There's no money in that package, just a wad of newspapers.
A trap,
There's a cliff behind you, Jim. You're going to have an accident.
Look out, you don't have one first.
He's got a gun, Roy.
I'll take it away from him. I got nothing to lose, have I, Jim?
Stay away from me, Roy. I'll kill you.
Go ahead. I'm not staying away. I'm going to throw you off the cliff.
Maybe, but you're not making me back off.
One more step, Jim.
You're a
step.
murderer anyhow, and nobody's going to punish me for killing a murderer.
Your gun's jammed. Goodbye, Jim.
No!
Roy!
Wait! Help! Help your hand, Louise! Oh, it's too bad, Louise. You had your hand on his sweater and you couldn't hold him. Roy shouldn't have rushed at me, Louise. He should have remembered I used to be a tumbler. Well, it's a bad break for me. I just lost $50,000. I'm back again, Mrs. Parnell.
Come in, Captain Williams. This has been a week of tragedy, hasn't it? My husband's murder and Roy's death last night. It's surprising I've still got my sanity.
Let me see your hands.
My what?
Your hands.
I don't see what that's got to do with anything.
How did you break that fingernail?
Now, see here, Captain Williams.
I'll tell you. It got caught in Roy Turner's sweater when you pushed him off the cliff last night.
Have you gone out of your mind?
We found the part of the nail that belongs on the finger, Mrs. Parnell. And here's something else we found. Just read it without putting your fingers on it. It's the carbon copy of a partnership agreement between you and Roy Turner, and it gives you his share of the business after his death.
Roy gave this to me without my asking for it. We were going to be married.
Yeah. Well, we're not holding Tom Doyle anymore. We've got you. And the worst that can happen to you is that you'll be tried for one murder and be executed once.
And so closes tonight's story, Serenade Macabre. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played Roy Turner. Joan Tompkins was Louise Parnell. Cameron Prudhomme was Jim Harkness. King Calder was heard as Victor Parnell. Joe Latham was Captain Williams. And Brad Barker was the Lion Sultan. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. Yes, we have the very exciting story of a man who tried to cheat life and was cheated out of it. It's called The Self-Made Corpse. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for the thrilling adventure broadcast Johnny Madero, Pier 23, which follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The Self-Made Corpse. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, The Self-Made Corpse. The very unusual story of a plan for living in which the architect was death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was late one evening, and Skippy Parker, the hat-check girl of the Chickadee Club, was at her station in the cloakroom when a small, timid-looking man came into the spacious lobby of the club and walked over to her.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Andrew Mitchell.
That's nice.
Here's something for you.
$50?
Well, it's all I can afford at the moment. Please take it.
All right. But what do I have to do for it?
Just tell me where I can find Mr. Spade's diamond.
What?
He owns this place, doesn't he?
So I've been told.
And he's one of the most successful gang leaders in the country, an empire builder.
Andrew, you wouldn't be crazy, would you?
Oh, no.
Then why do you want to see Spade?
Well, it's business. Very important and very private.
Here's your money back.
But why?
Go home to your padded self.
You don't believe me, do you? Traffic, I don't see it. Very well, I'll find Mr. Diamond without your help. And I'll tell him that you refuse to cooperate.
But don't forget to mention my name. It's Skippy Parker.
I won't forget, Miss Parker, but you'll regret it. I'm going to have you rubbed out.
Well...
So young and so beautiful, but your manners are bad. I'm going inside to look for Mr. Diamond.
Every night a new nut. Oh, well.
Waiter. Waiter.
Where's the riot, mister?
Waiter, this check you left on my table a few minutes ago, I just looked at it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. But don't you think you've made a mistake?
Yeah?
I had 4 small glasses of rye and ginger ale and 2 cups of black coffee without sugar. And you're charging me $16.
There's a $3 cover charge if you're here at 10 o'clock.
Oh?
There's a $5 cover charge if you're still here at midnight.
But that's an outrage.
Go fight City Hall. It's a rule of the house.
I won't pay it.
Oh. A red.
I'm not a red. I'm a fine, upstanding citizen, and I'm not going to be charged just for sitting at a table.
Stand on your head and we'll pay you.
I had to sit here all this time. Don't you understand?
All me and the boss wants is $16.
I haven't got it.
Hmm?
I've got a job that pays me $62 a week. I've had it for 30 years. And when I started, I was getting only $12.
You're in trouble, mister.
What am I going to do?
You want to take my advice?
Yes.
Kill yourself.
What?
Nobody ever gets out of here without paying a check.
But I came here looking for Spade's diamond, and
what's the matter, Joe?
This guy's full of liquid, boss, and no dough.
Okay, I'll take care of him. Go on back to your beat.
With pleasure.
I want to explain my predicament, sir, if you'll just give me a chance.
What predicament?
You're tearing up the check.
Sure, you're the great Andrew Mitchell.
Great? Oh, I'm just a teller in an out-of-town bank, and... How did you know my name?
I've got spies.
Of course, you're Spade's diamond.
How do you do?
Oh, you don't look at all like your pictures in the newspaper. Your eyes and your...
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, you're squeezing my hand too hard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. No broken bones.
Well, I don't think so.
Good. Skippy Parker, the hat check girl, said you wanted to see me.
Oh, then she's redeemed herself. I'm so glad. A girl of her youth and beauty.
She said that you got a business that concerns $500,000 in cash.
Oh, well, I really haven't got it, sir. You see...
Have I been sizing you up for nothing?
No. The money belongs to the... Oh, well, this is no place to discuss private matters, Mr. Diamond. All these people with ears.
Okay. We'll go into my office.
Will we be alone?
Like in a grave. Come on. It's one flight up. And it's soundproof. Go ahead, Andy. Step right in.
Thank you, Spades. If Leona, that's my wife, should only hear someone call me Andy instead of Andrew, she'd have a... Spades.
Yeah?
You said we were going to be alone.
We are. Just relax.
But those 4 men against the wall...
My board of directors, they never talk.
Oh, are they gangsters, too?
Andy, what's your language?
I didn't mean to be disrespectful, gentlemen.
Oh, it's quite all right. Now, the business you came to see me about.
Oh, yes. But first now, I want you to know that I've never done a dishonest thing in my life.
No.
And I wouldn't be doing it now if it weren't for the fact that I'm...
Yes?
Well, I'm bitter.
Oh.
I've been cheated out of my proper station at the bank.
We gotta listen, fellas. He's that kind of a guy.
After 30 years of loyal service, last week the office of assistant cashier became vacant. Mr. Fenimore died. And I was next in line for the job. Who do you think got it?
You tell me.
That young man from Princeton, Griswold Griffith.
Oh, that's tough, Andy. Well, what do you want us to do about it?
Well, I've got a plan that'll punish that bank, and I've got it on this piece of paper.
Yeah? Oh, what's this?
A layout, Spades.
Oh.
Now, the bank occupies the entire street floor of a small office building at the corner of Smith and Loudon Streets in my town. Now, the main entrance to the bank is on Loudon Street. That's right over here, see?
Oh, yeah.
Now, but over here on Smith Street, there's an entrance to the office building into a tiny vestibule.
And would this line over here be another door to the bank?
Yes, an entrance through the vestibule.
I see. Oh, and what's this box over here?
That's the elevator to the offices upstairs.
Oh.
Now, mind you, those offices have nothing to do with the bank.
I get it. And these 2 lines running between the bank wall and the elevator?
That's a short, narrow corridor that leads to a stairway behind the elevator.
Oh. And every weekday, what happens?
Well, every weekday at exactly 4 o'clock, the entrance to the building is locked by the bank guard. No one can come in or go out for 10 minutes.
Why?
At exactly 3 minutes after 4, the money box is wheeled out of the bank by 3 men, including me.
You don't say. Where does it go from there?
Into the elevator, of course. We take it down to the basement and lock the money box in the vault.
And there's $500,000 in cash riding that elevator?
At least.
How many guards? With guns, I mean.
Only one. It should be very simple, Spades.
Cops outside?
No. You and your men could go in the building before that Smith Street door is locked by the bank guard. Stay on one of the upper floors until the money box is wheeled out of the bank. And then...
The boys come down the stairs and do the job.
Yes.
How big is that money box?
About 4 feet high and about 3 feet wide. It's built like a safe.
You can't move fast with a thing like that, Andy.
Well, now, wait. I've thought of that, too.
Yeah?
Smith Street is quite deserted at that hour. And if you forced me and the others into the elevator, it'll be quite a simple matter to bind and gag us.
Everything's a simple matter to you, huh? How much do you expect for your trouble?
Well, I thought 20% wouldn't be too much.
20. You take 10. Okay, Andy, we'll case out the place and let you know.
May I know when?
When we're ready. Now, go downstairs and tell Joe to give you a drink. Plain ginger ale.
What? But Spades...
I said plain ginger ale, pal. From now on, you'll have to be careful what you drink. I don't want you talking at the wrong time. And to the wrong people.
Hey, Andy.
What? Who's calling me?
Up here, Andy. It's me, Joe.
What? Good heavens. What are you doing on that cloud?
I'm serving drinks. Come on up. You can have all you want.
But I have no money.
Are you kidding? You're rich.
Oh, of course. Who else is there?
Skippy Parker, with a brand new dress made out of hat checks. She's gorgeous, Andy. She wants to see you.
I'm coming right up.
Hello, Andy.
Skippy.
How'd you get away from your wife?
Joe said you were gorgeous. Oh, you're magnificent, Skippy. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I love you, darling.
What did you tell your wife?
I don't have to tell Leona anything. I'm the boss now. I do as I please.
That's the way it should be, Andy.
Yeah, I rule with an iron hand, and she obeys.
Oh, wonderful.
Where's Joe?
He jumped over to that other cloud to get some champagne.
Well, call him back, huh? I'm not allowed to drink champagne.
He's not going to charge you for it. You're rich now.
I want ginger ale.
What's the difference? They taste the same.
Well, ginger ale doesn't make me talk. Call him back, Skippy. Is he coming?
He can't hear me. You'll drink champagne and you'll talk and you'll talk and you'll drink champagne.
If you say so. You're so lovely. I've got to do as you say.
Then give me a kiss.
All right.
Andrew.
Skippy, did you hear something?
Just a funny sound.
Andrew, why don't you answer me?
It's Leona. I'll have to hide.
Answer me, you fool. Don't you know you can't get away from me?
I'd better go, Skippy.
You're still afraid of her.
No, I'm the boss. But she gets very angry. And goodbye, Skippy.
Andrew, wake up. What's the matter with you? Stop moaning and get up. I'm not going to stand here all evening wasting my time with you. For pity's sakes, close your mouth.
I'm sorry, dear. I must have been very tired.
Best thing you do is sleep every night before dinner, and in the only good chair we have in this disgraceful living room. 30 years in one position, and you're still sleeping.
I'm hungry, Leona. Is dinner ready?
Tired, hungry. You didn't complain the other night when you came home at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I told you yesterday I met an old friend of mine in New York.
Well, what were you doing in New York? That's what I want to know.
I was inquiring about a car.
You were doing what?
I'm thinking of buying a car, Leona. It was going to be a surprise, but, well...
Have you gone out of your mind?
I may even give up my job and take a trip to California or Europe. That depends on how I feel when the time for decision comes.
Good heaven.
Well, aren't you going to ask me how I can do all these things on $62 a week?
I didn't realize what was happening to you. Oh, good Lord.
I'm perfectly sane, Leona. I've been playing it smart, that's all.
What?
Every day I put aside a part of my allowance, my lunch and cigarette money. And when I had enough, I began to gamble.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. My luck was very good, and I bet the whole thing on a sure thing.
Oh, no.
When it comes in, I'm going to be rich. Very rich, Leona. Don't touch that phone, Leona. I'll answer that. Hello? Andrew Mitchell speaking.
How are you, Andy?
Oh.
Spades Diamond, pal. We've
cased out the bank. My boys will be there tomorrow.
So soon?
What's the matter? You getting pains in your spine?
No, but I didn't think.
Tomorrow, Andy, and no slip-ups. That money box goes into the vestibule at 3 minutes after 4. Understand?
I understand.
I won't be there, but 6 of my boys will. And they've got orders to come back with that money box.
Yes?
That's the idea. We're going to get along all right, Andy. Just keep on saying yes.
Yes? But when do we, I mean about the, you know what?
Tomorrow night at my office. Chickadee Club. You're a greedy little guy, aren't you?
Well, after all...
You'll get your cut. Be here at 9 o'clock.
Who was it, Andrew?
Huh?
Who were you talking to, and what did you mean by you know what?
It's none of your business, Leona.
What?
You heard me. Now you go put my dinner on the table. I'm hungry.
Attention. All law enforcement agencies, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, be on lookout for 6 men in small armored truck. These men held up the bank at Belfort this afternoon and escaped with...
Yes?
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes?
I'm John Graham, Detective Graham.
Oh, well, come in. You don't have to stand out there where all the neighbors can see you.
You're not afraid of neighbors, are you?
I certainly am not, but... Oh, this business at the bank this afternoon, and Andrew right in the midst of it.
Was he?
Well, he was one of the men who wheeled that money box into the vestibule, and he was bound and gagged, too, like the others, and left to suffocate in that elevator.
I understand he was pretty upset about a promotion he didn't get.
What? Who told you that?
One of his friends at the bank, Mrs. Mitchell.
Well, why shouldn't he have been upset? He gave 30 years of his life to that organization. But when the time came for the bank to show its appreciation...
Where's your husband?
Now, see here, Detective Graham.
I'd like to ask him a few questions. Will you take me to him?
3 hours at police headquarters as if he were a common criminal. Why, he was so exhausted when he came home, he was a complete physical and nervous wreck.
But he came home, didn't he?
Well, am I supposed to thank you for that?
I'm tired, too, Mrs. Mitchell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait in the living room, please. I'll get Andrew for you.
Where is he?
He's upstairs. Poor thing was even too exhausted to have dinner. He went right to bed.
Uh-huh.
Just hope he isn't asleep. I'd hate to wake him.
Yeah.
Detective Graham, I ask you to wait in the living room.
I feel like climbing stairs.
Oh, very well.
There's a rumor around headquarters that the robbery might have been an inside job.
What?
As my wife would say, it was just too perfect for words.
Oh.
There were no mistakes. We're looking for the man who might have tipped off the gang about how things are done at the bank.
Andrew?
Maybe.
Oh, of all the ridiculous things I've ever heard. Andrew and gangsters.
It's happened before. We're checking everybody.
Oh, here's our room. And when you see the man I've been married to for 27 years... Good heavens.
Uh-huh. I thought you said he was sleeping.
Well, he told me he was going up to bed.
That bed hasn't been slept in, Mrs. Mitchell.
I don't understand. I didn't see him leave the house. Unless he's in the... Andrew! Andrew, there's a man here to see you.
Which is his closet, Mrs. Mitchell?
That one near you. Now, he didn't run away, Detective Graham. He couldn't.
Are all his clothes here?
He only has 2 suits, and he's wearing one. Now, look, Detective Graham, I want you to tell me the truth. Did you come here to arrest my husband?
No, but now I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a good idea.
It's a lot of money, Andy. $55,000. Oh, I can't believe it, Spades. All mine.
You want to run your fingers through it again? Well, go ahead. We don't mind if you're happy. Do we, fellas? That means they don't mind, Andy.
Oh, does it? It's delicious. For the first time in my life, I'm going to live. Oh, I'm grateful to you, Spades. I'll never forget you.
Sure, the poor man's best friend. Why don't you go downstairs and start celebrating?
I can have a drink now.
Sure, have a dozen. The Chickadee Club likes to make a buck, too.
Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it tonight.
Well, why not?
You see, Leona thinks I'm in bed. And if she should find out that I'm not...
Listen to this guy, fellas. He's afraid of a woman. That means you're killing them, Andy.
I don't have to be afraid of anyone now, do I?
That's the spirit. Tell Joe to get you some of that champagne I keep for my special customers.
Champagne?
Yeah, well, don't you like it?
I don't know. I've never... Oh, for pity's sake.
Now, what's the matter?
I didn't thank you for this traveling bag you loaned me.
Oh, that's all?
I couldn't have taken the money without it. I'll return it tomorrow, Spades.
Don't bother. I'm not going anyplace.
Oh, well, good night, gentlemen.
Give me the cloakroom, baby. Skippy. Andy's on his way down. That's the idea, honey. We don't want him to get lonesome.
Whoopee!
Oh, Andy, darling.
I'm feeling good, Skippy. I'm having the most wonderful time I ever had in my life.
But you're making so much noise.
Am I? I'm sorry, dear. I'll be very quiet from now on.
Have another drink.
She's very quiet.
Oh, my, the bottle's empty. Andy, do you realize we finished a whole bottle of champagne?
Huh? I gotta get more. Lots of champagne. Hey, Joe.
Andy.
Huh? Shh, very quiet. Joe.
What do you want?
Huh? Well, where did you come from?
You called me, didn't you?
Oh, Joe. That's right. We want another bottle of champagne.
You think I care?
Nice fellow, that Joe. I'm going to leave him a big tip, a whole $1.
Oh, no.
I can spare it. I'm rich now. I can afford to be generous.
With me, too, Andy?
Oh, don't look at me like that, Skippy.
Why not?
You're too beautiful. You make my head spin.
I'm crazy about you, darling.
You mean that?
Do I look like the kind of girl who says things she doesn't mean?
I never thought it would happen to me.
What's the matter?
A young, beautiful girl falling in love with me.
Look, Andy, you don't have to get so upset about it. There are plenty of guys around.
No. I want you to love me.
Well, that's better.
But I've got no right to love you.
Darling, don't be a jerk.
No, you don't understand. I'm really mad about you. But I'm not yet. Well, eventually, I've got to become something that.
What are you talking about?
You won't tell anybody.
Is it something awful,
It's
dear?
worse than that. Someday I'll have to become a fugitive.
From your wife?
No, from the. Skippy, where's my traveling bag?
I checked it for you in the cloakroom.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm going to see if it's still there. Oh, my head, I can't get up.
Then don't.
I've got to see about my.
That's all, Cookie. And now Mama's gonna make an honest man out of you.
Andrew Mitchell, don't you dare go upstairs.
What? Leona, I thought you were asleep.
Do you know what time it is?
The house is dark. I thought you
Get
were...
into that living room.
Don't you push me, Leona.
I'll push you. It's 10 minutes after 5, and you're going to tell me where you've been?
Yes.
And why you stole out of this house like a thief after you told me you were going to bed.
Don't turn that light on. I told you not to turn that light on.
Andrew.
Well, what of it? I had a fight with Joe. He threw me out of the club. It was closing time, and get me a drink of water.
I'll do nothing of the kind, you gangster.
Got me drunk on champagne, took my traveling bag. Quit her job and disappeared. Joe wouldn't tell me where. He wouldn't tell me where Spades lived either.
Gangster.
My money was in that bag, $55,000. The money I was going to buy a car with. The money that was going to set me up for the rest of my life.
The money you won gambling, Andrew?
Get me a drink of water.
Detective Graham was here last night.
The money that... Who?
A detective from police headquarters. He wanted to ask you some questions.
Why did he come here?
The police have decided the bank robbery was an inside job.
But why did he come here? I answered all their questions at headquarters yesterday afternoon. I was there for 3 hours.
Oh, why did you do it, Andrew? Why did you help those gangsters rob the bank?
Shut up, you fool.
I won't shut up. You never won any money gambling. You were going to buy a car. You were going to give up your job and go to Europe.
Listen, Leona.
But you knew where the money was coming from, didn't you? Those gangsters were going to give it to you. Your share of the bank's money.
Leona, if you don't keep your voice down, You get away from that phone.
I'm calling the police, and you tried to stop me, Andrew Mitchell.
I'll stop you.
Let me go.
I'll stop you.
Don't, please. I can't breathe.
You're not sending me to prison. You're not going to lock me up for the rest of my life. Not you, Leona. Not as long as I live.
Number, please. Number, please.
Leona. Leona. Leona.
Come in.
Spades.
What do you want?
I've got him.
Get out of here, you bum. If you want a handout, ask for it outside the club. Don't come barging into my office.
You wouldn't talk to me outside in the dorm and wouldn't let me follow you in.
Take care of him, fellas.
No, wait. I'm in trouble. I need help. The $55,000 you gave me last night.
Hey, it's Andy.
I walked all the way from Belfort all day, and then I had to steal in through the surface entrance. No one saw me. It was dark.
Yeah, well, you should have phoned me that you were coming. I would have put out the plush carpet for you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond.
You dumb cluck. The first time you get your hands on real dough, you'll act like a football player with butter on his fingers.
What do you mean?
I know what Skippy did to you last night. Joe told me all about it.
Oh.
And he told me what he had to do to get you out of the joint. We don't like riots around here, Andy.
Well, that doesn't solve any problems now, Mr. Diamond. I've got to leave the country.
Okay. You want me to get you a passport?
What good will that do without money? Can't you let me have, say, $25,000?
Huh? You hear that, fellas? That means you're nuts, Andy.
Oh, please listen to me. This morning when I came home, Leona was waiting for me. We had a quarrel. And I strangled her.
What?
She was very nasty, and I had to kill her. Now you've got to help me.
Yeah. We don't want the cops picking you up.
Well, Leona's body won't be found for several days. I could be in South America by then.
It wouldn't take them long to make you talk, and once you start talking, brother. Okay, come with me.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Diamond.
He's a gentleman, isn't he, fellas? That means they like you, pal. Go ahead, Andy.
Down there?
What are you afraid of? It's only my private storage room.
Are they going to?
Naturally. They're your friends. Don't you trust them?
Well, I think I'll forget all about the money.
Give him a hand, fellas.
No.
Oh. I should have warned you about that top step. It's bad. I'm sorry you had to take such a fall.
You told them to push me, Mr. Diamond.
Huh?
Mr. Diamond, I promise if the police catch me, I'll never tell them about you.
I'll be better off with you out of the country. You recognize that box over there?
Huh? The money box.
Without the combination. That leaves a nice big hole for you to breathe through.
For me to... Spades. What are you going to do?
Not me, chum. You. Get in there.
No.
Give him a hand, fella.
No. Give me a chance. I haven't done anything to you. Please. No.
I couldn't figure out how to get rid of that thing.
Please listen to me, Spades. I never hurt a soul in my life. Let me go.
Close the door, fellas, and get some rope.
For heaven's sakes, what am I going to do?
You see what I mean, pal? All the air you want. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4.
No.
Yeah.
No. I don't want to die, Spades. Please let me live. I'll do anything you want me to. I'll go any place you say.
You're going, Andy. I'll bet you've never been out this far. Can you see the moon? Shines differently outside the 3-mile limit. Doesn't it, fellas? That means it does, Andy.
Look, Spades, you're a big man. How can I hurt you? I'm insignificant. I could walk along any street in the world and not be recognized by the police. I look only like so many other little insignificant people. Just let me go. I'll get out of the country somehow. You'll never hear from me again. Nobody will ever hear from me again. Spades, will you do it, please? Please. I don't want to die, Spades.
Okay, fellas.
Please. No, not now. Not now. No!
Let's go home, fellas. The ocean air makes me sleepy.
And so closes tonight's story, The Self-Made Corpse. Oh, are you wondering what happened to Spades Diamond and his gang? Well, they died in the electric chair, of course. After Skippy was arrested with the money, she told the police about the murder of Andrew. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Bill Smith played Andrew Mitchell. Arthur Vinton was Spade's diamond. Irene Hubbard was Leona Mitchell. Joan Tompkins was heard as Skippy Barker. Bill Quinn was Joe, and Barry Thompson was Detective John Graham. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a baseball that captured a gang of thieves. It's called A Pitch in Time. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for the thrilling adventure broadcast Johnny Madero, Pier 23, which follows in just a moment. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. A Pitch in Time. Yes, we have that story for you. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, A Pitch in Time. The very unusual story of a baseball game that was held up by foul play. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Hank Harper was young and handsome, and he trusted everyone. And just why he became a policeman, no one in Spencertown could understand. And after the initial surprise was over, no one cared. It was a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Just the right kind of a day for the annual baseball game between the police and the firemen. And rookie Hank Harper was on his way to the ballpark with the equipment for the police team. It was one of his jobs to get it there. The other one was that of a pitcher. As Hank's jalopy dribbled through town, the back seat loaded with baseball equipment and the front seat loaded with Hank and Mabel, his girlfriend, a small drama was taking place in the aforesaid front seat.
I would still like to know what makes you think you're a pitcher.
Well, all the boys in the force think so. I've been practicing with the team for 2 months.
That doesn't answer my question, Hank Harper.
Sergeant Keith said I got the best fastball he ever seen.
Huh, what does he know?
He's the manager and the coach. Why, if he don't know about baseball and pitches, then...
He doesn't know about pitches.
Yeah? What about my curves and my control?
What curves?
Inside and out. I know how to make them break, Mabel.
There's no such thing like a curve in baseball, Hank.
What?
It's an optical illusion.
Oh, you're kidding, honey.
Do you know what a curve is?
Why, sure.
It's part of a circle. Can you make a baseball go around like a circle?
It ain't done that way, Mabel.
Oh, so you admit it.
Now, wait a minute. I'll explain it to you.
Don't even try. I'm convinced that there's no such thing like a curve in baseball. What are you stopping here for?
Let's get out. I'm going to show you.
Show me what?
Now, let's see. I need a pitcher's glove, a ball, and a catcher's mitt.
You're not going to pitch to me, Hank Harper.
Okay, I got him. Let's go, Mabel.
Are you serious?
Why, sure I'm serious. I'm going to prove to you that there is a curve in baseball. And also why Sergeant Keith is putting the honor of the police department on my natural pitching ability.
Not with my face, you're not.
Who said anything about your face?
A pitcher needs a catcher, doesn't he?
Why, certainly. I'm going to ask that guy standing over there in the open lot.
Oh, no.
Why not? He's got nothing to do. Come on, push out.
All right, but if he catches like I think you pitch...
You're going to find out a few things about me, Mabel. And about baseball, too.
Hank, remember, we got to get to the ballpark.
Oh, there's lots of time, honey. A couple of hours.
The team needs the equipment. They might want to practice.
They ain't even there yet. You know, Mabel, this ain't such a bad idea. Besides showing you what you don't know about baseball, I'll be warming up for the game.
What'll you do when you get to the ballpark?
I'll watch the firemen practicing. That's a good way to get a line and watch what they're hitting.
You'll find that out after the game starts. Hank, wait.
What's the matter?
That man. There's something awful strange about him.
Yeah? I don't see nothing strange.
Why is he standing so close to the back entrance of the bank? On Sunday, too.
Maybe he likes it there because it's in the shade.
Why doesn't he go to the park and sit under a tree?
Some people don't like the park. I used to know a guy who got sick every time he played pool.
Now, what's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
A lot, Mabel. The guy was allergic to green. And you know something?
What?
It was years before he found it out.
Oh, I don't care, Hank. That man over there is up to no good.
There you go. Thinking everybody is a crook just because I'm a cop.
You know that isn't true.
He looks like any other respectable citizen to me. Hey, you.
Yeah?
You doing anything in particular?
Nothing. Why?
How'd you like to catch a few?
Meaning what, mister?
My girl here says there ain't no curve in baseball.
Well, I guess she ought to know.
She don't. She even says I ain't no pitcher.
Well, now that's tough, ain't it?
Here, come on, I'll convince her. Here, take this catcher's mitt.
What for?
He wants to see how much he can miss it by.
I got no time.
You'll be doing me a big favor, bud.
Sure, you might even warm him up for the game.
Game? What game?
The cops versus the firemen. I'm pitching.
For, what side?
The cops.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Give me that mitt, pal. You can pitch to me for the next half hour.
What did I tell you, Mabel? He's a nice guy. He just don't like the sunlight.
Huh? Why isn't our team on the field practicing?
That's a good question, Chief. When I find the answer, I'll break his neck.
Well?
Hank Hopper hasn't showed up with the equipment. I phoned his home. He left an hour and 15 minutes ago. I phoned Mabel's home.
Who's Mabel?
She's his girlfriend. My wife brought them together.
You don't say.
Oh, yeah, they're a very fine couple, sir. We're hoping that someday they...
Spare me the details, Sergeant.
I'm sorry, Chief.
20,000 people from all over the county waiting to see us play, and you talk about romance. The police department, without a bat, without a glove to catch a ball with.
Without a ball, sir.
Is it any wonder we can't nab that Benedict gang of bank robbers? We can't even come into a ballpark fully prepared.
There's only one way I can figure it out, sir.
Mark my words, Keith. There's going to be a shake-up one of these days. It'll be more than a shake-up. It'll be an eruption.
Yes, sir, but as I was saying...
I want that Benedict gang put behind bars, and I want it done fast. Sick and tired of having these hoodlums make a monkey out of me. 6 bank robberies in 2 months. 3 of them repeat.
Will you step over here, Chief?
Where?
The public address system. There's a lot of people in the stands that'd like to hear you.
No, Keith, no speeches now. I'm not in the mood. Some other time, maybe.
Well, then, can I say a few words in Hank Hopper's behalf?
Can you?
He's a fine boy, and he's going to have a good record someday. He's still a rookie, you know.
I know.
I've known him and his family for many years. The only way I can figure out is not being here. He had an accident with the car.
Well, be that as it may, we can't afford to wait. We'll have to swallow our pride.
Well, if you say so, Chief.
Sergeant, ask the firemen if they have any equipment to spare.
Yes, sir.
Temporarily, of course, so my boys can practice.
I'll do that, sir, but it won't do any good.
What?
We need more than equipment, Chief. We need a pitcher.
What did you say?
Hank Hopper's my only hope. Now, if he shows up in time...
If? Sergeant Keith, don't tell me you built our team around one pitcher.
Oh, no. I had 3 pitchers, but 2 of them can't work today.
Oh, are they tired?
Well, Prescott was injured last night, arresting 2 burglars. And Lawson has a sore back.
And I have a... Come with me, Sergeant.
Where, Chief?
The locker room.
What are we going to do there?
Pray, Sergeant. Get down on our knees and pray for rain.
How's that, Joe?
Straight.
Some control, Mabel?
You speaking to me, Hank?
Honey, you ain't been watching.
I'm too busy thinking.
How am I going to convince you if you don't watch? What are you thinking about?
A couple of things. For one, what time is it?
1:15. Sergeant Keith said to be at the ballpark by 1:30. We got 15 minutes to go.
Oh, well, that gives me time to talk about the other thing.
What other thing?
Is Joe a lookout or isn't he?
A lookout? A lookout for what?
for somebody who might be transacting illegal business in that bank.
Oh, now listen, Mabel.
I was only thinking about it, dear.
Does Joe look like a crook to you?
He does.
Now, look, honey, I'm a cop. I should know a crook when I see one.
Take a good look at Joe.
Oh, the guy's okay, Mabel. You can take it from me.
All right, Hank, I'll take it from you. But you'll happen to have to take it from the chief if you should happen to be wrong, which I know you happen to be.
Hey!
Oh, coming, Joe. Stand back, Mabel. I'm going to give him my fastball now. I need room for the wind-up.
And there's another thing, Hank.
You shouldn't do that, Mabel.
If Joe isn't a crook, why was he hanging around the back door to this bank in this open lot on Sunday?
A guy's got a right to spend Sunday where he likes, Mabel.
But why here? Why not some other lot? If he likes open lots.
That's his business. I can't walk up to a guy and ask him if he's a crook. You got to catch him first.
I didn't ask you to ask him, Hank.
Then what's all the talk about?
Bang on the front door of the bank. If the watchman inside is conscious, he'll look through the glass to see who's banging. If he isn't, he won't.
Will that make you happy, chicken?
It might make you a hero.
Okay, I'll do it. After this next pitch.
Why not now?
Just one more pitch. Hey, you ready, Joe?
Let her ride, Hank.
My lightning ball right down the middle.
Hank!
I beamed him.
Ooh.
It got away from me. Come on.
He's lying so still.
Keep your fingers crossed it ain't manslaughter, Mabel. Oh, gee.
Is he dead?
He's still breathing. Joe. Joe.
He's not listening, Hank.
Joe. Oh, Joe. We'd better get him to a hospital, Mabel. I think he's hurt bad.
I'll phone for an ambulance.
No, we'll take him in the car. Time is of the essence.
But, Hank, what about the equipment in the game?
A man's life is in danger. It's a cop's duty to help the needy and the suffering. Gee, a nice guy like Joe and such a good catcher. I wonder what could have happened to my control.
Yeah. All right, Mason. Keep the alarm going citywide. The chief wants Hank Harper here if you have to bring him in a wagon.
Nothing yet, Chief?
Not a word, Chief. Not even a mention.
Not even the hospitals?
No place, sir.
Well?
I'm sick, sir. Very sick.
You're a healthy man compared to me, Sergeant. Well, what can we do now?
10 minutes to game time, and here we are, holed up in the locker room, afraid to show our faces in public.
And me, a public official. It isn't right, Sergeant, that a rookie should do this to me.
His father was my best friend. I persuaded that boy to join the force. I brought him into the team. It was in my own house that he and Mabel... You know something, Chief?
I thought I did. Once.
We prayed for nothing. It ain't gonna rain.
No. Well, perhaps we expected too much. We can't always count on Providence, you know.
I'm beginning to find that out, sir.
We got to learn to do a few things for ourselves.
Yes.
Oh, well. Where do we go from here?
I wish I knew, sir.
I'm a practical man, Sergeant. I know that by nightfall the mayor will have me on the carpet.
Yes.
Not to mention the budget committee. They won't like the idea of equipment bought and paid for but never used.
And we'll have to give the customers out there back their money.
It's a tragedy, Keith.
And to think Hank Harper did this to you, it's unbelievable.
Did you have to mention his name?
I only did it in passing, sir.
Don't you think I feel sick enough? Let me tell you something, Sergeant. When I get my hands on that boy, I'm not going to break him out of the department.
You're not?
I'm going to break him in half.
Wait, this might be it, sir. Maybe they've located him. Hello, Sergeant Keefe talking. Yes? Yes? You don't say. You don't say. You don't say.
He doesn't say what, Keith.
All right, I'll tell him.
Well?
That was Sergeant Danaher reporting a robbery.
Well, what about Hank? What robbery?
Oh, the bank on Prospect Avenue, next to the open lot. 2 men bound and gagged the watchman and burned a hole in the vault and walked off with $100,000.
Just like that?
The watchman says they were on the job for 2 or 3 hours. Yeah. Any orders, sir?
Yes. Call up the zoo and tell them to reserve a cage for me. That Benedict gang has made a monkey out of me again.
What's the verdict, Doctor?
There won't be any, Mr. Harper, if you don't give me a chance to examine this man.
That's all right. Take all the time you need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hank,
What is it, Mabel?
we gotta go.
I gotta find out about Joe first.
He's sleeping, and there's nothing you can do to wake him up.
It's my duty to stick around. Suppose he comes to and find out he's in a hospital with strange faces all around him.
But the game, Hank.
There's still plenty of time. Look, it's only 1:15 by my watch.
That clock on the wall says 3:20, dear.
Holy smoke, my watch stopped.
So have you. Well, Mr. Pitcher, it's only 20 minutes after game time.
That's all right. The sergeant's probably got lost in a Prescott pitch until I get there.
Who's catching?
Riley.
Without a mitt?
Riley's tough. What did you say?
Pardon me for being so blunt, darling, but all the equipment is in your car. There's no game without the equipment. There's not even a team.
Mabel, one of us will have to go.
Sure, but which one?
Well, Mr. Harper.
The doctor. How is he, Doc?
Not too good, I'm afraid.
That's what I said from the start.
There's no skull fracture, but there is severe concussion.
Does that mean he'll have to stay here?
At least a week, miss. Probably 2.
Oh, how nice.
Mabel.
Now, Hank, you don't want Joe wandering around the streets, do you? You'd never see him again.
Yeah. Joe's really a nice guy, ain't he?
Yeah, and such a good catcher. You never can tell when he might need a little catching himself.
Yeah.
There's just one more thing, Mr. Harper.
Something else, Doc?
A little matter of detail. I'll have to file a report on this case.
That's all right. Go ahead.
How was this man injured?
I beaned him.
You what?
I hit him in the head with a baseball.
I see.
Hank, I think we better be going. Goodbye, Doctor.
I think you'd better stay until I notify the police.
Here's where you busted, darling.
Why the police?
Assault and battery with intent to kill. That's a felony, Mr. Harper.
Me? But I'm a cop myself.
Impossible.
Oh, sure. Here's the proof. Look. My shield. My credentials.
Unbelievable. Well, in that case, you injured this man in the line of duty.
No, Doctor, in the line of a wild pitch.
I still can't understand what happened to my control. Oh, look, Mabel, it's Joe. He's coming too.
But where's he going? That's the question.
Joe. Joe, can you hear me? It's me, your pitching pal, Hank Harper.
Mike.
He doesn't know who I am. He thinks I'm Mike. Oh, Joe.
Let him talk, Hank. He's trying to say something.
But, Mabel, I've got to straighten him out.
You already have.
Mike. Be there. Be there.
Hank, quick. Ask him where.
Where, Joe?
You know. 1492. 1492.
He's getting historical.
1492 Columbus Avenue. 3rd floor.
That's it, Hank.
Mabel, you stick here with him. I'll see you later.
Are you going there alone?
Of course. Somebody's got to tell Joe's family what happened to him. It might as well be me, the guy who's responsible.
Who's there?
Hank Harper. I want to see Mike.
Yeah? He don't live here no more.
Well, that's funny. Joe said this was the place.
What about Joe?
Are you Mike?
No, I'm Red. What about Joe?
He's in the hospital.
Hey, hear that, Mike?
Yeah, I heard it. Come in, Mr. Harper. We'd like to hear more. What hospital?
The downtown. Come on, I'll take you there.
Wait a minute. I've still got a couple of questions.
But Joe's hurt and he's asking for you.
How'd he get hurt?
I beaned him with a baseball.
Oh, you did, huh? For nothing?
It was in the open lot next to the bank. Me and my girl Mabel were passing by, and I asked Joe if he'd catch a few.
Well, I'll be. How do you like that, Mike? While me and you was sweating it
Shut
out,
up, Red.
playing baseball with a guy and a gal. Hey, that's bad, Mike.
I said shut up, Red.
Yeah, but...
Shut up.
Okay, Mike, I'm through talking.
You fellas don't get along, do you?
Oh, we manage.
Oh, Joe's a swell guy. There ought to be more harmony between his brothers.
Brothers?
Sure, there's plenty of harmony, Hank. Once in a while we get mad, but we're only human. So you bean Joe and put him in the hospital, huh?
I hope you don't hold it against me, fellas.
Relax, pal. The best thing that ever happened to our brother. He's been needing a rest for a long time.
He didn't look tired of me.
I know. It never shows on him. But inside, you know.
Yeah. A lot of people are like that. They look fine, and all of a sudden...
They're leading the parade.
Yeah.
Sometimes an accident is the best thing that can happen to a guy.
You're telling me. Oh, excuse me, Mike. There's a couple of $20 bills on the floor.
Where?
Here under the table. I'll get them for you.
You're getting careless, Red.
They must have slipped through my fingers, boss, when I picked up the pile.
Here's your money, Mike.
Oh, thanks, pal. Now, how about something to drink?
Later, after we get back from the hospital.
You worried about Joe?
The doc said he was hurt bad.
But he's in good hands, ain't he?
Well, sure.
So why worry? Get the glasses, Red.
Sure, right away.
Sit down, Hank. You're one of the family now.
Thanks, fellas.
Make yourself at home, like you might be spending the rest of your life here.
This is how they got in, Chief. The back door.
I don't care how they got in, Sergeant Keith. I want to know why they got away.
Why?
I'm asking you, Sergeant. This makes robbery number 7 for that Benedict gang.
You sure it was them?
I recognize the trademark.
Oh, to be sure. Well, anyway, they did one good thing for us.
Did they?
They gave us an excuse to postpone the game.
That's going to help me a lot in my career, Sergeant.
Well, it gives us another chance, sir.
Let's get back to my car.
Yes, sir.
I want every house, every cellar, every dive searched. Send out a nationwide alarm. I want that Benedict gang.
I'll do that, sir.
Don't waste another minute.
No, sir, I'll... Bless my soul, look.
What now, Sergeant?
That baseball on the ground, Chief.
Sergeant Keith, can I persuade you to think of crime for a change, just to make me happy?
That's what I'm doing, sir.
Well, then, let's get...
In a minute, sir. This baseball belongs to us.
What?
It's got the seal of the police department on it.
Sergeant, is it possible?
I'm afraid it is, Chief. It's our equipment, and Hank Harper was in charge of it.
Well...
I only hope he is, sir.
I mean, I'll have to change my opinion of that boy. He's a hero. He gave up the pleasure of pitching a baseball game to do his duty. I wouldn't be surprised if he took the Benedict gang single-handed.
Did he? Then whose blood is that on the ground?
Blood? Where's the nearest hospital?
The downtown, sir. It's a couple of blocks from here.
Let's hurry.
If that boy is there...
He's got to be there. No, that's not what I mean. That gang of bank robbers has got to be there. Come on, Sergeant.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Shut up, Red.
Huh?
I said shut up.
Oh, I didn't say nothing, Mike.
I don't like your singing. And Hank don't like it either. Do you, Hank?
I've heard worse.
You see, he likes me to have fun.
Shut up.
Okay.
Have another drink, Hank.
No more, Mike. I've got to get back to the hospital. Mabel won't know what happened to me.
Well, what's a girl between friends?
I don't talk that way about Mabel, and I don't let nobody else talk.
My tongue slipped. Don't you like our company, Hank?
Well, sure I do, but...
Okay, then have another drink. Fill 'em up, Red.
Right away, Mike.
But I've had enough, honest.
Either you drink with us or you don't. If you drink, you're a pal. If you don't...
Now, listen, Mike, really...
Well, Hank, which one are you?
We finished a whole bottle, didn't we?
Friend or enemy?
Ain't you fellas anxious to see Joe?
Joe?
Shut up, Red.
But, Mike, I was only asking if that's what I...
Uh-oh. Company, Red.
I'll see who it is.
Wait a minute, you lug. Find out first.
Well, that's what I meant, Mike. What do you want?
Is Hank Harper in there?
Mabel. That's Mabel.
What do I do now, Mike?
You sure that's Mabel, Hank?
Am I sure? The sweetest voice in the world.
Okay, Red. Let her in.
Right.
Well, what are you boys playing? Three's out?
I hope you ain't mad about my not coming right back to the hospital, honey.
Me mad? When you're keeping such good company?
Hey, that's some tomato, Mike.
Such nice people. Who are your friends, Hank?
Well, that's Mike and that's Red. This is Mabel.
Wow, what a cookie.
Look out, Red. You don't break your teeth on it.
Yeah. A slugger, too.
Sit down, Red.
Huh?
Sit down.
Oh, okay, Mike. Hey, but the gal should have a drink, too.
She will. Where'd you get this address, Mabel?
From Joe. He talked in his sleep.
Uh-huh. Anybody else get it?
The doctor.
How about the cops, baby?
I got it, Mike.
Hey, Mike, what goes? Why talk about the cops?
Shut up, Red.
Well, I was only asking.
Don't ask.
Oh.
What's the pitch, Hank?
The pitch?
What are you looking for?
I told you. Joe asked for you, and I came to take you to the hospital.
That story's no good, pal.
Say, what are you guys anyway?
Why didn't you drink the stuff I gave you?
Why?
Echo should be heard but not seen.
All right, it's no good. The worst liquor I ever tasted.
So you pretended to go through the bottle with us, huh?
And when you thought I wasn't looking, you dumped your whiskey out of the window.
Is that what he did, Mike?
First, you tried to get us to go to the hospital so your ma could come in here and clean us out.
Me? What's he talking about, Mabel?
You better listen to him, honey. I think you're about to learn something.
When that didn't work, you thought you'd drink us under the table. You should have kept your eyes open, Bud. You would have seen me spill my drink every time you spilled yours.
Where's the money, Mike?
What money, Mabel?
The wad they took out of the bank while you were pitching to Joe. $100,000.
You mean them and Joe?
Crooks, darling. What I've been saying right along.
Those two $20 bills and... Well, I'll be.
Don't move, Harper. Get your hand away from your coat.
Now, listen, Red.
You better do as he says, Hank. They're a couple of killers, and they got the right tools for the job.
Yeah. What a dope.
That should have been my line, darling.
Frisk him, Red.
Yeah, right away, Mike. Hey, look, Mike.
Huh?
A service holster. This guy ain't no crook. He's a cop.
Well, welcome. Get some rope, Red.
Oh, we gonna tie him up and leave him here?
We're gonna tie him up and set fire to the apartment.
Yeah, that's much better. I must be getting soft.
Oh, Red.
Yeah?
Before you go, there's something I want you to do for me.
Oh, well, what?
Give me that gun.
Hey. Oh.
Get them up, you.
Hey, Mike, cops, more cops.
Sergeant Keith. And the chief.
Good work, Keith. You shot the gun right out of his hand.
I told you we'd take them alive, Chief. Get the guns, Hank. These boys are through shooting for a while.
My, how pretty they look with their hands up. Almost like gentlemen.
Where's the money, Mike?
Look for it.
It's, in the closet, Chief.
Double crosser. I'll get you for this raid.
Don't let him hit me. Don't let him hit me. I'm turning state's evidence.
I'll see that he's a good boy, Red. Here's a couple of bracelets for you, Mike. And here's a couple for you, too, Red.
For me, Sergeant? But, I'm gonna sing.
Sure, but you won't mind if we keep you in a cage for a while, will you?
Well, you gotta do your duty, don't you?
Get going.
Congratulations, Harper. I'll see that you get a citation for this.
Thanks, Chief.
The most successful rookie we've ever had on our police force.
Thanks, Chief. But there's one thing I'd like to explain.
Well, what is it, my boy?
About why I didn't show up at the game. You see, Mabel made the remark that there's no such thing like a curve in baseball. And then she said I couldn't pitch, so the first chance I got...
Are you apologizing? The game has been postponed for 1 week. After what you just did, you can pitch for me anytime.
Anytime? How about in the game?
Well, of course. Why, you're the man of the hour. You just captured the Benedict gang, including Mike Benedict himself.
Me? Was that the... Mike and Red and Joe, too?
Hank, darling.
Joe, too? And him such a good catcher? Hello, Mabel.
Oh, you did a great job, darling. Every pitch came from the heart. I could see it.
They knocked me out of the box, chicken.
Oh, now, that's nothing to cry about. I heard it happens to professionals, too.
But the firemen, I don't understand it.
You don't understand what?
What happened to it, Mabel? What happened to my control?
And so closes tonight's story, A Pitch in Time. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Walter Kinsella played Hank Harper. Ann Thomas was Mabel. Cameron Prudhomme was the chief of police. King Calder played Mike. Bill Smith was Sergeant Keith. Earl George was Red. And Barry Thompson, the doctor. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a gypsy caravan that didn't move until it got set for murder. It's called The Gypsy Sings of Death. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. Here is something important. Today, there is a crisis in our country school system. Schools are understaffed. Classrooms are crowded. and buildings and equipment inadequate and deteriorating. The teacher's morale is at its lowest point in history. Many are leaving the school system. The main victims of this sorry state of affairs are the children of this nation. 28 million of them. And the nation itself. It is the duty of Americans to see that these conditions are corrected. You can do it by joining and working with local groups, such as your parent-teacher organizations. Look them up in your locality and become a part of them. Only through the organized efforts of these groups can you guarantee your child the kind of education he's entitled to.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is a crime club. I'm the librarian. The Gypsy Sings of Death. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. The Gypsy Sings of Death. The very unusual story of an old gypsy custom that led to custom-made murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening all over New York. But in the time-forgetting atmosphere of the Caravan, a gypsy nightclub, time had stopped for Toby Randolph as she reached across the table for the hand of Paul Palmer, the well-known Broadway columnist and man of her dreams.
What's the matter, Toby? Got a pain?
Oh, Paul, darling. I'm so glad you brought me to this place.
Uh-huh.
It's like the open country. Campfire. Sweet, intoxicating music of guitars in the night.
What guitars? Flap your wings, honey. You're taking off.
Oh, shut up.
And I thought you loved me. Well, live and learn.
Just try living for a change.
Marriage and a house in the country, eh?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. I bet many a family was launched in this place. Dan Harrigan, the bride's best friend.
Who's Dan Harrigan?
The guy who owns his den of delusion and false promise.
Well, you don't say. Maybe I should meet him. Is he a gypsy?
No, dear. He's not even a human being.
Oh.
That's life, Angel. One disappointment after another.
I'll get over it.
The blessings of youth. But don't look now, Toby. There's another blessing coming this way. And she's gorgeous.
What?
Good evening. May I sit down?
Why not?
Thank you. I am Fatima. I must read the leaves in your teacup.
Oh, a fortune teller. How about reading mine?
I will do it only for the gentleman. Will you permit me, sir?
How can I refuse?
It is well that you do not. Your cup, please.
So, you're working for Dan Harrigan, eh?
Ah.
You must be the new one. I haven't seen you around here before.
I'm still here, Paul.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, Fatima, what about this mess in the teacup?
I see adventure for you. Much excitement and great danger.
Any particulars?
I see a festival. The festival of Zoroaster. You will be there.
Who's going to take me?
You will go. And you will meet Hakim, the king of the gypsy tribe. And Dagmar, the beautiful daughter of his third wife. And you will meet Kismet, the medium who communicates with the spirits of the departed. Beware of him.
He's bad, eh?
He will be jealous of you, but there is another, who will hate you to the death.
Who?
I cannot see him. The leaves have become confused.
Like I've been since I met Paul.
That is all. I must go now.
No, wait a minute, Fatima. You can't leave me with an unknown enemy. Suppose I met him face to face.
Please, no more.
Oh, the lady wants to go.
But she told me... Oh. Hello, Dan.
There's no story in her for your daily column.
Not with you around, eh? But let's be polite. Toby Randolph, this is Dan Harrigan.
Really?
Yeah. Come on, Fatima. We'll be late for the festival.
Yes, Dan.
So long, Paul. Drop in again sometime. I'm always glad to see you.
Well, darling, there goes your gypsy love song.
In swing time. Angel, don't you want that slave bracelet?
What slave bracelet?
Right there on the table. Must have slipped off your arm.
Not off mine, dearest.
Uh-huh. Then it must be Fatima's.
Get that hunting look out of your eyes, Paul.
The Festival of Zoroaster. That gang of gypsies she found in my teacup.
Let's order some more tea and drown them.
Let's not, sweetheart. Let's find out about the festival and see what they look like. My column's bursting with curiosity.
Hakim, it is time for the festival to begin, and we're not there.
We stay in this house, Dagmar, until Fatima returns.
Until Fatima returns.
Ah, Kismet, you speak. What is the good word from the spirit?
I was not communicating with him. I think only of Fatima and how she keeps her father, the king of the tribe, waiting.
I am her father, and I do not mind.
It is not right, Hakim, when there is no reason.
She's working for Dan Harrigan.
That flea on the back of a dog.
Well spoken, my friend. But in this world, business comes before festivals.
If she has not forgotten us for Dan Harrigan.
Dagmar, foolish daughter of my third wife, what tickles your nose now?
Kismet. He's jealous of every man that looks at Fatima.
She's my betrothed. On her wrist is my bracelet. I want my future wife to be like the sky on a cloudless day.
Can the daughter of my flesh and blood be otherwise?
It can happen, Hakim. We've been here in New York too long.
Yes.
I hear Dagmar agrees with you.
Sometimes, Hakim, I feel we shall never see the open sky again.
You have only to look up.
Hakim!
Here we prosper, and here we stay. I have gone to great pains to settle my tribe. And you, Kismet, has not your spiritualist business put you in the income tax class?
I can find the same spirit in Philadelphia and Cleveland and as far west as Chicago. But it is not for me alone.
No.
Even now, on the night of the festival, the people of our tribe are grumbling.
They want to move, Hakim. They say you are getting old and too tired to be our king.
Father.
Ah, Fatima.
Father, I did not mean to be late, but Dan Harrigan...
What has he done to you?
Silence, Kismet. Now, Fatima, you may tell us about Dan Harrigan.
He has gone to the festival, Father.
Oh?
He's going to make trouble if we do not pack and move tonight.
I see.
He will not let you forget that you are working for him. I'm frightened, Father.
By the lightning that never strikes twice, I begin to understand. There's grumbling among my people. Dan Harrigan's work.
Grumbling?
Have you not heard? The people are saying that...
Quiet, Dagmar. It is serious business.
But Kismet, Fatima's not wearing your bracelet of betrothal.
She's not? She is not. Fatima, where is that priceless token of my love?
I gave it to a stranger.
You gave it to her? Oh, Rimba, what is the meaning of this?
I could not help myself, Kismet.
Betrothed to a stranger, and with my bracelet. What is the name of this foul dog, Fatima?
Paul Palmer. Every day he writes about people in the newspaper.
I will cut his heart out. I will squeeze him in my hands.
Well, the problems of being a king.
Fatima, is he handsome, this Paul Palmer?
Yes, Dagmar. He's almost beautiful.
Close your foolish mouth, daughter of my third wife. We are going to the festival now. It is a moment of solemn consideration.
Paul, this is wonderful. Imagine living all your life and never seeing a show like this.
You're looking at my column for tomorrow, Toby.
And you're still looking for Fatima.
How'd you guess?
Oh, darling, can't we forget her and enjoy this festival by ourselves?
That brace is burning a hole in my pocket.
That's not the only thing that's burning, Paul.
Huh?
You, dear. But I'm the patient type. I'd make such a good wife. Look out, Paul.
Hey.
I'm sorry, my friend.
Why don't you look where you're going?
Or at least go where you're looking.
It is my fault. I have so many unhappy thoughts my eyes do not care to see. She's beautiful.
He knows all the right words. I like him, Paul.
Paul?
With a Palmer hanging on. Say, maybe you can tell me where I can find Fatima.
Paul Palmer? Arimba, it is he.
Paul, he's got a knife.
The murderer of my love life.
Hey, wait a minute.
Enough, I am Kismet, the medium whose spirit you have destroyed. Now I will show you.
Oh, no, you won't. Drop that knife.
First, I will kill you. Foolish man, do you think you can hold my wrist forever?
Paul, trip him. Do something.
I can't, Toby. This guy's built like a rock. Get help.
Where? Everybody's standing around watching this.
Not everybody, thank the Lord.
Kismet, you fool. What are you doing?
Do not interfere, Fatima.
Stop it. Leave him alone.
Fatima, you slapped me. You have disgraced me before the tribe.
I will have you expelled.
You have disgraced me before the tribe.
Phew. What's that bruiser got against me?
Oh, the music. Shall we dance, Paul?
All I want to know is
It will not be too painful.
Well.
We will dance.
Any mind, Toby?
Go ahead, sucker. But before you take that first step, make sure she's not going to waltz you into a casket.
You're so nice, Paul. And you dance like a real prince.
Thanks for the promotion. What's cooking, Fatima?
Cooking?
With the bracelet. You didn't leave that trinket with me as a token of your undying love.
But I did.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I want you to keep it forever.
There are easier ways of getting into my column, Fatima.
You do me a great injustice, Paul.
How about coming across?
What?
With the truth, baby. The thing that can stand up and be counted.
I do not know what you mean.
All right, then. We'll call it a night. So long.
No, please. I cannot talk now.
Why not?
Dan Harrigan is watching us.
Where?
Do not turn around. He must not know we're talking about him.
Okay, then. We'll waltz out of here.
Please. I'm not allowed to leave.
Uh-huh.
Do not force me. No one is allowed to leave before the ritual.
Uh-huh.
The ritual of Zoroaster should begin very soon. Be patient, please. When it is over, I will tell you the whole story.
I haven't got that much time. Come on. Now, what's this?
Dagmar.
I've seen worse.
She's my sister, Paul.
Oh, glad to meet the family.
She's not a blood relation, but I love her very much.
What's that?
She is the daughter of my father's third wife. She's my stepsister.
Did she bring that gargle with her?
Oh, you did not lie, Fatima. He is almost beautiful.
So has been talk behind my back, eh?
Could I have one dance with him?
Of course, Dagmar. I will come back after the ritual.
Oh, hey, wait. She can't do this to me.
Is it so unpleasant, dear?
I'm a busy man, Dagmar.
Look at me. Have I not many things to recommend me?
I've got other things to do besides, you certainly have.
We will dance now, huh?
Oh, well, I'm only human.
I found you at last. Welcome, Paul Palmer. I receive you as a new member of the tribe.
Who is this, Dagmar? Another member of the family?
I am Hakim, the father of Fatima, the king of the tribe.
Okay. Do I call you Majesty or just Pop?
It's good. A man with humor is fit to be prince. Now I must acquaint you with the custom of my people.
As long as you don't use a knife.
A betrothed never dances with another girl until after the wedding ceremony.
I'll make a note of it, Your Majesty.
It is about to begin. The ritual of Zoroaster. I must go now.
So sorry.
But we will meet when it is no more. Future son-in-law. And we will make plans for your wedding.
Tell me, Dagmar, is the king all right?
Oh, yes.
Then why'd he call me future son-in-law?
You are betrothed to Fatima.
Me?
You accepted her bracelet, did you not?
I did not.
Prince Paul Palmer.
I'd better find Toby and get out of here. Hey, what's the idea? The lights have been turned out.
The ritual begins in total darkness, Paul. The sacred moment has arrived. No one may leave.
What happens if somebody tries?
No one ever tries. It is forbidden by the laws.
Don't try to hold me, Dagmar. Get your arms off my neck. Dagmar!
Hey, somebody put up those lights. Put those lights up and be quick about it, will you? I've got a corpse around my neck.
Paul.
Toby, am I glad to see you?
Oh, that girl.
Somebody pushed a knife into her back while the lights were out.
Who?
I don't know, but...
I'm going out for the police, Paul.
I'm not going anywhere, my friend.
Kismet.
Murderer.
What?
He's talking to me, honey.
You have desecrated the ritual of Zoroaster. People of the tribe of Hakim, why did he do it?
He didn't.
Why did this stranger come among us to darken our lives with murder?
Paul, we've got to stop him. He's inciting that mob to riot.
Change that label to manslaughter, Toby.
We were happy people. We lived in peace. We loved one another. And then came this stranger. And with him came death. Shall we let our once gay Dagmar go unavenged?
This is it, honey. Give my regards to Broadway. I had a great column.
What is it that goes on here?
There, look, Hakim. Dagmar is dead.
Dagmar! Oh, once happy daughter of my third wife. What has the curse of Harrigan done to you?
Harrigan?
He is the knife in the back of my tribe.
Then Harrigan did not kill Dagmar. It was this man, this foreigner.
Enough, Kismet! I forbid you to offend the future prince of the House of Hakim.
Yes, Hakim.
Paul, was he talking about you?
Yeah.
The women will prepare Dagmar for burial. Come with me, Paul, my son.
Where to, Pop?
My throne room. You will be safe there. And we shall be able to talk about things that matter. You will come in after me, Paul.
Naturally. The king always goes first.
Well, we made it. Let's give 3 cheers for Alma Mater.
Paul, who is this woman?
Toby Randolph. One of the common people.
But
she's all right, Pop. She hates Dan Harrigan.
Oh.
She's going to be very useful to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's very beautiful. But that can wait. Paul, my son, did you kill Dagmar?
Me?
That is enough. By the sacred names of my ancestors, Dan Harrigan has struck for the last time.
Are you sure he did it, Pop?
How can it be otherwise? He threatened to destroy me.
What's he got against you?
Wise men make foolish mistakes. Let us talk about your wedding.
Now?
It will take place tomorrow.
But we only just became engaged.
Paul, what wedding is he talking about?
Toby, there's an old gypsy custom that if you take a bracelet...
And you did?
Yes, Angel. Now I'm a man with a betrothal on his hands.
You don't have to go through with it.
Tell it to him. Oh, by the way, Hakim...
Which way, my son?
Where's Fatima?
You're impatient.
She didn't come to the rescue of her future husband when Kismet was whipping the crowd.
Hakim, the evil one is still with us.
Kismet, I give you warning. When you speak of a future prince...
Fatima is no more.
What?
She's gone. Dan Harrigan, too.
Well...
It is impossible. The daughter of my own flesh and blood would not deceive.
I have looked everywhere, Hakim.
Listen, future father...
Be calm, my son. I will fix. Come with me, Kismet. We will look together.
Now, Toby, we get out of here.
Through that window. And if I ever see a gypsy again...
You will, but first we're going to Dan Harrigan's apartment.
Are you out of your mind?
I write a column, honey, and the 2 things Broadway likes to know. Murder and what for.
Oh.
Hello, my blushing bride. Imagine finding you here. In a strange man's apartment. Imagine it, Toby.
I'm too tired.
Where is he, Fatima?
Dan Harrigan is not here.
Sure.
I'm not joking. I've not seen him since the festival.
Uh-huh.
You will go now.
I will not go now. By the dagger and Dagmar, I'll wait for the truth.
She's told it, Paul.
She has?
I just looked in the other room.
That was nice of you, Toby.
Don't you think I'd make the perfect wife?
Now, Fatima.
I will tell you nothing.
All right, that's too bad. Toby, phone the police headquarters. Tell them we got Dagmar's killer.
All right, Paul. No, wait. I did not kill Dagmar.
That's the old refrain, Cookie.
I will tell you why I'm here. I'm waiting for Dan Harrigan.
I knew you weren't waiting for a bus.
He killed Dagmar. My father would not move his tribe out of New York, and Dan Harrigan said he would destroy him.
So he daggered Dagmar?
Yes. I saw it with my own eyes.
With both of them?
You do not believe me. You wonder why I did not give a scream or set my people on Dan Harrigan.
You little gypsy mind reader.
I could not open my mouth. And then it was too late. He was gone, and you were screaming.
Why was Dan so anxious to get you and your crowd out of the room?
He has a shipment for delivery to other cities.
Now,
That's what I call a lead.
We do not know what it is. Believe me, Paul. He has been using our caravan for 8 months to make these deliveries. We do not know what or why.
And I'll bet nobody's even bothered to ask, eh?
He would not tell us. And we did it because he paid well. Then we began to think he's making criminals out of us.
So you decided to settle down, and Dagmar was killed.
It was a good plan for Dan Harrigan. We're gypsies. When there is death among us, we cannot go to the police like other people. We must bury our dead and run away.
With an extra husband.
I'm sorry, Paul, if I've deceived you. But I thought perhaps you would frighten Dan Harrigan away from us.
Yeah. Well, Fatima, there's only one thing wrong with your story.
Yes?
I don't believe it.
What?
Tell me what was in those shipments, and maybe I'll change my mind.
We don't care if you don't, Paul.
What?
She's not going to tell you.
How'd you get in here, Dan?
I'm Superman. I walk through walls.
Is there a back door to this apartment?
You don't think I'd live without one, do you?
Or without that gun, neither.
That's a great comfort when you run out of ideas. Come on, Fatima. We're going out for some air.
No.
Don't be foolish, baby. You either walk out with me or the boys from the morgue will carry you out.
Paul.
I can't help you, honey. That gun's got me outnumbered.
Very well, Dan Harrigan. I will go with you.
Sorry, Paul. You know how gypsies are. They've got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Just one more thing. Don't write about those shipments she told you about. You'll never be able to prove them.
Come on, Toby. We're going after them. Toby, where are you? Hey, Toby! Well, I'll be a press agent. Toby, wake up. For Pete's sake, get up. Don't you realize you're sleeping in a murderer's bed?
Paul, you don't really think Dan Harrigan would have brought Fatima here to his own gypsy nightclub?
I'm not thinking, Toby. I'm just looking.
2255, 2256, 2200...
Excuse me, Mr. Snyder. Can you tell us where...
Now, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm counting the day's receipt?
Yes, but I...
2157...
You're cheating, Bud. You were up to 2200 before.
Was I? Now look what you've done. You made me lose my count. What do you want?
Dan Harrigan, that's all.
Well, he isn't here, and he isn't going to be. He called me up and said he was taking a long vacation.
We don't doubt it, but did he say where?
I'm not his confidential secretary, miss. Now, where was I?
2257.
Oh, thank you.
But we'd much rather tell you where you should be.
Of course. 2358, 2358.
Well, what now, Paul?
Just don't look. There's an apparition coming through the door.
Greetings, my friends.
Did he say that to us, Paul?
It seems so, honey. Let me check. Hello, Kismet.
I'm so happy to see you again.
He did, Toby.
Are you looking for Dan Harrigan, too?
He's gone out of town.
With our Fatima?
Yours, pal. I give you a quit claim deed right now.
You are my friend, and I can speak to you from my heart.
Does the garlic come from your heart, too?
Do not believe what you hear about Dan Harrigan. He did not go out of New York.
That man over there told
What
us
does he
that...
know? He's only a man. But I know Dan Harrigan did not go out of New York.
What makes you so sure?
He has a shipment.
What kind?
Who can tell? Every time it is something else.
Can you give us a hint?
Do you want to help me find my Fatima?
Of course. Anything that'll keep your hand off that knife.
Then we must find Dan Harrigan. Come with me.
Where?
My Temple of Shadows, where I communicate with the spirits.
Can you make them talk?
Talk? Boy, lost friend, but I am sorry for you.
Hand me a crying towel.
A woman like that. No sense. Paul, you will sit over here.
With my hands on the table?
That is not my business. You, foolish woman, you will sit over here.
You like me, don't you?
As the saying goes, I can take it or leave it. Now.
What, Kismet?
We will have a seance. I will reach out for the spirit of Dagmar.
Oh, why her?
Poor Dagmar was evicted from this life before her time. She cannot enter the blessings of Osmond until her murderer has been paid for his crime. Therefore, I will ask her, where is Dan Harrigan?
Why didn't you think of this before?
The spirit did not move me.
Well, it's moving me. I'm going home.
No one goes without Kismet's consent.
You just convinced me. Now put that knife away.
A spirit without two witnesses. Woman, what is wrong with you?
Well, you see, Kismet, it's like this. When I was a little girl,
I
was...
proceed with the seance. I shall put myself in a trance.
Can't you do it at the table?
Please, I am the medium. Must be done on my throne. Only from here can I reach the spirits.
Boy, if that guy isn't phony number one, the world's champ. Good heavens, is that what these mediums call a trance?
Phone the police, Toby. I'm afraid we've seen something new in spirit calling.
What do you mean, Paul? Paul, what are you talking about?
Don't touch that chair.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know yet. Give me a minute.
What are you doing?
Just moving the body.
What?
Uh-huh. He's dead. And there's the thing that killed him.
A needle.
Yeah. Stuck into the upholstery under the headrest. Then it jabbed him in the back of the neck.
But how...
Poison, darling. Something new in Petty Point.
Oh.
Let's go, honey.
Yes.
There's a phone in the reception room. We'll phone the police.
What's that?
There's someone behind those wall drapes.
You are right. Someone is behind the drapes. Me.
Why, it's Hakim.
My future father-in-law. Did you expect to cut something with that knife, Majesty?
Your throat, my son.
Not tonight, Pop. I got a gun in my pocket, and the law says when you shoot in self-defense, you shoot in self-defense.
You're lying. You think you can deceive Hakim?
You hear that? I just released the safety catch. Would you like to hear a shot?
No. I dropped the knife.
I hate to bother you, Toby. Pick it up for me.
No trouble at all, dear. There. I told you I'll make an excellent wife.
Yeah. Well, Hakim, now I'm the boss for real.
You have no pistol?
No pistol. That noise you heard was just two of my fingernails rubbing noses. See?
You are clever, Paul. But you would not be so clever if I were not here, but I would so...
Sure. Now, tell me the story behind your killings.
Dagmar and Kismet were traitors. They did not like the restful life I ordered for them. They wanted to move on, the open road.
Isn't that what gypsies were made for?
They were made to obey their king, but they plotted against me. They poisoned the minds of my people. It was them or abdication.
And you made sure it was them?
What could I do, clever one? What does an old king do when his castle is not in order?
Not what you did, Pop. These days he quits.
These days. These are days, my friends.
What about those shipments you made for Dan Harrigan?
You know about them, too? Well...
I want particulars.
Of course. Dan Harrigan and his tribe would steal, and Hakim and his tribe delivered the merchandise to places in other cities.
What merchandise?
Whatever it suited Dan Harrigan and his tribe to steal. Sometimes fur, sometimes whiskey, sometimes even automobiles.
You were some distributor, weren't you? Hakim, I've got a surprise for you.
You will let me go?
No. I'm going to hand you over to the cops in one piece.
Paul, I'll never forget that look on Dan Harrigan's face when he was brought into police headquarters and saw us there.
Yeah.
Oh, that look on Fatima's face. Imagine that girl telling us she saw Dan Harrigan kill Dagmar.
Yeah.
When she saw Hakim, her own father, do it.
Yeah.
Not that I've got any sympathy for Harrigan, but she had no right to point the finger at him. She should have said nothing if she wanted to save her father.
Yeah.
Oh, well, like father, like daughter. And that was the girl you were going to marry, dear.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, look, Toby, I gotta get this column out. I've only got 15 minutes of press time.
Of course, dear. Well, here's a lead for that column. Dead duck makes deadline.
Huh?
Good night, you worm.
And so closes tonight's story, The Gypsy Sings of Death. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Chet Stratton played the part of Paul Palmer. Virginia Dwyer was Toby Randolph. Stefan Schnabel was Hakim. Peter Capel played Kismet. Inga Adams was Fatima. Gloria Stenyi was Dagmar. And Barry Thompson was the man. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a going concern that went for murder. It's called A Deed Indeed. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. A deed indeed. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. A deed indeed. The very exciting story of a nightclub that was operated by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The Mannings, that is, Mark and Julia Manning, were the kind of happy-go-lucky husband and wife who knew everyone and went everywhere. And, believe it or not, they were happy. It was early one evening, and they were in their apartment in Midtown, New York. But they were not together. Mark was in the bedroom, and Julia was in the living room, slowly but surely biting the polish off her lovely nails. Then...
Mark?
Yes, dear.
Are you going to finish dressing sometime tonight?
Right away, Julia.
Right away. It was right away 10 minutes ago.
How do I look?
Beautiful. Now, come on, let's hurry. I'd like to see what a theater looks like before the curtain goes up.
Right away.
Oh, for pity's sake. What's the matter now?
I forgot to take a handkerchief.
It's amazing that... Now, who can that be?
Open the door and find out. And if it's for me, just tear it up.
We heard you the first time.
Greetings and salutations.
We've got all we need, thank you.
Never close the door in the face of a benefactor.
Do I have to wrestle with you, too?
It could be fun, you know. Now,
What do you want?
I have something for Mr. Mark Manning. Is he at home?
He certainly is.
Splendid. And would you be Mrs. Manning?
I would.
Then let me ask you a question. Do you know how many shopping days there are to Christmas?
What? Now, look here, Mr. What's-Your-Name.
It isn't Mr. What's-Your-Name. It's Faraway.
It couldn't be.
Oh, then I've been deceived. Now, what was I saying? Oh, yes, something about Christmas. Well, it's here, dear lady.
Who is it, Julia?
It's for you, Mark, and I can't tear it up.
So I see.
His name's Faraway.
Faraway. Business counselors and managers deluxe. I'm the third Faraway from the left.
How does it feel?
Well, it's a little...
Mark, tell him we're in a hurry.
Yes, you see, Mr. Faraway, we're in a hurry. If you'd like to make an appointment, meet me, say, at 2 o'clock next winter, I'd be glad to.
Young man, I have a mission to accomplish tonight. Here's a paper for you.
A summons?
Take it and be surprised. It's a deed to the Locust Club, that grand, that magnificent bistro at the river's edge, where New York and Westchester meet.
The Locust Club?
That great harmonium of joy. It's all yours, my boy.
Mark, is he kidding, or is he just cashew?
Gesundheit, dear lady.
Thank you. What?
I don't get this, Julia. It's a deed made out to me by Lou Barton.
Who's he?
Your husband's angel, Mrs. Manning. The man who never forgets a service.
Mr. Faraway, there must be some mistake. I never heard of the guy.
Please, sir. Mr. Barton is my client.
Sorry. But what did I do for him?
Let your mind go back 6 years to a certain episode in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I wasn't in Pittsburgh 6 years ago.
Modesty, my boy, the purest of all virtues. And you have it abundantly. Well, I have fulfilled my mission of goodwill. And now, may I say au revoir?
You may.
Au revoir.
Of all the nutty things to happen. What do you make of it?
Gag, Julia. Somebody's having a lot of fun.
By handing out a deed?
Look, it's dated 3 months ago. Did you ever hear the Locust Club?
No.
Then it doesn't exist. And if it does, it's a hole in the wall that nobody goes to anyway.
Mark, what are you doing?
What? Well, I'll be cooked. I meant to tear up the deed, and I tore up the theater tickets instead.
Dearest, would you call that a mistake?
Well...
It's backfiring. I'm not going to the Locust Club.
Oh, now look, honey.
I'm not going, and don't try to persuade me.
All right, darling, I won't. Why should I be a sucker for a gag? Would you stay home and look at the walls? Look at them, dear. Aren't they beautiful? Sally. What brings you here so early?
I'll give you one guess.
You fell out of bed.
I met Claude Faraway in New York. He told me one of Grimm's fairy tales.
Which one?
About you giving this club away to a guy named Mark Manning.
Oh. As a matter of fact, the deed was recorded 3 months ago.
What?
But Manning got it tonight. I figured it was tonight or never.
Why, Lou?
The weatherman predicted a heat wave.
Uh-oh. When did he start predicting?
3 months ago, Kitty said it was getting warm.
So you ditched the club. You couldn't wait.
I was taking no chances. You know how the weather is around here. Once it gets warm.
Why didn't you tell me?
I like your face, baby. Without wrinkles.
You should have told me, Lou. We've been together for a long time. We always shared alike.
The club was mine, Sally. I felt like giving it away.
I wasn't talking about that.
Oh, sure. You don't care about the material things.
Well, what happens now?
Break it down, Cookie.
Do we stick around or do we go to a better climate?
We stick around.
In the heat?
We got nothing to worry about. Mark Manning's the new boss. We're working for him.
Okay, but suppose he screams.
I expect him to.
Great. How will that register with the weatherman?
Sally, you disappoint me. You used to be able to figure the angles.
When I knew who to figure him against. But who's Mark Manning? What kind of a guy is he?
He breathes for a living.
Quit kidding, Lou.
What's the difference? I checked him and found out he's got a weakness for nightclubs.
That doesn't mean he's going to like what you're doing to him.
You're not figuring the angles, baby. I've got that guy covered from so many angles, he'll stab himself to death trying to get out.
Mark, this can't be the place. This can't be the Locust Club that Mr. Faraway was talking about.
You see another one around here, Julia?
Good heavens. Somebody must be out of his mind. This is luxurious.
No understatements, please.
Those people, hundreds of them, sitting at tables, eating and drinking.
Yes, that's so much nicer than writing on the tablecloths.
Mark, aren't you excited about this?
Excited? My nerves are bouncing like handballs.
Well, you might show it.
I will. First, I've got to stop wondering.
Oh.
That's right, darling. Why should I get a paying proposition like this for nothing?
Yes.
Come on, let's find out.
Welcome to the Locust Club, where the food is good and the prices are nice.
Hello.
You got a reservation?
No, but you see...
You're out of luck, mister. We're all filled up.
Let me explain. We didn't come...
Not a chance. Now, the next time you want to eat here, better phone in advance. Just ask for Joe. That's me.
Make a note of it, Mark.
All right, dear, I'll write it down.
Joe, is this place always as crowded as this?
Only at night, lady. It's closed all day.
Well, my husband and I are going to change that policy. We're going to serve lunches.
Honey, if you don't mind shifting to the guard position, I'd like to go through center.
Of course, dear.
Thanks. Now, Joe, where's the owner of this place?
The owner?
I said it first.
You mean the real owner?
Let's sit down, Joe. You must be pretty tired.
Won't do no good, mister. I'm even tired when I sit.
Let me try it, Mark. Joe, who signs the checks?
Oh, him.
Yes, him.
He ain't in.
Take a deep breath, Joe. Now, what time will he be in?
You got me there, mister. I never even seen the guy.
You mean you never had a glimpse of Lou Barton?
Him? Oh, sure, lots of times, but he don't own it no more. A fella called Mark Manning's the new boss, and we've been sort of waiting to get a look at him.
Well, look with all your might, Joe. I'm Mark Manning.
All right, I looked already. You?
Mark, you shouldn't do such things. You made him open his eyes.
Where's Lou Barton, Joe?
Sure. He's in that office right there. He said for me to send you in soon as you got it.
Mark, you sure you never heard of a Lou Barton?
Not by name, dear.
Think of it. I seem to remember somewhere, long time ago.
You're thinking of Sidney Carton, the guy who lost his head in Tale of Two Cities.
Of course. Now, look here, Mark Manning.
The office. Who's there? Huh? I don't recognize the voice either. Let's go in, Julia.
I said, who's there, buddy?
Are you Lou Barton?
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm Mark Manning.
Mark? Well, of course.
Oh, gee, I'm glad to see you, Mark. It's been such a long time.
Hey, well, wait a minute.
Oh, what's the matter, sweetheart? Don't even rate a kiss?
Go on, give her a kiss, pal, for old time's sake.
Get away from me. Now, listen, Julia, you've got to believe me.
Do I?
It's a gag like the club. I never seen that gal before.
I'll bet.
Why, Mark, how can you say such a thing after all those wonderful times we had in Pittsburgh?
Shut up, you bat. This is my wife, Julia.
Hello.
Well, she's not bad, pal.
All right, you two.
What's this all about?
Well, we're just glad to see you, that's all.
Why?
Why? Sally, something's happened to our old pal. What is it, Mark? What's changed?
Cut it out, Barton.
Was it marriage? But she looks like a nice girl.
I said cut it out, Barton.
Okay. I've been double-crossed before. Get me a drink, Sally. This is hard to take.
Oh, I can't believe it, Lou. I just can't believe it.
Julia, darling, I don't know these people. I never met them before.
Of course, dear.
You've got to listen to me.
I'll do that later, when we get home. But right now, don't you think we ought to find out why they gave you this club?
I gave it to him, Julia. He saved my life.
Sure.
You don't remember, do you, Mark? Well, to you it was a little thing, but to me... I'll never forget it, that night in Pittsburgh 6 years ago.
What did I do?
What did he do? You hear that, Sally? How can you live in the same world with a guy like that?
That's life, sweetheart.
Yeah. Listen, Mark, at great risk to your own life, you pulled me out of a fire. I've been building myself up for 6 years to show my appreciation.
Then you can start building yourself down. I don't want your club. Here's your deed.
You can't do that, pal.
Take a look. I've done it.
Let's say you made a good try. There's a copy of that deed on file at the land office.
What?
It's been there for 3 months. And I've got proof. 2 signatures. That you accepted this club as consideration for an old debt. The whole transaction was notarized by a certain Mr. Faraway.
Yeah. Well, Julia, shall we go out front and take a look at my property?
I still don't understand.
Neither do I, darling. But why bother to figure things out now? We got our whole lives ahead of us. Or what's left of them.
Did you say something, Ma?
No, dear, but I'd like to. This place is beginning to get me.
Uh-huh.
Julia.
Yes.
Did something happen to me 6 years ago? Something you never told me about?
Why don't you ask Sally?
Is it possible I had amnesia?
What?
Did I wander off to Pittsburgh and, without knowing what I was doing?
Take a look at this menu.
I don't feel like eating. Julia, you've got to tell me the truth.
It's printed on this menu. Take a look at it. Maybe you'll get amnesia now. Don't stare at me. Look at the menu. And then tell me how a nightclub could give a steak dinner for $1 and make money.
Is that what I'm doing?
You're also selling cocktails for $25 and lamb chops for 75 cents.
Wow.
You know what a steak and lamb chops cost these days when you have to buy them?
Yeah, but maybe we're giving them small portions, huh? Yeah, that must be it. Come on, let's take a look at the kitchen.
Greetings and salutations, people of good fortune.
Run for your life, Mark. Here comes that man again.
A tour of inspection, Tell me, Mr. Manning, has your fertile brain erupted some useful ideas?
I've been thinking, Faraway.
Naturally. This glittering bistro lends itself.
At what rate of interest, Mr. Faraway?
Yes. Your ideas, Mr. Manning.
How would you like to see Delmonico's come to life again?
What a thought. My boy, you've touched a tender spot. Long, slumbering memories.
You're going to see it here at popular prices.
Why improve, darling? These prices are popular enough.
First, I'll rip out all those light fixtures and put in soft, indirect lighting. Then I'll throw out all those tables and chairs.
Hey, where's the boss of this place?
What? No, see here, my good man.
Never mind the compliments. All I want is the owner, Mark Manning. The guy in the office told me he was out here.
Hi, Mr. Manning.
Okay. You owe Green and Black $1,000 for light fixtures.
Do I? Who says so?
I do. Deputy Sheriff O'Malley. You owe White and Brown $700 for tables and chairs.
Now, wait a minute.
And there's an unpaid food bill for $800, a total of $2,500. Would you like to pay me now, Mr. Manning?
I certainly would not.
Okay, boys, start ripping.
Bye-bye, Delmonico's darling. Shall we go home now?
Stop them, Sheriff. You can't do this without a court order.
Well, here it is, mister. You can read it if you want to. Hey, you reckless. Get into the kitchen and start packing up the food.
Now, listen, Sheriff.
And you over there, start working on the tables and chairs.
Oh, well, you got to stop them. What can I do about it?
Well, let me see. I'm a business consultant and manager.
Listen, don't sell yourself to me now.
I also have some knowledge of the law, young man. This paper is quite legal. My advice is to pay.
But Faraway.
If you don't, these men will ruin the place, and your creditors will have judgments against you anyway.
You mean I'm stuck?
I'm afraid so. Pay now, and we'll find ways and means of recovery later.
All right, Sheriff. I'll give you one check for the whole amount.
Suit yourself, mister.
How does that line go, Sheriff? All that glitters.
Don't ask me, lady. The mayor don't give us much time for reading.
How awful. Not even horror stories?
Hold everything, boys!
Here's your check, Sheriff. A year.
Okay, boys, grab it.
Literal creatures, aren't they?
I brought them up right. Okay, boys, we're through here. Let's go home.
How far away? What about those ways and means of recovery?
Not so fast, Mr. Manning. The law books are in my office.
Well, hurry up and get your nose into them. I want action.
I'll do that at once.
Come on, Julia. We're going to give Mr. Barton another interview.
Mark, you poor darling. 3 whole months to Thanksgiving, and you've already had your turkey.
You don't believe me, do you, Mark?
No, Lou, I don't.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I shouldn't blame you. But I tell you, I didn't know a thing about those judgments.
You told the sheriff where to find me. You had me all set up for the rap.
Is that what you really think, pal?
What's the idea of unloading this lemon on me?
Oh, and while we're on the subject of fruit, Mr. Barton, where's Sally?
Oh, she went out for...
Julia.
Yes, Mark?
Shut up. Now, Lou, do I get an answer, or do I have to pull it out by the teeth?
You're all wrong, pal. But I'll make it right. How much did the sheriff take you for it?
$2,500.
All right. Here's my certified check for $10,000 made out to you.
Your what?
Certified. You know, okayed by the bank.
That, darling, is what I call a profit.
300%. Even these days, it ain't bad.
Yeah. And in order to get that check, what do I have to do?
Just deed the club back to me. And by an odd coincidence...
Oh, you've got one already made out.
Yeah, funny, isn't it?
You're too well prepared for emergencies, Bart.
That's because I'm farsighted. Here's the pen, and there's the dotted line.
Julia.
Don't ask me what to do, Mark. I've shut up.
Well, I'm sorry, Lou. I'll need time to think it over.
Why?
I'm curious. And when I'm curious, ask Julia the next time she feels like talking.
Better use that pen, Manny.
Threats?
It also writes under blood.
Ooh.
When this thing goes off, you can't send the bullet back.
So I've been told. All right. I'll take the pen. And as long as you've got me, I'll take the pen, too. Cut it out.
Look out, Mark! He's going to trip you.
No, this trip, Julia. Drop it, Barton. Make it fall down.
Mark! Mark, are you all right?
I think so. Or maybe I'm kidding myself.
Mark!
But... Julia. He fell down.
Mark, are you sure he's dead? You couldn't be wrong.
If he ever starts breathing again, you can ask him.
What do we do now?
Find out who killed him, Julia.
Didn't you? Didn't the gun go off while you were wrestling with him?
Yes, dear, but not the one Barton was holding.
What are you talking about?
Huh? See for yourself.
Why, it's fully loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's got to be murder.
Yeah. But where did the shot come from?
The door.
No, dear, I was facing it.
The window?
Locked. Julia, come here.
What's the matter?
Darling, if you put a throw rug on the floor, would you leave it with a bump in the middle?
Mark, you know I'm very particular about... Well, why didn't you tell me there was a trap door under that rug?
I couldn't, dear, until I moved it.
A cellar.
Darling, sometimes you're so bright I can't understand why you married an ordinary man like me.
Huh?
Let's go down and watch your step.
Do we have to do this, Mark?
No, but we've gone this far. Why not follow through?
Oh, so dark and damp down here.
Just think of it as atmosphere.
I'd rather not. Mark, look!
Oh, darling, don't jump at me like that when I'm hunting a killer.
Oh, never mind that. Look at all those cases marked liquor.
Julia, dear, upstairs is a nightclub where people drink that stuff.
But there must be hundreds of them.
There are millions all over the world.
Mark Manning, I'm talking about the cases in this cellar.
Oh.
Here's one that's open.
Just take one bottle, dear. We'll come back for the rest later.
Ma, this isn't liquor.
What?
It's the most wonderful thing that's happened to me. I'm afraid I'm going to cry.
Honey, get a grip on yourself. Talk to me.
In this bottle, and in all these cases marked liquor...
Is that what you call talking?
Viva more.
Vivian who?
Viva Moore, that new French perfume. $100 an ounce.
We can't afford those luxuries yet, dear. What did you say?
It's all mine. I'm set for life. All my friends are set for life.
Julia, that's contraband.
No, it's Viva Moore. Here, smell it.
It's contraband, dear. Smuggled stuff. Huh? Lou Barton's racket. Why, he unloaded this club on me.
You mean I can't use it?
Mm-hmm. Uncle Sam has a prior claim.
Oh, that man.
Take it easy. Let me explain something.
You'll never make me happy, Mark.
Lou Barton must have been bringing his stuff in without telling our uncle about it. Uncle got suspicious about 3 months ago, and Lou gave me a deed without telling me. He even filed it. That made me the owner, Julia, and the fall guy.
All this wonderful perfume, and they'll probably send it back to France.
If they don't send me to jail.
What?
You know that place with bars on it?
But why you?
Push a stick into me and call me Lollipop.
Oh. But why did Barton offer you $10,000 to get his club back?
To get his club back?
That's what I asked you.
That deed he wanted me to sign was going to be locked up until after Uncle Sam locked me up.
I get it. And after that, he was going to file it.
Yep. All right, now, let's go look for a murderer.
Down here?
At least how a murderer got out. There's a small light at the other end of the cellar. It might be an exit.
Wish it weren't so dark.
Well, just follow me. I'll run interference. Keep talking, Julia. Then I'll know you're with me.
Uh-huh.
We'll be out of here in a few minutes, and then we'll clear up this murder, and I'll be in the clear about the club and the smuggling racket.
Uh-huh.
Darling, at a time like this, I hate to be petty, but what's happened to your vocabulary?
I just found it, Mark.
What? Solly.
Uh-huh.
Where's Julia?
She's resting over there.
What have you done to her?
I smacked her and let her down very gently.
Get out of my way. I've got to go.
Mark, I didn't tell you what I smacked her with.
Oh, I don't care.
It's a great gadget. It shoots, too.
Look, Sally, she's never been hit on the head before. Just give me a chance to see how she is.
There's no time. Unless the two of you want to be buried in the same river.
Can't you be reasonable? You have to be hard-boiled.
Come on, Cookie. We're going to your apartment.
To my... Oh, no, not with Julia lying there.
Faithful to the end, huh? Well, turn around and walk toward that light, or this will be the end, sweetheart. And no encores.
Sally, I'm doing the best I can. Stop pushing that gun into my back.
What do you want from me, Mark? The thing's impatient. It wants to get inside.
Well, tell it to wait a minute. I'm nervous. My hands are trembling.
You ought to see a doctor. Maybe you won't have to. I know a swell undertaker. Get in.
All right. But you should have let me take Julia out of that cellar. Stanton there.
Hey, Joe.
Is he here, too?
No, I just took a deep breath.
Is that you, Sally? Oh, so you got him.
What were you doing in that bedroom?
I was laying down. I got tired waiting for you.
That's a comfortable bed, isn't it?
The bed? Say, what kind of a mattress you got on it?
First, you tell me how you got in here.
Oh, I got keys that fit every door. Now, any time you want me to do it...
Shut up, Joe.
Okay, I don't care.
Welcome to the Locust Club, where the food is good and the prices are nicest.
Hey, he remembers my spear.
Yeah. Sit down, Mark. We're going to make the extraction as painless as possible.
What? What extraction?
Show it to him, Joe.
I'll be glad to. Here, Mr. Manning.
By these present do we herewith... Say, this is a deed of the Locust Club.
From you to me. Sign it.
But...
Sign it.
Well, what's Joe here for? Protection?
He makes a cross like a witness.
Oh, that ain't fair, Sally. You know I can write.
Yeah.
And you promised me a silent partnership in the whole business. You said that...
Joe, do you have to talk so much?
No, I don't have to talk at all.
Stay that way.
Okay.
Well, Manning, do you write your name on that deed, or do I write you off as a bad risk?
All right. I always had respect for a gun. Is this where I sign?
Where it says cellar.
That's where we left Julia.
Just sign it. We'll laugh later.
Wouldn't you know this would happen at a critical point in my life?
What's the matter?
My pen is dry. Well, I'll fill it
You
up.
don't have to. Give him your pen, Joe.
Okay. But I don't like too many people using it. The point gets twisted up.
Joe!
I had it right here in my coat pocket. Honest, Sally.
Dig down into the pocket.
Look, I'm doing it. Oh, I know. It must have dropped out while I was laying down. I'll go look in the bedroom.
What was that, Mark? Your last laugh?
I was thinking of what Joe said before.
Yeah?
He said, honest, Sally. And that just ain't true.
Small talk. And at your age, shame on you.
You shouldn't have looked around, Sally.
Let me go.
Let the gun go first.
Stop, you're hurting my...
That's all, Sally. Now, we'll just let Julie in. Then we can have a party. Darling...
Mr. Manning.
Come in, Faraway. I can't begin to tell you what a disappointment you are.
I'm sorry.
You know Sally?
Yes. Mr. Barton's aide-de-camp. Good evening.
So what?
I won't be but a minute. Mr. Manning, I have bad news for you.
Who hasn't?
I looked up the law on that matter. I'm afraid your $2,500 is lost.
Nice of you to come here to tell me.
You gave me a merry chase, sir. I went to the Locust Club, but the place was deserted. Fortunately, I remembered your address, so...
how much do I owe you?
Please, Mr. Manning, don't defile me with offers of money. But there is another matter.
Sure.
The matter of Mr. Barton and the Locust Club.
Huh?
Well, my boy, it seems that you are not the man who saved his life in Pittsburgh 6 years ago.
Uh-huh.
He regrets the error deeply, and he's most anxious to compensate you. Therefore, he has asked me to buy the club back from you. You will give me a deed, and I will give you this.
A check for $10,000.
Certified. A magnificent sum. I believe you'll find it satisfactory.
Yeah. But Faraway, don't you know that death cancels a deal?
Death? Whose death are you talking about?
Lou Barton. He was murdered.
Oh, no. When? Well, why didn't someone tell me?
I found a pen, Sally. It was under... Hey, what's that guy doing here?
Waiting for the pen, Joe.
Huh?
Give it to him. Mr. Faraway is most anxious to write a get-me letter to the police.
Mr. Manning, did I hear you say police?
Yes. And if you listen carefully, I'll tell you why.
Oh, my head.
Now, sit still, darling. Keep that ice pack on.
But it's messing up my hair.
It'll get your brains back in shape. You want me to tell you how I nabbed Faraway, the third from the left?
I don't want you to tell me anything. Leaving me in that dusty old cellar. Just because that woman had a gun.
Don't you think that was a good reason, Angel?
What about Faraway, the third from the left?
He wanted to get his hands on the Locust Club and the perfume racket that went with it.
And Barton gave him the opportunity when he deeded the club to you and then tried to get it back.
Huh? Are you sure you've got a headache, Julia?
How did you know that Faraway was the murderer?
He was surprised that Barton was dead.
Not enough, darling.
He tried to buy the club back from me.
Still not enough.
He gave me that certified check we left in Barton's office after he was killed.
That does it. Help me up, dear. I think I ought to walk around for a while.
Well, wouldn't you rather go to bed?
I'll feel much better if I just...
What was that?
Oh, my Viva Amor.
You brought that bottle home?
I had it wrapped up in my hat, and my hat was on my lap. $100 an ounce. Oh, my head.
And so closes tonight's story, A Deed Indeed. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played the part of Mark Manning. Helen Shields was Julia Manning. Larry Haynes was heard as Lou Barton. Julie Stevens was Sally. Murray Forbes played Faraway. Phil Bauer was Joe. And Barry Thompson was Sheriff O'Malley. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very intriguing story of laughing waves on the blue ocean, twinkling stars in night skies, and dank death in the sand dunes. It's called Death Swims at Midnight. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This is the world's largest network serving more than 400 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death swims at midnight. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death Swims at Midnight. The very exciting story of a singular beach where the tide goes out and murder comes in. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Bill Desmond, the famous private detective, and his pint-sized assistant, Maxie Davis, have gone to the resort town of Marbell for a rest. To Maxie's disgust, Bill has dragged him out of bed at 7 a.m. to go for a swim. As they stand at the edge of the boardwalk, looking out over the ocean, Maxie blinks his sleepy eyes and then turns to glare at his boss.
You mean you expect me to go in there?
Why, sure, Maxie. A swim before breakfast is good for the health.
For a fish, yeah. Me, I should have stood in bed.
Oh, you'll change your mind when you hit that water. Aye, look at how blue it is. How calm.
Mm-hmm. And who knows how cold.
I do, gentlemen.
What? Huh?
I do. Yep, the water's cold. Cold as death.
Excuse me, but...
Kind of scared you, eh? Well, didn't mean to. Name's Atkins. Fuzzy Atkins, they call me. I live in that shack on the old fishing pier.
I see.
Weren't thinking of doing some fishing, were you?
I know. Not this morning.
Too bad. Ain't many goes fishing these days. Nope. They got other things to do.
Well, yes. Excuse us, Fuzzy. We're going for a swim.
Go right ahead. But don't forget, the water's cold these days. Very cold.
Encouraging little fellow, isn't he, Maxie?
Yeah, look, Bill, maybe he's right. The water does look kind of chilly. Let's go back to our hotel.
Oh, nonsense. We're going for a swim. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get down these stairs to the beach.
Uh-huh. I still don't see why we couldn't have come down here later. At least we would have had company.
We have company, Maxie.
Where?
Over there. That girl.
Oh.
Ah. She looks rather interesting, doesn't she?
She looks like a dame.
There are dames, Maxie, and dames.
Yeah, and there's trouble and more trouble. Come on, Bill, let's head for the other end of the beach.
And pass that up? Not me. Come on, let's visit.
But, Bill, Oh, okay. Say, what's she doing? Digging in the sand?
I don't know. She looks rather old to be making mud pies. Hello.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry if I startled you. Well, how's the water this morning?
It's okay, I guess.
Nice beach you have here.
Getting kind of crowded.
Is it? I didn't notice.
That's funny. Those eyes of yours have been noticing everything else.
Well, there's nothing like exercise for the eyes, I always say.
Just be careful they don't get too much. I hear that makes them turn black.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Just to give them a rest, I'm going to get out of here. So long.
That's the neatest brush off you ever got.
Too bad, too. I've always wanted to teach a girl like that how to swim.
Something tells me she don't need no lessons.
Maybe not. Well, let's get into the water, eh?
It's kind of nice here on the sand, Bill. What do you say we squat here for a while?
Yeah, all right. Watch where you sit down, Maxie.
Huh?
There's quite a bit of tar on the beach.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's a nice spot. Guess I'll just... Hey!
What's the matter, Maxie?
What's the matter? What's the idea of putting your foot under me?
Put my foot under you? Not me.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Bill? Who do you think you're kidding?
But on the level, I swear I didn't.
Well, that's funny. Wait a minute. Maybe there's something... Hey! It wasn't your foot. It's someone else's.
What? Here, let me see. Maxie, there's someone under the sand. Quick, help me shovel it to one side.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know just where, but if the feet are down here, I think... Here we are.
Holy smoke! It's a dame. Is she sleeping?
Yes. The long, long sleep of death. Did you phone the coroner, Maxie?
Yeah, Bill, he'll be right down.
Good.
Say, Bill, have you figured out what caused the death?
Well, there's a nasty bruise on her head, but I'd say she drowned.
Drowned? But how did she get under the sand?
The how, Maxie, is not so important as the why.
Howdy. Howdy, gentlemen. Noticed you digging from up on the pier. Ain't after clams, are you?
Not exactly, Fuzzy. Here, take a look at what we dug up.
Oh. You know, I ain't seen a clam like that for a long time. No, sirree. Not like that.
Here, come on, let's stop that.
Huh?
Who is this girl?
Appears to me like Mrs. Dale, Joan Dale. Yep, that's who it is. She's got the big bungalow right opposite my shack on the pier.
I see. Fuzzy, did you see that girl who was on the beach when we got here?
Yep, sure did. That was Carol Carson. Got the bungalow on t'other side of Mrs. Dale. She, she left you in a hurry, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
Hey, you don't think that Carson
I
dame
don't
was...
think anything yet, Maxie. Fuzzy, we expect the coroner here any minute. Will you watch the body until he arrives?
Yep, sure will.
Good. Come on, Maxie. I want to have a look at Mrs. Dale's bungalow.
Hey, this is quite a layout, huh, Bill?
Yes, Maxie. It's quite cozy.
Cozy is right. With a joint like this, even I could learn how to like the beach. What are you looking for?
I don't know. We'll just poke around, see what we can.
What is it?
This desk, Maxie.
Well, what about it? I don't see a thing.
Take a look at the blotter.
Well, so I'm looking. All I see is a lot of numbers.
Exactly. It's almost as though someone has been practicing arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
And yet there are no papers on the desk. None in the drawers, and let me see. No. Nothing in the waste paper basket either. Maybe...
Where you going?
Over the fireplace. Uh-huh.
You find anything, Bill?
Yes. Ashes, Maxie. Ashes. But not only of paper, of cloth, too.
Cloth?
Uh-huh. And to judge by some of the burnt threads, a coarse cloth.
Hello? That you, Martin? I want to talk to you about... Well, who are you?
My name is Desmond, Bill Desmond. This is my assistant, Maxie Davis.
Oh, you're the ones who discovered the body, aren't you?
Yes. How'd you know?
I've just left the coroner.
Oh, I see.
I beg your pardon, but the name Desmond is rather familiar.
Familiar, he says. Brother, you're looking at the best private op in the business.
Oh, of course. Oh, permit me to introduce myself. I'm Fulton Stokes, Mrs. Dale's attorney.
Oh, yes. How do you do? Mr. Stokes, when you left the coroner, had he completed his examination of the body?
Yes. He's of the opinion that Mrs. Dale drowned at some time around midnight last night. He thinks it was an accident.
Oh?
You disagree?
Well, I don't know. Yet. Tell me, who is this Martin you called to when you first came in?
Martin Dale, Joan's husband.
Do you know where he is?
Probably on his cruiser, which is anchored just offshore.
Didn't he live here with his wife?
Well, no. You see, they'd had a bad quarrel. Joan had the idea that Martin married her for her money.
I see. Do you know when they last saw each other?
Not exactly, but she did have an appointment to see him on board his cruiser late last night.
Late last night, eh? Maxie.
Yeah?
I think we'll take a little boat ride. All right, Maxie. Here's Dale's cruiser. Get on board and I'll follow.
Okay.
Up you go.
Okay, I'm on.
Now, give me a hand. That's it. Thanks.
Hey, what do you two think you're doing? Get off or I'll throw you out.
Sure. Come on, Bill.
No, Max, you don't mind Mr. Dale. He's just kidding.
Kidding, huh? Okay, wise guy. You asked for it. I'll just go. Oh.
Gee, he didn't last long, did he?
No, Maxie. The trouble with him is he's big, but he's soft. Aren't you, Dale? Come on, up on your feet.
What do you want?
I've got some bad news, Dale. Your wife is dead.
Dead?
Yes. She was drowned late last night. Tell me, when did you see her last?
A couple of days ago.
You're lying, Dale.
Lying? Why, I ought to...
What?
Nothing.
That's better. Your wife was aboard this boat late last night, wasn't she?
Yes, I talked to her about a reconciliation.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't in the mood. She'd lost a lot of money gambling with Nick Vero.
Nick Vero? Well, who's he?
Well, he runs the Pelican Club at the end of the boardwalk.
Oh. Well, go on.
I tried to convince my wife to let me come back. She wouldn't listen.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to kiss her, and she struggled, then jumped off the boat and swam for shore. That's all I know.
That's all, eh? She had an ugly bruise on her head, Dale.
I don't know anything about it.
Maybe not. By the way, where can I get in touch with Nick Vero?
Well, from 8 p.m. on, you can find him at his club. Before that, he's usually with his girlfriend, Carol Carson.
Carol Carson?
Carson?
Why, yes. Do you know her?
Yeah. You might say she was a passing acquaintance, huh, Bill?
Uh-huh. Maxie, I think I'll pay her a visit this evening. Maybe we can get to be warm friends.
Nice view from the boardwalk, huh, Stokes?
Oh, Martin. What's wrong with your jaw?
I had a visitor on my boat. A man by the name of Desmond. Kind of funny his knowing that Joan had an appointment with me last night.
Well, now, wait a minute, Martin. Joan's death occurred under peculiar circumstances. Desmond asked me some questions, and I answered them.
Uh-huh. I got a couple of questions, too.
Yes?
As far as I know, the will Joan made after our marriage has never been changed. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Now, according to the terms of that will, I inherit her estate.
Go on.
I'm a little short right now. I've been running into some bad luck at Nick Vero's. How about an advance? Well?
How much do you need?
$5,000.
Well, I guess I can let you have it.
Good.
Just one thing, Martin.
Yeah?
If Joan was murdered, you'd be the leading suspect.
So?
Now, I'm not saying that you're guilty. But if you were tried and convicted, you wouldn't inherit a penny. I'd be out $5,000.
Why, I'm surprised at you for bringing that up. After all, you'd only be out $5,000. As for me, I'd be out.
Hello?
Hello, Nick?
Yeah?
This is Martin Dale.
Oh, been waiting for you to get in touch. Got that dough you owe me?
Well, I've got $5,000, Nick.
$5,000. Told me you'd have it all by tonight.
I know, but now that Joan's dead, I'll need a little more time.
Sorry, Dale, your time's up tonight. Either you pay off or else they'll shovel you in with your wife.
But if you'll only wait, I'll...
I've waited long enough.
Now, look, Nick, give me a break, and I'll tell you something you should know. Okay?
I'm not making any promises, Dale, but spell it.
Well, there's a private detective from New York, a fellow by the name of Bill Desmond.
That's not news.
I know, but he was out on my boat this morning, and from what he said, I think he's got something on Carol.
Huh?
He said that he was going to see her this evening.
Oh.
Well, Nick, do I get more time?
Okay, Dale. If this tip turns out to be on the level, you can forget about tonight's deadline.
Getting kind of late, Nick. Aren't you going up the clock?
What's the matter, Carol? You anxious to get rid of me?
Of course not. Hey, what's wrong with you tonight?
Nothing. Why?
Well, you've been thoughtful all evening.
So, I've been thoughtful.
You're not usually when you're with me.
So?
I was just wondering if you were thinking of Joan Dale.
Why should I be thinking of her?
Oh, come on, Nick. You don't have to be cagey with me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I saw you go into her bungalow last night.
You know, you're way off base, baby.
Now, look, Nick, I'm sort of mixed up in this thing, too, and I figured that...
You expecting anyone, Carol?
No.
Okay, give me a minute to duck into the bedroom, then go see who it is.
Right. Just a minute.
Good evening.
Oh, the boy with the athletic eyes.
Yes, Desmond's the name. Bill to you.
Well, good night, Bill.
Just a moment, Carol. Don't close the door till I'm inside. There we are.
You get out of here.
Oh, not yet, darling. Nice place you've got here. You know, I'm beginning to think that your friend Nick Vere's a fool.
What do you mean?
Well, a setup like this, a girl like you, I'd be hanged if I desert you every night just for business.
If you don't mind, let's leave Nick out of this.
Suits me. As a matter of fact, I picked my time in coming to visit you to be sure I'd avoid running into him.
I see.
I figured we'd be more comfortable alone.
What do you want?
Don't. I didn't do anything.
I know, but I didn't like the way your hands were twitching.
Oh, that. That's nothing. I guess I smoke too much.
Yes, I guess you do. Suppose you cool off and tell me why you came here.
Okay. Tell me, why did you bury Joan Dale's body in the sand?
I didn't.
Did it have anything to do with Nick Vero?
I...
Well, don't stare like that. Talk. I said...
You shouldn't have hit him so hard, Nick.
Shut up.
But you shouldn't have hit him that way.
I said shut up.
It's the first time you ever hit me.
Yeah. It won't be the last time if you don't shut your trap. Help me tie this lug up. I'm going to feed him to the fishes.
Oh, Fuzzy! Fuzzy!
Yep, what is it?
I've been looking high and low for my boss, Bill Desmond. Have you seen him?
Nope, ain't seen hide nor hair of him. Maybe he's gallivanting.
Wait a minute, Fuzzy. I thought I heard something.
Huh? I didn't hear nothing.
There it is again.
Hey, you're right. Someone's crying for help. Sounds like it comes from under my pier. Come on.
Okay.
This way, under the boardwalk.
Help!
Sounds like it comes from right over there. Wait, I'll put on my flashlight. There we are.
Holy Hannah. It's Bill.
Yep, so it is. Trussed up like a bundle of wash. And the tide coming in, too.
Help.
It's okay now, Bill.
Maxie?
Yeah, and Fuzzy Atkins.
I'll have you loosen. Just a second, Mr. Desmond. Just have to cut one more cord. There we are.
Can you get up, Bill?
Yes, I think so. Just give me your hand for a moment. Thanks.
Gee, I'm sure glad you're okay, Bill. Lucky Fuzzy and me heard you. Otherwise, you'd have been a goner.
Yep. The old devil in the sea might have gotten another one.
The old devil, Fuzzy?
Yes, sure-ee. Didn't believe in him much till I saw him get Mrs. Dale.
You saw a devil get Mrs. Dale?
Yep, sure did. I was up at my shack and I saw... Oh!
Bill, you okay?
Yes, Maxie. But Fuzzy's been hit.
Is he hurt bad?
He's dead, Maxie.
Dead? Who do you think killed him?
A devil, Maxie. A devil.
Boy, what a layout this Pelican Club has. Look at all the suckers just begging to be taken to the cleaners.
Yeah.
Did you see Nick, Bill?
No, Maxie. Let's try his private office.
Right. Here it is. Mm-hmm.
Better stand guard outside the door, Maxie. I don't want to be disturbed.
Okay.
Say, who do you think... Bill Desmond.
Yes, Carol, what's the matter? You act as though you're looking at a ghost. Keep both hands on top of the table, darling.
Oh, you got me wrong, Bill. I wasn't going to pull a gun.
Maybe not. But suppose you come around here, away from the desk.
Okay.
That's better. I suppose it must have handed you quite a laugh when Nick crept up behind me and let me have it.
I didn't laugh, Bill.
No? After he threw me under the pier, you might at least have gotten in touch with Maxie.
No, I couldn't. Nick made me stick close to him till just a little while ago. As soon as he left, I called your hotel, but Maxie was out.
Mm-hmm. You're fast on your feet, aren't you?
You don't believe me?
What do I look like, little boy blue?
It's the truth, Bill, honest.
Mm-hmm. Well, never mind that now. Where'd Nick go?
I don't know.
Now, look, Carol. I've got a bump on my head the size of an egg. My wrists and ankles are raw from the ropes cutting into them. I'm in no mood for stalling around.
I'm afraid Nick will kill me.
Well, now, don't worry. I won't tell him how I found out. Well?
He went to see Stokes at his hotel, the Shore Plaza.
Honest?
Yes.
Okay, sweetheart, I'll buy it. For your sake, I hope this isn't another sellout.
You really expect to find Nick here, Bill?
I don't know, Maxie.
You don't know? Well, I do. I'll bet you that...
Yes? Oh, it's you, Desmond, and Mr. Davis.
Oh, yes, Stokes. Tell me, is Nick Vero with you?
Nick? Why, no.
I told you, Bill. I knew she was lying.
Quiet, Maxie.
Okay.
Do you mind if we come in for a few minutes, Stokes?
Well, I'm sorry, Desmond, but I'm rather busy.
Sorry, too. I want in.
Now that you're in, what do you want?
Well, Nick Vero. Shame on you. A big boy like you hiding behind the door. No wonder Stokes was so nervous. That gun of yours is almost as ugly looking as you.
Close your big yap, Desmond, or I'll fill your teeth with lead. Until this half-pint sidekick of yours will close that door.
Do as he says, Maxie.
Sure.
That's better. Now, what did you want, Desmond?
Oh, I want to talk to you about a number of things. For instance, why you conked me earlier this evening and left me under the pier for fish bait.
Me? You're nuts.
Oh, I don't think so, Nick. Tell me, did you really want me to end up like Mrs. Dale?
Look, Desmond, if you think I killed Mrs. Dale, you're off your trolley.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Carol Carson thought you might have had something to do with it. That's why she buried the body in the sand.
Carol acts like a dumb little twist sometimes. For instance, she shouldn't have told you I was here.
She didn't.
Maybe not. Well, Desmond, anything else you'd like to ask me before I go?
No, Nick. But if I think of something, I'll call on you.
Yeah, do that. I'll give you a warm reception. Okay, you guys, just stay where you are. I'm leaving.
Should we follow him, Bill?
No, Maxie. That put Clay right into his hands. Stokes.
Yes, Desmond?
What did Nick want with you?
Well, he came to see me about Mrs. Dale's gambling debt. It seems that she owed him about $50,000.
As much as that, eh?
That's what he says. Now that she's dead and he can't collect it legally, he wanted me to pay it out of her estate.
What did you tell him?
Well, naturally, I told him that was impossible. He didn't like that.
I guess not.
He told me I'd have to pay up or else he'd kill me.
What's the matter with you, Bill? Ever since we returned to our rooms, you've been pacing up and down like a stud bug. I thought you said you were going to undress and hit the hay.
Yes, I know, Maxie, but I can't get this case out of my mind. The solution keeps eluding me.
It does? Well, I think it's a cinch.
Oh, you do, eh?
Sure, look. Mrs. Dale probably drowned swimming in from her husband's boat.
How about Fuzzy Atkins?
Well, Nick was sore because Fuzzy helped pull you out of the water.
Ah, no, Maxie, that won't wash.
But who else could have killed him? That old devil in the sea he was babbling about?
That old devil in the sea. Wait. Maybe Fuzzy wasn't babbling.
Huh?
Yes. It could tie in with those ashes we found in Mrs. Dale's fireplace. Why, of course.
Of course what?
Maybe. Oh, see who it is, Maxie.
Okay.
Bill in, Maxie.
Oh, Miss Carson.
Who's that? Carol?
Yes, Bill. I've got to talk to you.
Good Lord, what's happened? You look as though you've been through a meat grinder.
Nick gave me a beating.
Why, the dirty...
He was sore because I told you he'd gone to Stokes. Well, I'm going to give him lots more to be sore about.
Yes?
Nick was in Joan Dale's bungalow last night. I don't know if he saw her, but he took some of her papers.
How do you know?
I saw her name on the envelope just before he put them in his desk.
I see. Come on, Maxie. I want to take a peek into that desk.
How you making out, Bill?
I think we'll be in Nick's office presently, Maxie, unless I've lost all my skill with a skeleton key. There. That does it. Now, careful, Maxie, when you close the door.
Okay.
Now, the flashlight. That's it. Uh-huh. There's the desk. Hold the light on the top center drawer.
Right.
That's it. This should be easy to force in the door. I'll just insert this near the lock and press down. Ah, that did it. Now to see what...
Hey, someone put the lights on.
Yeah, I did. Well, you looking for something, Desmond?
Well, if it isn't our gentle friend Nick and his friend, the automatic.
Yeah. This gun and me are good pals. It always does what I want. Desmond, I told you I'd give you a warm reception. Well, here it is.
That, Mr. Stokes, is what I call an entrance. Thanks.
Not at all, Desmond. Glad to be of service.
How is Nick, Maxie?
I think he's going to make some undertaker very happy.
Well, I don't think anyone will miss him. Now, let's see what's in that desk drawer. Ah, yes. There's Mrs. Dale's papers, all right.
May I have them, Desmond? As her executive, I'll need them to wind up her estate.
Certainly. Oh, by the way, may I have that gun? I'll turn it into the coroner, explain what happened.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks. Now, would you mind taking off your shoes and socks?
What?
What's the matter with you, Bill? You nuts?
No, Maxie. I just want to prove that Mr. Stokes is guilty of murder. Hey, what time is it, Maxie?
7 a.m. Hey, what's the idea of setting the alarm clock?
I've got a date at the beach with Carson. Where the devil are my swim trunks?
Wait a minute. I didn't get a chance to talk to you last night. Why did Stokes commit those murders?
Well, he'd embezzled a good deal of Mrs. Dale's money. She'd been checking her accounts and discovered the discrepancies. That's why her desk blotter was full of figures.
Oh, but how did he drown her in the ocean?
He didn't. That is, in the ocean. He drowned her in her bathtub after first knocking her unconscious.
Uh-huh.
Then he carried her under the boardwalk and the old fishing pier.
I see. So Stokes was really the old devil of the sea that Fuzzy saw.
Exactly. Now, where in blazes are those swim trunks?
But how about Nick?
Oh, Nick. Well, when he was in Mrs. Dale's bungalow, he came across her papers with notations on Stokes' embezzlement. Then he went after Stokes, not for Mrs. Dale's gambling debt, but for blackmail.
Oh, I get it. Now, one thing more, Bill. Why did you want Stokes to take off his shoes and socks?
Well, if you remember, the beach was covered with spots of tar.
Uh-huh.
When Stokes carried Mrs. Dale into the pier in the dark, he got tar all over his feet and legs. And that stuff is almost impossible to get off.
Oh.
When he got back to her bungalow, he tried cleaning it off with a towel. Then he burned the towel in the fireplace.
I see.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Maxie, I'll be off to meet Carol.
Bill.
Now what?
Before you go, don't you think you ought to put on your swim trunks?
Oh.
And so closes tonight's story, Death Swims at Midnight. James Erthine wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Arthur Vinton played the part of Bill Desmond. Murray Forbes was Maxie Davis. Elspeth Eric was Carol Carson. Ralph Camargo was... hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Sometimes a sucker wins. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Sometimes a sucker wins. The very exciting story of a girl who finds the key to her brother's disappearance and opens the door to murder. Let's take a look at it under the reading lamp. When Joan Adams arrived in the city, she felt uneasy, apprehensive. But the thought of turning back never occurred to her. She had a job to do, one that would require courage and patience. As soon as she'd obtained a room, she phoned District Attorney Nelson.
District Attorney Nelson was a busy man. At least that's what his secretary told me every time I phoned. But I kept calling, and finally she gave me an appointment. When I arrived there, Nelson made me wait almost an hour. Then his secretary ushered me into his office. For a few minutes, he pretended to be busy with the papers on his desk. Then he looked up at me.
Now, Miss Adams, what did you want to see me about?
My brother, Larry.
Oh, you read the papers, didn't you?
Yes, I read them.
Well?
The story they printed is a lie.
I'm sorry, Miss Adams. I'm afraid I disagree with you.
Look, Mr. Nelson, I've come all the way down here from Hillsboro because I think my brother is dead. I believe he was murdered.
I see. And what makes you so sure he was murdered?
I just know it, that's all.
Oh, the feminine intuition test, eh?
No, it's much more than that. I knew my brother better than anyone else in the world. He would never run away from anything. And he would never steal.
No? Look, Miss Adams, your brother was my assistant in charge of an investigation into the building racket. Certain important files were in his care. One day, without a word to anyone, he disappears with the files and with every dollar he has in the bank. Doesn't that sound like a payoff to you?
No, Larry couldn't be bribed. He just couldn't.
I wish I could share your faith in your brother, Miss Adams, but I'm afraid the facts speak for themselves.
Well, then, you won't help me?
Help you? I should say not. Due to your brother's malfeasance, the integrity of this office has been impugned.
I see. And if you get involved with me, it might hurt your chances for political advancement.
How dare you insinuate such a thing? I'm here to represent the citizens of this city. The only thought that...
why don't you stop? What? Save that bilge for your campaign speeches.
Why, Young lady, please leave this office at once.
Don't worry, I'm leaving. But let me tell you this. I'm going to clear my brother's name if it's the last thing I do. When I walked out of the building, I turned right and went to the corner to get a bus back to my room. As I stood there, I noticed a green coupe parked behind the bus sign. There was a man at the wheel. As I looked in his direction, he pulled his hat brim low over his eyes and slouched down in his seat. Then the bus came along. I got in, sat down in the rear. After we started, I happened to glance out the rear window. I saw that green coupe pull slowly away from the curb. Just when I began to feel sure I was being followed, the coupe turned off the avenue on which we were traveling. When the bus stopped at my corner, I got off and began walking across the street to my rooming house. I was about halfway over when I heard the motor. I looked around just in time to see the car hurtle toward me.
Are you all right, miss?
Yes, I guess so.
Gee, that sure was a close shave.
Yeah, sure was. I told myself it was an accident. But the car that almost ran me down was a green coupe. When I got up to my room, I was frightened and discouraged. I had only one clue. A month before, in a gossip column syndicated in the Hillsborough paper, Larry had been linked with Roxy Haver, the burlesque queen. When I'd written him about it, he'd laughed it off. I looked up Roxy Haver's number in the directory, and then I called her.
Hello?
Hello, Miss Haver?
Yeah.
This is Joan Adams.
Who?
Joan Adams, Larry's sister. You remember my brother, don't you?
Well, yeah. I guess everybody does.
But I mean, you knew him.
Me? Whatever gave you that idea?
Well, I read about it in Guy Gilmore's column, about a month ago.
Oh, that. That was just some publicity dreamed up by my press agent.
But Larry wrote me it was true.
Now, look, honey, maybe he did, but he was just stringing you. If I had $1 for every guy who claimed he went out with me, I'd have picked up more dough than Stymie.
I know,
Sorry, honey, I gotta hang up now.
Wait.
Yeah?
Miss Haver, you're the only lead I have. I've got to see you.
Huh?
I'm coming down to your hotel right now.
Your what? Say, don't you understand English? I told you I never knew your brother.
I said I'm coming right down.
Wait a minute, I'll see you. You know where the Market Street subway station is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, I'll meet you there in half an hour. I'll be near the newsstand at the rear of the platform.
Right. Goodbye. Miss Haver?
Yeah, keep your voice down, kid, and face the tracks.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just want to keep my nose clean, that's all. Now, what do you want?
You did know Larry, didn't you?
Yeah, he went out with me a couple of times.
Why? Huh? Oh, no, please don't misunderstand. You see, I know Larry didn't like making the rounds, nightclubs and things like that. He was on a job, wasn't he?
Search me. All he told me was that he liked my company.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Then why did you deny knowing him?
Look, honey, I gotta watch my steps, see? Publicity's okay, but not in a caper like this.
Oh. I don't know. I was so sure you could help me.
I understand. Listen, honey, I'm going to give you a good tip. Go
Yes?
on home and forget about this mess.
Well, it's easy for you to say. He wasn't your brother.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to keep digging till I get the truth.
Okay, honey, do what you want. Only don't call me, and whatever you do, don't come near my hotel. So long, kid.
I watched Roxy go up the subway steps. I turned and walked to the front of the platform to wait for a train.
All right, everybody, take it easy. Keep back. Keep back, will you?
The platform was crowded and everyone surged forward. Then just when the train was coming into the station, someone in the rear pushed me.
Hey, what's the matter with you, miss? You trying to get yourself killed?
Someone pushed me.
Huh? Who?
I don't know.
You don't know, huh? If you ask me, I think you were trying to jump, but you lost your nerve.
Frank, well, you're crazy.
Not me, sister. Now, come on, beat it before I call the cop. Come on, get going.
That subway guard didn't know it, but he'd given me an idea. I went down to police headquarters. When I told the desk sergeant my name, he sent me in to a Lieutenant Calvin. Calvin listened to my story in silence. His eyes were cold, skeptical.
That's quite a story, Miss Adams.
But it's true, every word of it.
I'm not saying it isn't. But even assuming the facts, there's the possibility that both incidents were accidental.
Oh, but I tell you, they couldn't have been accidents. Someone is trying to prevent me from finding out what really happened to my brother.
I know what happened to him.
You do?
Yeah. You see, you were sent to me because I'm in charge of the Larry Adams case. Your brother was paid off, and now he's hiding out.
You too, huh?
Yeah, me too. I'm convinced of it.
Of course. You couldn't possibly be wrong, could you?
No. Miss Adams, I'll let you in on a little secret. Reports in that your brother's been seen in Mexico.
I don't believe it. If Larry were alive, he'd communicate with me in some way.
Not if he were wanted.
I tell you, he would.
Have it your own way. You know, Miss Adams, you've been annoying quite a few officials by poking around in this matter. I thought I'd put you wise so you wouldn't waste your time.
I'm not wasting my time. I'm determined to clear my brother's name.
Maybe so. But if you're smart, you'll catch the next train home.
That sounds like a warning, Lieutenant.
It is. You see, I'd hate to see a pretty girl like you get hurt.
After seeing Lieutenant Calvin, I was more determined than ever to vindicate my brother. Calvin had done nothing to encourage me, except in one way. I was annoying people with my poking around. Perhaps I'd annoy the right person. A few days later, I got a telephone call. Hello?
Hello, is this Joan Adams?
Yes? Who is this?
Never mind. I understand you want to know something about your brother.
Yes?
I know something, baby. Hello, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. It's just that What did you want to tell me?
Not so fast, baby. I don't talk on the phone.
Oh, well, where can I see you?
There's a little place called the Blue Swan at South and Main. Meet me there tonight at 7:30. I know what you look like. Just sit in the booth and wait, okay?
Yes.
Just one little thing. I don't want any other company.
What do you mean?
Don't invite any cops. I don't like them.
Don't worry. Neither do I.
Good. Okay, see you tonight. Hello, Miss Adams.
Oh.
What's the matter, baby?
Nothing. I didn't see you come in.
No? I was in the back watching you. Come alone?
Yes.
I hope so. I thought I saw a guy hanging around outside.
I swear I haven't spoken to the police.
Yeah? You know, with those big blue eyes of yours, you could make me believe anything.
Shall we talk?
Okay. The name's Griffo.
Griffo?
Yeah. Don't mean nothing to you, huh? Ever hear of Augie Strecker?
I think so. I've seen his name mentioned in the papers.
Uh-huh. Every time something happens that ain't kosher, the papers like to hint maybe Augie has something to do with it. You know what? He has.
Did he have anything to do with my brother's disappearance?
Oh, that's asking a lot, baby. You see, I work for Augie.
Oh.
But don't get me wrong. Sometimes when you work, you ain't satisfied with your pay.
I see. Well, I have some money, not much, but maybe I could...
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You sure you didn't tip off the cops?
Yes, why?
I thought I saw that guy again through the window.
I don't see anybody.
Well, maybe not, baby. You know, talking to you ain't exactly healthy for a lot of reasons. I don't like it here.
Where can we go?
I don't know. We can't go to my place. I live at one of Augie's hotels. Cops keeping tab on you where you live?
I don't think so, but...
But what?
Nothing. I want to hear about my brother.
Okay. I got my car outside. Let's go over to your place.
All right. We got into Griffo's car and started off. He didn't say anything, just drove rapidly, doubling on our tracks until at last we reached my rooming house. Griffo was silent till the door of my room closed behind us.
Yeah. Now maybe we'll be alone.
What are you looking for?
Just checking to see that you haven't planted a listening device or two.
Well?
Okay, you're clean. Mind if I sit on this sofa with you?
No.
Thanks. I'll just put this heater on the coffee table. You know, just in case.
Do you always carry a gun?
Yeah, it comes in handy. Well, let's talk. You were saying that you haven't got much dough.
No, I haven't. Just about $800.
That all?
Yes, but maybe I could raise some more.
How much?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to have time.
That's not so good. Anybody ever tell you you're a looker?
No.
cut it out. You don't have to play cute with me. Come here.
Oh, please.
You know, baby, money ain't everything. Now, maybe we can work this
No,
out.
please, I'll get the money.
Forget the dough. Now, come on, baby. You don't want to play hard to get, do you?
Don't.
All right. Give me that gun. Give it to me. Ah!
It was only after he fell that I felt the gun in my hand. I stared at it, and then I dropped it. I sat watching the red stain on Griffo's shirt. I don't know how long I sat there. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. I stood, but I couldn't walk. Then the door opened. A man came in. Big man with a hawk-like face. It was only when he closed the door I noticed he held a gun. He looked at Griffo and at me. Then he put away his gun.
I see you beat me to the punch, Miss Adams.
Who are you?
I'm Strecker, Augie Strecker. Oh, you poor kid. Guess you never killed anybody before, did you? Well, you did a good job. You know, I want to thank you.
Thank me?
Yeah, for Griffo here. You saved me the bother.
I didn't mean to kill him.
No? He's dead.
I was fighting with him. The gun went off.
Oh, I see. Look, I know a little about murder. Better make up a better story. That one will sound phony to a jury.
A jury?
Sure. They try you for shooting people. Remember? Now, this thing looks bad. You invite a man up to your room, someone you think had something to do with your brother.
How did you know that?
Well, it's my business to know everything. Anyway, as I was telling you, you're up here with a guy you think can help you. You threaten him with a gun. He doesn't talk. You kill him. Yeah. Looks bad.
But that isn't what happened.
Sure, I know. But who's going to believe you?
What should I do?
Well, you did me a favor knocking him off. I'll help you get rid of the body and get you out of town.
No, but shouldn't I report this?
Okay. Do it your way. So long.
Wait.
What do you want?
Help me. Help me get rid of him. I packed my suitcases and carried them down to Griffo's car. I brought back a lap robe. Then I returned to the car and sat in the front seat. Soon I saw Strecker in the vestibule, carrying a dark bundle. He came out hurriedly, crossed the sidewalk, and opened the rear door of the car. He put the body in. The legs dangled. And he tucked them in, covered Griffo with the robe, and leaned the suitcases against him. Slammed the door shut, got in alongside of me. And we drove off.
You come from Hillsborough, don't you?
Yes.
I'll drive you to the Westbridge station. We're just about to make the 923.
What are you going to do with Griffo?
Oh, don't worry about that. I always take good care of anybody who tries to double-cross me. Oh, by the way, Miss Adams, I'm buying you a one-way ticket to your hometown. Understand?
Yes.
Good. Something tells me you've got a lot more sense than poor Griffo.
Strecker handled the wheel with a reckless disregard of traffic lights and a contempt for other drivers. There was one moment when I thought the car would overturn. It was at the railway crossing when we swerved to avoid hitting the gateman. When we reached the station, Strecker stopped the car, well out of the range of the lights there. And he got out.
You wait here, I'll get your ticket.
All right. Please hurry back.
Okay. Take it easy.
He glanced in the rear of the car and then walked to the station. I felt like jumping out of the car and running. But I remembered what Strecker had said. And the way he looked when he said it. Then I heard footsteps approaching. I was glad to hear them. They stopped at the car, and I looked up.
Hello, Miss Adams.
It was Lieutenant Calvin. He was standing there with his hand on the window watching me. And he looked into the rear of the car.
Leaving town?
Yes,
Kind of sudden, isn't it?
I guess so.
You know, I went over to your house to see you. From what I saw there, I gathered you were leaving us.
I didn't have much time to pack. I wanted to make the train.
I see. I figured you'd be taking this one. I tore out here in a prowl car to catch you. Just about made it, didn't I?
Yes. What do you want?
Well, it's about your brother.
My brother?
Yeah. Remember that report I mentioned about his having been seen in Mexico? Well, they checked on it, and it's not true. Just one of those things.
Oh.
What's the matter? I thought I'd be in for at least as strong I told you so.
No. As a matter of fact, Lieutenant, I've decided that you were right.
You have?
Yes, I guess I've just been foolish about things. And that's why I'm going home.
I'm sorry you're leaving.
Anything wrong, Miss Adams?
What? No, Mr. Strecker, not at all.
Hello, Augie.
Hello.
I didn't expect to find you here.
No? Here's your ticket, Miss Adams.
Thank you.
Was there anything you wanted, Lieutenant?
No, Augie. Not right now.
Then suppose you leave us alone.
Okay. I'll be seeing you. Oh, and maybe you too, Miss Adams. So long.
Calvin began walking away. And then he stopped. He looked at the rear of the car and started to walk back.
Strecker.
Yeah?
Your tail light is out. If I were you, I'd have it fixed. I wouldn't want to have to pull you in, you know.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
From a distance, I finally heard Lieutenant Calvin drive off. I was still shaking. It was the sound of the train arriving that steadied me a little. Strecker got my suitcases out of the car.
Well, Miss Adams, I guess you better get moving.
May I have my bags, please?
Oh, don't you want me to carry them for you?
No, thanks. I'd rather not.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Adams.
I didn't answer him. I just took my suitcases and walked to the train. I could feel Strecker's eyes watching me until I got on. I found a seat next to a woman. It was on the side facing the station. I kept my head down till the train started. Then I looked out of the window. The car was gone.
Are you feeling all right, miss?
What?
I said, are you all right? You know, you look kind of shaky.
No, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired.
Oh, gone far?
Hillsboro.
Hillsboro. I hear that's a nice little town.
Yes, it's nice.
I like small towns. It's much better than living in the city, I always say. It's more neighborly. Don't you think so?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Oh, that's all right. I know how it is. Sometimes a person doesn't feel like saying a word. Perhaps you'd like to read. Wait, I have a book. Here it is.
Don't bother.
Oh, nonsense. It's no bother. Go ahead, take it. It's awfully interesting. It's about a murder. What? Why, what's the matter? Where are you going?
I got up and walked unsteadily down the car. The wheels of the train must have been listening to what that woman said, because they repeated it.
A murder, a murder, a murder, a murder, a murder.
I couldn't breathe. And suddenly the wheels screamed. The train shuddered and flung me to the floor. My head hit the top of the seat. And I was lost in darkness. When I opened my eyes, I had to close them again. The light was too bright, and I thought I'd seen a face very close. A face which didn't belong there. I waited a while, and then I slowly opened my eyes again. A man was bending over me. It was Lieutenant Calvin.
Take it easy, Miss Adams.
Where am I?
In a hospital. But don't worry. The doctors assure me you're all right. You may have a bump where you struck your head, but it's nothing serious.
The train. Well, what happened?
Well, there was a collision. You were knocked unconscious and brought back here.
I can't stay here. I've got to leave town right away.
I'm afraid that's impossible for the time being.
Why? You said yourself I was all right.
Oh, it's not that, Miss Adams. You see, the train you were on collided with a car.
A car?
Yeah. A car driven by Strucker.
Strucker? He couldn't have disposed of Griffo's body. There wasn't time. Calvin was staring at me with his cold eyes.
You see, Miss Adams, on his way back from the station where the road cuts across the tracks, Strucker tried to beat the train to the crossing. He lost. Tell me, do you feel well enough to get out of bed and get dressed?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you outside in the corridor.
It didn't take me very long, considering everything. When I came out into the hall, I guess I swayed a little. Lieutenant Calvin reached out to take my arm, but I shook him off. Well, where do we go from here? To headquarters?
No, we won't have to go that far. You just have to cross the hall into that room. A friend of yours is in there.
I walked slowly to the door and opened it. There was a screen around the bed. I entered the room, closed the door. Seemed years before I walked behind that screen.
What do you say, baby?
Griffo!
Yeah, it's me in person. I'm a hard guy to kill, ain't I? Now, look, baby, I haven't much time. I want you to listen.
Yes?
Up in your room, I was talking to you about your brother.
Yes.
Strecker had him bumped off. Augie had Roxy Haver get in touch with him. She played it like she was a stoolie with info to sell. I told him to keep it quiet. Your brother was a sucker for it. He's in the river, near the bridge.
Did you tell this to the police?
No. But don't worry, baby. They're listening now.
He made a gesture with his head, and I saw the wire along the wall. There was a listening device in the room.
I don't care this time.
Is Strecker dead?
Yeah. He always was a lousy driver. I told him to let me take the wheel.
But how could you? With that bullet in you.
Bullet. That's good. That's a hot one. I thought you were wise by now.
Wise?
Yeah. It was like the green coupe and that subway chop. You see, up in your room we gave a performance. Blank cartridge and a red stain. To bluff a sucker out of the game. But you know, baby, sometimes a sucker wins.
And so closes tonight's story, Sometimes a Sucker Wins. James Erthine wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Joan Tompkins played the part of Joan. The cast included Sidney Smith, Larry Haynes, Arthur Vinton, Cameron Prudhomme, and Anne Loring. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. This is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very intriguing story of a fish that told a story of murder. It's called Fish for Entree. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Fish for Entree. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, Fish for Entree. The very unusual story of a fishing expedition that was foul with murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Being the son of the local chief of police never kept Barney Crawford from doing anything that was normal. Example? Well, Barney loved to go fishing. It was late one bright sunny morning, and far out on the bay in a rowboat that was being rocked by the choppy water, Barney Crawford was holding a line, and Janice Turner, his fiancée, was just about holding her own.
What a day.
Yes. Why are they, Barney?
Who, Janice?
The fish.
Oh. What's the matter, dear? You look green.
I feel green.
Well, why didn't you say so?
I was trying to be very brave, Barney.
Nonsense. I'll pull in my line and we'll get back to shore.
Thank you, dear.
I'll have it up in a... Wait a minute.
I don't know if I can.
Something's on to the catch.
Can't you shake it loose? I'd rather not look at a fish right now.
After sitting here all morning. Wow, it must be a whale. Look at the way the rod is bent.
Would you mind if I didn't?
Lucky I brought out the heavy equipment. Just a few more seconds, Janice, and I'll have him. Hold everything.
I'm trying to, Barney.
Easy does it. Easy. I've got to be careful he doesn't snap the rod. He's not fighting now. But when I get him to the surface, you'll see a battle. Some fish wait until that... He's breaking water. Don't look, Janice.
It's a body. It's the body of a man.
We're going back to shore and call my father. He'll want to know about this.
Barney, take Janice away from here. This is no place
I'm not going, Chief.
Now, see here, Janice.
I'm not going.
You see what I mean, Dad?
Well, she's your woman, son.
Chief Crawford.
Now, what is it, Bailey?
The coroner's finished. He says the guy was killed by 2 bullets in the back of the neck.
I saw that for myself. How long's he been dead?
About 3 days.
3 days, huh? Who was he?
I didn't check him for identification, sir. I thought you might want
All right. I'll do it. Let's go.
Janice, that was no invitation to us.
But I'm accepting it anyhow, Barney.
Do you have to see everything?
Now, you make a list, Bailey. I'll check his pockets.
Okay, Chief.
You ready?
Yep.
Chewing gum. Some cigarettes. Toothpicks. It's all in this pocket. Now, let's see. Nothing in the other. Now, the inside pocket. Hello, what's this?
What? Barney, it's a dead fish.
Here, Bailey, throw it back in the water.
Okay, Chief.
Now, let's see what else there is. Card. Press card.
Dad, that fellow must have been a newspaper man.
You don't say.
Well, what I mean is...
Janice, take him away before he solves this case.
Oh, now, look here, Dad.
Now, look, I'm too busy. 3 days in the water's washed up all the writing off this card and the name, too. Bailey.
Yeah?
What do you know about a newspaper man who disappeared 3 days ago?
A newspaper man?
Check with missing persons when you get back to headquarters.
A newspaper man. There was a call a couple of days ago from a family of a certain Cal Foster.
Cal Foster, the Daily Register reporter?
That's the one, Barney.
You know anything about him, Barney?
Well, he was a byline writer, Dad. He was working on a series exposing rackets.
Sure, I remember him.
If that's the body of Cal Foster, then I've got a hunch.
Yeah. All right, Bailey, get me pictures right away. I'm going to take one up to Sam Salliver, the publisher of the Daily Register. Maybe he can tell us what we ought to know. Mr. Salliver, do you recognize the man in this picture?
Yes, why, certainly. That's Cal Foster, one of... But Chief Crawford, he looks dead.
He is. He was murdered.
What?
My son Barney and Miss Turner here fished him out of the bay this morning.
Good Lord, he was my best reporter. He was...
Yes?
You're going to find his killer, Chief Crawford. This is one crime that's not going to go unsolved.
Name the one crime in this town we didn't clear up, Mr. Salliver.
I'm not going to argue with you. I want action. This paper's been fighting crime for months, exposing rackets, helping to bring criminals to justice.
Oh, we know all about it.
Cal Foster was doing the job with my support. Every racket in this state involving...
Dad, would you mind if I asked Mr. Salliver one question?
Barney, now...
just one, Dad. It might help you.
All right.
Thanks. Mr. Salliver, what was Cal Foster working on 3 days ago?
I don't know.
But you're his publisher.
Cal never talked about what he was going to write until he was ready to write it.
Oh, then he was about to begin a new series, huh?
I think so, but just what it was going to be... Well, this may sound strange to you, Chief Crawford, but I seldom saw Cal. He did all his work away from the office. When he came in, it was to get my approval of something he wanted me to run. The last time I saw him was 2 weeks ago.
What did he bring in then?
The astrology racket.
Mr. Salliver. I'm sorry I busted in, Mr. Salliver, but I just heard a rumor about Cal Foster. Is it true?
Who are you, miss?
I'm Ann Brewster. I run the woman's column for this paper. Cal Foster and I are engaged to be married. Anything else you'd like to know?
Maybe.
Then you can send me a letter. I give out all kinds of advice and information. Now, Mr. Salliver.
And that's Chief of Police Crawford and those two people with him.
Police? Then it's true, Cal's dead.
They told me he was murdered.
Oh.
Janice, see what you can do.
Don't be foolish, Barney. There's nothing anyone can do at a time like this.
I was coming out of my office when I met one of the reporters. He told me he was going down to the bay, something about Cal having drowned. I didn't believe him.
He was shot twice in the back of the neck. Now, would you know...
Would I know what? Who killed him? Well, Chief, your guess is as good as mine. Cal was a racket buster.
He exposed a lot of rackets.
Yes, and that... Who are you?
Janice Turner. I'm his, Barney's.
Were you with the police?
Well, I'm sort of engaged to... Excuse me. I'll keep my mouth shut from now on.
See that you do. There's one thing I can tell you, Chief Crawford.
What's that?
Every gangster in this state was out to get Cal. I begged him to give up his job and go away with me.
And?
Cal wouldn't do it. Why, only 4 days ago, the last time I ever saw him, he was all set to break a new story, another racket.
What about?
He didn't tell me, Chief Crawford. But he did say it was going to be the biggest thing that ever hit this town. And he mentioned names.
Oh?
The first time he ever did it before publication. I think he was frightened. He didn't say so, but...
Whose names did he mention, Miss Brewster?
Tony Croton, the gang leader, and Lon Fairbanks.
The nightclub owner?
Yes.
But he didn't tell you what he found out about them.
I said he didn't.
All right. I thought maybe you'd forget yourself and remember.
Chief Crawford, do you think I've lied to you?
I'll let you know when I'm ready. Come on, Barney. Janice.
There's just one question I'd like to ask Miss Brewster, Dad.
She doesn't have to answer it unless I ask it, Barney.
I'll take that chance. Did Cal Foster keep any notes, or did he write from memory?
He kept notes, but I never saw them.
Thanks. I'm ready, Dad.
Then we don't have to waste any more time, do we?
Chief, do you really think that girl was lying?
Goodbye, Janet.
Chief...
It's a nice day. Now, why don't you and Barney take a walk in the park?
Where are you going, Dad?
Tony Croton.
Well?
Nothing doing now. You're going for a walk in the park.
But, Dad, we found...
Now, look, son, would you mind if I did the police job all by myself?
Well, you're not being fair, Dad.
Don't tell your mother. See you at dinner. If Tony Croton doesn't turn out to be too tough.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean, Barney?
We found Cal Foster's body, and we're going to find out who killed him.
Oh? Have you got an idea?
Mm-hmm. Those notes he kept. What was in them that made him dangerous enough to kill?
Darling, aren't you assuming too much?
Am I?
Cal Foster wasn't killed by someone who didn't know what he was going to write about.
No.
Whoever killed him must have had a motive. Cal, in one of his published stories, stepped on somebody's toes.
And that somebody got mad and boom.
Let's walk away from here. I've got a theory about that girl, Ann Brewster.
You think she's that somebody?
She knows. And that act she put inside Mr. Salliver's office. Your father didn't fall for it.
Well, maybe he didn't, but I'd like to see those notes anyway. Come on, we're going to Cal Foster's apartment.
Imagine the son of a police chief picking a lock.
Janice, please.
And with a hairpin just like a
For
regular.
Pete's sake, will you lower your voice? The neighbors.
Yes, dear, I'll shut up. Why, Barney, you did that job like an expert.
Let's get inside.
Oh, my.
Somebody's been here.
You think maybe it was a hurricane?
At least. Now what do we do?
Let's go for that walk in the park.
No, let's not. Somebody was looking for those notes.
It couldn't be that someone was looking for something else, could it, Barney? I've just had a brand new idea. Suppose Cal Foster and his girlfriend, Ann Brewster...
You don't like that girl, do you?
Suppose they were running a cute little blackmail racket.
Janice.
Cal Foster dug up a lot of dirt about dirty people. Whoever paid off was left alone. Whoever didn't was plastered in a newspaper column.
Is that why Ann Brewster told Dad about Tony Croton and Lon Fairbanks?
Exactly. Fall guys, you know. And the real killers, the ones Cal and she have been blackmailing...
That's right on blackmailing, eh?
Sure.
Phooey. Let's look for those notes. Now, if I wanted to hide some papers my life depended on, where would I put them?
In your hat.
Janice.
All right, dear, torture yourself.
Where would I... Of course.
I'm so glad.
In my hat.
What?
My top hat. Let's see if Cal Foster owned one.
Oh, now listen, Barney, I was only kidding. After all, dear.
After all, darling, look on the shelf in this closet.
It doesn't prove a thing.
You're just saying that because you're licked. Now, if this lining comes out without any
Barney.
trouble... Well, dear?
Papers. Shut up. You don't have to be so proud of yourself.
Here's a handful, darling.
Well, after all, if it hadn't been for me... What did you say?
A handful of papers, Janice. Look through them. I'll read these.
What's the matter?
Proof, right on this top page. The names of Tony Croton and Lon Fairbanks.
What does it say about them?
Engaged in a racket of international scope.
Good heavens, what kind of a racket?
I don't know yet. The pages are not in order. They're not even numbered. Oh, what a job we're going to have.
Why don't we turn it over to your father?
Later. Spread all your papers on the table. I'll do the same with mine.
What good will that do?
Come on, let's get moving.
Just a minute, Barney.
What now, darling?
Here's some pages clipped together like a manuscript.
Janice, do you know what this is?
You want me to guess?
It's a carbon copy of the first installment.
What first installment?
Cal Foster's about the racket he was investigating.
Oh. Then the story was ready for publication.
You bet it was. And that's why he was murdered. But there's not a thing in here about the racket itself.
Isn't there even a hint, a slight hint?
Just a reference to a fishing expedition that just should startle the nation.
A fishing expedition? Barney?
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. That fish Dad found in Cal Foster's pocket.
It meant something.
Ridiculous, a freak.
Well, just between you and me, I never heard of a fish getting lost.
Cal Foster could have meant anything by a fishing expedition. It's a very common expression.
Yeah, very common.
Huh?
Barney.
Don't tell me you're glad to see me. I won't believe it.
Where did you come from?
The bedroom. You ought to take a few lessons in snooping, pal.
What?
Lesson number 1. When you break into somebody's apartment, always look in every room.
You mean you're the one that...
Yeah, I'm the guy that messed up this place. But you're the guy who found what I was looking for.
And we're going to keep them, Mr. Croton.
Oh, you know me, huh?
I've seen your pictures in the papers.
I look better in person, don't I?
Well, if you want my frank opinion...
Table it. And do the same thing with those papers.
Now listen, Tony.
Do it, mister.
Barney.
Don't prompt me, Janice. I see that gun, too. All right. I'm clear.
So am I.
You don't mind if I say me too, do you?
That's your privilege, Mr. Croton.
Thanks. Me too. And now, me and the papers will take a walk.
What's so funny about it?
I'd tell you if it'd do you any good, but I know it won't.
Try it anyway.
Okay? I get the evidence, and you get the works.
Will you please be not quite so technical?
I'm gonna kill you, baby. You wanted to know, didn't you? Hey, mister, where are you going?
Taking a walk.
Get away from that door.
Not to the door I want, Tony. The light switch. Hey, get down, Janice. I'm going. Janice. 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 Oh, darling. You feel better now?
A little. The next time you tell me to get
It's not
down...
my fault you hit your head against the table.
It's not your head either.
I'm sorry. Anyhow, you falling down saved our lives. Croat must have thought he killed you.
You mean you let him get away?
Now, look, dear, he had the gun.
And I thought you had him tied up in the other room. And you, the son of a police chief.
Maybe I'd better tell Dad about
Well,
this.
it's about time. And when you get through talking to
Operator,
him...
give me police headquarters.
You can call up that man that publishes the Daily Register. What's his name?
Sam Salliver. Hello, police headquarters? Let me talk to Chief Crawford, please. Son, I'll wait. Now, Janice, what about Sam Salliver?
Tell him what Tony Croton did and then tried to do to us. Make him splash it all over the front page.
All right, dear. Hello? Uh-huh. He did, huh? Thanks. Goodbye. Dad went out a few minutes ago. He didn't say where.
Well, of all the... Why didn't you tell somebody at police headquarters what happened to us?
Hmm?
They're all policemen down there, you know.
Oh, I didn't think of that. I'll call right back. Wait a minute.
Of course, but will Tony Croton wait? He's getting away.
Hey, wait a minute. This paper under the table. It must have... Well, it did, Janice.
I'm tickled to death.
Some of Cal Foster's notes must have dropped out of Tony's hand.
I've got too much of a headache to care, Barney.
There's a woman in this case, Janice.
A woman?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name?
Winnie Roberts.
Oh.
And here's something strange. After her name, Cal Foster typed in Lon Fairbanks via Bayshore.
Whatever that means.
Lon Fairbanks. Let's go down to his nightclub and find out.
Barney, the police in this town are still being paid.
Come on, Janice. I've got an idea.
And I've got a headache. But all right.
Good evening, Monsieur Crawford. It is always a pleasure to welcome such a distinguished son of...
I'm here too, Henri.
Oh, but of course, Mademoiselle Turner. For you, I step this way.
Well, they're staying, Henri.
No?
As a matter of fact, we only stopped in to see Winnie Roberts.
Winnie Roberts?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a reservation?
No, it's an entertainer in the floor show.
Oh, but mademoiselle, there is no such lady in our floor show.
Are you sure?
How could I be otherwise? I know every charming lady in this establishment, and they are all charming.
I see. Well, suppose we say hello to Lon Fairbanks, huh?
Of course, you'll be most happy. You'll find him in the office.
Thanks, Henri.
You and your ideas. Barney Crawford, do you realize we've been on the go since this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Has it occurred to you that I might be tired?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad. I feel so much better now.
Come on, we're not going to be polite. Now, look here, Lon. Come in quick and shut the door. Stay right there, Janice, and don't move.
You don't have to worry about that. I won't even look.
He's dead, all right. 2 bullet holes in the back of the neck.
All right, Henri, all right. Now, never mind the hysterics.
But, Chief Crawford, I cannot believe it. Monsieur Fairbanks...
You said you didn't leave this club all evening.
Oui, monsieur.
How come you didn't hear the shots?
But I have told you, it is possible the orchestra was playing. When that is going on, it is impossible to hear anything else.
Sloppy excuse.
I do not lie, monsieur.
No, and you didn't see anyone going into this office either.
I did not say that.
What?
You did not ask me. A very excited young lady inquired for Monsieur Fairbanks. I told her, and she marched into the office, exactly here.
Oh, Chief.
What is it, Janice?
That sounds like it might have been Ann Brewster.
Yeah. Say, Bailey.
Yeah?
Send out an alarm for Ann Brewster, columnist for the Daily Register. Do it right away.
Right away, Chief.
You go with him, Janice. And take Barney with you.
For Pete's sake, Dad.
For my sake. This is not amateur night. Henri?
Oui?
Where does that back door lead to?
That, monsieur, leads to a driveway. The door was used by Monsieur Fairbanks as a private entrance.
Can we go out that way, Chief?
Any way you like, Janice.
All right, Barney.
Why the back door?
It's quicker, and I've got things to say to you that can't wait.
What have I done?
You don't listen to me. When I say... Hey, what's that over there?
Delivery entrance to the club. Now, Janice...
Let's walk toward the street. There's a man in that truck. I don't want him to hear.
Hear what?
Barney Crawford. When I say to you that Ann Brewster knows who killed Cal Foster, I know what I'm talking about.
Is that all you wanted to tell me?
She killed him.
What?
She's Winnie Roberts.
But, Jen...
Don't interrupt me. I've got a new theory.
Oh, well.
Ann Brewster, as Winnie Roberts, was mixed up in this racket that Cal Foster was investigating. Ann found out that Cal was ready to break the thing wide open, so she killed him.
Lon Fairbanks, too?
Of course. You heard what Henri said, a woman. Now we'll have to find the reason.
For what?
Why she killed Lon Fairbanks.
Don't you know, Janice?
Oh, how would I... These drivers.
It's that truck. Wants to get to the street. Come on, let's get out of the way.
Well, Barney, what do you think? Darling, I know it smells bad here, but I'm talking to you.
Fish. That's what that truck was unloading.
Do you think I care?
You should. You can build a brand new theory around that truck and the fish.
What are you talking about?
Winnie Roberts, let's go for a drive.
Where to?
Bay Shore, on a fishing expedition of our own.
Barney, have you gone out of your mind?
Not tonight, Janice. Let's get out.
But this is the Bay Shore Boat Club.
Out, honey.
All right. But since when does anyone live at a boat club?
Anyone doesn't.
But you said...
Yes, dear. This is where Winnie Roberts is hiding out.
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
You will. Janice, darling, have you ever seen such a beautiful moon?
I'm not in the mood. Why did you... Stop dragging me toward the water.
Can I help it if I want you in a rowboat? There's one side of the pier. Come on, let's get in. And forget all about life and people.
Romance at a time like this.
Oh, we've had a tough day, sweetheart.
We should be looking for Ann Brewster, that killer.
Oh, why worry about her?
Because she's Winnie Roberts, and she knows all about the racket.
Yeah, we're free. Now, down to the sea in a rowboat.
Whatever that racket is, it must be something...
I'm sure it is, dear.
Something out of this world terrible.
Of course.
I don't get you at all, Barney. You spend a whole day digging for information. You almost get us killed by Tony Croton, and now all of a sudden you don't...
That's me, honey. Unpredictable Barney.
Do you think I ought to stop talking, dear?
I think you ought to look in back of you. Just look. And then you can stop talking if you want to.
Look at that moon again. Barney.
Yes, dear?
That yacht, it's Winnie Roberts.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know, Janice. I was just playing a hunch.
You mean...
Shh. We're pulling up alongside Winnie. You don't want to wake her up, do you?
Barney, are you thinking of going on board?
Why not? The lights are out.
On this side, but all boats have two sides, darling. And on the other side...
Shall we find out?
No.
All right, you stay here. I'll climb up this ladder and do this whole job myself.
Barney, listen to me.
Goodbye, dear. If I'm not back by morning, don't wait for me.
By morning?
That's right, sweetheart. Have breakfast.
How do you know that man on deck was sleeping?
He was snoring.
How do you know he wasn't fooling?
Fish.
Barney.
We're getting close.
What are you doing?
I'm lighting a match. Look, Janice. A steel door.
Barney, I'm frightened.
Hold the match. I'm going to see if that door can be opened. For Pete's sake, Janice, what a time to cough.
Oh, that odor of fish.
We'll bring the match over here. Aha. A light switch.
If anyone should see that light, Barney...
There's no one down here. Come on, and watch your step. Put a handkerchief over your nose. That smell's going to get worse. We're going into the hold of the ship.
Oh, the things that happened to me. Barney?
Yes?
Are all those barrels loaded with fish?
I don't know, but Yes, Janice, they are. Dead fish.
Then we've got nothing to worry about, have we?
Not a thing.
I'm so glad. But the next time anyone talks to me about fish, even lobster thermidor, I'll... Barney, what are you doing?
Squeezing a fish.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, do you have to?
Uh-huh. Look what's popped into his mouth.
Not now, please, dear. I'm too busy trying to stay conscious.
It's a package, darling. See? Paper, oilskin, and... Look, a white powder.
What?
A white powder, Janice. What Cal Forster meant by a fishing expedition that would startle the nation.
I don't follow you, Barney.
Well, this powder's a narcotic. Every fish down here is stuffed with one of these packages.
I see. And Cal Forster was killed because he was about to expose a narcotics ring that Tony Croton was operating... Barney.
We're on our way, Janice. The boat's moving.
Yeah.
Tony Croton.
Yeah. I thought I killed you two. But it's all the same now. What's a few hours among friends, huh? Get in there.
Tony, what would you look like without that gun, eh?
Not so good. Get in. You too, sister.
Oh. Company.
You know Ann Brewster?
Of course we do. Well, Barney, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
You don't have to be so glum about it just because I happen to be right.
Right about what, Miss Turner?
You killed Cal Foster and Lon Fairbanks. You're the mastermind of this racket, and...
Tell her she's crazy, Tony. Okay, then I'll tell her. I'm handcuffed to this chair. If you don't believe it, walk behind me.
That's true, Miss Turner.
Mr. Salliver.
Good evening. Where did you find them, Tony?
In the hold, boss, with the fish.
With the fish? What goes with fish? Wine. I wasn't expecting you, Mr. Crawford, but since you're here and I've gone to the trouble of getting this bottle from the other room...
He's going to kill us.
But not without kindness, my dear Anne.
You murdered Cal.
Naturally. He was treading on my toes. Come, let's have a drink, and then we'll go fishing.
With them as bait, huh, Sam?
Open the bottle, Tony.
Sure.
How did they get you on here, Anne?
Mr. Salliver did. He told me about the Winnie Roberts. I, like a fool, didn't go to the police. I was going to solve Cal's murder, by myself.
Well, just as I thought. I was never quite sure how much you knew, Anne, about my business.
Well, we know a lot now, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Mr. Crawford, but what good will it do you?
Well, you never can tell. Hey! I've got the gun now.
Tony, you
I
didn't see him coming, Sam. You told me to open a bottle of wine. I had to put the gun down on the table.
Don't be angry with him, Mr. Salliver. He might have holes in his pocket.
Shut up, Miss Turner.
Why, Mr. Salliver, every newspaper publisher invites comment from the people.
Salliver, give orders to your skipper to stop the boat.
Of course. Hello? Salliver speaking. Full steam ahead.
Barney, he's double-crossing us.
What did you expect, Miss Turner?
Give the order, Salliver.
You're going with me, Mr. Crawford, and shooting me won't help you. I've got a dozen men above, not to mention...
Give the order, Salliver.
Police boat, Sam.
My father's a great guy. Don't you think so, Janice?
I certainly do, Barney.
You never know what he's got figured out. He just doesn't talk, except to Mom. Home again, darling. Say goodnight to Barney.
But why did Sam Salliver kill Lon Fairbanks, too?
He was clearing the decks.
What?
After Cal Foster found out what was going on, Salliver got worried. He didn't know where Cal got the information.
Then Tony Croton might have been next.
He was. Salliver was taking no chances.
But how did he find out what Cal Foster knew, after all?
Remember that carbon copy of the first installment?
Yeah.
Where was the original?
That's it, Barney. Cal Foster had given it to Sam Salliver for publication. Hey, but didn't he know?
Maybe he did. Maybe he wanted to see what Salliver would do. Who can tell?
Yes.
Anyway, he exposed the racket. Anne's going to write the whole series on the Foster's byline.
And I thought...
Yes, dear. But please don't think about it now. Barney's tired.
And so closes tonight's story, Fish for Entree. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Walter Kinsella played Barney Crawford. Virginia Dwyer was Janice Turner. Bill Smith was Chief Crawford. Reese Taylor was heard as Sam Salliver. Julie Stevens was Ann Brewster. Paul Hammond played Tony Croton. And Barry Thompson was Henri. I beg your pardon. Hello? I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very intriguing story of a two-time that was double quick with murder. It's called A Frame for Murder. In the meantime... Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. Be sure to stay tuned now for that mystery-packed broadcast, Quiet Please, which follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. No Time for Murder. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. No Time for Murder. The very intriguing story of a clock that chimed in with death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening, and Peter Woods, a young lawyer, had time to kill before his appointment with Hilda Ryan, his fiancée. So he took a walk along Madison Avenue, which was practically deserted. Then he stopped to window browse outside a bookshop. He was just getting interested in some of the titles when he was joined by a couple.
What are you stopping here for, Dixie?
Maybe I like books.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you're just stalling for time, huh?
Oh, Steve! Oh, let go of my arm. You are hurting me.
Am I? Then let's get moving.
Oh, no.
Now, you don't really mean that, do you, baby?
Steve!
Excuse me, mister. I don't like to break into a love scene.
Well, then don't, pal.
Take your hand off her.
Okay, Sir Galahad. Now I'll give it to you.
Steve, don't. Oh, you knocked him out.
Huh?
With one punch.
Yeah. Maybe I'm stronger than I thought.
What is your name, honey?
Peter Wood.
Oh, Peter, darling. How can I thank you?
Now, look, Dixie.
If it had not been for you, I would have been... Oh.
You're just in time, officer. This girl was being molested.
Yeah, by who?
That man down at...
What man down where, buddy?
Why, he's disappeared. He was just lying there, officer.
Let me smell your breath.
I'm not drunk. Ask this lady. She'll tell you what happened.
You bet I will. Officer, this man, Peter Woods, he tried to kill me.
You hear that? And if I hadn't stepped in, why... What? What did you say?
You tried to kill me. And all because...
Yeah, now, lady, dear. Now, we've got a place for men like you.
Now, wait a minute. This girl's framing me.
Yeah? Well, tell it to the judge. He's a great one for fairy tales.
The accused, Peter Woods, having been charged by the complainant, Dixie Martell, with felonious assault with intent to kill, is remanded for questioning by the grand jury of this county. Bail is hereby set at $1,000.
Hello, Hilda Ryan speaking. And if it's you, Peter Woods...
It's me, Peter Woods.
Don't you dare say another word.
I'm sorry, Hilda.
You had an appointment to meet me here in my apartment at 7 o'clock. You were going to take me out to dinner and to the theater for the first time in 6 months.
I know, dear.
It's 11 o'clock now. Well?
I got tied up, honey.
Why didn't you call me?
I'm in the district attorney's office. I'd rather be with you, darling.
Oh, of course. Well, as long as you're working on a case.
Yes, honey, and it's all mine.
Well, I should hope so. You know what I think of lawyers who split fees.
You don't understand, dear. I'm the defendant, too.
You?
I'm being held for the grand jury.
Good heavens, what have you done?
Nothing.
Oh, no.
I mean it. I never saw that girl before in my life.
What girl?
Dixie Martell. I was walking along Madison Avenue, and she and a fellow by the name
What
of...
did she say you did to her?
Assault.
What?
With intent to kill. But she's out of her mind.
Why?
She told the judge in night court that I tried to pick her up. All right, dear. You're against me, too. I guess I'll be better off in jail.
Jail?
Well, that's where they're going to take me now. And if a jury believes that girl, I'll go to Sing Sing for 5 years. And I'll be disbarred.
Oh, Pete.
Feel sorry for me now?
Oh, I'm just a big dope.
Darling. If you could come down to the DA's office and bring $1,000.
Bring a what?
My bail money. Otherwise, I'll have to stay in jail until the grand jury gets around to me.
But where am I going to get $1,000 now?
How about your relatives?
I've been lending them money.
Oh. Well, can you get it here by morning?
That means I'll have to go to the bank.
Hilda, I love you.
Oh, my trousseau money.
You'll get it back. And we'll be married right after the jury says not guilty.
Yes, and it better say not guilty, or I'll see that you get life. Pete, if your girlfriend were home...
She's not my girlfriend, Hilda.
Well, all right, then. If Dixie Martell were in her apartment, she'd have opened that door long ago.
Don't think I haven't thought of it.
Then why do you keep buzzing?
Hope springs eternal.
Well, come on, we'll get some lunch and then come back. Maybe by that time...
I'm not giving up the watch, darling.
But we could be eating.
I'm going to be here when Dixie comes home, and she's going to tell me why she cooked up that...
Pete.
Take it easy, Hilda. It's not the mysterious traveler.
But the door...
I leaned against it.
Then it wasn't locked.
Now, how did you figure that out, darling?
Well, you said... Listen to me, Peter Woods. The next time you get into trouble, get somebody else to put up bail for you.
All right, find me another girl with trousseau money.
Pete.
Have you got one?
Are you going in there?
Of course.
But I...
We came here to see Dixie. Does that mean we've got to stand in the hall till she gets here?
I know, dear, but...
We can be sitting down. Look, comfortable chairs. And a sofa.
Pete, isn't there a law in this state against unlawful entry?
In a lot of states, Hilda.
Then why take chances of being arrested again? Aren't you in enough trouble? How many grand juries do you want to face?
You're right, sweetheart. Let's go back to the hall. Well, come on, will you? Before Dixie barges in. What's the matter with you?
Look. Behind the open door.
Don't tell me. Good grief.
Is that Dixie Martell?
It was, Hilda.
Oh, Pete.
Now it's just her mortal remains.
Well, Pete?
Yeah, she was strangled, Hilda.
Oh. Took you a long time to find out.
I was looking for a bullet wound or a knife wound, you know.
I'd rather not.
Then I noticed the marks on her throat. I thought there'd be fingerprint impressions, but there weren't.
Oh.
Whoever killed her must have worn gloves or used a... What's the matter, Hilda? Don't you feel well?
I couldn't feel worse.
Come on, let's get over to the window.
That won't do any good.
Fresh air.
Let's get out of here, Pete.
I can't.
You're not hypnotized, are you?
I can't run away from it, Hilda.
What are you talking about?
Murder.
Hmm?
Dixie's murder. The police will say I did it.
Oh, now.
Don't kid yourself, honey. They'd say it. And I'll have the devil's own time proving I didn't.
But what about me? Don't you think I'll have something to say?
Yeah.
After all, it isn't as if you found Dixie dead and then told me about it.
Yeah.
I was with you, and I've been with you all morning.
That's the trouble, darling.
What?
You posted bail for me.
Now, what in the world does that mean?
You've got a special interest in me, and when we tell the police and the district attorney that we're engaged to be married...
Oh.
Understand?
They'll say I'm prejudiced in your favor, and therefore... Oh, but Pete, what are we going to do?
There's only one thing, Hilda.
Yes?
I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court, and I'm not supposed to do it. I'm not supposed to conceal a crime.
Uh-huh.
As a matter of fact, no citizen should conceal a crime from the police. But in this case...
Thanks for coming out of the wherefores.
What?
Let's have the to-wit.
I don't follow you, Hilda.
Don't try. You just got lost in your legal training.
Well, as I was saying, in this case...
You're not going to tell the police about Dixie Martell.
That's right.
But, Pete, we can't just leave her here.
We'll have to, honey, until I find out who killed her.
Very, very interesting.
Oh, hello, Steve.
So you're a lawyer, huh? What law school did you go to?
Not the one you're going to, Steve.
Oh, I've been there. And I learned the value of a closed door.
Pete.
It's too late, Hilda. The horse is in. Let's take a look at that eye, Steve.
From where you're standing,
Don't be
pal?
afraid. I won't hurt your gun.
Pete, is that the man you told me about?
Yeah, the guy who threatened Dixie and got clipped.
Nice shade of blue I'm wearing this season, huh?
Why did you come here, Steve?
Why?
I mean, at this particular time.
I get impulses, baby.
Like the one that strangled Dixie?
Huh?
Don't try to laugh it off, Steve. She tried to get away from you last night.
You don't say.
Are you denying it? You killed her, Steve. And before you left the building, you saw Hilda and me coming in, so you hung around.
Just to nab you with the goods, huh?
Why did you kill her?
Listen, pal, would your name be Peter Wood?
Never mind changing the subject.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I knew I saw that face someplace.
Madison Avenue.
Magistrate's Court last night. Say, is it true what Dixie said about you?
Okay, Steve, play dumb.
Now, she was a friend of mine, Pete, and now look at her behind the door. Oh, well, we'll have to tell the police about this, Petey boy.
Get away from that phone.
Don't be ridiculous. It's a public utility.
I'm with you, Steve.
Oh, you dumb clock.
No, you dumb clock. A lady screams and you turn around. Gentleman Steve.
I'll break you in half.
Swing him around this way, Pete. I'll hit him with this flower pot.
All right, Hilda.
It's not all right. Can't you two stop dancing for a minute?
I'll kill you, Woods.
No, Hilda.
No! There, that does it.
Thanks, you fatal charmer.
Pete. Oh, Pete, darling. I got the wrong man. Pete.
All right, Hilda. Now.
Pete, will you ever forgive me?
Now, Hilda.
It's all over, darling. I hit you by mistake.
Oh, this dumb clock. A lady screams. What did you say?
I was all set to hit him, Pete, and then he swung you around and
Oh, my aching head.
Is there something you'd like me to do?
Yes, but not now. Where's Steve?
He left with his gun.
Didn't he phone the police?
No.
Oh, so he was bluffing. Help me up.
Sit there for a minute. I've got something I'd like you to see.
Hilda.
This piece of paper.
What is it?
Read it.
All right, if I can see straight. Repair ticket for a clock. So?
Well, when I hit you on the head with the flower pot, the pot broke and this ticket fell out.
Carl Andrews, jewelry sold, clocks repaired, 980 East 69th Street.
That should be on the next block, Pete.
Now, why should Dixie bury a repair ticket for an ordinary clock?
Maybe it isn't an ordinary clock.
Help me up, sweetheart. I think I've seen everything.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Are you Mr. Carl Andrews?
I have been for 56 years. Now, what can I do for you?
Oh, we have a ticket for a clock that was left here by Dixie Martell.
Miss Dixie Martell. Oh, yes. May I have the ticket, please? Thank you, sir. Let me see. Where did I put that clock? Oh, yes. I remember. Here it is. Shall I wrap it up?
Let's see it first.
Oh, of course.
Why, Pete, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, what would Dixie be doing with it?
You never can tell, Hilda. Maybe she used it to tell time.
But a thing like that...
It's a real antique, ma'am.
Well, that's what I mean, Mr. Andrews.
And very expensive. A collector's item, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, we don't mind.
Then perhaps you won't mind if I ask you a question. I am responsible for this clock, and, well, you are strangers to me. Of course, you brought in the ticket, but...
You want to know how we got it?
Yes. Please don't be offended.
We're not. A straight question calls for a straight answer.
Thank you so much.
We got it from Dixie.
Miss Martell to you.
Naturally.
She had to go away, a long vacation.
And, the poor girl. I told her she was working too hard. I guess being a nightclub dancer is a very difficult profession.
It keeps the girl on her toes, Mr. Andrews.
Of course, I do hate to lose a good customer, but what is best for her is... Well, you understand.
Perfectly.
Will she be coming back someday?
I don't think so. Her plans were very definite.
Oh, that is too bad. Well, if you should see her employer, tell him I'm sorry he's lost such a good performer.
Do you know her employer, too?
Oh, indeed I do. Mr. Jackson is one of my best customers. He owns the Pelican Club on West 49th Street, you know. And the clocks there...
are never on time.
I see you know, Mr. Jackson. Are you sure you wouldn't like me to wrap that clock for you?
Sure.
Oh, well, then, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to my work. People get so angry when their clocks are not ready on time. Good day.
Same to you. Now, there's a sweet old man.
Uh-huh.
Pete, the next time we have a clock that needs fixing or some jewelry that needs buying...
I'll keep it in mind. Hilda, didn't you notice something queer about that sweet old man?
Queer?
He didn't ask me to pay him.
Pay him for what?
The work he did on the clock.
Oh. Well, maybe Dixie did that before. You know, in advance.
Boy, how you women stick together. Come on, let's get a cab.
Pete, are you crazy?
You'll find out.
This isn't utopia. Cab rides cost money.
Take a look at the back of this clock.
A metal plaque.
Read it.
From the collection of S. Parker Jackson. Well, all right, Mr. Andrews said.
Don't you get it, honey? S. Parker Jackson.
Excuse me, dear. This is my dumb afternoon.
S. Parker Jackson might be the fancy moniker for a guy named Steve.
Oh. Oh!
Don't explode, darling. I need you. Oh, this darn traffic. It'll take us a year to get there.
Oh, well.
Hilda, for Jiminy's sake, will you stop playing with that clock?
I'm only trying to wind it, Pete.
Only trying? You've been turning that gimmick for 10 minutes. You must have broken the spring.
Well, we'll find out.
See? Hey, take it easy. That thing's an antique. You shake the guts out of it.
I've shaken something out of it.
A drawer.
In the base of the clock. Pete, look what's in it.
Let me see.
Stuck with glue or something.
Hilda, I love you.
Hmm?
These are diamonds.
What? Those 4 pieces of glass?
Uncut diamonds. I'll bet this drawer wasn't in the clock when Steve Jackson bought it.
Pete, do you know what you're talking about?
I've got an idea. Those robberies in the Diamond Center for the past year.
Oh, no.
You've read about them, haven't you?
Yes.
All right, dear, you're getting off at the next corner.
Oh, now, Pete.
No arguments, honey. I've got plans.
And I've got $1,000 wrapped up in you. Hard-earned money.
Do this for me, and I'll owe you my life.
Would you go to the Pelican Club without me?
Yes, dear. But you'll be there, too. In spirit. Hello, Mr. Jackson.
Huh? Well, Pete. Well, if it is my old friend. Come in. How's your head?
S. Parker Jackson.
Yeah, I come from good stock, bottle and bond.
Yeah.
How'd you get in here?
I walked. That's quite an office you've got.
I like comfort.
And those clocks on the wall. Some collection. Mind if I look at them?
Who told you about this place?
A clock that Dixie had given to Mr. Carl Andrews for repair.
Andrews? Ooh, Andrews. He does all my repair work.
Yes, so he said.
Where is that clock?
How much is it worth to you?
Let's say your life.
Ooh, you talk big.
Where's that clock, Pete?
Now, look, Steve, I'm a lawyer. I get paid for asking questions.
You'll get paid off if you...
Yeah?
Okay, name your price.
What does that clock mean so much to you?
It's valuable. The only one of its kind in the world.
A portable diamond mine,
What'd you say?
I'm giving the answers now, Steve. All those clocks on the walls, those rare antique clocks, are loaded with diamonds that were stolen from the Diamond Center.
That crack you got on the skull went right through the brain, didn't it?
Right through with a ticket. Now, let's have it, Mr. S. Parker Jackson. You killed Dixie Martell because she stole one of your clocks with diamonds in it.
Killed Dixie Martell?
Remember that body behind the door?
There's a hospital a few blocks from here. You better go there right away. Killed Dixie Martell?
Oh, that's very funny, isn't it?
Well, it's a riot. A body behind the door. You've been seeing things, pal.
Now, wait a minute.
Dixie, a corpse. When she hears about this... Come on, I want you to tell her.
What?
Dixie Martell. She's upstairs rehearsing a new number.
You mean that she's here in this club?
Yeah, all here.
But, well then, who was the dead girl in her apartment?
Dead girl? What dead girl? Rehearsal room, Pete. Last stop.
Oh. So that's Dixie, huh?
Always was, pal. I'll introduce you to her. Cut it, baby.
Just a sec. Hold it, Phil. Hi, Steve.
Like the new routine?
Yeah. Dixie, I want you to meet Peter Woods.
From Hollywood?
Nah, from Hunger. He's a lawyer.
Oh, well, if he's a friend of yours.
Now, listen, Miss What's-Your-Name.
It's Dixie Martell, honey.
Yeah, since when?
Say, what is this, Steve? A census taker?
A jerk, baby. Thinks you're a corpse.
What? A what?
You know, what people say nice things about.
You're misrepresenting, Steve. She's not the girl we saw.
She's Dixie Martell, Pete.
But she's not the... And you know it.
Don't you tell me who I am.
All right, I won't, but I'll tell you what you are.
Yeah? Go ahead.
You're a...
Waiting, mister.
You're a...
Well...
What's the difference? You're not Dixie Martell.
Get him out of here, Steve. Get him out before I wrap him up for burial.
Funny scene. Quite a funny scene.
The John's the matter with you, huh? I've got work to do. New routine that's got to be ready by tonight.
Well, then work. Let's go, Pete.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Miss What's-Your-Name.
Oh, go feed yourself to the squirrels.
Some number, huh?
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. Let's go down to your office, Steve. Maybe I'll find a number for you, too.
And, here, Pete, some of the publicity we've sent out on Dixie. We're breaking tonight's papers.
With or without pictures?
With. And here's a couple of the pictures.
Oh. Steve, either you're a guy with plenty of gall or you're just plain...
You're getting weaker, pal.
These are pictures of the girl upstairs.
Dixie Martell.
What's the gag? Who do you think you're going to kid with this stunt?
Oh, you're getting tough again.
Now, look, Steve, I'm not crazy, and neither is Hilda. There was a dead girl in that apartment. We all saw her. You were going to phone the police.
Was I?
That girl was Dixie Martell, and the girl upstairs...
Oh.
I have a feeling, I don't know, but perhaps
I could make a... Oh. Excuse me, pal. Yeah? Come on.
Oh, so you're still talking.
Oh, me? What is this?
Don't tell me you don't know. Or aren't the dead supposed to be heard?
What?
Yes. You recognize the voice now, don't you? Dixie Martell.
No.
How does it feel listening to a ghost?
I'll let you know.
You thought I was dead, didn't you? You were so sure. The guy who does such a perfect job on everything.
Wait a minute, sweetheart. So you're mad, okay, but...
You tried to kill me. And why? Just because I swiped one of your lousy clocks with diamonds in it. Was that a reason for murder?
Oh, that's a big question, honey. I can't answer it now.
That's all right with me, Steve. You're through.
Women trouble, Steve?
Sort of.
Well, then you have too many.
It was your girl, Pete.
Huh?
Hilda. You put her up to it, didn't you?
Now, chum, if I knew what you were talking about.
She makes a very bad ghost, chum.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Don't reach for that gun, Steve. I've got one right here in my pocket.
Is that fact or fiction?
Don't try to find out.
Once a lawyer, always a lawyer?
What does that mean?
How much?
For you, 2,000 votes.
How about $50,000 for you?
In cash?
In cash.
All right, Steve. Get on that phone and call the police.
No dice, huh?
The police, pal.
Okay. What do I tell them?
About diamonds and Dixie and death.
You're really nuts.
Squirrel food. And while you're dialing the operator, you can tell me all about that girl upstairs you had posing as Dixie Martell.
Oh, you mean Mona.
Mona. A not-so-delectable slice of ham.
Oh, you're wrong, pal. She's very delectable. Very delectable. Nice work, Mona. Your timing was perfect.
Oh, thanks for leaving the door open, Steve.
Hey, everybody wants to get in the act. But you, baby, you belong.
Well, what do we do with him?
Leave him there. Come on, help me get the clock down from the wall.
Clock? But, Steve, we...
Come on, honey, time marches on. We've got to keep him set.
Pete.
Oh.
Pete.
Now, Hilda. All right, Hilda, now.
I didn't do it, Pete. You can't blame me for everything that happens to you. Now, get up.
Yeah, get up. Club. Hilda.
How do you do?
What happened to me?
That's what I'd like to know.
How did I get down? Oh, yeah. Somebody hit me on the head.
Who?
I don't know. Steve was standing over there. I had him covered with a gun I didn't have in my pocket.
A gun you didn't have?
I took a chance and he fell for it. Then he... I know.
Oh, now we'll get
It
someplace.
was Mona. It must have been Mona.
Who's Mona?
That girl in the rehearsal room who pretended to be... Hey, the clocks. What happened to the clocks?
Huh?
The clocks were in this room. The walls were covered with them.
Pete, you poor darling, you're delirious. 2 hits on the head in one day.
They're gone, Steve. Mona, clocks, and diamonds. Beat it.
Are you talking to me?
No. The clocks that were full of diamonds and those 2 killers.
Oh, dear. You mean I was Dixie's ghost for nothing?
Hilda, don't you realize the evidence is gone? And sooner or later, somebody will find Dixie's body in her apartment. The police will start asking me a lot of questions. What'll I tell them?
Oh, excuse me?
Oh, hello.
I'm looking for Mr. S. Parker Jackson. I have... Oh, haven't I seen you two before someplace?
Of course you have. We were the 2 folks who, you remember, Dixie Martell's clock?
Oh, yes. You will pardon my bad memory, I hope. How are you?
Oh, so.
Oh, that's too bad. And you, young lady?
Fine, Mr. Andrews. And you?
Oh, I can't complain. Are you waiting for Mr. Jackson?
Who isn't? Is that a clock you've got in that package?
Yes, Mr. Jackson wanted me to repair it. A great rush. I had to promise to have it here exactly at this time. And now, will he be here soon?
Maybe, if we can reach him.
He hasn't gone away, has he?
Well, after a fashion. But you can leave the clock.
Leave it?
With me. I'll see that it gets into the right hands.
Oh, I am sorry I cannot do that.
Why not?
Mr. Jackson is very particular about his clocks.
But you aren't.
What?
The one you repaired for Dixie was a very bad job.
Why, Pete, that's right. It didn't go.
Took you a long time to remember that, Hilda.
How about you?
Took me a long time, too. Now, Mr. Andrews.
I am afraid I don't quite understand what you young people are talking about.
Well, then let me put it this way. That clock you've got wrapped up has got a drawer in it.
I did not notice.
A drawer you put in it. That's the kind of repair work that you've been doing for Steve Jackson.
Young man.
Shall we check?
Leave this package alone.
We're checking, Mr. Andrews.
I said leave it alone.
Oh, Pete.
Oh, I'm sorry I did not mean to hurt you.
Well, the old guy's got a grip like a pair of handcuffs.
I'll come back later when Mr. Jackson is
Just
here.
a minute.
Now, don't stop me, young fellow.
You won't take me by surprise again. You never knew what was going into those clocks, did you?
I want you to get out of my way.
But when Dixie Martell brought a clock to you, not for repair, but for safekeeping, you looked in the drawer. You saw the diamonds.
I am warning you, young man.
You took them. That is, you thought you took all of them. Then you went to her apartment this morning and strangled her.
I am not going to warn you again.
It's no use, Mr. Andrews. I can wrestle, too. You strangled her.
No,
just to make sure you could keep the diamonds. That wasn't nice, Mr. Andrews. That was murder. Oh, a hot dog, a bottle of pop, and thou.
I just can't get over it, Pete. Mr. Andrews.
He did it. The police found the diamonds in the back of his store.
Greed.
Once is too much, Hilda.
What people won't do for money.
Well, if they wouldn't do it, it'd be all right, but the trouble is they do. You can't beat it, honey. Ask Mr. Andrews. And when you get through asking him, you can ask Steve and Mona.
You think they'll get 20 years?
Maybe 30. But if I were the judge...
Someday, darling.
Yes. Go on, let's get some peanuts.
Pete, what made you suspect Mr. Andrews?
I was alive.
What?
And I wouldn't have been if Steve were a killer.
Oh, you mean...
That's right. I knew too much about his business. But he didn't kill me. And so, when Andrews came in...
Make it simple, dear.
I took a chance, that's all, and it worked. Well, where can I get peanuts around here?
Are you going to eat them?
Why not? Squirrels do. Are we any better? We're not even as smart.
And so closes tonight's story, No Time for Murder. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Myron McCormick played Peter Woods. Charlotte Lawrence was Hilda Ryan. Raymond Edward Johnson was Steve Jackson. Cameron Prudhomme played Carl Andrews. And Gene Ellen was Dixie Martell. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the crime club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a trip that was arranged by death. It's called Cowhide. In the meantime, there is a new crime club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the crime club. I'm the librarian. Cowhide. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Cowhide. The very intriguing story of a suitcase that was packed with murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early afternoon, and the customer's room in the brokerage offices on the second floor of a midtown office building was crowded, as usual. Harold Phillips, a middle-aged clerk, crossed the large room, nervously adjusting his tie, and stopped outside the office of Mark Baldwin, the manager.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, Phillips. Come in, please.
Thank you, sir. You sent for me, Mr. Baldwin.
Come here, Phillips.
I hope nothing is wrong, sir. My books.
Sit down.
I've always been very careful, sir. I never let a page go without checking and rechecking.
Phillips, you've been with this company for 30 years.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever thought of leaving us?
Leaving? Why, no, sir.
Not once in 30 years?
Well, please don't hold it against me, sir. There were times when I thought I might do better somewhere else, but...
Yes?
I realized that I couldn't, and I stopped thinking about it. It's been 15 years since I...
Good for you, Phillips. I guess we can trust you.
What?
Open that suitcase on my desk.
Yes, sir. Good heavens. Securities.
$500,000 worth. And they're all negotiable.
But Well, look here, Mr. Baldwin. If you're accusing me...
What are you talking about?
If you're accusing me of having packed that suitcase...
Phillips.
You don't know me, sir. You've been the manager of this office less than a year. But I have a record of excellent service. You can ask the gentleman in the main office if you want to.
Phillips, don't be an idiot. I'm not accusing you.
But the suitcase...
It's going to our Los Angeles office.
Oh.
You're going to take it there.
I?
Naturally. You're the only one I can trust with it.
But such transfers are usually made by...
I know all about it. Now, you'll leave tonight on the 9 o'clock train. I've reserved a drawing room for you.
Yes, sir.
You'll be careful, of course. You won't leave that drawing room for 1 minute.
But, Mr. Baldwin...
I said not for 1 minute, Phillips. And as for your meals...
I'll make arrangements.
That's the idea. One more thing, Phillips.
Yes, sir?
You're not to discuss this matter with anyone. Not with anyone, including the members of your own family.
But Los Angeles, Mr. Baldwin, how can I explain that to Doris, my daughter?
Don't.
But I'm going away for a long time, for 2 weeks perhaps.
Think up a good excuse. Only you, I, and the manager of the Los Angeles office know about this transfer. We want nothing to happen to that suitcase or to you.
Yes, sir.
In other words, Mr. Phillips, we don't want you killed.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate your consideration.
Yes.
Yes, I'll go home and pack after closing time, of course. And will I take the suitcase home with me?
No, you stop back here on your way to the train, and I'll give it to you.
Would 8 o'clock be all right?
Fine. But be prompt. The train leaves at 9.
Well, I won't be late. And now, Mr. Baldwin, if I may say so...
Yes?
Thank you for your confidence in me.
Dad?
Oh, in here, Doris, my room.
Oh. Did you eat?
Scrambled eggs.
You would. Every time I come home late from work, you... Say, what's going on here?
Just packing.
Walking out on me?
Only for a little while, dear.
What?
Yes, Mr. Baldwin has given me a 2 weeks vacation.
Oh?
With pay, of course. Oh, now don't stare at me like a frightened little girl.
Dad, where are you going?
Aunt Martha's. That sister of mine has been after me to pay her a visit.
But you had 2 weeks vacation not 3 months ago.
Well, Mr. Baldwin wants me to have another one.
Why?
As a bonus for my good work. 30 years on one job.
Why not cash?
He's only the manager of a branch office, dear. Now, stop worrying. You'll get wrinkles.
Dad, he's not sending you away because of something that happened this afternoon.
What do you mean, Doris?
Well, you didn't get sick.
Oh, no.
Those headaches you used to complain about.
Oh, I haven't had one since...
Well, I know you've been seeing the doctor.
Oh?
I didn't say anything because you didn't. I thought if you didn't want me to know...
There's no keeping a secret from you, is there? Well, everything's all right. My blood pressure's down.
Yes, but this afternoon...
Oh, a mild attack, nothing serious. But Mr. Baldwin happened to notice it, and, well, he's very fond of me and the kind who appreciates loyalty.
Oh, Dad, why won't you give up your job?
Give it up? Well, what would I do?
Must you do anything? I'm making enough for both of us.
Nonsense, dear. You're going to be married someday.
Oh, sure.
Don't you think so?
First, I've got to find a man.
What's wrong with the men you know now?
Oh, why talk about them? Listen, Dad, you've been working long enough.
And I'm going to keep right on working. Goodbye, dear. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm going to station with you.
Haven't you a date for tonight?
I'll call it off.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
Dad.
Why, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to lose my temper.
It's all right.
Well, you see, treating me like an invalid.
I just wanted to see you off, Dad.
It isn't necessary. You've got a date. Keep it. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Take good care of yourself.
Hello.
I'd like to see Mr. Kenneth Badger.
I'm Ken Badger.
Are you the private detective?
Well, so they say.
But, all right, take a look at this newspaper.
For free?
Read it.
Now, look, miss,
Read the headline, please.
You've got a way about you. Okay. Brokerage clerk disappears with $500,000. Harold Phillips, for 30 years, a clerk in the brokerage offices of... How am I doing, kid? Do I pass the literacy test?
My name's Doris.
My favorite name.
Harold Phillips is my father.
Mm-hmm. Well, what'd you say?
Mr. Badger, I'm desperate.
A good-looking girl like you?
My father didn't steal those securities.
What a shame.
I know he didn't. And you're going to find him and prove that he didn't.
I am?
Yes. Will you?
Now, listen, honey. There comes a time in every man's life when he's got to say no. This is my time.
But you don't know my father.
Is that bad?
He's not a thief. He's the most honest, the most conscientious.
Oh, somebody told you about my weakness, huh?
Well, you don't even try to understand. Dad's been with that company for 30 years, handling money and securities every day. If he wanted to steal, he could have done it in dribs and drabs, fixing the books. He didn't have to wait until yesterday and take $500,000 at one time.
Maybe he didn't get the idea until yesterday.
Oh, please, mister.
Oh, cut it out, will you?
I can't.
Will you please cut it out? I'm not going to be carried away by a flood.
All right. All right, Mr. Badger. You don't have to take this case. But I'll tell you what I really think.
Over a cup of coffee?
When I came home from work last night, Dad was packing.
There's a nice little restaurant down the street. Come on.
Listen to me. Dad said that Mr. Baldwin, the manager of his office, had given him a 2-week vacation. He was going to spend it with Aunt Martha at her place in the country. I phoned Aunt Martha this morning.
Dad wasn't there.
No. Mr. Badger, my father wouldn't lie to me. Something happened to him last night.
What do you think?
He might have been kidnapped or murdered.
What?
Mr. Baldwin's got those securities. That's why he told Dad he could go away. And then last night his dad was going to the station.
Wait a minute. Why did you phone Aunt Martha this morning?
Dad hasn't been feeling well. I was worried.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to give you a break, baby.
Oh?
Only because I like you. But there's one condition.
What?
From now on, it's Ken.
Yes, Ken.
Okay, Doris. I'm going down to the brokerage office to see what Mr. Baldwin looks like.
Oh, I'm going with you.
You are?
I am.
That's what I said. You are. Now, you stay here, Doris.
Oh, but Ken,
Here, baby. I want Baldwin all to myself.
Well,
I've got a special interest in international pigs, so long, honey. I'll see you later.
Come in. Why, Badger, what are you doing here?
Inspector Hopkins, my old friend.
I asked you a question, Ken.
I've been retained.
By who?
Doris Phillips, the daughter of... Well, Inspector, don't I get a knockdown?
If it'll make you happy.
I'm talking about those two nice people over there.
Walter Conrad, the assistant manager, and that's Joyce Lipton, Mark Baldwin's private secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do? Joyce Lipton. Say, haven't we,
Have we?
Oh, I'm pretty sure of it, but, where?
Now, see here, Ken, I'm conducting an investigation.
Oh, you're a hard man, Inspector. All the pretty women...
State your business and get out of here.
Well, since you put it so politely, I'm looking for Mark Baldwin.
That's good, so am I.
What?
Anything else, Ken?
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you saying that Baldwin and Phillips...
That seems to be his pet theory, Mr. Badger.
Shut up, Conrad. All you have to do is answer questions.
And all you have to do, Inspector, is to ask them. Intelligent ones.
You're looking for trouble, aren't you?
Just because Mr. Baldwin didn't come to the office today doesn't mean that he and Phillips took those securities.
He didn't show up at his hotel all night, either.
That can mean anything, Inspector.
Well, how do you do, huh? Mr. Conrad.
Are you butting in, Ken?
Just for a couple of questions, Inspector. Mr. Conrad, when was the last time you saw Mark Baldwin?
When I left the office yesterday, about 6 o'clock.
And you, Joyce?
7 o'clock. Mr. Baldwin wanted me to stay for some last-minute dictation. Dictation, Mr. Badger.
Oh, yes. Anybody see him after that?
We've been all through that, Ken.
My client wants to know, Inspector.
Well, I don't know who saw him afterwards. I left at 7 o'clock.
I don't suppose you realize how ridiculous this is, do you?
Now, see here, Conrad.
All these questions about Mr. Baldwin. If he had a part in this robbery, do you think he'd be fool enough to disappear?
It's been done before, mister.
Mark Baldwin wouldn't take $500,000 to share with a clerk.
Is that your opinion, too, Miss Lipton?
I have no opinion. And I just can't believe that either Mr. Baldwin or Mr. Phillips could have done such a thing.
Yes. Now, Mr. Conrad, let me tell you something about who takes and who shares.
Hey, Inspector.
Ken, if you don't stop butting in...
Take a look over here. I think you'll be my friend again.
Huh? What did you find?
I always travel with my nose close to the carpet. My dog taught me that trick.
Listen, Ken.
Down here.
Huh?
Tell me what they look like to you.
Bloodstains that somebody tried to wash out.
It's funny, that's what they look like to me.
They form a line from the desk to the coat closet.
What do we do now, Inspector?
I'll let you know. Yeah. If there's one thing I didn't expect.
Would you say he's dead?
I don't say anything when the coroner gets here, Ken. Mr. Conrad, who's that man? Baldwin or Phillips?
That's Mr. Baldwin.
No, Doris, you can't come in.
I've got to know what's going on, Ken.
I told you, I'll tell you later.
Why did all those men come here, those policemen and the men with the cameras?
They're holding a convention.
Somebody's been murdered.
Oh, my Lord.
Dad?
No, Mr. Baldwin. All right. I'm still working for you.
Ken, you know what they're going to think?
Just keep looking at those quotations. I'll be out as soon as I can.
Stabbed in the back, huh? Died between 8 and 9 o'clock last night.
What's that, Inspector?
You still here?
Between 8 and 9 o'clock last night, huh?
That's about when Baldwin was murdered, according to the coroner.
Holy smoke, then the old guy's innocent.
Sure.
I'm not kidding. Phillips didn't do it. His daughter told me he took an 8 o'clock train last night.
Yeah? Where was he going?
To the country to see his sister, Aunt Martha.
So it's Aunt Martha, huh?
Oh, all right, so I'm gone for the girl, but...
Did he get there?
Did he... Oh. All right, you win, Inspector. You've got logic.
Yeah, stick around, sonny boy. I'm giving free lessons today. Now, Mr. Conrad, you get first crack at the truth.
I've told you everything I know, Inspector.
I haven't asked you everything. What was kept in that safe?
Oh, bonds, securities, cash.
Who knew the combination?
Mr. Baldwin, myself.
You too, Miss Lipton?
I never went to that safe unless it was open.
Did you know the combination?
Of course not.
Look here, Inspector, what are you driving at?
Somebody gave Harold Phillips those securities.
Somebody did nothing of the kind. Phillips knew the combination of that safe.
A clerk?
He was our oldest employee. We felt that we could trust him. Whoever dreamed that he would...
I'll take that, Miss Lipton.
But it might be company business, Inspector.
Yeah, it might. Hello? Yeah, Hopkins talking? You don't say. Good. Perfect. Tell Detective Riley to hop on a plane right away. Yeah, I know he's with homicide. We want Phillips for murder. Well, they picked him up in Chicago on a train with 2 suitcases. What's the matter, Ken? No comments from the lovelorn?
What about the security?
That's the next episode. Tomorrow morning at police headquarters.
What do you mean?
The suitcase wasn't loaded with clothing and personal effects, and it wasn't loaded with securities either.
Huh?
It was loaded, Ken, with newspapers. All right, Phillips, let's forget everything you've told me so far.
But I've told you the truth, Inspector Hopkins.
Yeah. Well, now tell me a few lies.
I don't know what to say to you. I didn't kill Mr. Baldwin. I didn't steal any securities.
You didn't load that suitcase with newspapers either.
No.
Baldwin did that, huh? And then he stabbed himself in the back.
He was alive when I left him at 8:20 the other night.
He wasn't in the closet?
I told you he was alive, sitting at his desk.
Where are the securities, Phillips?
I thought they were in the suitcase. Now, listen to me, Inspector. Mr. Baldwin told me to deliver the securities to our Los Angeles office. He didn't want anyone to know.
Where are they, mister?
He wouldn't even let me tell Doris where I was going. I had to lie to her about a 2-week vacation that I was going to spend with my sister Martha.
Phillips,
You've got to believe me, Inspector. I saw the securities in the afternoon. They were in that suitcase. But Mr. Baldwin wouldn't let me take it home.
Yeah.
I met him that evening at the office, his office, and he handed me the suitcase, locked, and train ticket.
One way?
Yes, he said the manager of the Los Angeles office would give me a return ticket. You've got to believe me, Inspector.
Come on, Phillips. Let's start from the beginning. Now, you knew Baldwin was working late, so you went to the office and killed him.
No.
You opened the safe and took the securities. Then you took a train for Chicago with a load of newspapers.
No, I didn't.
Just in case you got picked up. You figured we might take you for a poor sucker who was being framed.
That's exactly what I am, but you won't...
Hold everything, Phillips. Yeah? Uh-huh. What did he say? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, Dempsey. Phillips, we've just had Los Angeles on the phone.
Oh, well, then the manager out there has told you that...
He didn't tell me. He spoke to my assistant.
Well, what's the difference? You know I'm innocent. He was expecting no security.
No, mister.
What? Well, but there must be some mistake. Mr. Baldwin told me...
Sit down, Phillips. Have a cigarette. And then talk.
Ken,
Coffee with tears, honey? Bad combination.
did you get Inspector Hopkins?
Yes, darling.
When can I see my father?
Will you promise not to turn on the faucet?
Ken.
You can see him anytime. He's just been booked.
Oh,
Murder in the first degree, without a confession.
he didn't do it, Ken.
The inspector also told me a lot of other things.
He didn't do it,
Things
Ken.
your father told him. Doris,
Yes?
Your father knew he wasn't going to Aunt Martha's.
What?
He was going to California on orders from Baldwin.
But he told me he...
What time is it?
4:15. But
Come on, let's get out of here.
Are we going down to the prison?
Nope. We're going to find out more about a certain security transfer. And about a certain gal with red hair and blue eyes in a way that's very tantalizing.
No, Mr. Badger, I've never been there.
Well, then, how about
Or there either.
Okay, Joyce. Can't blame a guy for trying, can you?
I can.
North wind blew me right out of my... Say, have you heard the latest about Philip?
No.
He's going to be indicted for murder.
Oh, for pity's sake, then he is guilty after all.
Only indicted, baby. He's still got an alibi.
Really?
He claims Baldwin sent him to Los Angeles for those security.
Los Angeles? You mean our office out there?
Mm-hmm. Sort of transfer.
Who told you about it?
My bosom pal and crony, Inspector Hopkins.
Oh.
If a transfer had been arranged, would there be a record of it?
Of course.
In the form of correspondence?
Possibly.
Well, now we're talking the same language. Where's the correspondence?
It's in those files.
I mean the letters he dictated when he asked you to stay late.
Oh, they're in my stenographic notebook.
Still there, huh?
I didn't type them up.
Uh-oh. That's not being a good secretary, Joyce.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Okay, I'll just take the book and let Inspector Hopkins mind his business.
Well, I was going to type them up, but Mr. Baldwin told me to go home. And then the next morning... Well, I don't have to tell you about the next morning, do I?
Aren't you glad?
There's nothing in that book about transfer of security.
Nothing?
What do you mean?
Well, it might be in code. You know, $10,000 a word, spelled backwards.
Well, I don't think so, because...
I know. I'll take the book down to police headquarters.
Why?
Well, they've got some of the best typists and code busters in the world.
Oh, Miss Lipton.
Hello, Conrad.
What are you doing in this office?
Just talking to a lady.
You talk to no one but me, understand?
So you've been promoted, huh?
I'm in charge here now, and I don't want snoopers around.
The reason?
This is a private office. If you have any business, the customer's room is open every day from 10 to 3. Now, get out.
Conrad, did you ever get a massage?
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, I would. But why waste it on you?
You hoodlum. Miss Lipton, the next time such characters come in here, I'll...
Well, Ken, what did you find out?
That's what I'm going to find out, Doris. It counts.
What do you mean?
You go back to your apartment and wait for my call.
Oh, and you?
Police headquarters. And wish us luck. Hello.
Ken?
For Pete's sake, Doris, where have you been?
Don't be angry, dear.
I told you to go back to your apartment and wait for my call.
I did, but you didn't call for 3 hours, and then I had an idea.
Where are you now?
In a drugstore.
Oh, that's nice. Tell them to set up one for me, too. A double malted
Ken,
with a...
you don't understand. This drugstore's in the building my father works in. The brokerage offices are on the 2nd floor.
What got you there?
A terrific idea. Now I need help.
What's the matter?
How soon can you get here?
15 minutes. What's the matter, Doris?
I'll tell you when I see you. But hurry.
All right, kid. You just leave him to me. I'll take care of it.
Don't be rough with him, Ken. He's not young.
So you went out and got a detective, huh?
What's this about you refusing to answer questions, mister?
I got a right to, ain't I, when they come from her? She's only a civilian, like me.
What's your name?
Joseph. Now, look, officer.
Do you know Harold Phillips?
Sure I do. Seen him lots of times when he was working late in the brokerage office.
Did you see him the night of the murder?
I ain't talking to you, lady.
All right, then you'll talk to me.
Sure I seen him. I took him up in the elevator.
What time?
Now, listen, you.
All right. Tell him.
It was 8:15, and I brung him down again at exactly 8:30.
You talk like radio time, pal.
I got it on my mind. Another detective asked me them same questions about an hour ago. Showed him the book.
What book?
That's what I wanted to see, Ken. The book everybody must sign when they come in and go out of an office building after 6 o'clock.
Did you think of that all by yourself?
All of a sudden.
Where's the book, Joseph?
Right here. And that's where Mr. Phillips signed it.
Darling.
Hey, are you talking to me?
Not tonight, Joseph. You go right up and down your elevator. Come on, Doris.
That does it, Ken. That proves Dad's innocent.
And you thought of that all by yourself?
Dad wouldn't have signed that book if he were going to steal or commit murder. He wouldn't have used the elevator.
And I went to school and paid for a license.
What are you talking about?
Just thinking out loud about how good I am. Will you do me one favor?
Oh, you know I will.
Then go home.
What?
And stay there. And don't move until you hear from me.
Well.
Hiya, Cookie. You mind if I come in?
Now, you have the nicest way of asking.
I didn't mean to push you. An old habit I picked up in the subway.
What do you want?
Well. It's a nice place. You live here alone?
Now, listen, Mr. Badger.
Joyce, when will you learn to call me Ken?
I'll be at the office at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, if you have anything...
I have. Your stenographic notebook.
Oh. Did the police get anything out of it?
Mm-hmm. A murderer.
Really?
You're pretty cute, baby.
Huh. What did Phillips have to do with my notebook?
Fingerprint?
On my notebook?
You're not working on all cylinders, Cookie. They were your fingerprints.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Mr. Badger.
You don't have to. I'll follow you.
Why?
Oh, I knew I met you somewhere before. But I don't recognize the gun.
I let you pull a fast one on me, didn't I? I have a lot of fun, Ken, because you're going to be a dead duck in about 2 minutes.
Annie Joyce, the confidence gal. How long did they keep you in stir?
A year and 2 months.
Yep. You've come a long way in the last 8 years, baby. From swindling to murder. Well, now, wait a minute. You don't have to be so impatient.
This gun doesn't shoot with a safety catch on.
It's all right with me if it doesn't shoot at all. Tell me, how did you get Baldwin to turn his back for the knife?
I didn't. He was kissing me when I killed him.
Oh, you're just a woman for me.
Phillips had gone out with a loaded suitcase, and Mark and I were going to wait until he'd been arrested and sent to jail, and then...
You were going to split $500,000.
That's right.
But you decided why wait and why split.
I'm selfish that way.
Yeah. But you're going to wait, Cookie, for a quick burn.
Well, you won't be around to see it.
I'm not so sure of that, miss. Drop that gun. She doesn't have to, Inspector. It just changed hands. Well, did I do all right, Inspector?
For once in your life. When you came in here, I was afraid you was going to close that door with a snap lock on it.
Inspector, you don't think much of me, do you?
You want the truth.
No, just skip it.
Imagine hiding those securities under a rug.
Yeah, and such a nice rug, too.
$500,000 worth in her apartment.
And me stepping on it all the time.
Ken.
Yes, dear?
How well did you know her?
Doris, I told you. I saw her in a courtroom 8 years ago.
And you remembered her for so long?
I've got a weakness for redheads.
I'm not a redhead.
Oh, that can be remedied.
Would it make you happy?
All over.
Oh.
Hey, take it easy. Your father's asleep on that chair. Suppose he wakes up and... Well, suppose he does.
Dad won't mind. Will you?
Well...
Well, will you?
Oh, my Dad.
I can't wait all night, Doris. I've got to go to bed.
And so closes tonight's story, Cowhide. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Bill Quinn played Ken Badger. Joan Tompkins was Doris Phillips. Cameron Prudhomme was Harold Phillips. Eleanor Phelps played Joyce Lipton. Joe Latham was Inspector Hopkins. And Murray Forbes was Walter Conrad. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very intriguing story of a decision that almost cost a man's life. It's called Sentence of Death. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. And another thing. Traffic accidents have been increasing at an alarming rate. Avoid them by respecting the rights of your neighbor on the road and by being sure that you and the car you are driving are in good condition.
This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for another mutual favorite. Quiet Please follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Broadcasting System presents...
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Sentence of death. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, Sentence of Death. The very intriguing story of a conflict that proved that justice was not blind. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Paul Remsen was elected to the Supreme Court bench by the people of his county in November. He was sworn in January. And by April, he was already one of the most popular judges in the county. It was late afternoon. Court had adjourned for the day, and Judge Remsen was in chambers, putting some papers into his briefcase. Homework, he called it. When Senior Judge Graham Palmer walked in and sat down in the chair alongside Judge Remsen's desk.
What's the matter, Graham?
I'm glad you're still here, Paul. Have you heard the news about Sam Howard?
Why, no.
He had a stroke.
Oh, good Lord. How bad was it?
The doctor believes he'll be all right, but he'll have to rest. A long time.
Well, naturally, the longer the better.
Yes, but in the meantime, we have the problem of what to do with Sam's calendar. I phoned Allerton County to send us a judge, but, well, nothing doing until the middle of next week.
Well, now, if there's any part of Sam's work you'd like me to take over...
There is, Paul. A matter that's scheduled for tomorrow morning.
Oh, of course. What is it?
The People versus Martin Rivers.
Martin Rivers. Oh.
I know how you feel about such matters, and I do it myself, Paul, but the governor's appointed me to a special board of inquiry.
I know.
We start hearings the first thing in the morning.
Yes. Graham, I don't know if it's in me to send a man to his death.
Even if the law says you must?
But it's capital punishment, Graham. I've always been against it.
But it's the law, my friend. And you've taken an oath to uphold it.
Yes, but
Martin Rivers was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The sentence of death is mandatory under the laws of this state.
I know that, Graham.
It's our duty to impose that sentence, whether we like it or not, until the law is changed.
Give me a chance to think about it, will you?
Of course. And if you should find that you can't go through with it...
I'll resign from the bench.
Nonsense. We need you.
No, Graham. I'll either do it or quit.
Paul?
Yes, Mother.
Hello, darling. Did you have an exciting day in court?
Yes. Pretty exciting.
A big day, too, if those bulges in your briefcase mean anything. Homework?
Maybe.
Maybe? You sound like a very tired judge.
Let's go into the living room, Martha. I'd like to sit down.
You're worried about something, Paul.
Yes.
What is it?
Tomorrow morning, I've got to sentence a man to die.
You? But you didn't have a murder case.
It's Judge Howard's case. Howard's sick, and Graham Palmer's going to be tied up with that special board of inquiry, so...
Oh.
Martha, I don't know if I can do it.
Why?
Send a man to his death. Tell him when and how he's going to die.
Is this the man who was convicted last week? Martin Rivers?
Yes.
And you're worried about him?
Now, look, Martha,
He
please.
killed another man in cold blood, dear. His victim never had a chance to defend himself.
I know.
But the state gave Martin Rivers every chance to defend himself,
Martha.
didn't it? He was given a fair trial and convicted. Now, there's nothing for you to be concerned about.
No. Nothing except my conscience. I order a man's death, and then I have to live with myself.
But, Paul, the man was a professional gangster. Heaven knows how many other people he's killed. Don't you think he should be punished?
Yes, I do. Send him away to prison for life. Take away all his rights and liberties. But what right have we got to take a life we didn't create?
What right did Martin Rivers have?
Well, he lived by another code, the underworld, the law of the jungle. Take what you want, kill or be killed.
You don't mean that, Paul.
No, I guess I don't. No one has the right to kill, no matter what his code might be. But where does that leave me? What do I do?
It's very simple. You have a sworn duty.
Yes. Maybe I took on more than I can handle.
What do you mean?
Becoming a judge, deciding for other people. Oh, I don't know. I'm too confused right now to even guess what it's all about.
Of course, dear. Why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a while?
No.
Dinner won't be ready for an hour. And a little rest will do you good.
I couldn't rest, Martha.
Well, try it anyway. I'll call you when dinner's ready.
Listen, dear,
Go ahead now. All great men have to make important decisions, Mr. Justice Remsen. You're no exception. Paul.
Oh, what is it, Martha?
Stop thinking about Martin Rivers and finish your...
I can't, Martha.
How can you feel pity for a cold-blooded killer?
Pity for Martin Rivers? As far as I'm concerned, he's finished. But he's a man, a human being. And I cannot pronounce a sentence of death. I cannot do it.
But... Very well. What's the alternative?
I'll have to resign from the bench.
I know what the judgeship means to you. I know how hard you work to be elected.
Please, Martha.
How can you think so little of your life? Or of mine? Don't you realize you'll be called a quitter?
Martha, I don't know anything anymore. I'm going out for a walk. Do you mind?
No, dear. I don't mind.
I've got to work myself out of this dilemma. I've got to know what I'm going to do, and I've got to know tonight.
Judge Paul Remsen walked for a long time without giving a thought to where he was going. Then, as he went across Main Street, he had an idea. He got in a bus, and 10 minutes later, he was entering a small cigar store in one of the less pretentious neighborhoods.
Yes? Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
Let me have one of those cigars, please.
Right you are, sir. Nice weather we're having, isn't it?
Yes.
I always say give me the spring. Not too cold, not too hot. It's better for business, too.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be 30 cents. Thank you. Yep, not too cold, not too hot. Anything else, sir?
Are you Mr. Herrick?
Yeah, that's me. Say, I thought you looked familiar. You wouldn't be Judge Remsen, would you?
Yes.
Well, what do you know? Yeah, I was one of the majority that put you in office.
Mr. Herrick, you were the foreman of the jury that convicted Martin Rivers of murder in the first degree.
Yes, sir. That no-good gangster.
He's coming up for sentence in the morning. The death penalty.
That's what the law says.
Yes, I know. How do you feel about sending a man to his death?
How?
I'd like to know.
That's a funny question, Judge. Coming from a judge.
Forget that I'm a judge. We're talking man to man.
I don't get this, Judge.
Tomorrow morning, a human being will be sentenced to die. In anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months, depending on whether he appeals to a higher court. He'll be dead.
Yeah.
you're partly responsible for doing that to him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Are you trying to make me feel like a murderer?
Oh, no, you're not a murderer, but do you feel now, a week after the trial, that you had a right to condemn another man to death?
He was a killer.
All right, but suppose, Mr. Herrick, you'd met Martin Rivers right after he'd committed the murder. Would you have killed him?
Say, what are you after?
Would you or wouldn't you?
Judge, would you mind telling me...
Please, Mr. Herrick, I've got to know.
Okay. The answer is no. I wouldn't have killed him. That is, not unless he tried to kill me.
Oh, but he didn't
Now,
try.
look, Judge, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm a member of society, a decent, law-abiding citizen, and I pay taxes to see that lawbreakers like Martin Rivers get what's coming to them. I don't want them around.
Well, life imprisonment would have done the same thing, Mr. Herrick.
No, not to my way of thinking. The fellow that killer shot didn't get a life sentence. He's dead. Now, maybe he was no good either, but that's got nothing to do with us. The law says that anyone who premeditates murder is... What am I doing telling you about the law? Oh, that's rich. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, but it just struck me funny, that's all. Me telling a judge about the law.
Mr. Herrick, it may not be as funny as you think.
All right. You want to know how I feel? I think I can tell you. I've got no regrets about Martin Rivers or any other killer that's got to die. When I took the oath as a juror, I promised to keep an open mind and to bring in a verdict based on the evidence.
Yes.
That's exactly what I did. And I voted guilty on the first ballot. Now then, does that answer your question, Judge?
Yes. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, good night, Judge. Drop in again sometime. I promise I won't start telling you about the law. Me telling the judge about the law.
Good evening.
Hello, Dr. Benjamin.
Paul Remsen. Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. That street lamp behind you in my old eyes. Come in, won't you?
Thank you. How have you been, Doctor?
Oh, as well as an old man can be. But you, Paul, I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Come into my study. I was just in the midst of writing Sunday's sermon, but that can wait. A sermon can always wait. So few people take it seriously. So, make yourself comfortable, Paul.
Yes, thank you.
It's been weeks since we had a real visit. Being a judge keeps you pretty busy, doesn't it?
Yes.
Does it also leave you no time for happiness?
Hmm?
You seem depressed, my boy.
More confused than depressed, Dr. Benjamin.
Tell me about it.
I've been given an assignment. A man's life. A criminal. He was found guilty of murder.
I see.
Oh, it's my duty to sentence him tomorrow morning. But
You find that you can't do it?
I can't make up my mind.
Well, it's difficult.
I know it's my duty to pronounce that sentence. The man committed murder, cold-blooded, premeditated murder, and the law is explicit. But still, I can't get it out of my mind that in sentencing that man tomorrow, I'll be sentencing myself.
Why?
My principles, the code of a lifetime. What right have I got to order the death of another man?
Well, the law gives you that right, Paul.
As a man, Pastor?
Do you want me to answer that?
No, it's something I'll have to decide for myself.
Then why did you come to me?
I want to talk. And I don't know where I can talk more freely than before you. I want to expose both sides of the case to myself in words that I can hear. There are two sides, Doctor. You know that.
Well, there may be.
Now, I'm a judge. I took an oath to uphold the law. The whole body of law, including the criminal code, the code of crime and punishment.
By man unto men.
Yes. But where did that law come from?
Yes?
It came from the Bible. Our whole concept of criminal law is based on the premise of an eye for an eye, a life for a life.
Yes, that's true, Paul, unfortunately. But there's a higher law, a moral law. And that, too, comes from the Bible, my son.
Yes,
Thou shalt not kill.
That's what I mean, Dr. Benjamin. Which law do I follow?
Oh, I can't answer that, Paul. I'm a minister. My way of living is different from yours. I've taken an oath, too. But it's an oath to uphold the laws of God. If I had chosen another way of life, perhaps the laws of man would be more important to me than the word of God. I don't know. But I admire you greatly. You have mercy in your heart for a man who had no mercy. That's good, my son. Whatever you do, whatever decision you make, I'm sure you won't be less of a man. Oh, I'm sorry I can't do more to help you, Paul. But your soul is your own. No one can keep it for you while you're on this earth.
I know. Thanks, Doctor.
No thanks to me, son.
Well, I think I'll be going now. There's one more stop I've got to make. It might be the last.
What do you want?
Excuse me, I'm sorry to trouble you at this hour.
What do you want?
I'm Judge Remsen of the County Supreme Court. I'd like to come in for a moment, if I may.
Judge Remsen of the Supreme Court, but I...
Please, Mrs. Dover.
Oh, sure. Come in. I'm sorry. You see, I wasn't expecting you, and the house is in an awful mess.
Oh, please don't apologize to me.
My daughter Mary went out and left everything for me to clean up. She always helps me, but tonight she... Judge, what do you want?
Your son, Frank, was killed by Martin Rivers 4 months ago.
You've come here to talk about Frank?
No. I've got to sentence Martin Rivers to die.
To die? Mother... Well, do you think I ought to say no?
You can't stop it, Mrs. Dover. The law makes it compulsory. If I don't do it, another judge will.
He killed my boy.
If you could say no, if you could stop the sentencing, would you do it?
You're asking me, Frank's mother?
I'm trying to make up my own mind, and I must know how you feel.
Oh, what good will it do me if that man dies? Will it bring back my son? Will it help me to sleep at night?
Is that how you really feel?
Well, will it?
You would keep him alive, wouldn't you, if you could?
Let him live?
If you could.
Well, why didn't he let Frank live? He killed him.
But...
All right. Frank was no good. He told lies. He beat people. He was a gangster with a gun in his pocket. He slept all day and all night he was out.
Oh, no,
Lord.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dover.
Oh, well, maybe he was a thief, too, but for that you don't deserve to die, to be murdered. No one has a right to kill.
No one, Mrs. Dover. Is that what you really feel?
Oh, how can I say what I feel, Judge? I brought up 2 children. One's gone. One night he said to me, "So long, Mama." And he went out. Then the police came and told me he was dead, a bullet. How do I feel now, Judge? Oh, who can say when there's so much pain?
But do you want revenge? Do you want Martin Rivers to pay with his life for what he did to your son?
Martin Rivers, he doesn't mean anything to me, whether he lives or dies. I don't hate him, though. He killed my Frank, but I don't hate him. I'm sorry for people that kill. That's how I feel when I'm not mixed up. I've lost my boy, but... Oh, no. I don't want to kill.
I think that's how most of us feel when we're not mixed up. Good night, ma'am. You've been a great help.
Judge Paul Remsen went home and he went to bed. But he didn't sleep. All night the words he had heard, the opinions expressed by the different people kept running through his mind. He couldn't sleep.
The sentence is mandatory, Paul. It's our duty to impose that sentence until the law is changed.
He was given a fair trial and convicted. That's more than the man he killed got, Paul.
He was a killer, Judge. I pay taxes to see that killers like Martin Rivers get what's coming to them. I did my duty as a juror and a citizen. My duty.
Yes, Paul. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. But there's a higher law, a moral law. And that too comes from the Bible. Thou shalt not kill.
Oh, what good will it do me if that man dies? I've lost my boy, but I don't want to kill. That's how I feel when I'm not mixed up.
Your career. Now you want to throw it away because of some silly notion. How can you think so little of your life? You'll be called a quitter.
It's your duty, Paul.
The law, Judge. Our duty.
Your duty,
Duty? Duty? What am I going to do? What?
Well, Paul?
I don't know yet, Martha.
Are you going to court this morning?
Yes.
Well, that's something.
It may be the last time.
I'm going with you.
Martha.
Don't you think I should go?
I'd rather you wouldn't. It's my problem.
And mine? I promise not to interfere, Paul. Whatever you do will be all right with me.
Will it?
Don't you believe me?
You understand, then?
I think so.
I hope so, dear. Let's go downstairs and have some breakfast. Come in.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes. What is it, Henry?
I just looked in to see if everything was all right with you, Judge. It's pretty near 11 o'clock.
Oh, come in, Henry. Close the door.
Yes. The courtroom's kind of crowded with lawyers waiting for things to get started, Your Honor.
Yes.
Not that I give a hoot and holler about them, but we're an hour behind schedule, and that means we finish up late this afternoon.
Did you see Mrs. Remsen out there?
Oh, yes. Right in the first row with the spectators. Do you want me to send her in here?
Where's Martin Rivers? Martin Rivers.
Well, they've got him in the detention room. He's waiting, too.
Well...
Of course, he's in no hurry. What's the matter, Judge? You worried about him?
It's about him. And about me, too.
Yeah. I sort of figured it was that business that was keeping you in chambers so long.
Henry, how long have you been a clerk in this courtroom?
Well, pretty near 40 years.
You've seen many judges and many murderers. You've heard the sentence of death pronounced many times.
Enough.
Have you ever thought how you would feel if you had to pronounce that sentence? Could you do it?
Well, maybe not so long as I was me.
I see.
But if I was a judge, it wouldn't make any difference.
Oh? Why not?
Well, a judge isn't a man, Your Honor. He isn't human.
Henry, is this something new?
No, sir. It's as old as history. A judge has got no right to be human. And that means he's got no right to work with his heart.
I see what you mean, but where would you draw the line between the man and the judge?
That black robe you're wearing, that does it. When you put on that black robe and go out there into the courtroom and get up on that bench, you stop being a man. You become that robe, the law, the symbol everybody respects or is afraid of. Why do people have to stand up when the judge comes into this courtroom?
The symbol? The black robe?
It isn't because they respect the man that's wearing that robe. Maybe they do, and maybe they don't. That's a personal matter. But they stand up for the robe. They've got to. It's the will of the people.
The black robe.
And that's how you've got to look at it, Judge. There's nothing personal in what you do when you're wearing that robe. Why? Because you're not in it.
What's that?
Not you as Paul Remsen. What's in that robe is a book that was written down at the state capitol a long time ago. The law. That's the will of the people, too, Your Honor.
But a man must be sentenced to death.
Did he sentence another guy to death?
Yes.
And did he execute that sentence?
Yes, but...
Well, then there's no two ways about it. The book says he's got to die. And the book says the robe's got to tell him so. That's all there is to it.
Yes, I know, but is it right?
Is it? Well, ask the book and the robe.
Book? The robe?
Well, Judge, are you ready?
Ready? Yes, I'm ready. Let's go. The clerk will call the business of the day.
People versus Martin Rivers. Bring the prisoner to the bar.
Would counsel for this man like to say a few words? No. But the court realizes that counsel cannot say anything to affect sentence. But, Martin, I would like to say a few words to you. Martin, I'm about to say isn't easy for me. I hope you'll realize that. And I hope you'll do me a personal service, and yourself, too. There's a chaplain at the state prison, a fine, understanding man. I've known him for a long time. Let him counsel you. Let him talk to you. And please, Martin, listen to him. He can do you a lot of good. He'll give you peace of mind, and perhaps peace in your heart.
What is it, Judge? Sermon from the bench? You trying to soften me up? Okay, give me the works, and let's get out of here. I know what's coming to me, and there's nothing you can do to change it. So throw the book at me. Wise guy.
Martin Rivers, you have been convicted by a jury of murder in the first degree. The sentence of this court is that you shall be delivered into the custody of the sheriff of this county at once, and by him delivered into the custody of the warden of the state prison, where one night during the week of May 14th you shall be put to death in the manner prescribed by the laws of this state. And may God have mercy on your soul. And may God have mercy on my soul, too.
And so closes tonight's story, Sentence of Death. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played the part of Judge Paul Ransom, and the cast included Helen Shields, Maurice Franklin, Irene Hubbard, Bill Smith, Ed Latimer, and Murray Forbes. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is a crime club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a nightmare that was as real as murder. It's called Cupid Can Be Deadly. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. Here's something important. The horrible suffering and tragedy of a cancer death can be avoided in many instances. The American Cancer Society wants you to know that of all the people who die of cancer, it is possible to save from 30 to 50%. Protect yourself by getting a free booklet which tells of the 7 danger signals and many other important facts on cancer. Address your request for this information to the American Cancer Society, New York 4, New York. The American Cancer Society, New York 4, New York.
This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for another mutual favorite, Quiet Please, which follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System presents...
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Cupid can be deadly. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Cupid Can Be Deadly. The very unusual story of a dream that was made of the stuff that killed. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The house in the hills of Westchester was big and rambling, like a medieval castle. And it was owned by the beautiful and temperamental Linda Barry, the celebrated actress. It was late Saturday night, and Paul Palmer, a Broadway columnist and one of the weekend guests, came quickly down the stairs. And as he made the right-angle turn toward the library, he met Professor Caldwell, a psychologist, and another one of the guests.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Palmer. I didn't hear you coming.
I walk on my toes. Have you seen Toby?
Toby?
Miss Randolph.
Oh, yes. No, I haven't seen her in quite a while.
Where can that girl be?
Have you looked in her room?
Just now.
Well, I'm going out for a drive with Sam Winslow.
That phony private detective?
I'll look around outside if I should see Miss
Yeah,
Randolph.
tell her about me.
Well, of course. In the meantime, you might ask Miss Barry.
Where is she?
In the library. Now, if you don't mind.
I don't.
Well, thank you. I asked Mr. Winslow to be ready in 10 minutes. It's almost that now. Well, good luck, Mr. Palmer.
Why don't I stay home for a change?
Paul.
Linda, have you seen...
Yes?
What's the idea of the gun?
You'll find out.
Ah, the lady's mad.
You've got no idea how mad, honey.
You're sizzling.
Don't be clever.
I can't help it. Give me the gun.
No.
Give it to me. You can sizzle without it.
You had no right to do that, Paul.
Oh, it's done. Shall we go before an arbitration board?
You keyhole peeper.
Oh, a big one for my column. Linda Barry slaps a guest in her own house. And who was that guest? Your Broadway reporter.
That ought to make me the toast of the world. You can go home now, anytime you want.
Wait a minute.
I haven't got time.
We'll give it to you. Who was going to get that bullet?
Take your hand off that door, Paul.
Was it going to be your manager and half a heartthrob, Wally Brooks?
Paul?
Ah, then it was for the other half a heartthrob, Sam Winslow.
No.
You'll have to suck me again, honey. You're not leaving this room until... Oh, the lady's smiling.
Oh, you're such a fool.
Don't tell the guys in the other papers.
That bullet was for your girlfriend, Toby Randolph.
It's no use trying to talk me out of it, Wally. I'm going to get away from this place as soon as I can find Paul.
All right, Toby, you want to go, you can go, but why?
I don't like it here.
Meaning me?
No.
The house?
No.
Professor Caldwell's been lecturing you about the mine.
He doesn't bother me, Wally.
Then it must be on account of Sam Winslow.
Well...
That no good four-fletcher,
He's not the reason, Wally.
Oh?
I can handle him.
Say, you're not running away from Linda, are you?
I am.
But why?
I don't like the way she creeps up on me.
That's too bad, honey.
Huh?
See what I mean?
Walking in the garden, arm in arm, for a rosy picture.
What's this all about, Linda?
I'll bet you couldn't find such a beautiful setting anywhere. Even the moon is perfect tonight.
What on earth are you talking about?
Excuse me, Wally. I'm not sticking around to find
You're
out.
sticking around, Toby.
Hey.
And you're going to find out how I really feel about you. Go of my hair.
Linda.
You're not going to leave this place alive.
Let go of her, Linda.
You take out of this, Wally.
Get her out of my hair. She's killing me.
I said let go of her, Linda. Let go.
You're breaking my fingers.
I'll break them, Linda, if you don't get your hands off.
All right. Let go of me.
Now.
Thanks, Wally. Now I'll give her a sample of my
No,
brand.
you don't.
But she
Toby.
got me from behind.
I don't care how she got you. But I want to know why. Well, Linda, why?
Nobody's making a fool out of me. Nobody has to. What's that?
That's enough.
Just let me get at her. I'll show her how to pull hair.
Stop it! That goes for both of you.
Listen, Wally, anytime we need a referee...
Shut up, Toby, and stand over by that tree.
What about her?
I'll take care of her. All right, Linda. How was Toby making a fool out of you?
She wouldn't leave you alone.
What?
From the minute she got here with Paul, she's been trying to get her claws into you. And you let her.
Are you nuts?
You didn't do a thing to stop her. I've been watching you. Both of you.
You are nuts.
It took you a long time to find out, Wally.
Shut up, Toby, and stay that way until I got this thing settled. Now, Linda, since when do I have to sign the book every time I look at another girl?
If you only look.
There's nothing between Toby and me. She's got Paul, and from what I know, she's completely satisfied. Am I right, Toby?
You're right.
Yeah. But you are not completely satisfied with me, Linda, are you?
I never said I was.
Well, you never had to. We've been engaged for exactly 1 year. How many protégés have you had in that year?
Don't be low, dear.
5. And now it's that cheap, chiseling Sam Winslow, a private detective, the worst of the lot.
I like to help people.
Sure, but why are they always men?
Coincidence.
Oh, cut it out, will you? You're not talking to someone behind a bib.
Darling, I didn't know you were jealous.
I'm not. I've never said a thing to you.
Third party here. Can we wait?
No, I don't care who's listening. I'm fed up and I'm...
Yes?
Yes, and you can get yourself another manager, too. The less I see of you, the better.
You're raving.
We'll see about that. Come on, Toby. Let's find Paul and get out of here.
I'm on our way. Just a minute, Wally. You're not walking out on me.
Save your breath.
I said you're not, dear.
Listen.
When there's any air to be given, I give it. And, Wally, I'm not giving you the air yet.
You don't seem to get the idea, Linda.
I happen to like you, darling. Enough to marry you tomorrow. You either marry me tomorrow or you go to prison.
What's that?
I'll repeat it for you. Slowly.
What have you got up your sleeve?
The ace of trumps, and it's been there for a long time.
Okay. Show it.
You're a thief, Wally.
What?
And I'm the only one who could keep you out of jail.
You'd better start explaining, Linda.
All right. If you don't mind the crowd.
Well, let Toby hear it.
You've been forging my name to checks.
Have I?
$70,000 worth. You know my signature, and you've been doing a perfect job.
Where are those checks?
You'll see them in court.
I see them now. Where are they, Linda?
Oh, stop it. You're twisting my arm.
Come on, baby. Produce.
You'll never get them, Wally. You could kill me, but you'll never get those checks.
Well, it's about time, Professor. What kept you?
I didn't realize you were waiting, Mr. Winslow.
We said 10 minutes, didn't we? I've been sitting in this car for 20.
I'm sorry, but I met Mr. Palmer, and he was agitated about the disappearance of his lady friend, so I thought...
Tried some psychology.
Well, not quite. I looked around for her just to be helpful.
You're the type, aren't you?
Well...
Yeah. Okay, let's go for that drive.
Mr. Winslow, would you mind if we didn't?
What's the idea?
Well, it's rather late, and I can talk to you here just as well.
Okay.
It's about... Well, I think you know.
Me and Linda?
Yes.
You don't approve?
Miss Barry is my patient. Her welfare is my concern.
I'm not good for it, huh?
I think you ought to leave at once. I'm sorry. I was only trying to relieve a delicate situation. Miss Barry and Mr. Brooks are engaged to be married.
I read that in Paul Palmer's column a year ago.
They should be married, Mr. Winslow. But as long as you're in the picture...
Stop right there, pal. If Linda wants to wash me out, she can do it any time.
Well...
The fact is, she wants me in. So that's where I stay.
Would you marry her? You won't. You don't love her.
No, I'm not exactly indifferent to her charms, Professor.
She has a lot of money.
Now, you catch on fast, don't you?
Suppose I were to tell her that.
You want to live, don't you?
Mr. Winslow, are you...
You want to go right on psychologizing dames for big fat fees? You can't do that when you're dead.
You're not threatening me, young man. I know Miss Barry has given you money. And I know that she's made you the beneficiary of one of her largest life insurance policies.
You know a lot, pal.
I also know that you've been poisoning her mind against Mr. Brooks. But you'll never get another chance. When I get through telling Miss Barry the truth about you...
Nice speech, Professor. Now take a deep breath.
What?
Hold it. Hold it. It might have to last you a lifetime.
Here's your room, Toby. Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
Paul, I don't know why I listened to you. After what Linda said and did to me tonight.
She's a crackpot, but she's loaded with material. At least 2 columns out of 1 weekend.
All right. But I don't like the idea of sleeping in her house.
Good night, sweetheart. Pleasant dreams. Who's there?
It's me, Paul. Let me in.
Well, what's the matter, Toby?
Don't ask me now. Just let me in.
Wait a minute. I'll get in my bathroom.
Won't you please hurry?
I'm doing the best I can. Even getting into a bathrobe takes time. All right.
Oh, Paul, darling.
What's the matter?
I had the most awful dream.
What?
I dreamed I was Cupid riding a black horse.
Toby, do you realize it's only 5 o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't sleep a wink after that. Every time I closed my eyes, there was that black horse. And Linda.
Oh, my aching life.
It was terrible. I was sitting on the horse, and I kept shooting arrows into her heart.
Yeah.
Poisoned arrows. Every time I took one out of the quiver, I dipped it into a bottle of cyanide that was tied around the horse's neck.
Go back to bed, sugar. What you need is some sleep.
But I can't.
Darling.
Paul, you've got to help me. Let's go down to the living room.
But, honey, why?
That's where the dream took place.
You expect to find a black horse down there?
I don't know what I expect to find. But if you don't come with me...
Get that look out of your eyes, Angel.
Paul, I'm desperate. I've never been so upset before.
Now, take my arm, Cupid. We're off to catch a dream.
I wouldn't bother you ordinarily.
Sometimes I wish you would. Hunting we will go. Hunting we will go. Watch your step, the stairs.
Thanks. If I could only be as calm as you.
My arm would feel fine. You're digging your nails into it, and it's not even responsible for your dream.
I'm sorry.
I'll bet you are.
But I am.
You never liked this arm anyway. Now tell me the truth.
Paul, that light.
Where?
Under the living room door.
Okay. So you're crazy about my arm. Stay here.
Oh.
Do you want to get knocked down by a horse?
Going with you.
Good Lord.
Linda. On the floor. With an arrow in her chest. I killed her, Paul. Don't try to tell me I didn't.
You didn't.
Oh, what's the use? You'd say anything to make me feel good.
Now, listen, honey.
I'm a killer, and no amount of coaxing is going to convince me that I'm not.
But dreams don't make murderers.
How do you know I was dreaming?
You said so.
Maybe that's what I thought, but actually... Goodbye, Paul. It's been nice knowing you.
Where are you going?
The police will have to know about this, and I'm going to phone them.
No, you're not. Put it down, Toby.
I've got to give myself up.
Okay, then I'll put it down. Sorry. Your hand was in the way. Now, you'll do me one favor. Don't tell anyone about your dream.
We're going to have the police in on this, aren't we?
Sure, but not until I've got you straightened out. Come on.
Where?
Out for a walk. Let somebody else
Good
find...
morning.
Huh? Ah, Professor Caldwell.
Up bright and early, aren't we? I always say there's nothing like the country air to... Good heavens. Behind you, Miss Barry.
We found her that way.
An arrow in her chest. Hi. Her pulse. Mr. Palmer, do you realize she's been murdered?
I'm beginning to.
Who did this?
We don't know.
I did, Professor.
Toby.
You, Miss Randolph.
You'd better send for the police. I'll tell them everything.
Well, as long as you've gone this far, why not tell it to Professor Caldwell? He's a psychologist.
Is this a problem in psychology?
She had a dream.
It was more than that, Paul. I saw the whole thing. The living room, Linda, and I was shooting arrows into her heart.
But you were riding on a black horse. Professor, do you see a black horse in this room?
Very, very interesting.
She was also dressed up as Cupid.
She was?
Forget it.
Miss Randolph, you had a dream in which you saw yourself as Cupid murdering Miss Barry?
So I thought.
But there was no romantic conflict between you and Miss Barry?
Who said there wasn't?
Toby, for Pete's sake.
Let her talk, Mr. Palmer.
She'll hang herself.
We'll see about that. Go on, Miss Randolph.
Last night, Linda accused me of trying to take Wally Brooks away from her. We had a hair-pulling match.
Amazing. The most unusual dream coincidence I've ever heard of.
Professor...
Now, don't be alarmed, Mr. Palmer. This young lady is quite innocent.
You mean it couldn't have happened as I told it?
Certainly not. You're not Cupid and there's no horse. But...
Yes?
Well, on the other hand, Miss Barry is dead. There is an arrow through her heart. This young lady is quite innocent.
You mean it couldn't have happened as I told it?
Certainly not. You're not Cupid and there's no horse. But...
Yes?
Well, on the other hand, Miss Barry is dead, there is an arrow through her heart. That can only mean that if you're guilty, Miss Randolph, then you must be a somnambulist.
Oh, good Lord.
What now, Toby?
Paul, as a child, I used to walk in my sleep regularly.
You don't care what you do to yourself. Listen, Professor, I've got an idea.
I'm afraid we need one, Mr. Palmer.
If you hypnotized Toby, we could really find out what you did last night, couldn't we?
We could.
All right. Then hypnotize. Sit down, Toby. We're going to work.
But, Paul, I told you.
I want to know the truth. And I've got it.
You mean I don't have to be hypnotized?
No. All you've got to do is remember what happened after Linda pulled your hair last night.
She...
What you told me just before you went to your room.
Wally said he was through, and she... Of course.
She accused Wally of forging her name to checks.
Mr. Palmer, do you realize what you're saying?
I'm saying what Toby said Linda said. And she was there. Come on. We'll ask Wally.
Don't knock yourselves out, kiddies.
Sam.
Yeah. I'll bet she never expected to die that way off stage.
How long have you been here, Sam?
Not long enough to embarrass anybody. Why?
What made you come down? It's only 6 o'clock.
I get restless sometimes. Why?
You've got a reputation for waking up with a dinner bell.
Oh, you think it was me, huh?
It could have been, Mr. Winslow.
Oh, we're going to hear from the professor.
Mr. Palmer, this man is the beneficiary of a $50,000 insurance policy taken out by Miss Barry.
Well, I'll be...
Not anymore, Toby. Okay, Sam. You tell me.
I had influence with the babe. I was her type.
That's not telling me, pal.
She hired me to find out where her dough was going. Checks she didn't remember signing. Then she took a shine to me. What was I going to do?
Now, listen,
That's
Sam.
exactly what I did. After I found out who was signing those checks with Linda's Johanna Hancock. It was her boyfriend, Wally Brooks.
I know all about that.
Great. Now, here's something you don't know. Where's Wally?
What?
His room's next to mine. I heard him going out about 10 minutes ago. That's what woke me up.
That's ridiculous. Mr. Brooks has a car in the garage, and we heard no car.
There it is, Professor. Well, what do you say, Paul?
They'll send for the police. They know all the answers. Oh, well. How about some breakfast, Toby?
No, thanks, Paul.
It'll be an hour before we hit New York, and Oh, look. There's a nice, quiet place just around the next intersection. The food's good.
I don't feel like eating, Paul.
What's the matter with you?
Why didn't you let me tell the police about my dream?
Oh, it's that dream again.
I killed Linda.
Listen, honey, the police know how to analyze a crime, and they suspect Wally.
Just because he disappeared.
He didn't take a thing that belonged to him, not even his socks.
It doesn't prove he's a murderer.
He's been forging Linda's name to checks, and she found him out.
He wouldn't have killed her for that. She was ready to marry him.
Now, listen, honey.
I won't. Wally's not a killer. And I don't believe he was ever a thief.
But the police found the checks.
Oh, what's the use? You've made up your mind to cheat the law, and you don't care who dies, as long as it isn't me.
You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm going to prove it once and for all.
If you only could.
We'll turn around, and then we'll hit right for police headquarters.
Why?
In your dream, Cupid was dipping the arrows into a bottle of cyanide.
Yes?
So far, there's been no mention of cyanide by the police or the coroner. I'm going to insist on a lab test of the arrow point.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But while that's being done, Angel, you keep your mouth shut about that dream. Understand?
That's a very unusual request, Mr. Palmer.
I'm an unusual guy, Captain.
Yeah?
You read my column?
Sometimes.
And you want to know how I work. I do a thorough job on everything and everybody.
Yeah?
Captain, it wouldn't take much of your time to do a lab test on that arrow. Please.
Why should you be interested, Miss Randolph?
Well, you see...
Frankly, I don't.
Paul, I'm going to tell him.
Toby.
I can't live with it anymore. I've got to talk.
You've done too much already. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. She's got to talk, and I'm here to listen. Go ahead, lady.
I think I killed Linda Barry.
Uh-huh.
Paul and Professor Caldwell have been trying to tell me I couldn't have done it. But I know differently.
Sure. Here's a pencil and some paper. You write it down.
Nothing doing, Captain.
Now, you stay out of this, Mr. Palmer.
But you don't understand. You can't take a confession from her.
You wait outside.
Oh, for Pete's sake, why don't you listen?
Outside, mister.
All right. But you'll never convict her. She claims there was cyanide on the tip of the arrow.
There was.
What?
Here's the coroner's report. You want to read it?
Good Lord, but she only dreamed about it.
Now, listen, you. If you make one more attempt to influence this lady,
I've got to use that phone.
Are you getting out of here?
Yes, but let me call Professor Caldwell, the psychologist. He's an expert on dreams.
Call him from the other room.
Okay. But hold up that confession until he gets here, will you?
The other room, mister. Now, here's the door.
Thanks for the assist, Captain. I never would have made it without your help. hurry up.
Hello? Professor Caldwell.
Yes?
This is Paul Palmer.
Oh, Mr. Palmer, I'm so glad you phoned. How soon can you get here?
No, I can't. I want you
But
to...
you must. Mr. Brooks came in a few minutes ago.
What?
And without a word of warning, he began to beat up Mr. Winslow. If you don't get out here as soon as you can, there'll be another murder in this house.
Wally? He came back?
Please, Mr. Palmer, as soon as you can.
It'll take me at least 15 minutes.
That won't do any good.
It'll have to. Now, listen, Professor. Don't let Wally get away. I wanted to meet a certain captain of the police with a first-hand story of why he disappeared.
Is that you, Mr. Palmer?
It's me, Professor. Where's Wally?
You said you'd be here in 15 minutes. It's more than half an hour since you
I
called.
had a flat. Where's Wally Brooks?
We took him up to his room about a half an hour ago.
You took him up?
He means we dragged him up.
Sam, what are you doing on your feet? But, Professor, you told
It was
me...
phenomenal, Mr. Palmer. I went back to the living room after I spoke to you, and there was... I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I was standing, and Wally wasn't.
But I thought that
So it seemed, pal. He took me by surprise, but all I had to get over was one punch. And when that was settled...
Okay. Let's go up and have a talk with him.
If he's conscious.
Ah, Sam, don't flatter yourself. You don't hit that hard.
My pal.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. Professor, would you say that Sam is human?
Definitely not. A species of two-legged animal. If I had my way,
Which you haven't.
Okay, we'll settle this later. Listen, Wally.
Hey. What do you know? The guy came to.
Not so as you can notice it.
Well, we left him on the bed. If he didn't come to, how'd he get in that chair?
Come here, Professor.
What seems to be wrong, Mr. Palmer?
Check him. I've got an idea he's dead.
Dead? Mr. Winslow.
Now, don't look at me. I couldn't have killed him with one punch. I don't hit that hard.
He is dead, Mr. Palmer.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Sam.
How can a guy tell without a stethoscope?
Mr. Brooks has no pulse, and there's no action in his heart that I can hear.
Let's call a doctor.
I am a doctor, Mr. Winslow. My specialty happens to be psychology, but that doesn't mean that
Never mind that, Professor. I know what killed Wally.
What's that?
Poison. From this tiny bottle.
Bottle? But I don't see it.
He's clutching it in his hand, and he's got a grip on it I can't break.
Leave him alone, pal. The guy committed suicide. I want the cops to find that bottle in his hand.
But I've got to know whether it contains cyanide. Come on, Professor. You should know how to flex muscles.
I'm afraid it would be impossible in this case, Mr. Palmer.
Why?
Obviously, rigor mortis is set in.
I'm not giving up. If that bottle contains cyanide, then... what'd you say, Professor?
Rigor mortis, Mr. Palmer. The rigidity of the muscles that occurs after death.
Yeah. Sam, close that door.
What's the idea?
Close it. I want to ask the professor a few questions with no way out.
Okay. You've got me guessing, pal.
Mr. Palmer, what is the meaning of this?
I'll let you know, Professor. Sam, get on that phone. Call the Medical Society of New York.
What?
Don't look so dumb. Ask them if they got a member by the name of Professor Caldwell. What's your name, Professor?
You're very clever, Mr. Palmer.
It's about time. But it didn't take you long to get that gun out of your pocket, did it?
Does it matter?
Why did you kill Linda?
She made a startling discovery.
The checks were forged?
They weren't forged, Mr. Palmer.
Now, look. Oh, no, I see what you mean. She signed them herself while she was under your influence.
Hey, what goes with this guy?
An electric chair, Sam. He's a phony psychologist, and Linda was one of his patients. Each time she came to his office, he got her just in the right mood to be hypnotized. Then he'd tell her to write a check and sign it. They were all made out to cash, weren't they, Professor?
Of course. And she cashed them for me while she was in that right mood.
But why did you kill her?
I told you.
Can't you figure it out, pal? She accused Wally. I suppose she had the guy arrested. You think DAs are dumb?
No.
They investigate everybody. And what do they find out? This guy's a phony doctor.
Yeah. Remind me to like you the next time we meet.
Thanks.
Now, Professor, about Toby. You hypnotized her, too. And you induced her to have that dream. Why?
The young lady was a perfect subject after her quarrel with Miss Barry.
But how did you get to her? I took her to the door of the room and I saw her go in.
She came out later. The poor child was very disturbed. Naturally, she needed attention.
Dirty hypocrite.
Take it easy, Paul. The gun.
Yeah. You changed your mind about Toby, Professor, when Wally disappeared. When he came back, you set him up as the perfect suicide.
It's quite simple. Such an easy way out. No trial, no investigation. The suspect committed suicide. Q-E-D.
Q-E-D. Well.
Yeah. So that's why you tried to get rid of me, Professor.
I think I'll go now, gentlemen.
You didn't want a private detective around while you were fixing a murder and a frame-up.
Goodbye, Mr. Winslow.
You even tried to put the framer on me. You know, Professor, that makes me mad.
Really? Would you like me to put you out of your misery?
I'm standing here by the door, Professor. If you want to get out, you'll have to come through me.
You insist on being a fool, don't you?
No, Professor. Mr. Palmer. Present. You shouldn't have forgotten about me, not even for a minute. Bad psychology.
Paul, I'll take the gun.
I'll take it, Sam. One more twist. That's all mine. Now, Professor.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Palmer.
He doesn't like me, Sam.
Oh, I'm sick about it. You think I ought to kill myself?
You're a hard nut to crack, chum. Okay, you take one arm and I'll take the other. We'll give this guy a lift down to police headquarters that won't be exactly psychological. Hunting we will go. Hunting we will go. Yeah? Yes, Toby?
How did you decide that Professor Caldwell was the murderer?
He said rigor mortis.
Yes, that's what you told me before, but how did you really decide?
Wally couldn't have been dead more than half an hour. Rigor mortis takes from 6 to 8 hours to set in. Any doctor knows that.
Any real doctor. But what made Wally so rigid?
Hypnotism. Did you ever see people hypnotized?
Several times, but of course. Their bodies become so rigid they couldn't even be bent.
There you have it.
Thanks, I don't want it.
Death doesn't relax those muscles. They stay that way.
I still don't want it.
You're hard to please, young lady. What do you want?
Would you really like to know?
Sure.
I want something to eat. I'm hungry.
And so closes tonight's story, Cupid Can Be Deadly. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played the part of Paul Palmer. Virginia Dwyer was Toby Randolph. Cameron Prudhomme was Professor Caldwell. Helen Shields played Linda Barry. Larry Haynes was Sam Winslow. And Shirling Oliver was heard as Wally Brooks. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is a crime club. I'm the librarian. Next week? I'm sorry, we won't be here next week. No, this is the last program in the current series. Yes, we're sorry, too. Of course there'll be something here next week. Racket Smashers. Yes. At the same time and over most of these same stations. You'll be listening? Fine. I'll tell them to look for you.
This program came from New York. This is the last broadcast in the current Crime Club series. In its place, the Mutual Broadcasting System will present the exciting real-life crime drama, Racket Smashers. Don't fail to tune in at this time next week over most of these stations for the true criminal cases of Racket Smashers. Stay tuned now for another mutual favorite, Quiet Please, which follows in just a moment. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the crime club. I'm the librarian. Epitaph for Lydia. Yes, we have that crime club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Epitaph for Lydia by Virginia Ruth. The exciting story of a missing person who was found by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in San Francisco, and in the spacious living room of an impressive house on Lombard Street, a party is in full swing. A tall, keen-eyed man, bored by the noisy music and the chattering people, retreats to the comparative quiet of an adjoining room. Attracted by several modernistic paintings on the wall, he steps over to one for a closer look.
Do you like it?
Huh?
You're Michael Dundas, the detective, aren't you?
Well, I'm really an architect, but
You were pointed out to me when you came in.
Oh?
I'm Lydia Courtney. You don't know me.
Well, no, but...
Do you like modernistic art?
If it's art, yes. Well, but most of the moderns look like exercises in children's finger painting. This one, for instance...
Rooftops at sunset.
Yes, at least that's what the artist calls it. To me, it looks like a hangover at sunrise. Now, there's one over here. There's possibilities. Ah, here it is. Just a simple study of some sand dunes. Why, what's the matter, Miss Courtney?
I'm afraid I don't feel very well.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'll be all right. It's just that... That's a horrible picture.
Miss Courtney, I think you'd better sit down. Right over here on the sofa.
No, I'll be all right. Really, I'm feeling much better now.
Fine. Miss Courtney.
Margie. Oh.
Miss Courtney. Oh, I knew she'd faint. Lucky I grabbed her before she fell. Now, onto the sofa. There we are.
Lydia, aren't you going to... Oh, what's happened?
She fainted.
The sand dunes. Many a one for him shall mourn, but none shall know. I've forgotten.
That's odd.
What?
That she should quote from that old ballad.
She was just delirious. She didn't know what she was saying.
And I guess Margie doesn't mean anything either.
Margie?
Yes. By the way, I think I know you from someplace, don't I?
Yes, I run a bookstore, Mr. Dundas. I think you've been in it a few times.
Oh, that's right. I bought some books and had them sent. Your name is, Bond, isn't it?
Yes, Sally Bond.
Uh-huh. Tell me, how'd you burn your wrist?
Oh, some grease splattered on me.
I see.
Sally. Yes, Lydia. I didn't say anything, did I? No, dear. Now you just lie still. That's right.
Can I give you a lift home?
That won't be necessary, Mr. Dundas. Our escorts are somewhere in the crowd. They'll drive us back.
I see. Just a suggestion, Miss Bond.
Yes?
I think it'd be wise for you to stay at Miss Courtney's home tonight.
I will. You see, we live together.
Oh?
Don't worry about me, Mr. Dundas. After tonight, I think I'll be all right. Of course. Lydia's going to be just fine.
I guess you're right, Mabel. Puzzles seem to pursue me, don't they? I go to a party for relaxation, and up bounces a prettier problems I've come across in years. A painting, a song, a woman who faints, and that poetry she quoted. Oh, am I boring you? I get it. That look in your eyes. L'amour. Time for a rendezvous. Oh, but it's 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Stop pawing your whiskers, you roue. I'll let you out. Come on. Up we go. Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. Not a bad night. Peaceful, nice moon. Okay, pal, I guess. Wait a minute. Those were gunshots. Come on. Should be somewhere around here. What? Oh. So when I was telling you about my hittable, Lydia caught me. And she's dead. But, Inspector, that's all I know. That's the whole story.
Can't be. Doesn't make sense, Mike. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, but true.
Oh.
Did your boys find anything that might help?
No. Say, what do you think Lydia Courtney was doing around here?
I think she was on her way to see me.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when she spoke to me at the party, I had the feeling she wanted to talk to me about something that worried her.
Yeah?
Then she fainted, and when she came to, the time for opening up had passed. Sally Bond was around.
Anybody else?
No, their escort, Sally's brother Bill, and a fellow named Jay Stanton were among the crowd in the living room. I was introduced to them before I left.
I see. Well, we'll check them all, and we'll begin with Sally Bond. You don't seem very surprised to learn of your friend's death, Miss Bond.
Well, I've already heard about it, Inspector.
How? Neither the radio nor the papers have broken the story.
My brother Bill here told me.
Oh, Brother Bill told you.
Yes.
And how did you know, Brother Bill?
Well, I'm a special feature writer for the Clarion. I'm doing a series on crime, and I happened to be at a nearby precinct when the flash came in.
Uh-huh.
Naturally, I rushed over to tell Sally.
Naturally.
Mind if I ask a few questions, Inspector?
No, Mike. Go right ahead.
Sally, what time did you and Lydia get home last night?
About 12.
I thought you were going to keep your eye on her.
Well, I was upset. I took a sleeping pill and gave one to Lydia. Apparently, she didn't take hers. She must have slipped out after I fell asleep.
I see. Do you know what was bothering her?
No. All I can tell you is that for the past 3 days, ever since Tuesday night, she was just a bundle of nerves.
What happened Tuesday night?
I don't know. Lydia went out at 8 o'clock. I heard her take her car out of the garage and drive off. When she got back, I couldn't say. I was asleep.
And on Wednesday morning, you noticed something wrong.
Yes, Lydia was very jumpy. I asked her where she'd been the night before. She wouldn't tell me.
Do you know who might have been with her?
No.
It wasn't Brother Bill, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Well, where were you that night?
Well, I was over at Jay Stanton's house. We were playing gin till about 1 o'clock. Then I went home.
Oh. Sally, does anyone else live here with you?
Well, our handyman, Al Kemper, occupies the room over the garage.
Well, perhaps he can tell us when Lydia returned Tuesday night. Will you take us to him, please?
Yes, of course. Follow me.
Inspector.
Yeah?
You mind if I run along? I have to check in early at the office.
Okay, but just remember to stay within reach. You understand?
Yes.
All right, Sally. Let's go.
Is this Lydia's car, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Dundas.
How about calling the handyman?
Certainly. Al! Oh, Al! He may still be asleep. Excuse me, I'll run up and get him.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Take a look at the bumper and the front fender. They've both been straightened, and the fender's been painted quite recently.
Inspector!
Yes?
Al Kemper is gone.
Lydia dead? Hard to believe, Bill. Sally know?
Yes, Jay.
Poor kid, the police will probably hound the life out of her.
Uh-huh. They were doing a good job of it when I left her.
Mm-hmm.
Jay.
Yes?
I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Sure. What is it?
Well, it seems that something happened Tuesday night. I mean, Lydia was out with someone, and that person may be the leading suspect.
Well?
I told the police that I was playing gin with you till 1 o'clock. What? They asked me where I was. I couldn't tell them I was just cruising around in my car that night.
But,
You've
Bill...
got to back me up, Jay. You've got to.
You're putting me on an awful spot, Bill.
I know, but I just said the first thing that popped into my head. Now I've got to stick to it.
I don't know.
Not only for me, Jay, for Sally.
Well...
You will?
Okay.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks a lot. I'll never forget this. Never.
Just one thing before you go, Bill.
What's that?
If I find out you're involved in Lydia's death, I'll hand you over to the police so fast it'll make your head spin.
Well, here we are, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, this is quite a house Stanton's got, Mike. Looks like it's all glass.
Practically. Rather an extreme functional design. Plenty of light and air.
A regular goldfish bowl.
Yes? Oh, hello, Dennis. Come in.
Thanks. Stanton, this is Inspector Prevost of the police.
How do you do?
How are you?
I've been rather expecting you.
Yeah? How's that?
Bill Bond called me a little while ago. He told me of Lydia's death.
Oh, he did, eh? I wonder if there's anyone he hasn't told.
Well, I was a very close friend of Lydia's, as well as her attorney. I guess he thought I should know.
Uh-huh.
Stanton, we've been told by Sally Bond that Lydia had been acting queerly lately. Do you know why?
No. We all commented on it, but she wouldn't tell anyone what was bothering her.
I see.
By the way, Stanton, where were you last Tuesday night?
Oh, right here. Bill dropped in early in the evening, and we talked, played cards. He left about, 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Stanton, did Lydia make a will?
Yes. Would you like to see it?
You mean you have it with you?
Well, not exactly. It's in my safe. You see, this is my office as well as my home.
Oh, well, you probably remember the contents of the will. Tell me, who benefits by Lydia's death?
Well, outside of certain small bequests, where the bulk of the estate goes to Sally Bond.
Hello?
Hello, Mike. Inspector Prevost.
Oh, what's the idea? I told you I wanted to catch a little shut-eye. I'm dead.
I know, but listen. Is Sally Bond there?
Huh? What is this, a gag?
Of course not. After I left you, I decided to talk to that girl again. Well, I went over to her house and she wasn't there.
Huh?
I thought maybe she'd gone to see you.
No. Inspector.
Yes?
There's a chance she went down to the bookstore she runs, and maybe...
Yes?
Better drive over here and pick me up. I want to go down there with you.
That's funny, Mike. The door to the store is open, and yet nobody's here.
Listen, wait. What was that?
Quick, Inspector. The door behind the desk.
Right.
There, Inspector. On the floor near the table. Sally.
Oh, Mr. Dundas, Inspector.
Take it easy, kid.
Oh, my head.
What happened, Sally?
I came down to the store. I'd just taken off my hat when I heard a noise in the stockroom.
Yes.
I opened the door. Someone standing behind it hit me over the head. That's all I can remember.
I see. Probably got in through the rear window. Sally, why did you come down here?
Well, on Wednesday, Lydia gave me a sealed envelope. She didn't tell me what was in it. All she said was that I should keep it for her down here.
Mm-hmm.
If anything happened to her, I was to open it and read what was inside. Then I was to decide what to do.
Where did you put it?
In the top middle drawer of my desk.
Inspector, will you see if it's there?
Right.
Well?
It's gone, Mike.
Uh-huh. It would be. Sally, we've been informed that you are virtually the sole heir to Lydia's estate.
Oh.
You don't seem at all surprised.
No, I'm not. You see, several years ago, I happened to save Lydia's life in an automobile accident. Well, Lydia was very grateful. She wanted me to give up my job and come to live with her.
Mm-hmm.
I told her I hated being idle, so she loaned me some money, and I bought this store. I suppose she thought she hadn't done enough for me, and that's why she left me everything.
Well, after all, you saved her life. One other thing.
Yes?
That burn on your wrist. You said some grease splattered on it. But it'd hardly have happened like that. It's in one solid area, not spotted.
You're right. On Wednesday morning at breakfast, Lydia was reading the newspaper. Just when I was handing her some coffee, she gave a start and jostled my hand. The coffee spilled on my wrist.
Huh? You say she was reading the paper?
Yes.
Is that paper still in the house?
Probably. We usually let them accumulate for a week before throwing them out.
Come on, Inspector. I think this is the break we've been waiting for.
Here they are, Mr. Dundas, the papers for the past week.
Thanks, Sally. Now, let's see. Thursday, Monday. Here we are. Here we are, Inspector. Wednesday. Good. Now to find the page with the darkest and biggest coffee stain. Here it is. Now, what could have startled her? United Nations in special session, dry goods convention, urgent. Oh, this must be the one. Girl missing.
Oh, what does it say, Mike?
Mrs. Thomas Carson of 624A, Flyshacker Avenue, reported to the Bureau of Missing Persons that her niece, Margie, 14, left home last night and is missing. The girl left her house at about 10:30 following a dispute with her aunt. A search has been instituted by the authorities. There's a picture, too, Margie Carson.
Yeah, the missing Margie. But what do you think...
Oh, wait a minute, Inspector. I've just had a brainstorm.
Huh?
That ballad Lydia quoted, it just came to me. It goes, "Many a one for him shall moan, but none shall know where he is gone. Over his white bones when they are bare, the wind shall blow forevermore."
Well, does that mean anything to you, Mike?
You bet it does. It means that Margie's aunt is going to have 2 unexpected visitors. Come on, Inspector.
Why don't you two guys beat it? Go on, let me alone.
But, Mrs. Carson, we want to talk to you about your missing niece, Margie.
Margie? She ain't missing. Go on, get out of here.
I don't think she knows what she's talking about, Mike.
Maybe she does, and maybe... Wait a minute. Get a load of the stock of liquor on that table.
Yeah, scotch, rye, bourbon. That stuff must have cost a small fortune.
Uh-huh. And where did she get the money for it? This place makes Tobacco Road look like the Waldorf. Inspector.
Yeah?
Take a look at that purse she's holding. It's just bulging.
Yeah.
Mrs. Carson, may I look at your pocketbook?
No. I shall let you look at it.
Because I want to look inside.
Hey, give me that purse.
I thought so. It's stuffed with bills and big ones at that. Must be about $1,000 here.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Mrs. Carson, where'd you get it? Come on, talk.
Someone sent it to me.
Who?
I don't know. It came in the mail Thursday with a letter.
Have you still got the letter?
No, I tore it up, threw it away.
Do you remember what the letter said?
Yeah. It said I shouldn't worry about my niece. And if I didn't ask questions, I could keep the money.
Oh, so you were smeared with some dough and you called off the search, huh?
So what? The kid was nothing but a little tramp anyway.
Why, you dirty... Easy, Inspector. Miss Carson, where do you think Margie was going when she ran away?
Probably to her friend Betty's. It's the way she always went when we had a fight.
I see. And she never reached her friend's house, did she?
No.
Where does Betty live?
Over at 2142 Wawona Avenue, near the beach.
There's a vacant sand lot on that block. Inspector, we've got a job to do. A job of digging.
You got a lot of men here, Mike, but they haven't found anything so far.
Keep them at it, Inspector. I'm sure...
What's the matter?
Bit of luck, I think. Look at that mongrel dog over at the corner.
Yeah. He's digging in the sand like mad.
Come on.
Right. Boy, the mutt's run away, Mike.
That's okay. I got my eye on where he was digging. Here it is. Do you see the hole?
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me your shovel.
Right, here you are.
Thanks. Now pray.
Maybe it was only a bone the mutt was after.
Maybe.
Do you want me to take over, Mike?
No. Guess I can. Inspector, look.
Good Lord.
The poor kid. Under the sand. And over her white bones when they are bare, the wind shall blow forevermore. Did you get the coroner's report on Margie, Inspector?
Yeah, Mike, it was just as you figured. The kid was dead before she was buried.
Uh-huh. It's fairly easy now to reconstruct what happened.
It is? Not for me.
Well, the only conclusion which fits all the facts is that Lydia's car hit Margie and killed her. Terrified, Lydia and whoever was with her buried the body in the sand.
Why? After all, it certainly wasn't deliberate. It wasn't murder.
True, but a conviction on at least a reckless driving charge is fairly probable.
Okay, go on.
Well, Lydia couldn't stand what she'd done. That's why she gave that sealed envelope to Sally. Probably contained a full account of what happened.
Kind of a confession to lighten her guilt, huh?
Yes.
By the way, how did the killer know about it?
Probably through Lydia herself.
Lydia?
Yes. She must have tried to forestall her murder by threatening the killer with disclosure by means of the envelope.
But the killer was desperate and made sure Lydia would never talk.
Exactly.
Just a minute. Hello? Inspector Prevost speaking. What? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He has, eh? Why, of course. Certainly. Bring him down right away. Mike, a couple of the boys just picked up the handyman, Al Kemper.
They did?
Yeah, and get this. One of the men recognized him as an old con with a record as long as your arm. All right, Kemper, come on. Now stop stalling. Why did you run away?
Early this morning when Miss Bond's brother came to see her, I was out in the yard near the kitchen.
Yeah?
The window was open, and I heard him tell his sister about Miss Courtney being dead. I figured me with my record, it wasn't healthy to stick around.
You're lying.
I'm not, I tell you.
You are. Just a minute, Inspector. Kemper, where were you last Tuesday night?
Well, I was in a neighborhood bar until about 11:30, and then I beat it home and hit the hay.
Did you hear Miss Courtney come home?
Yeah. When she drove in, she woke me up.
Was there anyone with her?
Yeah.
Who was it?
I don't know. I heard Miss Courtney's voice, but whoever was with her was whispering.
Did you hear what they said?
Well, not much of it. Miss Courtney was scared. She kept saying something was all wrong. The other person kept telling her she had to keep her mouth shut about it.
Anything else?
No, wait. There was just one other thing.
Yes?
The other person said something kind of funny. Let me see. Yeah. I could never stand it. Never. I'd go insane in a month. That's just what was said.
Oh, not very much to go on, is there, Mike?
On the contrary, Inspector. I think it's the key to the whole case.
The key?
Yes. Get Sally Stanton and Bill down here right away.
What for?
I'm going to trap the murderer.
Why did you call us out here?
Okay. Quiet, please. Quiet. All right, Mike.
Thanks, Inspector. I called you all down here because there's been a new development in the case, and I'll need your help. Now, will you follow me, please?
I don't see any sense.
Where are we going?
Upstairs, Brother Bill. Hurry up. Come on. Get in the elevator.
Okay.
It's a tight squeeze, but I think we can make it. There we are. All right, Inspector. Close the door and take us up.
Right.
You all right, Sally?
Yes, Jay.
Well, what's the matter, Inspector?
I don't know, Mike. Funny. We seem to be stuck.
That's a fine how do you do, between floors, too.
Keep your shirt on, Brother Bill. That's funny. It won't start.
Now, don't worry, folks. We'll probably get going in a minute.
I'd like to get out.
Yeah, how about it?
I said I'd like to get out, please. I can't stay in here. I can't. Please. You don't understand. You don't understand.
I'm afraid I do, Stanton. You murdered Lydia, didn't you?
Yes.
I killed her. I killed her.
All right, Inspector. You can take us down now. You missed me, didn't you, Mahitable?
Mike, will you put that darn cat down?
Relax, Inspector, relax.
Relax, he says. Don't you think it's time that you answered a few questions?
Okay. Excuse me, Mahitable. What do you want to know, Inspector?
How did you figure out Jay Stanton's claustrophobia? His fear of being hemmed in?
Well, first of all, when we visited Stanton, his house seemed strange. It was almost all glass. You yourself called it a goldfish bowl.
Yeah, that's right, so he did.
Then he had his office in his home, not in a building where he'd have to take an elevator every day.
Uh-huh.
Of course, at the time we saw him, it didn't mean too much. It was just odd.
Yeah, but when were you sure?
When Kemper told us what he'd overheard. As you recall, the person with Lydia said, I could never stand it. Never. I'd go insane in a month.
Yes, but how could you know what he referred to?
Well, obviously, Lydia and Stanton were talking of what they had done to Margie. The only way Stanton could terrify her into silence was by pointing out a probable jail sentence if they were caught.
Uh-huh.
Thus, what Stanton said could only refer to what jail would mean to him. He would go insane because of his claustrophobia.
I see. And when you tied that up to his glass house, having his office there, you had him all wrapped up.
Yes. Oh, what's the matter, Mahitable? Rubbing your whiskers again, huh? You Casanova. Well, I'll let you out.
Mike, will you stop bothering with that cat?
Sorry, Inspector. There are some things which are much more important than crime.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Epitaph for Lydia, based on a story by Virginia Rath. James Erthine did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played Mike. Jack McBride was the inspector. Julie Stevens was Sally. Ted Osborne was heard as Jay. Mason Adams was Bill. Bryna Rayburn was Lydia. And Brad Barker was Mehitabel, the... I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the exciting story of a crown that rested easily on the head of death. It's called The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The corpse wore a wig. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. The very intriguing story of a method of dying that was as deadly as murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was a few minutes before noon, and Inspector Schmidt was already having his troubles in his office at New York City's police headquarters. As a matter of fact, he was having his hands full, rubbing his aching feet. And oh, how they ached.
All right, you bloodless devil, you. Hello, Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Inspector, this is Cassidy.
Cassidy, huh? That's a big help. Which Cassidy are you?
The sergeant, sir. I suppose it's wondering you are what me and Inspector McKee man is doing on one of your cases. Well, you see, it's like
I don't start wondering until I know what you're talking about, Cassidy.
Oh, sure. And it's right you are. You know, the good Inspector McKee went on his vacation last night.
Yes, but what's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm working for you now. Inspector McKee's orders.
Oh, my aching feet.
That's the reason, sir. Well, I'm down here in the coroner's autopsy room. You know that suicide cadaver that was brought in this morning?
I had him brought in. That's Dr. Jeremy Bullock. I wanted an autopsy done.
It's been done. And it was no suicide, Inspector.
What?
Clear and simple. An open and shut case of murder.
Let me talk to the coroner.
Well, he just left a few minutes ago. He got a call to go out on another killing. And he asked me
Stay where you are. I'll be down as soon as I get my shoes on and learn to walk again. All right, Cassidy. What's this about murder?
There's the mortal remains of Dr. Jeremy Bullock, Inspector Schmidt, on that table. And here's the coroner's report, sir.
Thanks.
It's enough to make you wonder what people will do next a case like this. In all my 32 years on the police force...
Shut up, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Time of death between 11 o'clock and midnight.
Last night.
Contents of stomach, rye, whiskey, and chloral hydrate.
That's a sleeping medicine.
Darn it, Cassidy. There's nothing here that I didn't know before. I found the bottle of chloral on the desk in Dr. Bullock's consulting room. Where does the murder come in?
It was no overdose of medicine that killed him, Inspector.
No?
No, according to what the coroner told me, there ain't enough of that stuff in the cadaver to be cause of death.
Well, why isn't that on the report?
Oh, now, don't blame the poor fella. He's doing the whole job alone, because the rest of the staff is out giving them smallpox vaccinations.
All right, Cassidy. What killed Dr. Bullock?
He was shot in the head, sir.
What's that?
It's a fact. And at very close range, too. There's powder marks and burns all over.
Are you trying to tell me I looked at that corpse less than 3 hours ago and didn't see a bullet hole in the head?
Well, nobody's seen it, not even the coroner. Till the wig came off.
The what?
Like it was his own hair, it was. The coroner was just about to perform an autopsy on the brain when it happened.
I see.
It was a moment for start-outs. Oh, Inspector.
Right through the top of the head. Where's the bullet, Cassidy?
Here it is, sir. Here it is. It's a slug from a .25.
Small, huh? But why did this guy need a wig? He's got more hair than I have.
That's the one thing I couldn't understand. The wig he was wearing was the exact duplicate of the hair that was growing right out of his head. That's it on the chair.
Now, bring it here.
Yes, sir. Well, yes, it's a puzzler, all right. Because there's only blood on the inside of this thing. On the lining.
No bullet hole?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Then Dr. Bullock wasn't wearing it at the time he was killed. It was put on his head afterward.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Cassidy. We'll take a ride uptown to Dr. Bullock's place.
Yes, sir.
This time I'm going to do a complete job on it. And on that cute little nurse of his, too, Miss Teresa Chalmers, if she's still around.
Yes, I heard you the first time. What do you want?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon. You always lead with that tone of voice?
I sometimes lead with my left. I'm Inspector Schmidt, police headquarters.
But please. Oh, my goodness. Well, come right in. I didn't mean to be brusque. But there's so much to do here.
Yeah.
So much. Oh, dear. I suppose this character with you is a policeman, too.
Why, listen, you...
Hold it, Cassidy.
But he called me a character, Inspector.
This terrible day, this dreadful day.
What are you doing here?
I'm Spencer Talcott, scalp specialist. My salon is just around the corner from here, one flight up. I give treatments for every known variety of scalp disorder. I also give beauty treatments, hair waving, rinses of every description. My salon is the byword.
Have you got a card?
Yes.
Keep it. Now, Mr. Talcott, what are you doing here?
I heard about the horrible tragedy, Jeremy's, Dr. Bullock's suicide. I was in the midst of giving someone a treatment when my assistant, Miss Foley, brought me the news. You can just imagine how I felt.
Not now, if you don't mind.
Jeremy Bullock, suicide. Unbelievable. He was so perfectly balanced. Good heavens, Inspector, what are you doing?
Taking off my shoes. Any objections?
Well, I must say...
Well, don't. So you're a scalp specialist, huh? What do you know about wigs?
Wigs? Are you talking to me?
I hope so.
I don't know anything about wigs. My job is to do everything I can to avoid them for my clients. I am a scientist.
Yeah. Where's the girl?
Would you be crudely referring to Dr. Bullock's nurse?
Where is she, Talcott?
Oh, well, you don't have to shout, Inspector. Miss Chalmers is resting in Dr. Bullock's living quarters. The shock of her employer's unexpected death, I'm afraid.
Tell her to come in here.
Inspector Schmidt, the poor child is just a tangle of nerves. Couldn't you forego the usual procedure?
Get going, Talcott.
Of course. You give me no alternative. If only there were not so many brutes in this world to tell decent people where to go.
And that calls me a character.
Forget it, Cassidy. You notice anything about this place that's out of line?
Only that worm that just crawled out of here. If I were a private citizen without the dignity of a whole department to uphold, I'd show... Why, Inspector, this room is all wrong.
Thanks for the cooperation.
The furniture's old and broken down. Now, this is a high-class building in a fine high-class neighborhood.
Pretty expensive, huh?
Well, if I'm any judge of rentals, it's more than the likes of me can... Well, I'll be an Englishman.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Now, what would that dirty, dilapidated moose head be doing on the wall of a doctor's waiting room?
A moose head with one eye and a crack under the chin.
It ain't the sort of thing that gives peace of mind to the sick and the troubled, is it now?
Not exactly, Cassidy. But it is something to wonder about.
Inspector Schmidt.
Oh, Miss Chalmers.
Mr. Talcott said you wanted to see me.
Mm-hmm. Come in. We don't have to talk long distance.
I'm not feeling well, Inspector. I hope you'll understand.
Don't expect him to do anything so human, my dear. I told him exactly how miserable you were, but he insisted
Cassidy.
on your...
Yes, sir.
Go through this place and see what you can pick up.
I'll do that, sir.
Start with the consultation room. That's where the body was found.
Yes, sir. The consultation. Well, that must be that room.
Now, Miss Chalmers.
What do you want? I told you everything hours ago.
You told me you came to work this morning and found Dr. Bullock sitting at his desk, dead. That isn't everything, young lady.
What?
I'd like to know more about Dr. Bullock. Why a sloppy waiting room like this, and why that moose head?
I don't know, Inspector.
How long have you been his nurse?
6 months.
What kind of people came into this dump of an office?
All kinds. What are you getting at?
Miss Chalmers, I've been a policeman too long not to recognize a phony setup.
You saw nothing wrong with it this morning.
Bright girl. I wasn't looking for the same kind of evidence.
The same kind... Inspector.
Yes, you're catching on fast. Jeremy Bullock didn't commit suicide.
I knew it. He took an overdose of that chloral hydrate by mistake. I knew he wouldn't kill himself.
You're so right. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Murder?
You take second money, Talcott.
What of all the ridiculous, utterly
Now
fantastic...
go back to your stall.
What you won't think of next, you policeman. Good heavens.
Go back, Talcott, or I'll have Cassidy give you a scalp treatment.
Oh, good gracious. Please.
I don't believe it. It can't be true.
Somebody dropped enough chloral hydrate into some rye whiskey to put Dr. Bullock to sleep, and then shot him in the head.
In the head? Now, I know this is a trick. You're only fishing.
The top of the head, Miss Chalmers. Did you ever see this wig before?
No. And what's more, Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That looks like Jerry's hair.
Jerry, huh?
Was he?
No, he wasn't. How long has it been Jerry, Miss Chalmers?
We were going to be married in 2 weeks.
Is that so?
I know what you're thinking. He was old enough to be my father. But I didn't care. I loved him.
Well, there's no law against it. Yet.
Inspector, was Jerry really murdered?
Would you like to see his body again?
Talcott. She killed him. Kate Foley killed him.
Kate, my assistant? Well, you must be out of your mind.
She threatened him. She was here yesterday screaming bloody murder because he was going to marry me.
Don't stop, Miss Chalmers. This is becoming very interesting.
She said she'd kill me, too. That jealous lunatic. She had no claim on Jerry. He never promised to marry her.
How do you know?
Well, suppose he did and he changed his mind. He didn't love her. That's no reason to be murdered.
Yeah. Talcott, would Kate Foley be in your finger-waving paradise now?
Of course. But, my dear Inspector, you can't be thinking that...
I'm going to tell you, huh? Come on, I want to get her side of the story, and quick.
But, Kate, she's one in a million. Expert assistant.
Oh, I almost forgot my shoes.
Dear me. What am I going to do?
Don't say another word. The minute I get into these, I start hating things. All things.
Kate. Oh, Catherine! Miss Foley!
Save your breath, Talcott. The bird has flown.
But she left the door unlatched, and she has appointments.
It could be she's got other things on her mind. Well, where does she live?
She didn't run away, Inspector. Oh, dear, such a splendid assistant. And with just the right attitude.
Miss Foley's address, Talcott.
Yes, it's in my book, right